This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR FS San Francisco, the sports leader.
Panthers regroup as they get onside. Bennett carries it on the right side. Into the high slot. Got it back to the line. They score! Verhaeghe with a long wrist shot. An overtime game winner. And the Panthers are back in this series.
Tyro swings and blasted. Deep left field. It is gone. Tyro Estrada gets the Giants on the board. Two batters into the game. It's 1-0. Conforto swings and belts it deep right field. Grichuk going back. He looks up. It's gone. Michael Conforto launches one out to deep right. A two-run home run. Crawford swings, lines it into the gap in right center field. That's down for a hit. Here comes Sable. He'll score the tying run. Into second. Crawford, a pinch hit. RBI double. Peterson swings, ground ball, right side, diving Trejo, it's out of his reach. Into right field, a base hit. Trotting home from third, Brandon Crawford. Jock Peterson delivers. A swing, ground ball to third, couple of hops. Davis has it, straightens up, throws to first, in time, and that's the ball game. The Giants beat the Rockies 6-4 and sweep this series.
And that should do it.
Brandon Crawford with the go-ahead RBI off the bench, and the Giants break out the brooms against the Colorado Rockies on Getaway Day. What's up, everybody? It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, on our Getaway Day on the leadoff spot. It's a Friday morning, and I'm back, of course, with Overnight Dave, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning until the start of the Murph and Mac show. And Dave, one thing that was not included in those kind of pregame highlights right there was the pregame coverage from yours truly, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, and I want it on the record. When the Waterboy does Giants pregame show, the Giants are undefeated, 1-0. Kids, ask your parents, ask your kids, kids ask your parents, whatever the hell Murph says in this day in Giants history. All I know is the Waterboy is 1-0, and I gotta say, it was a fun show yesterday, going through the marathon event of rushing out of my bed at 4:17 a.m. in San Jose, getting into the studio by 4:57, doing the leadoff spot from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., doing the Murph and Mac show from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., doing the Papa and Marcus show from 10 a.m. to 11:10, and then doing the pregame show with Joe Rizzo and the award-winning Diamond Notes. It was a marathon of a sprint, should I say, yesterday for the Waterboy. But hey, we're back on a Friday morning. It's a reggae Friday. The vibes are high, and they're really high when the Giants get another comeback win for the second consecutive day down in this ball game after Alex Cobb had some struggles early on in that first inning, had some quote-unquote glute tightness that he was working through, said he felt some sharp pain in his hip early on in yesterday's game in Colorado, but he was able to work through it, limit the damage, went 5 innings, got charged for 4 runs, still had 7 strikeouts on the day. But how about the Giants bullpen? Once again, coming through clutch, both the Taylor and Tyler Roger twins, the guys that were born and raised in Denver, Colorado, or somewhere out in Colorado, got to pitch in their home ballpark. They held it down for 2 innings, passed the torch to Scott Alexander, and then once the Giants got the lead in the 9th inning, it was Camilo Doval coming in for his 15th save of the year, putting the nail in the coffin of the Colorado Rockies. And just like that, your Giants are back to winning ball games. But we do got to take a couple seconds to look into that 9th inning after the Giants were down for the majority of this game 4-1. And it looked like it was going to start off nice after Tyro Estrada started off the game with a solo home run in the first inning. But after that, the bats kind of went quiet. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, are we really going to leave Coors Field and only hit 1 home run in a 3-game series? Well, Michael Conforto had something to say about that when he stepped up to the plate in the 6th inning and hits a 2-run home run, scores J.D. Davis after he was hustling and bustling all the way to third base. That cuts the lead down to 4-3. Then we get to the 9th inning. And what do I tell you kids all the time? No free 90s. Leadoff walks will come back to haunt you. And that's what happened to the Colorado Rockies in that 9th inning. First batter, Blake Sabol, who was filling in yesterday for Patrick Bailey. Patrick was scratched from the lineup after sleeping incorrectly on his pillow, I guess. I thought like Mountain Rocky High. I thought they would have some like good stuff. I don't know. Maybe get the kids some THC, some lotions. I don't know. They got plenty of medicine and medical options out there in Denver. Maybe get them an extra canister or 2 of oxygen to get them back in the lineup. But the Giants wanted to play it safe, so Patrick Bailey was not in the lineup. Instead, it was Blake Sabol behind home plate after catching a night game, coming back for a day game. But it was the 9th inning, started off with Sabol getting the lead-off walk, which really started the rally for the Giants. That got followed up by another walk, back-to-back walks, and all of a sudden, there's runners on first and second, and look who's coming off the bench for a pinch hit opportunity. The longest tenured Giant on the current roster, Brandon Blanken Crawford. And I want to say, he got himself into an 0-2 hole quickly. Umpire was pretty generous with a high slider that wasn't even close to being a strike. But there he was locking down with 2 strikes with the game on the line. And B. Craw comes through clutch, sends a double into the gap. That ties the ball game up 4-4. Lamont Wade Jr. then comes up to the plate, ties it up with a sac fly. And then Jock Peterson with the go-ahead RBI single. Or excuse me, they're already ahead from Lamont Wade Jr., but that put them up 6-4. And to be honest with you, probably one of my favorite things from that 9th inning comeback was watching Jock Peterson, not even at bat, but when Thairo Estrada was up after the Lamont Wade sac fly, and Thairo ended up striking out, so most people say that's not that really of an important at-bat, Marcus. But if you're watching the game, look at Jock Peterson in the background. When he's taking his warm-up hits, he's taking a couple hacks and getting closer and closer and closer to home plate. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, is anybody going to say anything? And then he's just standing there with his hands on his hip, and you can see him in the frame behind the umpire and Thairo Estrada for pretty much the entire at-bat. And who knows if he's looking just to see what the shapes and angles of the pitcher is, if he's maybe, looking for a tip, showing what the pitch might be coming up. Whatever he was doing, the strategy worked because Jock then came up to the plate, got that RBI single, put the Giants up by 2, which was huge, Dave, because I had the Giants minus 1.5 yesterday. So I was glad to see him get the comeback win, and I was glad to see him cover that 1.5 run line. Jock Peterson getting the job done. And
I'm just about that action, boss.
And I'm just happy Jock is back so I can watch him in action. Whether it is him shotgunning the canisters of oxygen or spitting an entire mouthful of seeds out onto the ground or just kind of watching him do his own thing. That's my favorite part about Jock Peterson. He's just kind of in his own world. And so I was cracking up watching him walking back and forth and kind of just standing there menacingly, staring down the Rockies pitcher before getting that extra insurance run for Camilo Duvall to come in that 9th inning. And like I said earlier, put the nail in the coffin. Give the Giants their 11th straight win over the Colorado Rockies. Back-to-back comeback wins.
11.
And it's actually their first road sweep of the season. Second of the year after sweeping the Philadelphia Phillies earlier this season. Now, the Giants had previously struggled in these cases. They had 5 other opportunities to get the sweep. They failed on 4 of them. And they weren't great on getaway days. But hey, yesterday was a great way to end a 3-game series against the Colorado Rockies.
3 games in a row, boys. That's a winning streak.
That's a winning streak. And now the Giants are back above 500, 32-30, and have a fun weekend series starting today against the Chicago Cubs. It's E40 drone night. I think he's putting on like a hip-hop show after the game, synced up with some drones. I might have to go out and see the light show. And I'm thinking about going out to watch Marcus Stroman tonight face off against Anthony DeSclafani. Stroman has been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year. The Chicago Cubs, meanwhile, have not been one of the best teams. They're 26-36, so maybe Marcus Stroman will be one of those guys available at the trade deadline this year. And going back to Farhan Zaidi's comments last week when he came on MLB Network with Jim Bowden, allegedly talked about being aggressive at this year's trade deadline. Well, we got some clarification on those comments yesterday when Farhan Zaidi came on with Tolbert and Cobes, so we can dive into those on the other side, let you know what he had to say about Kyle Harrison, Luis Matos, and some of the kids on the farm system who are knocking on the door to join the San Francisco Giants, and how soon they could potentially join the roster. We'll have plenty of time to talk Giants baseball this morning, but we do also got to talk some NBA basketball with Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight down in Miami. The Nuggets are a 3.5-point favorite on the road after watching the Joker and Jamal Murray be the first teammates ever to have 30-point triple-doubles in NBA history. Regular season, playoffs, postseason, combined it all, preseason, pickup basketball, Rucker Park, wherever you want to put these guys at, they'll be putting up points, and they'll look to do the same tonight against the Miami Heat, as they're now a -800, -900 favorite to win it all. Miami will look to win one at home after losing 3 straight going back to that Boston series. We'll see if that Heat culture can survive until at least Game 6, because that was our prediction on the leadoff spot, that the Nuggets would win it in 6. So Jimmy Butler will try to play good enough to get the win tonight for Miami.
Played good enough for us to win.
To extend the series. If not, they're going to be in some trouble headed back to Denver for Game 5. And a crowd that will maybe have the opportunity to see them win their first NBA title in franchise history. So you know that crowd is going to be hyped up, ready to go, and that should be a great game. But Game 4 is tonight on Sunday, Game 5 on Monday. We'll break down some NBA basketball for you and let you know everything going on this weekend. UFC 289 is going on. I think it's out in Abu Dhabi. You've got a Sonoma Raceway hosting Shaquille O'Neal, DJ Diesel. I know my guy Mike Holler's out there this weekend enjoying the festivities. And this weekend, I'm actually planning to go out and watch some baseball, not just the San Francisco Giants, maybe catch some San Jose Giants. And I'm also going to catch some baseball on the peninsula down at Stanford at Sunken Diamond, as they're hosting the Super Regional this weekend against Texas. You guys know I love me some Stanford baseball. That team is absolutely stacked with talent and are one of the favorites to advance to Omaha for the College World Series. So we'll get you ready for that game this weekend also. And yes, I'll even give a shout out to the Stanley Cup and the Florida Panthers coming back in overtime last night. I was actually watching the game in the third period when Matthew Tkachuk scored a goal with only a couple minutes left. Florida then puts it in the back of the net in overtime, and now they've cut that series down to 2-1. You'll get some Stanley Cup action this weekend as well, and we'll do a whole weekend preview for you coming up on the show later today. But I do want to get back to some Giants baseball and let you hear some of that sound from Farhan Zaidi, talking about the Giants farm system, Kyle Harrison, Luis Matos, and if they could potentially be on the Giants roster as soon as this season. Let's hop into some Farhan sound on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher, the Water Boy, on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Tyro swings and blasted deep left field. It is gone. Boy, that ball got out of here in a hurry. Tyro Estrada gets the Giants on the board. 2 batters into the game. It's 1-0. Next pitch, Conforto swings and belts it deep right field. Grichuk going back. He looks up. It's gone. Michael Conforto launches one out to deep right, a 2-run home run. It's his team leading 12th of the year, and the Giants are back within a run. It's 4-3.
Hey, Colorado! Blank the Rockies as the Giants get back-to-back comeback wins. And after going the first 2 games of the series without hitting a home run, Tyro Estrada got the party started in the first inning, hitting a solo shot. Michael Conforto adds a 2-run bomb, scoring J.D. Davis in the 6th. And then Brandon Crawford comes through clutch off the bench yesterday. RBI double, ties up the game 4-4. Lamont Wade Jr. launches a sac fly into the outfield. Does a job, kids. Take notes. Runner on third, less than 2 outs. Just hit a fly ball. It's not that complicated. You don't got to leave the ballpark. Do your job, and that's exactly what Lamont Wade Jr. did to get the lead yesterday, 5-4, and then Jock Peterson put the cherry on top after spying from behind home plate, hits an RBI single to put the Giants up 6-4. Camilo Duvall closes it out, gets his 15th save of the year. Giants cover the 1.5 run spread, and now we're looking at a 3-game sweep, and their second sweep of the season, first on the road. And now they come home tonight to take on the Chicago Cubs. And Marcus Stroman should be one hell of a pitching matchup between him and Anthony DeSclafani. But before we get into tonight's matchup, I do want to continue wrapping up yesterday's game and this entire series out in Colorado. Because here's the thing, with the Giants being 32-30, being in that wild card hunt right now, I hate even bringing up the wild card race before All-Star break, but hey, like I said, MLB Network is throwing it on the graphic every day. Murphy's giving it shout-outs left and right. I'm more focused on what's happening in the NL West, and I will give a shout-out to the 707 on the text line today. Said, hey, Waterboy, I need an update on the standings. Well, here they are. The Giants are in third place in the NL West right now with that 32-30 record. Right above them are the LA Dodgers, who are 36-27. They avoided a sweep yesterday against the Cincinnati Reds, and super prospect Ellie De La Cruz, who was damn near hitting balls out of the stadium over in Cincinnati over the last couple of days. That kid looks like he's going to be the for sure thing and maybe the future of the Cincinnati Reds. But how about the future of the Arizona Diamondbacks? Sitting in first place in the NL West with a 37-25 record. You want to talk about prospects? Corbin Carroll, double-digit home runs this year. He's raking right now, and the Diamondbacks are playing some really good ball. But hey, so are the Giants right now. And if you want to go back the last month and a half, they've been one of the better teams in baseball. You got to think about it when you look at that 32-30 record. What did they start out, like 7-15? Something around that ballpark. So since then, since May 1st, essentially, this Giants team has turned it around. And a big reason for that has been the bullpen, has been the starting rotation. Even with dealing with all these injuries, they have been one of the best pitching staffs all around in baseball since May 1st. Like I said, they're actually top 3 combined ERA between the starting rotation and the bullpen. But when you look at this series at Coors Field in Colorado, we saw Logan Webb not get any run support until he was pulled from the game. And yesterday, Alex Cobb was on the line for the loss when he left the game. But it was the Giants' bats. It was the comeback wins. It was the relentless nature. And I know the old saying is no lead is ever safe at Coors Field in Colorado. Well, hell, tell that to the Rockies because the Giants did it on back-to-back games. What was it? Wednesday in the 8th inning, I think they had their comeback, and yesterday in the 9th. And it all started with the longest tenured Giant on the team, Brandon Crawford, coming off the bench. And this is something that we touched on yesterday. I talked about it a lot this week when I was filling in for John Lowe and Greg Papa. And it's about the opportunity the Giants now have with their lineup returning to full strength, nearly full strength, that Gabe Kapler is going to have all these pieces for kind of the late game situations for him to mix and match and to put in these pinch hitters. Something I thought benefited the Giants extremely well back in 2021 when they won 107 games. Now, during that season, there was no designated hitter. So it kind of forced Gabe's hand to use those pinch hitters more often. Last year with the DH, it seemed like they did not have as much success. And last year with the injuries to guys like Lamont Wade Jr. with that knee, Brandon Bell always being injured, they didn't have the depth that they have now with this roster, with this team. A team that's so deep, there's not a spot for a guy like Luis Matos to even be called up. But before we get to the young guys, let's start with the old guys. And I say that with respect to Brandon Crawford, number 35. Here he was last night, post-game, talking about that pinch hit double and the Giants getting back-to-back wins in Colorado.
It shows that we never give up. Especially here in Colorado, I feel like no league's ever safe. So, I mean, we treat it that way from the defensive side, too, where we need to get every out that we can and, not let them advance bases, stuff like that. So, from the offensive side, we also know that no league's safe and, that we can bounce back and put a couple on the board late in the game.
And this is obviously good for a couple reasons. The first one, the Giants won. The second one is it's going to give some confidence to Brandon Crawford, who, let's all admit, has been struggling this year. He's batting 195. He's below the Mendoza line. And that's why when we were talking about what is the best possible lineup for the Giants right now, we are looking at maybe Casey Schmidt starting over Brandon Crawford. But it was interesting to see B. Craw get called up to pinch hit for Casey Schmidt in that situation. After Casey had an 0-for-3 day at the plate, we've talked a lot about Crawford being the mentor. I think this sends a good message to Casey Schmidt. Not saying, oh, you suck today, you're going to take a seat on the bench, but it just shows that he has to buy into the system, got to buy into the philosophy that we are going to pinch hit our guys. We are going to use the full platoon system and go with the line swap. I mean, look at Mike Yastrzemski. That dude will be batting in the 3-hole for the Giants. The 5th inning will come around and he'll get pulled out for Austin Slater. So if your 3-hitter is going to get pulled for a pinch hit, your 9-hitter is going to get pulled as well. And I hope to see Casey Schmidt still in the lineup tonight and Patrick Bailey make his return as well. But again, this all goes into buying into this Giants culture. Whether you like the platoon system or not, whether you like the line changes, whether you think Gabe Kapler doesn't execute as well as he did a couple years ago with these pinch hit situations, this is the team that you're going to get. Like the motto says, SF Giants, nothing like it. You're going to like this team, get maybe nothing, but hey, you're going to like it. Here was Gabe Kapler talking about that strategy and the mental toughness of the Giants to come back in back-to-back games.
I think we've talked a little bit about this, and maybe it's not perfectly correlated with the last 2 games, but we've talked about the resilience of this group, and we've talked about the mental toughness and also the not too high or too low. So you can see in a game like today, you go down 4-0 after 2 kind of emotional games. It'd probably be easy to start, looking forward to Chicago, but these guys stayed in it the entire time, and Cobb dug really, really deep and gave us a lot of clean innings and efficient innings, and then we were able to turn to our pen. Our pen has been so good. As important as these big hits were, our bullpen was just lights out in the series. So really spectacular job by them.
I mean, that's the thing when you want to break down this bullpen like Gabe was just talking about. I gave you the numbers earlier and about the total team ERA since May 1st. The Giants starting pitchers and relief pitchers have a combined 3.39 ERA. The only 2 teams that have a better ERA since then are the San Diego Padres and the Houston Astros. So when we're looking at that first 21-chunk game of the season where the Giants did struggle, a big reason was the bullpen blowing games. But now you see when you get guys like Luke Jackson added into the mix, when Taylor Rogers has improved, when Tyler Rogers continues his success, that's going to be the recipe for success. It sounds like I'm kind of talking in circles here, but yeah, that's the bottom line. If your bullpen can hold a lead, if you can score enough runs, because that's another thing to point out too. This Giants team is not the same team it was the first week of the season when they were launching home runs left and right, but also leading the league in strikeouts. I mean, it's funny. I go back to the conversation I had with Dwayne Kuiper when I was filling in for either Murph or Mac. I forgot who it was. And I asked Dwayne about the small ball in baseball, the 2-strike approach, spreading out, sitting down, putting the ball in play. And he goes, Marcus, that's not really a style of baseball that's played anymore. He did make sure to point out that the Arizona Diamondbacks play that style of baseball a little bit, and that's why they're sitting in first place with a 37-25 record. But in this last month and a half, something's changed. I don't know if Justin Veely, the hitting coach, has gone in with a different philosophy, a different strategy, but it does seem like the Giants have cut down on strikeouts. I know they had a bunch of them on Tuesday when they started off the series in Colorado, but they are making a lot more contact, and that goes back to a Lamont Wade Jr. Like I said, in that 9th inning, getting the sac fly, just doing the small things. Get the job done. Play a little station-to-station baseball. It's not rocket science. You add that in with some better defense. Giants did have 1 error yesterday, but I think that's something that's improved a lot this year with guys like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey behind the plate. Giants, finally getting on track, finally with that 32-30 record. And maybe there could be help on the way with some of these young kids coming. And that's something that Farhan Zaidi talked about yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. And Dave, I want to dive deep into these cuts with Farhan Zaidi. So how about we take a quick break here and hit that Farhan sound on the other side? Because he mentioned Kyle Harrison and Luis Matos, both having excellent seasons down in AAA. And we'll talk about the MLB trade deadline and whether or not the Giants are going to be buyers or sellers this year. Hey, they're in one of those wild card spots right now, so maybe they'll be buyers. We'll discuss that on the other side and let you hear that Farhan Zaidi sound. It's Marquise Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
With the 85th pick of the 2020 Major League Draft, the San Francisco Giants select Kyle Harrison, a left-handed pitcher from De La Salle High School in Concord, California.
Checking in with the Water Boy on a Friday morning, back on the leadoff spot. Thanks for joining us today. Wrapping up the Giants' sweep of the Colorado Rockies, winning 11 straight games, and now coming back home tonight to take on the Chicago Cubs and Marcus Stroman with Anthony DeSclafani on the mound. And make sure you stick around post-game to see the E40 drone show after. That should be one hell of a sight. But you know what would be a great sight also? Seeing Kyle Harrison up with the Major League roster. Somebody that we've been talking about ever since I got on air about a year ago, Dave. I've been pumping up the hype on Kyle Harrison ever since I went and watched him pitch down in San Jose before he was even 21, getting me beer batters left and right, half-price beer down at San Jose Muni. I was all aboard the Kyle Harrison hype train, kind of like earlier this season when I went out to go watch Carson Whisenhunt in his 2 weeks he spent in San Jose before getting the bump up to high A up in Eugene, and now he's out in Richmond in double A. He's on the fast track, and now that's a guy that we're talking about being one of the top 3 pitching prospects in the system, maybe getting to the big leagues as soon as this year in a bullpen role. But it seems like before we get to Carson Whisenhunt, we would have to get to Kyle Harrison, who's knocking on the door right now down in Triple A with the Sacramento River Cats. And here's the thing about Kyle Harrison. This season has been a little up and down. 1 week, he looks like the most dominant pitcher in AAA. He had back-to-back weeks where he was the PCL pitcher of the week. Then he goes out there and he'll give you 6 or 7 walks and only lasts a couple innings. So I think that was a big question this week, especially when we were looking at the roster holes with the Giants, with guys like Alex Wood and Ross Stripling being on the IL, and the Giants having to go back to bullpen games and John Brebbia, the opener, coming up. It was a big question that me, Murph, Mac, Papa, Lund, Tolbert, Copes, FP, everybody was talking about whether or not we were going to see Kyle Harrison. And here's the thing. I don't think the Giants wanted Kyle Harrison to make his debut in Colorado, and I just don't think he's quite ready, to be honest with you. And that's kind of the answer that Farhan Zaidi gave to Tolbert and Copes yesterday when asked about Kyle Harrison, what he needs to work on down in the minor leagues, and how close he is to reaching the surface level that is the San Francisco Giants.
You know, Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, who's on the pitching staff right now, has done a nice job for us. We've got Sean Jelly and Keaton Wynn in Sacramento, too. So we have some other options if Alex Wood and Ross Stripling take a little bit more time to get back. But, you know, we have the depth options. We'd certainly love for somebody like a Kyle Harrison to come up and grab one of those spots and, you know, be pitching more at the front of the rotation than the middle or the back. But, you know, we'll just see how he does start to start. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic, but we still think he's got a couple things to work on.
We want Kyle to be up and pitching at the top of the rotation instead of the back of it. Now, that stood out to me as an interesting little nugget, because I think if you're projecting down the road, looking at the next 3, 4, 5 years, you're going to want Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison as your number 1, number 2 pitchers. I know Alex Cobb is having an all-star type season right now, but he's also 35 years old. So Alex Cobb is not going to be around forever. But if Kyle Harrison does turn into the prospect that we're all drooling over, maybe he will be a permanent fixture in this rotation. But if you're asking me, if the Giants are in this wild card race, if they are going to be buyers at this year's trade deadline, if they do want to compete for an NL West title, I think you're going to have to call Kyle Harrison up at some point this season, especially during the dog days of August when things start to drag on and maybe you're looking for a spark or some energy, kind of like guys like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey provided to your roster earlier. But going back to what Farhan said about what he needs to work on, I think it comes down to the command. It's throwing more strikes and maybe perfecting that third pitch, that changeup. We talked a lot this spring training about how he was working on different changeup grips, how he was having conversations with Logan Webb, and we all know as a starting pitcher, you need a minimum of 3 pitchers in the big leagues. Hell, look what it's done for a guy like Camilo Doval after going from mostly being a 4-seam cutter / slider type pitcher to mixing in that 2-seam fastball, the sinker, and just getting different looks, different angles, and how that has elevated his game. I think Kyle Harrison still has a little bit to work on before he is finally getting that called up to the major league level. But a guy that's lighting the world on fire right now is Luis Matos, another guy that was on that 2021 San Jose Giants team with Kyle Harrison that I watched all the time. And this was a dude that was squaring up balls left and right. Guess what? He hasn't slowed down at all throughout the minor league system. There was a small hiccup when he got called up to Eugene to go play for the Emeralds in High A. And I remember the criticism about Luis Matos was that he hit too many line drives. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wait, that's a problem? He's hitting too many line drives? They're like, oh, yeah, he needs to work on his launch angle. So they tweaked with his swing a little bit, and he struggled a little bit at High A. But he must have made the adjustments when he went back to Richmond because he's lit the world on fire there. And then since coming up to Sacramento, all the dude is doing is getting multi-hit games. He is absolutely on fire, and I think he's one of the guys knocking on the door. The problem is there's not any space. We literally talked about it on the show yesterday with the return of Jock Peterson, with Michael Conforto back in the lineup, with Slater, Yaz, all these guys in the outfield. There's not really the opportunity for this kid to get some playing time. Here was Farhan Zaidi talking about some of the guys that are close to making the big league roster and how Luis Matos does factor into that conversation.
You know, we're at a point now where we really want sort of the engine of this team to come from what we have in-house right now. I mean, when we look at guys like, you know, Luis Matos is playing really well in AAA, we don't really have a spot for him right now. And I think, you know, if he continues to produce, we may try to create one, but we've got a pretty deep team and deep roster.
We don't have the space right now, but if he continues to produce, we might create one. Now, that had my attention because there's been a lot of talk with Farhan the last couple of weeks and whether or not the Giants will be buyers or sellers at this year's trade deadline. Here's the thing. Maybe they can be both. I know everybody thinks, oh, well, if you're going to trade for something, you got to give up the farm. You got to give up your prospects. What if the Giants look to move Michael Conforto? And, hey, the guy's having a great season this year, has picked it up in the second half of the schedule, but he's also a guy that has an opt-out after this season. So if he does want to go and cash in with Scott Boras somewhere else, we've seen it before with the Giants, whether it's Kevin Gausman, who just had a career-high 13 strikeouts the other day with the Blue Jays, whether it's Carlos Rodon, who's still dealing with back injuries with the Yankees. But these are all guys who came for 1 year and then left for nothing. I guess the Giants got a comp pick thrown in there, but they didn't get the full value. And if you are looking for Luis Matos to be entered into your lineup, maybe you do look at some of the vets. Maybe you do look to move a Slater or a Yaz. Maybe we're talking about those conversations. Hell, as much as I like what Alex Cobb is doing this year, again, at 35 years old, if you want to create a hole for Kyle Harrison, maybe you look to trade Alex Cobb. J.D. Davis, 30 years old, having a great season. But again, how many of these guys are going to be in your building block moving forward? But it's going to come down to whether or not the Giants are competing for a playoff spot or not, and whether or not they will be buyers or sellers. Here's one more cut from Farhan Zaidi, breaking down more about Luis Matos and the kind of stoppage gap that the Giants have right now being fully healthy and whether or not an injury could fast-track Luis Matos to the big league level.
I look at what Luis is doing in Sacramento right now, and you can't help but be really excited. But, you know, some of the guys we've had on this team, Bryce Johnson and David VR and Brett Wisely, those three guys all have, believe it or not, higher OPS numbers than Luis does in Sacramento. So, again, that's not to say that he couldn't come up and make a big impact. But, you know, we've got a pretty crowded outfield. We've got, you know, Mitch and Michael Conforto and Yaz and Jock and Slater. So we've got a kind of group that mixes and matches pretty well. I think it would probably take losing somebody for some period of time.
And, of course, you never want to wish for injuries or anything like that, but this is a Giants outfield that has been injured a lot. And Luis Matos being a right-handed bat, I don't think he does get the call-up unless someone like Slater, Mitch Haniger goes down with an injury. Again, that's not the scenario we're looking for, but when you have a guy like Luis Matos, who's played 19 games for the Sacramento Rivercats, he's hitting .375, has an on-base percentage over 400, a slugging percentage over 500, has 2 bombs, 12 RBIs, 5 walks, and only 7 strikeouts. What else does this kid need to do? I guess just show some consistency because he's done pretty much everything the Giants have asked. After only playing 31 games down in Double-A also. Now, I will point out that he is on the Giants' 40-man roster, dating all the way back to spring training. So it does give them a little bit of flexibility to either bring them up, move them down, and not have to worry too much about options and stuff like that. But I do think that he will be an option for this Giants team sometime later this season after watching the emergence of guys like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. There might be more kids on the way. And even going back to that cut about Kyle Harrison, you heard him mention names like Keaton Wynn. That's a guy that I've been paying attention to during spring training, can throw gas also. I like Randy Rodriguez, a guy in Sacramento on the 40-man roster. He throws gas also. We've seen Ryan Walker get called up, throwing those dirty-ass sliders across his body, pumping cheese, throwing from left center field. The Giants bullpen looks like it's getting more and more help. And who knows if guys like Kyle Harrison and Carson Wisenhunt will be in it moving forward towards the playoff picture. But again, you got to ask yourself, you kind of have to have a look in the mirror type moment, kind of like Deebo Samuel the other day at 49ers training camp talking about his season last year. Giants have been a 500 ball club all season long. Vegas projected them to be a 500 ball club. They were a 500 ball club last year. Literally went 81-81 for the first time in team history. Now, with the MLB adding the extra wild card, they were only 5 or 6 games out from missing the postseason. The Philadelphia Phillies, who went all the way to the World Series, won 86 or 87 ball games last year. So if the Giants can be 4 or 5 games better than they were last season, that puts them in the playoff mix. I don't want to say they're World Series contenders because they swept the Colorado Rockies or anything like that, but you do have to be honest with yourself. When you are at the trade deadline, when you're thinking about the current roster and the future. That's why I don't want to go out and trade too many prospects right now, because when you're looking at this Giants current roster, how many cornerstone pieces are there truly on this roster right now? Logan Webb, Camilo Doval, I'll throw out a Tyro Estrada. I like to keep Lamont Wade Jr. Outside of that, you're looking at a lot of aging stars. Again, Brandon Crawford, 35 years old. J.D. Davis having a great season. He's 30. If you're looking for Casey Schmidt to be your full-time third baseman moving forward, maybe you answer phone calls for J.D. Davis. You look at that outfield. Mitch Haniger, Michael Conforto, guys who have one-year options to get out after this year. Again, if the Giants are 10 games, 15 games above 500, they go on a hot streak before the MLB trade deadline, I'm sure they're going to keep all the pieces. But if they're still a 500 ball club, then you do have to answer some of those questions. The questions that Farhan Zaidi is going to be asked a lot over the next couple weeks. And an answer that he apparently gave to Jim Bowden from MLB Network last week. We kind of mentioned the quote, but we couldn't find the audio anywhere. And I was even laughing about it with our guy Adam Copeland, who said, yeah, dude, I can't find the audio anywhere either. Like me and Copes, before we were both on air, we were behind-the-scenes producers. Like we always try to find this audio so that we can play it for the people so that we can actually hear and get the full context of what Farhan Zaidi actually said to Jim Bowden. And that's why I was laughing my ass off when Tolbert and Copes had Farhan on yesterday. And Copes was kind of holding Farhan's feet to the fire a little bit, saying, yo, where the hell is this interview at with Jim Bowden? What did you say? Are the Giants going to be aggressive? And Farhan kind of chuckled and go, he didn't put my full quotes out there. The context wasn't there. You know, Farhan with that nervous chuckle. Well, we finally got the answer on tape yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. Here was Farhan Zaidi breaking down whether or not the Giants will be aggressive at this year's MLB trade deadline.
You know, if there are impact players available, I think we'll be in those discussions like every team that's intending to be in the playoff race. But you know, in terms of kind of the sixth inning reliever, back end starter types that, you know, a lot of times wind up changing teams around the deadline, we have a lot of that depth in house, and we want to continue to give opportunities to young players. So I'm hoping that's where the kind of engine and the push to get to the playoffs comes from with this team.
We have a lot of depth in house, and we want to give the opportunity to the young players. It's what me and Overnight Dave have been talking about the whole entire offseason. About swinging and missing in free agents and how the Giants' future is going to be the homegrown prospects. It's going to be guys like Luis Matos, Casey Schmidt, Kyle Harrison, Patrick Bailey. The list goes on and on and on. And that's why I said, yeah, you got to have these realistic talks with yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror at the trade deadline. How many of these guys are going to be part of the Giants 3-4 years down the road? Again, I know every team's going to tell you, we're competing for championships right now. I don't know if the Giants are a championship caliber team with this current roster. But hey, if they go out at the trade deadline, bring in a Marcus Stroman, bring in a Corbin Burns from the Milwaukee Brewers, former Cy Young winner, who's got some bad blood with the Brewers after his arbitration case. Hell, look at a team like the Chicago White Sox who have not been living up to expectations. They've got guys like Dylan Cease, Lucas Giolito. Maybe those are some of the targets that you bring up, or maybe you just wait for Kyle Harrison and you stick with the kids. Or maybe you get into the conversation of trading one of your former first-round draft picks that's been kind of lost in this conversation with these young kids, Joey Bart, who's down catching Kyle Harrison in Sacramento right now at this very moment. And Farhan Zaidi actually gave an update on Joey Bart yesterday, if he's going to stay in Sacramento or when he could return to the Giants if they choose to carry 3 catchers.
It's a crowded roster, and we could carry 3 catchers, but then somebody else is probably coming off the team, or you're going 1 pitcher short. So it's a tough call because I thought Blake did a great job today. Pat's obviously done a really nice job, and then Joey did a great job with the pitching staff earlier this season before he went down. So no decision made yet, but again, I think we had a bunch of guys come back over the last few days. The roster got pretty crowded, so it's going to make for a tough decision for us.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You guys know I've been kind of trying to start the hype chain for Joey Bart. It's never really came to fruition, but now the Patrick Bailey train has came into the station, and Joey Bart is getting pushed off the tracks. It's as simple as that. I've had people check in. It's like, oh, Waterboy's talking about how much he likes Patrick Bailey. I thought you loved Joey Bart so much. Why can't I like both? Why can't I have hard tacos and soft tacos? I like them both. I like a little bit of diversity. And that was the thing with me for wanting Joey Bart to get more playing time. I wanted him to play over guys like Kirk Casale and Austin Wynns, who was in the lineup yesterday for the Rockies. Roberto Perez was getting starts on opening day instead of Joey Bart. It was never between Joey and Patrick. And right now, if you're asking me who gets the edge, it's Patrick Bailey. He's the kid behind home plate. He's the guy that's controlling this pitching staff and is hitting the ball harder and farther than Joey is right now. Now, Greg Papa brought up a great point, said maybe you trade Joey Bart to try to go out and get one of these starting pitchers. If you're asking me personally, I don't mind having Joey and Patrick both on the roster. Blake Sabol as that third catcher, a utility player that can play all over. And after seeing all the injuries behind home plate, it's kind of like the 49er position when they're looking at quarterbacks. Hell, I don't want to be in a situation where Patrick Bailey sleeps wrong on his pillow, Blake Sabol's got a paper cut, and now you're out of catchers. Look at Gary Sanchez right now, by the way, with the San Diego Padres. He's hit like 3 or 4 home runs in the past week. It's baseball, folks. Guys get hot, guys get cold. Joey was hot at the beginning of the year, and everybody was falling back in love with Joey Bart. I think we're all in love with Patrick Bailey right now. But again, I want to enjoy my hard and soft tacos. I want both. I want both guys on the roster moving forward, and we'll see what happens with Joey, Patrick, Kyle Harrison, Luis Matos, and all these kids moving forward. But on the other side, the kids will move from the kids' table to the parents' table. We'll make the connection with Murph and Mac on the other side and get you ready for the morning show on a Friday morning. It's Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
This is baseball in 2023.
Spot now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Friday morning. Overnight Dave, it's good to be back. Excuse me. After going through the marathon yesterday.
You're the man.
Waterboy.
You're my
5
hero.
a.m. to noon, 7 straight hours.
It's like,
as Cope said on Wednesday during the face-off, he said, maybe that's a little bit too much Waterboy.
Well, I don't know. I take it. I like it. You pull it off well. It's like a starting pitcher going like, 12, 13 innings, something like that?
Well, here's the thing. I'm usually John Brebbia. I'm usually the opener. But this week, I've been Sean Manaea. I've been the bulk guy. I've been trying to give you more than 4 2/3 like Sean Manaea.
Who would you rather be, Brebbia or Manaea?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd probably go Manaea. Manaea,
well, Brebbia is funnier, though,
yeah,
isn't he?
Brebbia is funny, but Sean Manaea threw a no-hitter.
That's true.
Yeah.
And he's got better salad, too, right?
Yeah, he's got a huge head of hair.
Yeah.
And he pumps 95. John Brebbia will get up to 95, though.
And we might have 2 bullpen games this weekend for the smoking hot San Francisco Giants.
How about that? Pull out the brooms, Murph.
2 comeback wins.
Back to back.
Which they hadn't, they were 1-25 and trailing after 7 innings going into Wednesday. Then they did 2 in a row.
No lead is safe at Coors Field.
They're now 2-0 in games trailing, in the last 2 games trailing after 7.
And how about they won 2 games this week after being down when Logan Webb comes out of the game, Alex Cobb comes out of the game. Both guys are on the hook for losses, and the Giants get their comeback wins.
Yeah, I don't know that I care for the term come from behind win. I like to think that we're in an advantageous position throughout the 9.
Yeah.
So to imply coming from behind, it's the wrong question.
Yeah,
it's the wrong question.
They saw us coming the entire time, Paulie Mac. You're asking the right questions.
Yeah, by your analysis, we were behind. But by our view, we see it totally differently.
We were never behind. We were side by side.
Hey, listen, he's the king of the world right now. Get ready for another October with Gabe.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, buddy, 2021 and 2023.
Now we're talking about Kapler pressing all the right buttons. Well, here's the thing. He's got a full, healthy lineup. Now he can play with all the toys that he has pinch hitting.
And there's no question the Crawford story was just so great yesterday.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just so great. So I'm looking forward to hearing all sorts of how deep is your glove today.
How deep is your glove? We'll get deep into the Paulie Mac.
I want studio and acoustic is what I want.
What I want to do also, I want to celebrate the bat. I want to take off all my clothes if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, multiples.
Yes,
yeah.
We'll dive into the Paulie Mac catalog today. A lot to talk about. NBA game final. Game 4 is tonight. We've got some great college baseball going on this weekend down at Sunken Diamond. Shout out to my guy from the 415 who said he's going to go out and watch Tommy Troy and the Stanford Cardinal take on the Texas Longhorns this weekend. Shout out to Mike Kohler, Overnight Dave, the Sonoma Racewaves this weekend with DJ Diesel holding it down, and even some good Stanley Cup action last night. A lot to talk about this morning on the Murph and Mac Show. You're listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Reggae Friday starts right now.
Reggae Friday with the most unlikely statement of all. Because first of all, how much does hockey embrace reggae? I don't even know. Do hockey players embrace reggae?
Boy, that's a question that I don't have. I mean, Overnight Dave, I can bring in as a consultant on this. You're a long-time NHL guy. I go way back, too. I go back to the early 80s with the NHL, but I can't know. I don't know.
Any connection between hockey and reggae?
I don't think I can point to one guy that says it's all thanks to Bob Marley. I don't know. Am I missing anybody, Dave?
I'm going to just Google the phrase. I'm just going to Google the phrase hockey
Bobby
and reggae. Okay? And the first thing that comes up is how hockey became hardcore, the often complex relationship between the musicians and the game.
Okay.
The history of reggae.
No.
Best reggae songs. No, there's no... Paulie,
no, you're not going to find much.
Nothing
You're
comes
not going
up.
to find a
It's
whole
an
lot.
Empty...
No.
It's a totally empty search. Reggae, a force for dialogue. Then the reggae definition of wiki. Dude, there's no connection.
No,
So anyway,
no, there's not.
I want to start a Reggae Friday by making the first ever connection and tell you, how would you feel, Paulie, if I told you your boy actually watched the climax of the third period and OT last night?
Bro, great to hear
that?
that. And let me applaud. When I respond, I'll applaud it. And I was right there alongside you. Let's face it. I mean, so the Giants wrapped their win up. We're going to explore that. What a great win this was, coming from behind again. But no, so the night was wide open, and there wasn't a whole lot going on. So you know what? I'm like, you know what? Game 3, show me something. And they did. What a game. Like, the way Florida came back, Tkachuk, shout out to Tkachuk. This guy's a goal-scoring fool. And then the OT thing, they put it out of their misery pretty quickly. Great night for you to tune in.
Do you have a rooting interest?
Yeah, I'm rooting for Florida now, officially. I don't...
Kind of wild, isn't it?
The Vegas...
I'm rooting for Florida.
The Vegas thing, to me, is more objectionable than anything. First of all, Florida's been around a lot longer. Vegas just showed up. Yeah. They're immediately in the Stanley Cup Finals, which is not the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have to take your lumps and pay your dues, climb that mountain.
Like our Sharkies did.
And it's the whole presentation. It's like Studio 54 meets an EDM festival. You've seen what they do before the game.
Coming at Stefan now, by the way.
Well, Stefan, nothing personal. You know, I love the big man, but this is not my kind of hockey. So, no, I find myself rooting for Florida. I'm in. I'm in with the Panthers.
How about your boy, the great one, on the panel?
I saw him. He was there for game 2 also, yeah. Did they have him all the way at the end of the table again? They had him
I'd like him a little more
You might want to go center. This is the great one now. They got him off in the wings.
This is not...
no, he looks bored half the time. He's
This
looking around.
is not a Hanson brother.
Guys, you ever see my stats? I might have some insights. I don't know.
Yeah, so anyway, well, that
I'm glad you watched. Were you entertained?
I was.
Yeah, no, it was exciting.
Like you, I was rooting for Florida.
Yeah, good man.
I don't know why.
I don't know either, right?
I did, and I wish I had more, but there's always something coming up. I caught the first 35 minutes of Walton.
Oh, okay, good.
First of all,
good start.
You must be in...
No, it's amazing, isn't it?
Non-stop dead.
It is.
Non-stop.
I can even give you the soundtrack. Like, I'm not kidding you, Murph, when I say I can show you the list, and I will during the break.
Them down?
No, but people are compiling set lists, bro.
Yes,
they're
chat boards.
compiling set lists of the Walton 30.
I did notice that when he got to UCLA for his first year there, they went with one more Saturday night,
which I loved. When it was like climbing the build up towards the end, bam, 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 and Walton does. Yeah, it's very well done.
By the way, Walton. I mean, we're going on and on about Jokic.
Oh, this guy was doing Jokic 50 years ago.
I see you at Jokic and I laugh in your face because Jokic is not going coast to coast. I mean, he might on occasion.
He does sometimes.
Walton was a
could run the floor.
And swift 6'11" man.
And you know what keeps hitting me about all the footage? And it's great to see this footage of Bill Walton in full flight because what an incredible talent he was when he was actually healthy. I got to say, the thing that blows me away is the passing.
Yeah.
His passing is just spectacular. Yeah.
And they say the way he would grab a rebound and almost be still in the air when he hit the outlet pass.
Elbows out, dude. Those elbows out,
So anyway, I'm enjoying that very, very much.
What kind of UCLA stuff did you get?
Well, I mean, because
I don't know how deep you got there so much.
I'm only in his sophomore year. So his first championship when they played Florida State and they came out and
Wooden told him to cut his hair.
No, not yet.
Oh, you got a lot coming.
We're still in the sophomore year. The first blush. They just won their 6th straight national championship. And I was definitely feeling some kind of way watching it.
Oh, you're going to get all the feels, man. There's so much campus footage, and
so I'm looking forward to that.
Did you see the part where they chime in with Kareem present day?
Not yet. No,
it's one of the best parts.
No. I told you something keeps cropping up. I got to be somewhere. I got to go there. I got to go here. I got to do this.
No, life gets that way.
In fact, so much so today, Paulie, that I'll be leaving you in the middle of the show.
Oh, that's right. I forgot all about that. I forgot Murph's on his own. So Marcus and Mac going,
If there's any Iron Man that can do it, it's the Water Boy who just finished up about 15 straight hours on the air.
Well, his kid, he doesn't know how to stop.
He's like, finished the last 90 with Paulie Mac.
Can't stop, won't stop.
That's like 1/3 of an inning for this guy. You know? So, hey, let's put the stamp on it, man. So, again, this was significant.
These were great wins.
These
great wins.
We started the big hit on Tuesday talking about how much we hate Denver, right? And how much we hate Colorado and how when they go there, bad things happen. And lo and behold, by the way, Gabe's figured them out. This is now 11 straight over Colorado. So the Tuesday game was the rout. They scored the 10 runs. But I ain't going to lie. When they finished the Tuesday game scoring the 10 runs, I was like, well, that's just setting them up now for a couple of tough ones in Colorado. I'm glad they got one.
That's a lifetime of training speaking. That's how you're conditioned.
So instead, they come back yesterday. We get the Bailey squeeze bunt, which was incredible. Then you get the lineup yesterday morning, and Bailey's not in it.
Yeah.
You're like, what's going on? Turns out he slept on it wrong. Come on, he's a young man. He shouldn't be sleeping on it wrong. Probably when's the last time you slept on something wrong?
When was the last time I slept? Period. Yeah.
It's a loaded question, isn't it? And they're down 4-1 in the first inning after Tyro leaves out. And you're thinking, well, they
win the series.
I said they won the series.
Yeah, they win the series.
But
and I had the same thoughts.
Goes at 4-3, and then you get to Blake Sable draws a walk now. Blake Sable draws a walk. Do not look past that, my friends. Mike Yastrzemski draws a walk. Do not look past that. And here comes... So Casey Schmidt, this is a big moment, actually, because let's break this down for a second here. Casey Schmidt is due up with 2 runners on, nobody out. And I'm like, okay, I'm looking forward to Casey at bat. Oh, wait, Gabe calls him back and sends up number 35 with the hair. And now a slight air of sadness around him. Well, because when you see him now, you're like, oh, man, that's Crawford, man. Look at Brandon.
Yeah.
I mean,
there is a piece of that out
he's
there.
Hitting 191.
I know.
You're like, this is our guy.
The gut is kind of back. There's a little bit of a gut going. It's just, the buttons.
And his face, which is always impassive. And I was actually telling my kids this. They weren't listening to me, but I was like, see this kid's face? Because he was down 0-2 on a bad second pitch, by the way. And I said, look at his face. I said, that guy's face right now is the exact same as it was in Game 7 of the 2014 World Series.
Same face he had when he hit a grand slam in Pittsburgh in a one-game playoff.
I said, so I'm not giving up on him. And lo and behold, he goes down and gets one and smokes a double into the... I mean, what a moment.
Huge.
What a moment to tie the game.
In my head, I had the Blank You Tony soundbite going off when he connected with that. I really did. There it was. Thank you. That was what I heard in my head when he made contact with that ball up the gap.
Just one of those. I mean, he's hitting for Schmidt, who's taking his job. He's not having the season he wants. Everybody's kind of like, we got like 4 more months with this guy. You know what I mean? And
grab a bat.
And yet he's Brandon Crawford, who you love with your heart and soul and DNA, man. And he does it. What a great, great moment. They wound up winning the game. Lamont Wade, borderline all-star, sac fly.
With Lamont Wade now.
And then bring in Doval. Forget it. It's over.
Right.
So, Paulie, Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred on his way to the airport, by the way. You ever been to Denver? You ever been to Denver?
I've been to the Denver airport multiple times.
From the Denver airport to Denver?
I have not.
So, it's almost an hour.
Oh, no. See, that's a bummer right there.
It's almost an hour.
So now I'm already depressed.
It's a total buzzkill.
Yeah.
It's a total buzzkill.
And what's the drive into Denver like? What are you looking at? Just mountain ranges?
General Colorado-ness.
Yeah,
you know
cowboy hats.
Yeah.
So, pickup trucks.
You see a few of those old green license plates with the white mountains, though, that look like the City Connects.
Coors outlets.
So, with great gusto, on the 45-minute drive from Coors out to the airport, Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred. He said, wait a minute, you guys were down 4-1. He said, that's right, suit.
That's how we're doing it now.
Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 6, Colorado Rockies 4.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man. The new one. I like it. And, Paulie, keep it ready, because even though they only hit 1 in the first 2 days.
We're taking it.
Actually, none in the first 2 days.
That's right.
Pardon me. Here you go. Tyro Estrada, number 7.
Bombs away.
And then, dude, this guy's just, I don't know. It's been working out pretty well. Mikey Conforto, number 12.
Yeah, no kidding.
Bombs away.
mean,
putting his numbers up. He's putting his numbers up. Exactly.
He's doing kind of. They thought him and Haniger would do this. So far, it's only him. Maybe Haniger gets hot this summer.
You know, I'd like that. That would be nice.
But anyway, dude, here they are. 2 games over 500. They play the Cubs this weekend. Those are my Cubs, by the way. Well, who I saw back in April. Got a walk-off win with Andre Nicotina.
By the way,
walk-up music.
I'll be out there tonight to greet your Cubs.
Going?
I'll be out there with a whole crew, as a matter of fact. And come on by at the Seals Plaza before the game because I'm hosting the Levi's Summer Concert Series. We got a great 80s kind of tribute band happening. It should be a lot of fun, dude. The playlist is going to be a blast.
Okay.
These guys do all 80s. They're heavily costumed. So from 5 to 7 p.m., we'll be out there rocking and rolling for free. You don't even need a game ticket. Just stop on by on a Friday, have some happy hour with us, and then we roll right into the yard.
For a likely DeSclafani, although I don't know if they officially mentioned it. Did they officially call it that?
Hey, there's just one last thing I wanted to do, though, before we break. Because of all the things you just mentioned about Crawford, the face, the hair, there's a little bit of a paunch now. That's fine with me. But coming through in the clutch in a pinch hit situation, bro, I'm feeling you.
Oh!
Yeah, I just want to give him his love today, Murph. The way we do.
I want a little bit and a little bit. I said it's Brandon Crawford here. Check out my all-star hose. His back is so hot, I'm gonna take my clothes off. It's Brandon Crawford here. I'm balling with my bros. His back is so hot, I'm gonna take my clothes off.
You wanted to do it? And you did it.
I did. I had to.
Go,
had no choice.
Sounded great. And I want more like sort of sentimental Bee Gees, too, on the other side, too. Okay.
We'll get it all.
Guest list from the Wada Boy, working more traditional hours today. On a Friday, a reggae Friday.
I can't wait.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, these sports. You, Tony!
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes after the Giants swept the Colorado Rockies to talk about this weekend's homestand against the Chicago Cubs and how close we are to seeing Kyle Harrison and Luis Matos up on the big league roster. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
The 0-2, Crawford swings, lines it into the gap in right center field. That's down for a hit. It's going to get by Grichuk and go to the wall. Here comes Sable. He'll score the tying run. Holding at third is Yastrzemski. Into second, Crawford, a pinch hit. RBI double, and the Giants have tied the game 4-4 in the ninth.
It shows that we never give up. We especially here in Colorado, I feel like no league's ever safe. So we treat it that way from the defensive side too, where we need to get every out that we can, and not let them advance bases, stuff like that. So from the offensive side, we also know that no league's safe, and that we can bounce back and put a couple on the board late in the game.
There he is, Brandon Crawford. What a moment for this guy, who's obviously not having the year statistically he wanted, but had a great moment yesterday in Denver. Off of, by the way, forever Giant Pierce Johnson on the mound. How about that? Hey, I'm not going to lie, as we welcome Marcus, the water boy.
Look at my guy over there. Look at him.
El Chico de Agua.
Yeah.
El Ragazzo di Acqua. Is that what they would say in Italy? Il Ragazzo di Acqua.
They would say something along those lines. That sounds effective, yeah.
Whoa, you talking Italian?
A little
Very
bit. We
good.
do speak Italian on the Murph and Mac show. A lot of people don't know that.
Riscando di morire.
Sempre scaldato.
Yeah, we do. We branch off occasionally.
I'm not going to lie, my favorite part of Reggae Friday is always 620.
You like the Bob
hearing
coming in.
Bob sounds fantastic. Maybe we should just make it a Marley Friday.
Well, what's funny is I was so looking forward to Reggae Friday today. When I was prepping back in the studio in the back of the building, I actually sent in a request early. I'm like, Marcus, here's just something for your head.
Okay.
Get it on when you
look
can.
Forward to it.
Yeah.
Marcus, good morning.
Good morning, boys. And Paulie Mack is not the only one. I've got reggae requests
It's
from
a thing, dude.
Who else? Creative Tony has hit me up with requests. We've got our guy P. Jizzle Paul from sales. He's sending in requests now. The text line is already firing them off. Reggae Friday is for the people.
I have sent you requests.
I got a question for the group, though. Let's do this democratically. We'll employ some democracy on the program here if we could. So, Creative Tony chiming in with the do's and don'ts of Reggae Friday.
Yeah.
I don't see him in the room. I mean, I don't know. Is he? Why is he dictating terms to Marcus? I think you got the wheel. You do as you see fit.
That was always my question because we like to switch up the reggae vibes. We always start paying tribute to Bob Marley, but I'll mix in some Revolution, some Stick Figure, some what Whatever.
Slightly stupid.
Yeah. Throw it all out there. And every time I do, Murph goes, yeah, creative Tony doesn't like this.
I know, he kind of polices
Who
it.
the hell made Creative Tony the gatekeeper of Reggae Friday?
My exact question.
I'm
not sure who blessed him or who ordained him as the seer of all things Reggae Friday.
One of my two of my favorite things are, one, the phrase "Who died and made you king," and two, beating up Tony is another one of my favorite things.
Oh,
by the way, so this Lake Tahoe Reggae Fest that's coming up, are you going, Waterboy? Did we figure that out?
So I think I was talking to Triple E yesterday about this. I think it's mid-July. I might clear a couple days out of my calendar for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who's in the lineup here.
I just got to make sure I make it back. You never know when Triple E goes to Tahoe.
Yeah, well, okay. Triple E, yeah, for sure. But I trust you. I'm looking at the lineup here. We got Revolution, Tribal Seeds, Hyrie, The Expendables, Bumpin' Uglies, Pipe Down, and The Green. Probably there's a reggae band called Bumpin' Uglies.
I heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's saying it all.
Oh, yeah, I'm down with The Expendables, local band.
Sunday we're going with Stick Figure.
Nice.
Pepper, Dispatch, J Boog.
Dude. That's my guy.
That's my guy. Ia Terra, The Elevators, and Claire Wright. Sounds like a pretty good... So Stick Figure on Sunday, Revolution on Saturday, throwing a little J Boog and The Expendables and Tribal Seeds and all that. Mm-hmm. Sounds like you're dialed in.
Sounds
buddy.
like a good time. Stick Figure is who headlined Cali Roots on Saturday when I went to go to watch. I like The Green. That's a good reggae band out of Hawaii. Great talent all over
The
this
Green.
roster.
You guys have heard that joke, right? The guy says, "Oh yeah, I love reggae. I like that song."
Yeah,
you've heard that.
When they do that, yeah, there's jokes.
Just like they say about your band, Paulie. What did the Deadheads say when the drugs wear off?
This music's terrible. Let's get out of here. Yeah.
I will tell you, it didn't sound terrible on the Walton documentary.
No, it doesn't sound terrible on this tour right now. They're burning it up right now.
All right, Waterboy. Well, how about those Gigantes helping us out there? Because life is better when the Giants win.
Yeah.
And
I'll buy that.
KNBR is better when the Giants win. And we're at that high water mark of 2 games over 500.
See, I want more, though. Here's where I want more.
Can they get higher than that?
Yes.
As the
this is where you got to keep that momentum rolling.
Can you take me higher, as the man once sang? You know what I mean?
Sly Stone just came right out and said it.
I was thinking more Creed, Paulie. Can you?
Oh, see, I'd rather avoid that one. Because Sly Stone just came in and said it. I want to take you higher.
So it is against the Cubs, who are gettable. Although when I saw the Cubs in April, they were actually playing pretty well and had a winning record, and things have slid off the map since then. They're 10 under. Right, going into this game. So you'd like to go get him, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, Marcus Stroman is on the bump tonight. He's been one of the best pitchers in the National League
doing
this year.
did you guys see him strike out Juan Soto and do the Soto shuffle in his face? That was pretty good.
That was savage.
Yeah, we're living in the world of an opened up swag world.
There's a lot of taunting going on now. Yeah,
there's a lot of.
How would you feel about that? Honestly,
taunting is welcome now.
Do you see that on the Little League field? Are guys flipping bats?
Well, I told you about the story recently where we had a kid come in from the other team, bases loaded, nobody out. 1-run game. We thought we were going to win the game. And then in the middle of his outing, he jerked his head and stared at our dugout.
Oh, yeah.
I told you that. I was like, whoa, what's going on?
And in Murph's head, he heard the Will Clark cut about Vince Coleman. Well, tomorrow we already knew we were going to drill him.
So and then he struck out 3 kids in a row and they won the game. And I said to our kids, I said, what's going on? And I grabbed one kid by the ear and I pulled him out. I said, tell me the truth. What's going on? They said, well, we told him, we shouted the name of the girl he has a crush on at school. And he got very mad. And then he struck out our guys, and then he yelled at us.
Oh, so it worked in his favor.
Oh, hell yeah. I actually sided with that kid that was pitching against you.
They yelled the name of the girl he has a crush on at school.
See, they should have taken it a step farther. See, I could have helped them with those riffs.
And then he got revenge.
Yeah.
And maybe impressed the girl, for all I know.
About a one-er.
It goes
one-er over.
Go ahead.
It goes back to that TikTok that we used to play a lot last year, or even during the pandemic. The more you blink around, the more you're going to find out.
Yeah.
That's what happened to the Hum Babies.
I thought you were referring to my favorite TikTok from the pandemic. Apparently, you can't boo the kid and get on their ass, as the woman said after.
Right, hitting free throws.
Okay, just helping you out right now. The Giants are 32-30, 5 out in the West, very much in the mix.
Yeah,
only a half out in the wild card.
With the Dodger series looming now.
And as a listener pointed out, we're only days away from Flag Day. From Flag Day.
Listen, I'm a Flag Day guy.
So we're 2 over bearing down on Flag Day, which means things are going great.
Yeah,
because all I wanted was 500 by Flag Day. And boy, these guys are going. You know what I mean? They might be at 500 on Flag Day. But I'd like to get 2 out of 3 from the Cubbies.
I want a little breathing room over 500. I really do.
If you get 2 out of 3 or 3 games over, and then I told you, there's a big 10-game stretch coming up where they go to L.A. for 3, and then they come home to play the Padres and the Diamondbacks for 7.
A lot of tough ball there.
That's a 10-game stretch against the 3 teams that matter. And the Padres actually got a win in their last game. So they're 29-33. They're 4 games under and 3 games behind the Giants. So Anyway, it's exciting, and the Cubs are rolling in, limping a little bit. Lost 4 in a row. Cubs lost 4 in a row. So go beat up on the Cubbies.
That's what I'm saying.
And Paulie, get back for the 2016 moment that still harms you and me when Jake Arrieta homered off of Madison
I don't even
Bumgarner.
like thinking about it. I don't. I really don't. Probably one of my unhappiest moments as a Giant fan ever in the history of that yard.
Arrieta taking Bumgarner deep water.
You talk about taking the life out of a stadium. I mean, I almost, my heart was in my throat.
Yeah.
I was off Bumgarner, too. The whole thing, it was just too painful to.
Yeah. Let's get the guest list, guys.
Thank you.
After
Let's
I
get
tell
away
you,
from this.
We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay.
The best.
Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think.
By the way, the reggae requests, I mean, I'm not saying we're going to get into it right now, but the text line exploding with requests for Reggae Friday. Exploding.
Let me ask you a question.
Can we monetize this? Can we turn this into somehow like we're like actually making money off this? Because this is getting crazy.
Yeah, hit me up on Venmo, Paul.
Yeah. I tell you what, Venmo me your
Cash
request.
App. Yeah,
I like that. That'll be about $25 per track. What do you guys need?
Somebody just asked, is Flag Day a day off? No, they're in St. Louis on Flag Day.
And I'll have Murph know, just for historical purposes, the first time I ever saw the Grateful Dead at RFK Stadium was on Flag Day 91.
I hope they played U.S. Blues.
They did not, but they had a big American flag flying above the stage.
Because Waterboy, in that song, they say, wave that flag, wave it
wide and high.
Wide and high.
Yeah.
There it is.
Summertime come and
wide and
gone.
high, like that second pitch to Crawford.
Yeah.
So that wasn't even
strike.
close to being a strike.
Yeah, but he stayed calm.
He did.
Stayed impassive.
Wave that flag.
And he kept his, they call it slow breathing.
You know what he said to himself, Murph?
What?
Next pitch.
Yeah.
See, that's it.
Waterboy,
See what
I'm going to
happens.
fly. I'm
That's all
going to helicopter you in to talk to the 11-year-old All-Stars before our first game.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be our guy.
Put me on. Next pitch, boys.
Speaking of helicopter, remind me to tell you about, I had that one of those 20-minute windows, and I just dialed up a Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee, Bill Burr.
Okay, how'd he do?
And he was talking about learning to fly a helicopter. It was very fun. Dude, he's
a funny guy.
He's the best. He had a riff on comedy today, on everybody's objecting to everything.
What did he say?
He goes, here's the deal. He's telling Jerry this over coffee. He goes, so you want to go to a comedy show? Here's my idea. Why don't you rent out a comedy club, and why don't you hire the comedian and then give him a list of jokes he can make and a list of jokes he can't make, and there's your comedy show. All right? He goes,
Wouldn't be
why don't
very
you
funny, though.
Go do it yourself, all right? He goes, you know what I mean? He goes, you come to my show, I'm going to say what I want.
Well, he's
all
got that right. I back him on that. Yeah.
And he goes, because what I say leaves my head doesn't mean how it enters your head matters.
Yeah.
All right?
Oh, I like that. I like that. Good philosophy.
He was on fire.
Yeah.
But anyway, he was learning to ride a helicopter, and Jerry goes, why? He goes, apocalypse planning, Jerry. Apocalypse planning. He goes, when it all goes down.
Good answer.
He goes, when it all goes down, you guys are going to be
flying
running
away.
around. He goes, I'm getting in the chopper and going.
Not bad. It's not bad.
That's smart. That's
I'll
smart.
just fly out of here.
All right.
How far can a chopper take you? I don't know anything about the
too far.
Like, could you fly a chopper to, like, say, Santa Barbara or something like that?
How big is that gas tank?
I don't know. Hey, chopper
question.
pilots.
Hey, chopper community, reach out on the text line, 415-808-5627. How far can you chopper to Tahoe? Can you chopper to probably? I'm guessing no. I'm saying like here to like San Jose.
No,
Maybe?
it's got to be farther than that,
Yeah?
right?
Think from here to Monterey,
I think
maybe.
so.
Yeah, I would hope
Here to
so.
Santa Rosa.
I'd say they make the trip to Tahoe.
But if you could chopper to Tahoe, how great would that be?
Yeah, sign me up.
Yeah, all right. What do we got,
Shout out to
Waterboy?
one percenters taking private helicopters to Tahoe. All right, starting off today, 7:15. 49ers mandatory minicamp wrapped up this week. So
Yeah.
we're going to check in with Mike Silver today in about 35, 45 minutes.
Mikey early. Mm-hmm. Mikey's up early, huh?
Early Mike.
Bring him in.
What do you guys think about his boy walking around these hallways?
He's a good kid.
Shout out to a young Greg Silver.
Yeah,
I know he
good
filled
kid.
in the last couple days while I
Good
was gone.
attitude.
He did good. He did good. I gave him some pointers on how he could be better.
Attitude goes
All
a
right,
long
so-
way. Ask Josh Holub. Oh, so I'm the bad guy now. What?
Good one,
That's
Paulie.
2 consecutive mornings we're dropping Holub riffs.
I was going to tell you, I have more Riley nuggets for you, but we'll go back to that
Oh,
later.
I can't wait.
All right,
Can't wait.
All right. After Mike Silver this morning, we'll check in with another Mike. It's a Friday, so Mike Krukow will kick off our Power Hour of 7:35, talking about the Giants' sweep of the Colorado Rockies.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Then we'll get into our big hit this morning, 8 a.m., before we get to our cooler of content, 8:20, and then we'll check in some more Giants baseball. Susan Slusser at 8:35 today.
Sluss, and that's for you two. I will be off extending a very special family event. I
We'll talk to
appreciate you
Susan.
guys
Yeah.
giving me that birth to celebrate the little guys in the family. How's that?
I like
All right,
it. No, I do. I like it.
All right. Hey, on the other side, guys, I got news for you, man.
What's that?
I got news for you. Something Mike Krukow predicted that seemed crazy might be coming true. How's that for a tease? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Shout out to Murph. Where you see?
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thank you so much for that. But that didn't answer my question. So again, it's a yes or no. Will you willingly commit to pay the live entertainment tax in the near future to fix the equity issue that exists?
Like I said, we are committed to being a great community partner in Southern Nevada. And investing, over $1 billion to ensure
that still does not answer the question, sir. I'm asking you directly, yes or no. Will you commit to paying the equity issue that we see existence for the live entertainment tax?
The legislation as it's currently envisioned, does not contemplate that. The project is based on, what is currently proposed. And so we've been focusing on that as really the path forward for the team and for the community.
Thank you. I mean, I find that disingenuous. I asked you directly, you're going to be capturing this as part of your legislation, yet you can't even commit to doing it yourself. And so I think that's something that the taxpayers must know of this state, but I divert my questions for the next round. Thank you.
There it is, man. How about the contrast between the reggae vibe of a Reggae Friday and is this Tosh or? Yeah, okay.
This is like actually one of the requests I sent to Marcus pre-show. I was so excited. I go, could I get a little Tosh Wanted Dead or Alive? And then ironically, Murph, I looked at the text line during our first segment. We had a listener request the very same track. So it's out there. You're getting your daily dose of Tosh on Reggae Friday.
Sounds great. And you're getting your daily dose of Dave Calvo getting pounded by the Nevada State Legislature.
Yeah, I'd like to join in on this. What's the latest?
So this is what I teased in my big tease, the big hit, the big tease. Mike Krukow, the day that the A's announced they had a land deal in Vegas, we came in, we're like, damn, that's it. It's over. Wow. 1968, Catfish Hunter, Reggie Jackson, Vita Blue, rest in peace. Celebration, Billy Ball, all the white cleats.
Did you say Reggie? I didn't hear if you said
Reggie. I did say Reggie,
okay.
Yeah. Canseco, McGuire, the Bash Brothers. I didn't say Rudy.
Sal Bando.
The 89 team that was unbeatable.
Yeah.
The run, even though they didn't win World Series, so many great teams in the 2000s, whether it's the Giambi, Tejada, Chavez, Mulder, Zito, Chavez, or whether later on, whether you want like sort of even the Olsen Chapman years where they went to the playoffs a couple of years ago. And Mike said to us, he goes, I'm still holding out. I'm still holding out hope it doesn't happen. I'm not going to believe it till I see it. I remember when Mike said it, I was thinking, well, dude, they're gone. They're going to Vegas.
Yeah, but now
they got a land deal. Well, guess what?
Yeah, see, not so fast.
They don't have a land deal.
No, I heard a few things too. I'll break this down.
Well, they don't have a land deal.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Right now, they got no place to go.
So here's what I heard. I heard that their proposed location was on one of the very busiest stretches of the Las Vegas Strip. It was literally like right in the middle of a bunch of casinos. So I heard all the politicians in Vegas when they saw the plans were looking at the sketches and they're like, well, for starters, this is going to cause traffic beyond your wildest nightmares. So they were saying, for example, if there's an A's game going on in the proposed location and you've got a weekend full of casino visitors looking to get back to the airport and fly out, they said that now you're looking at about a 90-minute trip to the airport. So that right there is going to be a major problem getting approved. And it was just like the
what you're talking about is pretty much small potato. It's about money, baby. It's about money. And the A's want $380 million of free money.
They're not getting that.
Well, they're not
going to get that.
That's the problem right now. And so this is John Fisher again being John Fisher. I mean,
John Fisher.
Look what Joe Lacob did, by the way. Joe Lacob said, "Oh, fine. If I need to build it myself, I'll build it myself.
Just give me a couple of weeks.
I mean,
I'll break
seriously.
ground." Yeah, they had KD in a hard hat out there.
They had the dancing cranes. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this. I'd have to go back and look at the exact verbiage and paperwork, but the Giants did not get a ton of public money, if anything, to build what we thought was Pac Bell Park and is now Oracle Park. What they did was they got the land, which was a big deal, and the city had to give them the land and all that. But the A's want $300 million. First they wanted about $500 million, and now they're down to $380 million. And Vegas is like what you just heard from right there. They were asking Cavill, "Well, will you commit to spending this? Will you pay this certain tax? It's called like the live entertainment tax or something." Whereas I think the Knights and the Raiders are exempt from it.
How so? Excuse me, how so?
Well, at the time, Vegas was excited to get their first couple of sports franchises.
I'll tell you how so.
Now they're like, we have sports franchises, so let's not do bad deals. So you got to pay this tax. And the A's are like, no. And you heard Cavill wasn't even answering the question. We're committed to being a community partner.
Oh, that's nice. Well, so am I.
And here's the thing to point out, too. Originally, Dave Cavill wasn't even speaking at these meetings. The A's sent out a PR representative. John Fisher, where the hell is he? He didn't show up.
I got to say, the A's might be better off when Dave Cavill doesn't speak.
But here was the thing. The Las Vegas
I'm just
Senate,
being totally honest.
They called it down. No, they said, Dave Cavill, come down here and answer questions. And he could not give a straight answer to save his life.
No, he's not good
and
on the mic.
And these people are right. Why would they give $375 million of taxpayers' money for a guy that does not put a competitive product on the field?
And who has enough. And
he's a billionaire, Murphy.
I remember when I was a kid and the Giants were threatening to move all the time. And I was so upset. I was like, they can't move. And then they wanted public money from San Francisco or San Jose to build a stadium. I was like, well, they should give them the money. I remember my dad saying, why? He's like, why? And I well, because it's a baseball team. He goes, well, why shouldn't they give that money? See the guy who owns that deli right there? Why shouldn't the city give him money?
Yeah.
He's like, it's a guy running a business right there.
Tough town to get
See that guy right over there who's running a shoe store where he's selling shoes? Why doesn't he get money from the city? And I was like, well, baseball's different, and there is a degree where it is a civic feature, like an opera or symphony or something that makes your town more attractive and all that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that state legislatures have to give hundreds of millions of our money. Like if you're a California taxpayer or a Nevada taxpayer, wait a minute, why is he getting free money? And they say, well, we're a baseball team. Well, so? Joe Lacob just said, fine, I'll do it myself.
Refresh my memory on this exact idea about taxpayer money going towards a stadium, because I know that and I don't remember the final outcome, but when Eddie D and Policy and all those guys had that big proposal for the new Candlestick with the mall at Candlestick Point. This is 97, 98?
97, yeah.
And it did hit the ballot, right? Like
yes, it
what?
And it
people
won, too.
And it okay, so
won. They were going to get. They got some sort of like. I'd have to go back and look. They got some sort of. They weren't asking for like hundreds of millions of dollars from the city.
Yeah, it was like a piece of it or something.
They wanted the land. They wanted the land to be able to build what they wanted, and I think they wanted some sort of tax break or something. By the way, that never got built, Paulie.
That's what I'm saying. So what was the thing?
Well, Eddie.
The whole suitcase business.
Eddie got popped by the
That
feds.
was still part of the Candlestick plan?
Man, I hate to even bring this up. I might get struck down by lightning here for even bringing this up because Mr. DeBartolo is one of the great figures in our lives.
Well, it's just history. Yeah, it's okay.
But that's why I always say, and I've said this, and the text lines come at me, I'm like, I think I got to give Lacob the edge because he got his place built, and Eddie didn't. Lacob's got 4, Eddie's got 5. Okay, so Eddie's got him 5-4.
Can I riff on this kind of money?
Lacob's got 4, and he got a house, too. In the city.
I'm just going to throw a riff out. I love both these guys, by the way, so this is just one of my dark riffs.
I'm going to get struck by lightning.
No, and I am, too. I'm the guy who's about to start riffing on this. Okay. But I got to say, is it only because Joe Lacob was smart enough to make deals like where the cameras aren't rolling?
Oh, dude.
Hand off the briefcase where no one's looking. I'm just kidding. I got no info. It's a riff.
It's a morning show,
It's
everybody.
a riff.
We're riffing. Anyway, the point is that Mike Krukow said, I'm not going to believe it till I see it. And right now, he ain't seeing it because it ain't happening. Now, is it all negotiating behind closed doors and blah, blah, blah? Does Vegas want that team, or does Vegas want to hold out for an expansion franchise? Maybe they're like, hey, man, why do we want this trash? Bring me my own squad. Yes.
Especially when you see the Vegas Golden Knights, who are playing in the Stanley Cup right now. They're an expansion team. If I'm Vegas, I would rather build from the ground than take over this A's organization ran by Cavill and John Fisher when they're not even putting an actual baseball team on the field.
It's a great point, and that's the point I was telling Murph in the first segment about the Vegas Golden Knights. They've already been to the Stanley Cup Finals twice. They've been in existence, like 4 or 5 years?
Yeah. The other thing I would say is that the only thing that gives me hope here is that I see, there's this whole movement, sell John Fisher, sell. And maybe, if this thing stalls out enough, maybe he'll sell. Maybe. I mean, but if you're John Fisher, like, why would I sell? I got $1 billion, I got this franchise here. There's only 30 in the world. What could he make for it? I don't know. We do have new sound from the legislative meeting where somebody asks about John Fisher. Like, here it is.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Senators. Thank you for staying up late to hear us regular folks, us non-billionaires. I begin by paraphrasing Rockapella's question about Carmen Sandiego. Where in the world is Oakland A's owner John Fisher?
Oh, my God. Some guy called in. Whoa. So they taking calls at the legislature? What is this now, the big hit? You know what I mean? They're taking calls. That's it. Well, it's true. Fisher's not even present there, huh? Come on, man.
What is this?
Come on. They send Cavill. You know what I mean? It's like sending Fredo. Right? You know what I mean?
Totally.
Anyway, A's fans, I sure hope you get your sell.
I do too. A's fans, I'm with you. My heart is with you guys. I want the A's in Oakland.
Remember, you keep thinking, if Laker buys them, buddy, you got the West Coast.
Be the best thing that ever happened to him.
That'd be great because obviously we know there is a fan base here in Oakland, which is why I think we should play some sound from one of the senators out in Nevada. He actually put it all on the plate yesterday. He said, why are the A's looking to leave Oakland right now?
Why are they leaving Oakland? Okay. There's been a strong relationship there for decades. Now the whole area is apparently going downhill. Mr. Fisher has been criticized for not putting enough dollars back into the stadium or his own team, and now he's going to relocate, and basically the commitment that they had to the community that undoubtedly at one time was strong is going away, and one of the selling points you're presenting to us today is that the Oakland A's are going to come here and be the Las Vegas A's and have a strong commitment to the community. But I have this sensation that they're abandoning a community that they undoubtedly made very similar commitments to in the past.
I'm loving this, man. They're just getting their brains beat in by these guys. And they don't have, more importantly, they don't have the votes. They don't have the votes.
You're getting love. You're getting votes on your Cavillus Fredo riff on the text line, and I'm feeling that too. I'm smart. I can handle things.
Why don't they just sell the damn thing and make your money and go away?
Just let Joe take it from here, dude. Just get out of the way.
I know, but if you're Fisher's like, no, I got one of 30.
By the way, serious question: If Joe Lacob were to take over the Oakland A's at some point, would the Warriors suffer in any way? Now that he's got two,
but I'll tell you who would be. I mean, who might just get on a boat and just go out to the middle of the Pacific and never come back is Larry Bear.
Oh my God!
Because I mean, he's
God!
I mean, and
he might start putting a bid in on the Niners. He might have to start talking to Jet. You know what, Jet? And I got to buy the Niners from you.
This is the Giants' beyond cold, sweaty nightmare.
I never even thought of that angle. I never even thought of that.
Larry's listening right now in Seacliff going,
"Oh, dude, he's got like those heart monitor rates on his biceps, like he's pedaling." He's
and the other part is, and we've all said it forever, they could build a vibrant, thriving,
a nice, small, intimate
village,
yard,
and also a village with like restaurants
with A's history. Let's celebrate the whole thing
on the current site.
Yes,
on the current site.
Yeah. By the way, they still have one more year on their lease that they signed back in 2014 when the Raiders were trying to rebuild on that side. Murph,
I will say though, Oakland's in a tough spot. I mean, right now the city of Oakland is brutal. It is a rough. I mean, and nothing's going right in Oakland right now. So I can see, I mean, right now, I wouldn't say like business arrows are green and up in Oakland right now. You know what I mean? Somebody hit 209 says, "How about the Sacramento A's?" I mean, listen.
Well, they'd support them. I guarantee you that.
They'd be all warm summer nights. Totally too. Yeah.
And just because we're talking about AAA teams, I think the current AAA team, the Las Vegas Aces, is outdrawing the Oakland A's this year.
I would imagine they are.
Want a little slice of pre-Murph and Mac history with Vegas Aces?
Yeah.
So in 2005, summer of 2005, the Murph and Tim Liotta show went to Vegas with Cass Centeno, Pecan, and Creative Tony. And anyway, so we went and interviewed Rod. Back then, I used to be, I was a go-getter, water boy. And we knew Roger McDowell was the pitching coach of the AAA Aces.
One of the great characters of all time.
We arranged for an interview with him.
Guy's out of his mind.
Drove from the hotel to the Aces. He waited for us at the clubhouse. We were just the three of us. Me, Tim.
Oh, that must have been killer.
McDowell gave us 20 minutes of gold.
No, he's out of his mind, McDowell.
Gold.
Yeah.
From everything from Seinfeld to Candlestick to hilarious stories of the Mets.
Oh, yeah.
We got in the car. We drove back, and Tim, God bless him, said, I didn't record it.
Oh,
he said I.
That's a little bit of a problem.
It was on pause the whole time.
Well, that's
so the Las Vegas Aces will always remind me of 20 minutes of radio gold. We'd probably still be playing sound bites from that interview.
Oh, I bet you would.
It was that good. It was that good. He was the second spitter. He got deep into his role as a second spitter.
And by the way, this is a guy, Roger McDowell, will come out of the bullpen. You remember that famous Game 6 against the Astros in the NLCS when the Mets were going on their way to win the World Series? McDowell did stuff like this throughout that postseason. Murph, he would come in and throw 5 innings of no-run ball out of the bullpen. He'd go 4 to 5 innings.
Oh, man. All right, guys, here's the deal. Jesse Rogers is going to join Papa and Lund today at 10:30 to preview the Giants and the Cubs. Cubs have lost 4 in a row. They're 10 games under. The Giants come home 2 over. In fact, Farhan Zaidi spoke yesterday feeling pretty good, too. Farhan feeling good. Next on the Sports Leader.
Where in the world is Oakland A's owner John Fisher?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the 0-1. A swing. Ground ball to third. Couple of hops. Davis has it. Straightens up. Throws to first. In time. And that's the ball game. The Giants, for a second straight day, come from behind in the late innings. Today, with 3 in the top of the 9th, they beat the Rockies 6-4 and sweep this series.
Hey, a little love for Joe Rizzo, by the way, on Reggae Friday. Can we give it a Rizzo Friday instead of a Reggae Friday here? Who we got here, by the way? I'm enjoying.
This right here was a request from the 415. This is Yellow Man. And I don't want to butcher the name of the song, but it's called Zunga 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 Zang.
I'll back that. Zunga 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 Zang.
Zunga Zunga
Shout out
Zang.
Yellow Man. Sure, we'll roll with that.
It's like we had Pitbull in the Pop Culture Showdown saying baby, 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 baby.
And I'm still saying that was not studio correction. I think he really was delivering that vocal. Impressive.
That's his talent.
Well, now I'm on board, bro. By the way, speaking of his talent, Murph, you're going to have to keep an eye on Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. I'm going to be out at the Giants game, so I can't watch. Any feelings? Any early kind of vibes you're getting on this one?
My vibe is Denver, is my vibe. But I was reading Riley again, so.
Yeah, Nuggets. What do you got?
So he, I only got a little blast last night, but because I was so busy running around, but I wanted to give you a little nugget.
Thank you.
He actually, it's part memoir, part like roadmap to winning. So he's talking about how when he takes over the team in the fall of 81.
Okay.
Because they 86 Westhead, Magic demands a trade. Everything stems from, according to, pretty much everything stems from Magic winning that 1980 title as a rookie with that great game in Philly. And then everybody got jealous, finger pointing, backstabbing. The team fell apart.
They were booing him at the LA Forum for a little while, Magic Johnson. Yeah.
But he was all about the jealousy. They were not, it was Riley says, when selfishness takes over selflessness is when you have problems.
See?
So, by the way, Riley at one point was a traveling secretary. He was handing out boarding passes to players.
That's no job for Pat Riley.
And he was the media assistant who would pitch story ideas to newspapers.
Although, on the other hand, you could look at that as
Riley. He was basically Triple E.
Well, see, but
Riley was Triple E.
That, to me, is another potentially motivational kind of moment for Pat Riley, because that could have been his lot in life, handing out plane tickets. Now he's got 25% of the NBA Finals in his back pocket.
By the way, if you want to see Triple E, you can go to our stream.
I do want to see him.
KNBR.com.
He's a good-looking kid.
Or the KNBR app on Twitch. So the Twitch or the live stream on YouTube or KNBR.com. And there he is. He's in the rectangle sitting in the back.
He's wearing a very stylish tie-dye long sleeve today, which is cool.
Yeah. And he's wearing some sort of hat.
Yeah, some kind of hat. It's not that weird Giants hat.
I got a hat, as you can see.
Nice.
The other one is the handsome guy with the head of hair is Marcus. That's Waterboy.
Yeah, Marcus is the good-looking one.
Which, by the way, I want to give a shout-out to my guys, Danny Dunn and Walter E. Cabosetta, producers from the Papa and Lund show. Yesterday had me cracking up laughing. Danny Dunn's walking out of the studio as Triple E is about to walk out, and he goes, "Hey, Triple E, how about you take off that damn hat and wear something different tomorrow?"
Yeah.
He wore that hat like 4 or 5 days in a row.
Well, I think Murph hit it on the head.
I got a hat, as you can see.
Yeah, it's time to change up the hat game.
They got in his head because he did change.
He changed his hat.
Yeah, it's a good hat, and it's a better-looking hat, to be totally honest.
We got Danny Dunn swimming in his dome.
Shannon Kaler stepped up and defended the hat.
Well, that's typical of Shannon.
He goes, "You guys are being you're off the mark, man. That's a great hat.
That's the kind of hat that makes people join hands."
He goes, "Why do you guys?" He's like, "Why are you guys being so mean about the hat?"
Oh, he was in full flight yesterday on the podcast. By the way, if you want to hear Shannon Kaler at his absolute,
by the way,
civil.
I hope people listen to the podcast. It's funny as hell.
Well, thanks, man.
And I'm on Saturday mornings when I have little duties to go somewhere hither and thither.
Yeah,
I drive in the car, and you guys are on. You guys are always making me laugh. So where does he go today?
Oh, no, he was on all kind of social platforms yesterday.
Really?
This is wrong. I got to fix this, man. He was just going on and on about a variety. I don't want to. It's just a little teaser.
Man, we're trying to have some laughs here, buddy.
I know. I was trying to riff, and he was over here doing socially moral corrections and stuff.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Gandhi, isn't that funny?
It's all there for you on the podcast if that's what you need. Go get some.
Hey, we are sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Farhan.
Yes.
Feeling good. Okay. So they're 2 games over. And we put the stamp. Oh, it's 7 o'clock. We should probably put a new stamp on it.
We can definitely do that.
I'd like to do it once an hour. I mean, this one was special because of Brandon Crawford.
It was.
Because Brandon Crawford.
Much maligned.
I jock-blogged about him in February from the heart. by the way.
Yeah.
From the heart.
I'm glad.
And it was when you were gone in February, you're seeing your family. It was great. But Sean Estes came in. And God bless Estes, too, by the way. Just enjoy the hell out of Estes, right? And he and I had Crawford in. He was like maybe our last guest on the Friday, or whatever. Maybe it was the Thursday. Anyway, when he was just sitting there across from us, I was feeling all the feelings. I was like, look at this guy, 2012, 2014.
What was the first year you and I went to Scottsdale and he jogged out there on that field in Scottsdale? Like, what was the first?
He was drafted in 09, right?
So
I'm sorry. Was he drafted in 08, 09? One of the two.
I'd say it's close to the
08 or 09.
Entire lifespan of the show. Brandon Crawford.
We started in 06.
So he was there a couple of years, 3 years after. Yeah.
So and I just got one of those, and I said, I want to write an homage to the last of the old Lions. Or as Tim Flannery had a song on he wrote about Jerry Jeff Walker, the great country artist, the last of the old dogs. And I was like, that's Brandon. So anyway, I wrote that love letter to him. Just saying, you know what? It's time to appreciate. If this is the final ride, and by all indications,
I think it might be.
Because you know what spurred it was Estes said to him, we were sitting in that little room, that little broadcast booth, Rizzo's booth, if you know, and he said to him, where's Brandon Crawford going to be 1 year from today, spring 2024? It was like, oh. And Crawford's like, he gave that little sly smile. He's like, we don't know, but we'll see.
Yeah.
You know, and
well, that's the only way you can look at it. Yeah.
And I was like, man, he's not going to be around.
Yeah.
He's going to be it, right?
And then everything starts to feel different when you're in that position and this is like your final stretch of doing whatever it is you're doing. Like, you start to bring like a different kind of appreciation to the table. Like when you come to do your thing, you're like, wow, I'm in the back. This is like the final stretch now. So it must be a lot for Crawford coming to the yard, seeing this influx of new kids. They're making contributions. He's not playing as much as he used to. But to your original point, that's why yesterday was so great. It was like a throwback. It was a great moment for Crawford.
And why we got and it was a big moment that he pinch hit for Schmidt.
Yeah.
That was a big moment.
Yeah.
Because Casey's, now Casey's in a little bit of one. He's 3 for 25. He's still not drawing walks. He refuses to draw a walk. I don't know what's up with that, man.
It's just against his beliefs.
Bro, you got to start grinding out a walk or two, man. You got to. I'm sorry. You can't just go up there hacking every time. Here I am now, my first knock on Casey Schmidt. The honeymoon is officially over. 1 month. It lasted 1 month. Anyway, no, I still love you, Casey, all the way. But just, I would say, if you want to look to improve your game, grind out a walk, buddy. Work a walk. Yeah?
Yeah, and I actually took yesterday's Brandon Crawford pinch hitting for Casey Schmidt as maybe like a positive message that the kid can learn, because you've got guys like Jock Peterson, who was an all-star last year. He'll get pinch hit for. You'll have Mikey Yaz in the 3-hole. He'll get pinch hit for. It doesn't matter if you're the young upcoming prospect. This is what the Giants are going to do. They're going to try to get the best matchup. And in that instance, Casey Schmidt was 0 for 3. They went with the lefty matchup, Crawford, instead of Casey.
They had a righty on the mound. Mm-hmm. And actually Crawford I didn't know this, was 3 for 6 lifetime against Pierce Johnson.
Ooh, nice.
Forever Giant. So these guys had this data. It was lefty-righty, and so then he falls down 0-2. I got my kid. He's home early because of finals.
Oh, you must have hated the 0-2 count because that happened fast.
He goes, the disrespect to Casey Schmidt, Dad.
Oh, I was like, see, I know they don't have the kind of perspective. I know it's a different view of the things they have.
Before I want to get going, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at
Casey Schmidt.
How dare they bring in Brandon Crawford?
Bro, how dare you disrespect Casey Schmidt? You know how long he's been playing this game? You know what I mean?
I think he was kind of half riffing, which I give him credit for. But it was a moment. And then Crawford fell on 0-2, and then when he shot the ball in the gap, I said, "Well, there you go."
Yeah.
Look at the
How's that for disrespect?
Look at the old dog doing it, man. Too on an 0-2 pitch too. 0-2 pitch.
Yeah.
So then, of course, that ties the game. And then Lamont Wade Jr., because he's having an amazing year, delivers a sac fly.
I mean, Lamont
Shout
Wade.
out the sac fly, by the way. And next thing you know, we got Kai Correa on the 2-hour drive to the airport in Denver.
He was like, I got to charge my phone. I got to make another call.
He's got time to call Rob Manfred. Manfred answers the phone. He says, I saw you guys were down 4-1. He said, that's right, suit. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 6, Colorado Rockies 4.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man. There it is. And then Farhan was feeling good because the Giants are 32-30. They're only 5 out in the West. They're right where they need to be with a gettable Cubs team coming in here that's lost 4 in a row and is 10 games under 500. Despite the fact that I saw them walk off the Mariners in April, and we were like, hey, Cubs might have something going here. But it was only for one night. We sang Go Cubs Go. But here's the deal. Farhan came on with Tolbert and Copes, feeling pretty good. And, of course, guys, the conversation is not just about this 2023 Giants roster. It's about this bubbling minor league system. This is what we're looking for, Farhan. We will love you, buddy, if you keep developing players. Casey Schmidt and Pat Bailey, and the guy he's going to talk about right now, Luis Matos. Let me tell you here, some of the numbers here. Last week, they played the Tacoma Rainiers. Guy went 16 for 30. Wait, what? What is this, Little League? He went 16 for 30. And that included 2 doubles and a bomb, 8 RBIs. He's got an 8-game hitting streak. He's hitting .474 in this 8-game hitting streak. He's 21 years old, and he won a defensive Gold Glove last year. Luis Matos. So here's Farhan Zaidi on Matos and the big club.
I look at what Luis is doing in Sacramento right now, and you can't help but be really excited. But, some of the guys we've had on this team, Bryce Johnson and David VR and Brett Wisely, those 3 guys all have, believe it or not, higher OPS numbers than Luis does in Sacramento. So, again, that's not to say that he couldn't come up and make a big impact. But, we've got a pretty crowded outfield. We've got, Mitch and Michael Conforto and Yaz and Jock and Slater. So we've got a kind of group that mixes and matches pretty well. I think it would probably take losing somebody for some period of time.
So there it is, man. He's saying there's no room at the inn.
Right.
Because of Mustang Mitch.
We got the no vacancy sign up.
And Conforto, who hit a bomb yesterday. By the way, we didn't do this.
That's what I was just about to say. We got to get over there.
We got to cross that T and dot that I, because two Giants did leave the yard yesterday. Bobby Weir, get your guitar. Sorry for the delay.
I know.
Tyro Estrada, number 7.
Bombs away.
And Mikey Conforto, number 12.
Bombs away.
12 bombs is a nice number at this point in time. June, I mean, the guy might be hitting, what's he going to hit? 25, 26,
Give me something north of 20. I'm very happy.
Is he going to be the first guy to hit 30 home runs in a season since Bonds?
Look at got you. A chance.
Mm-hmm. Look at you.
He's got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do we got? What did they play? They've played 62 games. He's got 100 left to hit 18. 100 left to hit 18.
That sounds pretty reasonable to me.
He started off the year slow.
Yeah.
So now he's hot.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say yeah.
Swing healthy, man. Stay healthy. Keep
That'll
swinging.
be a weird trivia question when he's playing for the Rays next year or whoever. No, who's the typical team that would sign?
Remember that guy who was here for 1 year?
The Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays.
Yeah, huh?
Great call.
They got Gosman and Brandon Belt. Yeah.
Yeah, because they like going and getting those veteran free agents. Good call. When he's playing for the Blue Jays next year, the trivia question will be, who was the last Giant to hit 30 homers? You're like, Toronto Blue Jay Michael Conforto was the last one to do it. Anyway, the other guy we want to talk about is Kyle Harrison. And, everybody's drooling. We've been drooling about him for a long time. So, Farhan, you have 2 open spots in your rotation. Alex Wood's on the IL, and you've never had a 5th guy other than Minaya and Stripling, and that hasn't been the thing. Dude, you have 2 open spots. Where's Kyle Harrison?
Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, who's on the pitching staff right now, has done a nice job for us. We've got Sean Jelly and Keaton Wynn in Sacramento, too. So we have some other options if Alex Wood and Ross Stripling take a little bit more time to get back. But, we have the depth options. We'd certainly love for somebody like a Kyle Harrison to come up and grab one of those spots and, be pitching more at the front of the rotation than the middle or the back. But, we'll just see how he does start to start. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic, but we still think he's got a couple things to work on.
All right, he's got a couple things to work on. By the way, he's 21 years old. Okay, so we're talking about Matos and we're talking about Harrison, 21 years old. And by the way, I'm checking on my game logs. His last start was, May 28th. No, June 2nd, pardon me.
All right.
So he's due. He went 3 2/3 in that one.
What is today, the 9th?
He should start any day now, right?
Yeah, he's due.
It's today's June 2nd. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it's tonight. I don't know. So anyway, so there you go. There's a couple of blasts of Farhan for your head, talking Matos and Harrison. Guys, there's no denying it. The farm system is looking up. We haven't even talked about Carson Wisenhunt. Get used to this guy. By the way, what a look on this guy, too. He's got a kind of a curly mullet, and he's got tats on the forearm. He's kind of a big, strong dude. Guy got popped for roids, too.
And I already got my first song tribute for him, Wisenhunt and What Should Never Be. There's something I'm playing with right now.
He's 22 years old. He was their second-round pick last year. He's rocketing up the charts.
Yeah.
He's got a change-up, Waterboy.
I saw him opening night in San Jose for the San Jose Giants. Now he's gone up through High A, through Eugene, and now he's all the way up to Double A. And you're absolutely right. That change-up is filthy from Carson Wisenhunt.
And then we didn't mention Keaton Wynn, whose last time he went 8 innings and allowed only 1 unearned run in his last 8 innings. So, hey, Farhan, you want us to love you, buddy. You build that farm system up.
Make me love you.
We will love you.
That's all.
Let me love you tonight. All right.
Let my love open the door.
Michael Silver.
Yeah.
The great 49er San Francisco Chronicle columnist. Longtime friend of the program.
Why start calling him Mike, you got the silver? Little nod to the Rolling Stones. He'll totally understand that.
I'll take it for sure.
Yeah.
Mikey Silver talking 49er football next on The Sports Leader.
You gotta watch these Giants. You gotta like these kids.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Yeah, let's talk about the good people at Provident Credit Union. We're all looking for safety and security and stability in our banking partners, and that's why I would urge you to check out Provident Credit Union. That's right, PCU, Provident Credit Union, committed to the safety of their members' deposits. I'm a big fan of their dividend-earning checking account called Super Reward Checking. You can earn 1.26% annual percentage yield, and Super Reward Checking has no monthly or annual fees and includes free access to ATMs nationwide. Yeah, with over $3.5 billion in assets, Provident has earned a name for safety and soundness. So start earning 1.26% annual percentage yield with a Super Reward checking account. Visit providentcu.org. That's providentcu.org, or stop by any of their 21 Bay Area branches. That rate is effective May 1st, 2023, federally insured by the NCUA. Rate may change at any time. Other terms and conditions apply.
Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just me personally, like, seeing Brandon from a rookie till now, like, he's got better day in, day out. Every season he's got better, and just like I'm seeing flashes of like stuff that I ain't seen him do, like how fast he is now, how explosive he is, and the separation that he getting in and out of routes. You can tell he's really detailed this offseason, ready to go.
Been watching practice the last couple days.
Man, you can't cover that boy in a phone booth right now.
There he is, Deebo Samuel, talking about the hot wide receivers. Brandon Ayuk having a monster June down there. Deebo calling himself out. All topics to talk about with our great pal on a Reggae Friday, Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle.
Hey.
Mikey, you're always welcome.
Mike.
Good morning.
I love hearing about Monster Junes. That could be a little side band project, Monster June. Ladies and gentlemen, Monster June.
We can make it happen, like some kind of alt-rock project we do on the side. I was telling Murph during the break, we might start, I don't know if you'd be down with this, but I would assume you're cool with this. How do you feel about your new nickname, Mike, You Got the Silver? Little tip of the captain.
I mean, new would be presumptuous, right? Given that, like, I was rocking Let It Bleed when it came out, pretty much, because of my dad. But every silver pen or Mike thing has been done over the course of my career. I have a podcast currently called Open Mic. I mean, I'm always open to any way to wedge my first or last name into some format. So,
and a rock and roll reference too. Like, has that reference been applied to you in the past? The Mike, You Got the Silver?
Well, yeah, because all my friends are insanely obsessed with the Stones.
Gotcha.
But also there's Silver Train. Also,
nice.
That's a couple albums later.
Very good. Yeah, great track.
You two could go off on a tangent.
Silver Train's a good one.
By the way, quickly, Mike, we do a Reggae Friday here on the Murph and Max show. I don't associate you much with the reggae. Do you have any requests for later in the show?
I love reggae, man. I'm sure I do. But
by the end of the interview, how's that?
I would say probably live Trenchtown Rock.
Yeah, it's funny. You know what's funny? I actually requested Trenchtown Rock 2 weekends ago, so we're on the same page, buddy. All right, man. 49ers Monster Junes. You wrote about Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, and they're interesting. Both guys are interesting. Deebo called himself out. Now, these last 2 years have been pretty eventful, this guy. He scrubbed his media 1 year and then called himself out the next year. What's the Mike Silver read on Deebo Samuel at age 27?
Well, I like the accountability and all that. I don't think he was terrible last year. I mean, remember all the game-turning plays that he made, including the one in the playoffs against Seattle that was very, very necessary. But, he missed some games and the numbers were down. And I think, they didn't need him as much in the running game, and certainly once McCaffrey was there, you had another positionless player, and some of what they do with Deebo was being done with McCaffrey. You could do both, and all that kind of factored in, and Ayuk stepped up numbers-wise. But, look, one of the hesitations about paying Deebo is this sense that he has gotten out of shape, that he gets heavy. They thought that happened from year 1 to year 2. And he now has, to me, the most significant thing he said is, I was sluggish. You could see it on film. I came in out of shape. So it's one of those things. You're like, I understand completely why Debo wanted to get paid and felt he deserved to get paid, but sometimes the act of doing that or the process of getting there can undermine that. And then you have Ayuk who, is having the monster June and May, and everybody's talking about. But you also have the salary cap. And caveat, I'm not one of these crazy cap naysayers who's always like, you gotta cut this guy, you can't pay him. Like, you can fit a lot of people in, and especially when you have a rookie quarterback, and if Purdy is healthy, it gives you a lot of options. But I also do understand the realities that, you pay Kittle, you pay Yushak, you pay Trent Williams, you pay a bunch of guys on defense. Are you going to pay 2 wide receivers after this year? You may, but you also may not. And so you have one guy who says he's ready to take off. The other guy's saying, I will never put that on tape again. I was awful. It's quite possible they're competing for some of the same money.
It's really interesting dynamic here, the Debo and Brandon Ayuk dynamic. I was talking to Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle, and it's probably for the Niners in the very, very short term, this is a great thing. They're both highly motivated to perform this year. And so this is the team that's lost back-to-back NFC championships. And you want that guy to make that one play maybe in the final game in the NFC. Now, I mean, like you just mentioned in your answer there about the cap, and you kind of allude to it in your piece, is there sort of a scenario bubbling where Niner fans should think about the idea that this is their last year together? Or is that just getting way too far ahead of us, way too far ahead of ourselves here?
Again, I'm not one of those people who lives in a fear of cap state of animation. It just, I think people don't really understand it as much as they should. It's usually an excuse, but it is true that if you're paying a bunch of people top of market, even with a rookie quarterback, at some point you have to choose which people those are, and you probably have to make decisions like the Rams did and the Bucs did, which if you get the Super Bowl championship, you're probably happy with in the end, but, can lead to some lumps later. I would put it this way. I can't see a scenario where Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle are all making top of market or near top of market in 2024. But you could probably, if you choose the 2 receivers, try to finesse it and go cheap at tight end, for example. Similarly, Yushak is so valuable and so versatile and so important to what they do. He's getting older. Could you try to find a young version of him and go cheaper there? Trent Williams talked openly after the Eagles loss about not being sure about coming back. He walked that back pretty quick, but he's been through a lot. He's older. Obviously, that's a position that is crazy, crazy important. And if Purdy is not Purdy, and you have to pay somebody to play quarterback for you now, and you don't think it's a rookie or someone still on a rookie deal like Lance, then that obviously changes a lot of things. So, a lot could happen, and you hope this is a good problem that you're discussing after winning the Super Bowl, and then, it's all, it sucks. You got to make choices, but it's kind of all gravy.
Mikey Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, talking big picture Niners and also this mini camp Niners as they get ready to break for a while and go on to training camp late July, and obviously Brock Purdy all on our minds. I do want to ask about something nobody's really writing much about or talking about. I mean, it's briefly written and talked about, and that is the loss of D'Amico Ryans and the entrance of Steve Wilks. They also lost Omenahu and Ebukam, and, there's a little bit of change on defense. Now, they signed Javon Hargrave. There's talk that Drake Jackson needs to step up, et cetera. Mike, how big a deal is D'Amico Ryans leaving the building and Steve Wilks coming in?
Well, I don't want to minimize D'Amico Ryans leaving because he's a rock star, and I think he's going to be a great head coach for a long time. And, he obviously did a great job with that defense. But I would say that, Saleh, who after a couple of years of fans wanting him out in 2019 was the talk of the league, and obviously did a great job in getting them to the Super Bowl or helping getting them to the Super Bowl. They lost Saleh, and they kept it rolling, and they went and got Wilkes, who's done some really, really good things as a defensive coordinator. They kept Kasarik, and they're keeping the wide nine, and a lot of it's going to be really similar. So the answer is we don't know, but my suspicion is as long as you have Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw and Nick Bosa and Armstead, now Hargrave, and Gibson and Hufanga back there running things in the secondary, Travarius Ward, you have a chance to be really, really good. But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes with Wilkes. His expertise has been more in the back end throughout the course of his long, decorated career. So you may see some differences in the secondary. And I know they finally got some interceptions last year, but they are still trying to get more turnovers and limit big plays, as most teams do. So we'll see what he can do there. I don't think the front will look different schematically, but, you alluded to it. They lost some depth there. They are hoping Drake Jackson is a much different guy this year. Not sure he's going to open for Monster June at their next gig, but I guess he's lifted a lot of weight.
For a mild June, yes. Uh-huh.
But I think it's a fair question. I thought losing Mike McDaniel going into last year, among a lot of staff turnover, felt more significant to me just because he and Kyle, just the way Kyle works and how Mike was kind of the glue between Kyle and other assistants and kind of translating Kyle to them and vice versa, not to mention being brilliant and so good at helping him scheme and the running game and all that. So to me, I was really curious about that going into last year, and they obviously managed to grind through and win a lot of games. So, my sense is Kyle is every week is different. It's all consuming. He does it a very unique way. And as long as that is happening, you're going to get that. And you've got, once they pay Bosa, an incredible roster where you've paid a ton of guys at the top of market and you got a real chance. What you don't know is the quarterback who was a breakout star after being drafted 262 and is the key to all of this. Is his arm going to be what it was? Is it going to hold up all year? That to me is the biggest question. And, I was walking my dog yesterday and saw a guy I know in my neighborhood, and he's a big Niner fan, and he was like, Niners, man, they're going to the Super Bowl this year. I was like, yeah, they're really good, man. And he goes, I just hope Purdy's going to be okay. And he's like, nah, they're great with their backups. And I was like, I think you might want to concentrate on scooping up the dog poop right now.
Yeah, there you go. Focus on that.
I'm not going along with you on that one.
Oh, man. Hey, I know we're sort of up against it long, but just a quick Mikey take, because you're so good around the league. And Jimmy G was your guy for a while. On Jimmy and Mark Davis and the Raiders and this story that he's...
The foot.
Damaged goods. Remember, he was last seen telling you, Mike, I wish I had a helmet in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he had a helmet, maybe his foot wouldn't have been any good. I don't know. What do you think of that whole situation?
Well, it doesn't seem calamitous to me. I mean, obviously they were concerned enough about it to change the contract language, but they haven't done anything radical. They knew that going into the draft. They could have traded up. They were in a great spot. They could have tried to go get a guy. I feel like they feel it's going to be okay. Jimmy has been hurt a lot, but these are not obvious decisions, and he's had to do it 2 years in a row. So put yourself in his place. He has the shoulder and the thumb in 21, but he is playing well enough to help propel them on a run that is arguably a dropped interception away from resulting in going to the Super Bowl. And, he's not complaining about it. He's just grinding through. And now he's going into free agency, and he's like, man, I could probably be in a situation where I sign, and then the team that signs me is like, what's up with your shoulder? And then you have to have surgery. So he just says, screw it, I'm going to take care of me and get my throwing shoulder right, and people lambast him for it, and no one will sign him or, in this case, trade for him. And he ends up going back to the Niners because Trey Lance had a really bad offseason in their eyes, or they didn't feel like that was going to work. So then he comes back in week 2 and ends up getting them to a pretty good place and playing what I believe is a Pro Bowl level, and then breaks his foot, and it looks like a real bad foot injury. But then all of a sudden they're like, you know what, Jimmy, we think you could get back, and you might end up playing in the conference championship game or the Super Bowl. And we don't know what Brock Purdy is. I mean, apparently they called about Ben Roethlisberger, so he's like, yeah, okay. So he lets it try to heal, and then he doesn't get back. It doesn't heal. They lose. The season's over, and now he's like, okay, well, I could go get surgery again and blow up free agency and go have to be like a backup somewhere on a crap deal, or I could put on a brave face and see if someone will sign me now. So I just don't know that it was an obvious decision, and unless he actually misses games, I think we're going to forget about it.
All right. It's always interesting with Jimmy and the smile, and he's in Vegas.
And the foot.
Yeah. And all the good stuff. Mike, it's great talking Niner football with you, buddy. And I love doing it. And I love seeing you this week. And I can't wait to see you this summer somewhere in Santa Clara. And you be good, brother.
I'm going to try, dude. I am going to try. I'll see you very soon. Appreciate you.
You're the man. Mike Silva, the San Francisco Chronicle, pretty much wrapping up the Niner offseason.
He's so good with the Stones that when I came at him with Mike, you got the silver, he goes, yeah, that's a good one, but don't forget about Mike Silver Train.
Yeah.
That's another great one, Silver Train. If it wasn't a Reggae Friday, I'd say cue up Silver Train right now. That tune smokes.
Maybe there's a reggae version of it.
Yeah, well, we'll look into it.
Mike Krukow and the big hit.
Come on.
It's going to be Farhan, Zaidi, and the farm system as the Giants come on home.
It's a Farhan Friday.
It's a Farhan Friday. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the North Bay. Home, right? World-class beauty, right? And now a world-class secret you got to know about called Marin Health. Yep. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team that gets you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Yeah, let's talk Friday Amichis. A word on Amichis on a Friday that to remind you. And I, by the way, had Amichis last night. Had it delivered. Awesome. Cheese, sausage, and pepper was fantastic. Cheese, sausage, and pepperoni. 3 different pizzas. Amici's delivers smartly, promptly, courteously, professionally. I experienced that last night. And then we're going to remind you that every weeknight, Monday through Thursday, we have dine-in specials that really get you going through the week. I know it's Friday and we're all feeling Friday, but let's just start thinking that on Mondays next week, you got the all-day happy hour from open to close. That's pretty awesome. On Tuesdays, the kids eat free night with one entree from the kids menu, free per paid adult meal. So that's always a good on a Tuesday, get you through a Tuesday. A Wednesday, half-price pasta night. That's really good. I love the pasta. Lasagna, the penne is really, really good. 50% off any pasta, any size. And then Thursday, last night, hopefully you got a $10 draft beer pitcher. That's good. And 30% off all bottles of wine. That was last night. So you're ready for next week already. And this weekend, just enjoy Amici's delivered to you. When you're looking for a fun night out, good value, good vibe, Amici's delivers.
Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max. Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Gone.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda dealers, Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Let's talk about this Giants team that just swept the Rockies at Coors. What?
This is what we like to see, buddy.
How about this stat? They're 11-0 against Colorado in their last 11 and 32-9 their last 41. It's crazy. And they just went through Coors Field, which we thought was going to be a boogeyman, and somehow tamed it. Let's dive in with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. Mike, Coors Field.
Oh, man.
Tamed.
Love this.
No longer a problem. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I can't explain this, so I just can't. I mean, I'm so fearful of that place. I mean, since they opened the doors, it's just been such an incredible home field advantage. And it's just like whoever gets the last at-bats, that's the team that's going to win the game. Well, the Rockies, they've held that advantage over baseball forever. And you just don't trust it. You do not trust it. And everybody goes in there thinking add on. Every out feels like a whole inning when you get one out. And it just makes everything bigger than you normally see in most game situations. And but I love the fact that, they came back in every game. I love that they gave up runs early, and then all of a sudden, the bullpen comes in, slams the door, and then that's it. Rockies can't beat a drop. I mean, I can't explain that. I can't. They scored 4 in the first. You score 4 in the first inning, you're going to score 20 runs that day. They didn't score again. That in itself is amazing. So it's series like this, when you go back and you look at what this team has done historically in this ballpark, and you kind of look around going, hey, we're a good team. We're a good team. And that little belief starts to grow. And this has been growing now for about 2.5 weeks. And so you're starting to see the confidence that they have. It's starting to emerge in all kinds of different ways, from the bullpen, from the defense, from the pinch hitting, which had been abysmal for a while. Not anymore.
Yeah.
And just the quality of the bats, too. The biggest thing in yesterday's game, 9th inning, were 2 walks. to set it up. I mean, the walk has really become a signature of this team. So I can't explain it. I'm just digging it.
It is. And you mentioned this bullpen. It's worth diving in again because this maybe is, listen, it's so much sexier to talk about Casey Schmidt and Pat Bailey.
Yeah, but this pen is doing it, man.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Taylor, Tyler, Scott Alexander, and Doval. And we've talked to you a lot about them. And I don't know. I guess my Friday, June 9 question is, is there a reason why they're pitching so well? Is it Andrew Bailey? Is it Brian Bannister? Is it, these guys were all really good all along, and we should have just recognized it. And Farhan has a great eye for talent, or is they just on a hot streak, or it's the particular match of righties and lefties and different arm angles. I mean, why is this bullpen so good?
Well, yes to all of that. Absolutely, yes to all of that.
Yeah.
And but you take a look at what's happened this year. Remember how they started out, and John Brevy was screwed up, and Taylor Rogers was screwed up, and Doval was all over the place. And Manaea was just he couldn't, his arm slot was just out of whack, and Stripling was another guy. He just couldn't get into the groove, right? What is the reputation of the Farhan era? It's, we can bring people into our organization and we can fix you. We can make you better. And I mean, those are, clear-cut examples. What I just give you 5 or 6 clear-cut examples of guys who had reputation but had fallen out of good throwing mechanics, and they got him back in. So what they do in this organization so well is they can fix you, but if you're going along the regular season and you fall out, they can get you back quickly. So, I mean, where's the dead weight? Tristan Beck? No. I want to see him come in.
Yeah.
Ryan Walker? Oh, hell no. I mean, he's unique. And, Luke Jackson? How about that addition?
Yeah, right.
I mean, everybody coming in right now has got that confidence, and I think that the hard work that the staff has put in to keep these guys going, and if they do fall out of whack, they get them back in quickly. I think that's really the rally cry of this bullpen, is that we can fix you and we can get you back in, and this is what they're doing right now. And right now, they're all going off. I mean, that's rare that you have. Normally you have a couple of dark side arms in the bullpen where you just kind of want to avoid at all costs if you have a lead. Not anymore. I don't have a problem giving the ball to anybody coming out of that pen with a 1-run lead in the 7th or 8th inning.
It's at Coors Field, Mike. At Coors Field. Grant Brisbee wrote a whole piece in The Athletic about how this is just insane, right? And how it's almost nuts that there's probably a bunch of young Giants fans who are like, Coors Field, what's the big deal? I mean, because the Giants the last 3 years have done it there. And, the Rockies are bad, of course, but I mean, that's the crazy thing is that, Mike, I mean, like you said, they're down 4-1 in the first inning. You're like, okay, getaway day. You're going to give up 20 today. So whatever Gabe and Farhan have figured out, the Coors Field file, that just keep it going.
Well, yeah, keep it going indeed. And but yeah, I say one thing about the Coors Field, and I think about it every time it happens. I think the epitome of a close, of a save, of a guy coming in and shutting down the biggest threat on the planet is a 1-run lead in Coors Field. And we watched Doval do it in Game 2, and then he did it with a 2-run lead yesterday. That is the best. That's the toughest save to get, I think. And now it's not even an issue. I mean, Doval has evolved into just a bad animal, and he now is starting to control every facet of that mound. He is relaxed. He's confident. He's consistent. He's got 3 weapons. And I think when you go into an arena like Coors Field, it's kind of like the final candle to light in the birthday cake. You just protected a 1-run lead in the 9th inning. You, my friend, are an all-star, and that's kind of how it's rolling right now.
For sure. All right, so we buried the lead. We went the first 7 minutes without talking about the moment of the game, Brandon Crawford. So, Mike, this comes with all sorts of dimensions because we've talked about what he means to us and what he means to the city and what he means to the organization and how it's not happening. What's he hitting? 188 with a 617 OPS. And Casey Schmidt, even though he's in a little bit of a funk right now, is still the guy who's taking his job kind of. And then in the 9th inning last night, down 4-3, here comes Gabe Kapler saying, Brandon Crawford, grab a bat. Now, it makes sense, lefty versus righty instead of righty versus righty. And also, he was 3 for 6 against Pierce Johnson. But still, Mike, he falls down 0-2. And then the swing of the year, right? Gets it out. I mean, just it meant so much. Alex Cobb with some really meaningful quotes after the game about how much it means to see Brandon Crawford do that in that situation.
So
I'd love your
awesome.
full breakdown
Yeah.
of what you think that meant, both to the club and to Brandon Crawford.
Well, for Brandon Crawford, he found a way to help the team. I mean, it's just that simple. And, here's a guy who has enormous pride, and he's been incredible throughout his career. I mean, the best shortstop in 141 years, that's saying something. When you can say that and clearly mean it, when you start comparing him to the Chris Spires and the Rich Aurelias and the Jose Arribes and the Jose Pagans, I mean, it's unbelievable what this guy has done in his career. And now he's on the twilight of his career, and things change. Now, you can do one or two things when you're a veteran. You can accept what is happening to you, bust your butt, to put yourself in a position to be able to be given a second chance, and then when you get that chance, you could capitalize on it, or you can sit in your locker and pout. There's no in between. And a lot of guys, just get completely just destroyed mentally when it happens to them, because they're no longer the same person. The voice is not as loud in the clubhouse. But the one thing that remains the same, when you're a veteran and you have young players in that clubhouse, they look at you. They watch how you handle every situation, how you handle success, how you handle failure, how you handle a 3 strikeout game with 2 errors. They watch how you get on the plane, how you get off the plane, or what you wear on the road, and where you eat. They watch everything you do, and they all watch what happens when you transition. Nobody can play forever. When you accept the role that is given you by nature, you obviously can't go out there and play the same game every day. Now you have to be managed differently. But when you're going through that transition, they watch you, as do the coaches, as do the manager and the general manager and the president. They'll watch how you handle it. And everything about Brandon Crawford's career has been surrounded by one word: class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I expect nothing less.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what he's given this team. Did you see the smile on his face when he came back to the dugout yesterday?
Yeah.
I mean, it was so genuine and it was so sincere. Here's a guy who just wants to help. He just wants to be part of this team. And yesterday he was. He was the key swinging the bat that enabled them to win. And where it goes, I don't know. I mean, he's going to be much more confident in that situation given whenever it comes his way. But it was just, I mean, those were one of the things. Everybody saw that smile. Everybody on that team. They're rooting for him. And if he comes through in that unbelievable way like he did yesterday, and the way that he's handled himself since spring training, and every part about what he's done as a Giant just continues to grow. In my mind, he just got a little bit bigger. The legend got a little bit shinier.
So great. I mean, you got to treasure it because, I mean, Mike, we don't know. He hasn't said anything about next year, but, No,
you're right. You got to enjoy these. It's like with Buster last year. You got to appreciate every start. Every time he's out there, you got to really soak it in if you're a Giants fan.
Totally. I mean, that's just really what you do. And the cool thing about it is he's doing the same thing. You got to soak it in. Yeah. I mean, you take advantage of – I mean, I've been down this walk. Every player that's ever played in the game for a length of time comes to this point in their career. And it's I think as a player, you enjoy things more. Little things. Even like a good meal after the game. I love Murph's meatloaf. I mean, or whatever. I mean,
yeah.
It's just that way. And you can't turn back the clock, unfortunately. But look, I'm not saying he's done by any way, shape, or form. We watched it happen with Edgar Renteria, and he turned out to be the number one guy in the 2010 World Series.
Right.
So, I still think there's plenty left in the tank, but I just appreciate the way he's walked this journey this year and the leader that he's been, and certainly I enjoyed it yesterday.
So true. Talking to Mike Krukow, we do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday as the Giants get a second straight comeback win in Colorado to go to 2 games over 500, finish off a sweep, and come home feeling pretty good as they take on the Cubs this weekend. Marcus Stroman going for Chicago. Pretty good pitcher against Anthony DeSclafani is the deal. Mike, Blake Sable is a rookie also. We don't really, we talk about Schmidt and Bailey. Well, this guy, and we've talked about his catching and whether or not he measures up to Bailey. But he grinded out the walk that started it last night. I'm wondering if he could just kind of go sit next to Casey Schmidt and say, "Hey, buddy, watch me draw a walk." You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I mean, what discipline? That's what Farhan loved about him, right? In why he went and got him.
Well, you're right. It's the quality of the bat. It's not only how you work the count. It's being fearless in a 2-strike count. I mean, guys getting 2-strike counts and then the red sign just explodes in the back of their brain saying, "Don't strike out. I'm going to strike out. Oh, don't strike out." Well, when you have confidence at 2-strike count, you don't worry about that. You worry about getting a good pitch to hit. You worry about taking a pitch that would enable you to get a walk, and it's a discipline. Look, some guys never get it. They never get it. It's one of the hardest things to obtain. But the guys that have it, they stand out, and that's one thing that has really followed Sable around his whole career. And you're right; it's why he's here. It's why he's not going anywhere, and he's going to be at this in the club on this team the whole year. I mean, they're not going to send him down and expose him to the Rule 5 rules that say, if you don't keep him in the big leagues, he can go back. Well, if you took him off the big league roster, he'd be gone in 30 seconds. That's how he's respected for what this guy does, and that's how he takes his at-bats. Now, in regards to Casey Schmidt, you go back to Matt Williams when he first came up. It's the same way. Swung at everything. You didn't have to throw him a strike. He was going to swing. And, the league is sort of taking advantage of that. Now he has to adjust back. Now he has to start the journey of plate discipline. And he can do it. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's a good athlete. He's showing that. So you just have to be patient with him, and he has to be patient with himself. So plenty of room to grow in that regard, but, hey, he's still a big leaguer in my mind.
Patience, for sure. By the way, just by way of example, Sable's on-base percentage in April and March was .292, and then in May it was .365. So, I mean, that was just improvement right before our eyes. He drew only 3 walks in April and March and drew 7 in May. So, I mean, this is it, man. You got to
remember, too, that both these guys are learning the league. The biggest advantage that a pitcher has when he faces a new player is that player doesn't know him. Well, a rookie comes into the big leagues, he doesn't know anybody. Very few people. He may have faced somebody in the minor leagues, but in all likelihood, that changed, too. So you're relearning. And, we always say the price of your education up here is costly because, you're a big pitcher, he's going to save a 2-strike surprise for you. That just cost you at bat. And it's happening to Casey Schmidt right now. Plus, now they feel there's a little weakness in his game that they can exploit, and they're doing it. So with Sable, you can see now, his on-base percentage wasn't great. Well, it's starting to improve. He's starting to learn the league. He's starting to learn umpires. He's starting to get to know their strike zone. Some umpires, you have to expand the zone a little bit more. Others, you don't. I mean, it's all part of the knowledge you get when you become a big leaguer. And both these guys are both these guys are walking through it.
Yeah, excited to watch Casey Schmidt sort of evolve this summer. He's just been so electric and obviously going to be really fun part of this whole future. And by the way, speaking of the future, Mike, Farhan came on Tolbert and Copes yesterday and addressed this bubbling farm system, which is just looking so good right now with Luis Matos and Carson Wisenhunt and Keaton Wynn. But the Kyle Harrison question came up again. And, there's 2 spots in the rotation right now. Alex Wood is on the IL. He's due back next Friday. And then the other 5th spot that just seems to be a rotating bullpen spot. And I guess Farhan came on and said he wants to call up Harrison when he can be in the front or middle of the rotation, not the back of the rotation. And they also said he still needs to work on some stuff. But so we'll just continue to ask you this question because, they say he's going to come up this year at some point. We're now in June, and there's these openings in the rotation. Have you thought about it?
No, I really haven't in his regard, only because, I'm following his career. I go into MILB. I see what his box scores are. His stuff's impressive. And the great thing about it is you can go into any given day and you can go back and replay little clips and actually see how he's throwing and whatnot. And, he still has work to do. You have to be able to throw strikes when you get to the big league level. And for the obvious reason, you don't want to walk anybody and create opportunity for free. But the other thing, too, is you don't want to throw too many pitches. And right now he's throwing a lot of pitches. I mean, that's the reality of where he is. I mean, he's such a lure because of what he can do and how he can strike people out and how hard he is to hit. But he's got to clean things up. He has to get a better arm slot and a more consistent motion to where he can control his pitches and not have to worry about walks. You cannot create opportunity for free at the big league level and be successful. So if you bring him into a game right now, he could give you 3-4 innings. He's going to throw 80 pitches. And, that's not acceptable right now. So you get him to where he can clean it up, his walk rate, where it's at 6 or 9 innings now. You get that down to where it's 3, he'll be in the big leagues tomorrow. And so there's work to do, and he can do it. I mean, as athletic as he is, I mean, it is something that he's very capable of doing. But you don't want him up here where he's going to be beating himself up mentally because he can't throw strikes. And so, I mean, it's they don't have to do it right now. They have other arms that can come in here and pitch those innings. But I do believe that before this year's up, he's going to be there. And it may be September. We don't know.
Yeah.
But at some point, he will be here.
Ooh, September would be fun. Hey, Mike, last one for you is a non-Giants one. We're still friends. My buddy Brad Mans is still friends with the Duffys, Matt Duffy and his family, who was here with the Royals on opening weekend. And the Royals do something no other Major League Baseball team does, is then they have a dad's road trip. So Tom Duffy, Matt's dad, and a bunch of other dads are on the road trip with the Royals, and they're hanging out in the clubhouse, and they're taking BP, and they're going out to meals, and it's a totally unique thing. I guess it started in the NHL about 10 years ago. Some NHL team did it. Bring your dads. I'm wondering your reaction to this, and how would Mike Krukow's dad be on the road with a young Kruk in the clubhouse? And I mean, it just seems pretty awesome. It's like Field of Dreams writ large, right?
Oh my God, what a great idea! I wish that was there when I was coming through. Because look, there's not too many times that you can blow your dad's mind. There just isn't. I mean, you spend a whole lifetime with him blowing your mind, right? Well, if he shows up on the circuit, I mean, just to be able to strap it on a charter flight and stay in a 5-star hotel, that alone would blow his mind. Yeah. But to be able to see the big leagues from within inside the clubhouse and watch the day-to-day, I wish I could have done it. It would have been amazing. And unfortunately, it wasn't available. But I can only imagine the look on his face. And look, we love to blow the mind of our parents, don't we? The greatest phone call ever. So I wish it would have been available, but I applaud organizations that are doing it, and I hope every organization in baseball winds up doing it.
Let's see the Giants do it, man. How could you predict how your dad might have been and taking BP, at Dodger Stadium or something? Because they're doing it on the road trip.
Well, he was a big man. My dad was 6'3", about 300, and he was a big cop, big arms, big hands. I mean, he was a presence when he walked into a room, and when he used to get blown away, he would just kind of whistle without making a noise. He'd just be sitting there looking around the rooms, and he wouldn't blink, and you just knew he was locked into that mode right there because, he was paid. I mean, his whole life as a cop, you learn to observe, right? And there's just so many things that happen in the big league life on a day-to-day basis that, I could just see him with that look on his face, just kind of looking around the clubhouse. It would have been amazing. I wish I could have been able to do it.
Yeah, I thought I would bring it up. Tom Duffy, I wrote Tom a text saying, "Welcome to the show, Tom," and he wrote back, he said, "This is incredible." He said, "It's wish everybody could do it." So anyway, maybe the Giants will listen. Maybe they'll do it. But the Royals, the only MLB team to do this, and I guess an NHL team did it too. So thought it'd be fun. I'd love to see Mike Krukow's dad hanging out there in the clubhouse. All right, Mike, it was a great trip to Colorado. The Giants are feeling good. Coming home, got the Cubs this week. I guess final one, just the last 60 seconds, just your thought on this Cubs series. I mean, the Cubs have lost 4 in a row. They're 10 games under. You got to go get them. But I know you warn us. It's the big leagues, right?
Well, and they face Marcus Stroman tonight, who's on a roll. He's having an all-star first half. And but look, you take a look at their schedule in June. They have the Cubs at home. Then they go to the Cardinals. Then they go to the Dodgers. Then they come home against San Diego. They get Arizona. Then it's Toronto. Then it's the Mets. Every series is hard. But you know what? They're up to the task. This is a confident team. And that weekend, or those last 3 games in Coors Field, that was another layer of confidence. So they're ready for it.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be really, really fun. All right, Mike. Here's the deal. We will talk to you. We'll watch 3 Giants games. We'll talk to you Monday.
Got a bit.
Mike Krukow doing his thing here. And by the way, somebody ever says the Sharks do this, the dad's trip. I didn't know that. So anyway, baseball may be a little different than hockey. You get the dad on skates? Get him out there?
Well, that's a big father-son thing, too, up in Canada. Like, you've heard all the stories that they're... Up in Boston, too, it's like this. They get their kids... Fathers that played hockey up in New England and Canada, Murph, they get their kids on skates by the age of 2 or 3.
It's funny.
I'm not kidding. I think they call it... is it bantam? the peewee level of hockey. I think they call it Bantam. Anyway, they get after it pretty early. So, yeah, father and sons all the way on that.
I sent Triple E this morning a Gretzky bit from last night on about his dad.
By the way, shout out to Wayne Gretzky, the greatest player to ever lace up a pair of skates. He's sitting over here on a panel now like he's just some guy. Have you seen him on the TNT coverage? They got him at the end of the table. He's staring off into space.
It's like when I go to Pebble Beach and I would go out and he would just finish up his round. He'd just be hanging out, eating a sandwich, and I just walk up to him, interview the great one.
Guy scored 92 goals in a year.
Like
I'm just throwing that out there.
It's interviewing like if Willie Mays and Michael Jordan, had a hockey player, it would be Wayne Gretzky.
He is one of the most humble human beings. I've never even talked to him. I'm afraid. I wouldn't even want to. I wouldn't know what to say. I'd humiliate myself. But he is one of the more humble superstars you'll ever come across.
But in the bit when he said talking about your junior hockey and hockey dads, he said his dad, when he was young, he was skating with no tape. I can't understand. You might explain tape on the blade or something.
Yeah, you got to tape your stick up. Yeah, that's so it doesn't crack.
And his dad said, "Why don't you have any tape on the blade?" He said, "Well," and he says it. And by the way, Gretzky still has the monster Canadian accent. He said, "Whoa, Bobby Orr doesn't have skate on his.
That's all he needs to hear.
Tape on his blade."
Bobby Orr, don't do it. I'm not doing it.
He goes, and my dad said to me, "Well, you're not Bobby Orr."
Yeah, I'm going to be better than Bobby Orr.
No, but he's put him in his place as a kid. He goes, "You're not Bobby Orr." Put some tape on that thing. Anyway, man,
good. I like that. I'm glad you told me that.
It's in the cooler.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, that was a great one.
Hey, two things. One, Austin Slater joins Tolbert and Copes to preview the Giants' homestand against the Cubs today at 2:15. That's our buddy from the Hornitos Tequila thing.
Sure.
Two, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And three, everybody's like, what's the big hit? After the big day yesterday, you ran a poll?
I'd like to know myself.
There's no poll on the big hit today?
I got to tell you, the poll was wildly popular.
Yeah,
we might need to do that.
500 votes came in.
Maybe we do a poll once a week, like it's a You Pick It Thursday or something like
when
that.
It's a hot topic. I thought today was obvious.
Yeah.
Farhan came on KNBR yesterday and talked about this team in this situation. The Giants just swept the Rockies. The farm system is booming. So the big hit is the Giants' hot energy. The Giants' weekend afoot with Paulie Mack out there at the Levi's Plaza.
I'll be out there tonight. Come say hello. Well, we're doing live music from 5 to 7 at Seals Plaza with this great 80s band called Fast Times. We're going to have a great time. And then we just roll right into the game for first pitch.
Okay, so we got that. And then we got these guys that just knocking on the door of the minor leaguers. So Farhan addressed it all, and that's today's big hit. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love Murph's meatloaf.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants broke out the brooms and swept the Colorado Rockies after having back-to-back comeback wins at Coors Field. So to read all the top stories and highlights from this week's series against the Rockies, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Arkansas affiliate is 11 games over 500 on the year. Well, Matos drills one to right field deep and back, and it is gone. An opposite field, two-run homer for Luis Matos, his first AAA home run.
That's Grundy. If Fitzgerald has the green light every time as Johnson takes off, and that pitch is scalded out to left. That is way back there, and it's gone. And Luis Matos connects on his second home run as a River Cat, his first here at Sutter Health Park, and that was a missile out to left. And a swing and a drive that's to deep left. Going back is Thomas. Thomas will turn and watch the second home run in as many nights for Luis Matos head over the left field fence. Matos' third home run of the year. I mentioned his second in as many nights, and this ties the game at 1. And Luis Matos continues to punish the baseball for the Sacramento River Cats.
Yeah, part of the big hit is this bubbling, booming farm system, and Farhan Zaidi addressing it. Farhan feeling good. Today's big hit as the Giants finish up a sweep of the Rockies, and they got dudes performing. And this is a good thing. You want us to love you, Farhan. We're going to love you, buddy, if this Farhan farm system continues to deliver, just like it delivered Pat Bailey and Casey Schmidt to the Giants, and Ryan Walker, by the way. Don't sleep on him. And all these other names here, all discussed with Copes and Tolbert on yesterday's afternoon show. And yeah, I figured this is the one, Paul. I mean, unless you want Stanley Cup Peas, Golden Knights. Because that was the other option.
We don't have to make it the big hit, but I will shout the game out. And it's one of these rare mornings where Marcus, Paulie Mack, and Brian Murphy, we all watched Game 3 last night. And it was a hell of a game. Shout out for Florida Panther hockey. I'm kind of on board. I never thought I'd I'd say it live on the radio. Murph, I'm on board with Panther hockey right now.
All right, guys. Hey, also, we got to put the stamp on it before we get going for the 8 o'clock crowd.
Come on.
Giants down 4-1 in the first inning. You're figuring, okay, you got 2 out of 3 in Colorado. That's fine. Giants down 4-3 in the 9th inning. You're like, yeah, maybe not. Blake Sable draws a walk. Are you watching Casey Schmidt? By the way, a listener in the 209 said, do we call him Chasey Schmidt? Chase, oh man, dude! 1 month.
They're riffing on him now.
1 month is all we got.
Have you forgotten the charm, the crazy hair? It's all right there. Yeah.
I saw Ron Korchik posted a story this morning. He's got a big feature. It'll probably be in this Sunday's Chronicle about just the whole personality of Casey Schmidt, his life story growing up in San Diego.
Extremely likable.
By the way, his high school, East Lake High School, is like a MLB factory.
Is it?
Yeah, they got.
You got any other names?
Well, Adrian Gonzalez.
Yeah, well that'll work. Yeah, that's a big one.
And then they have like 5 guys right now in the high minor systems ready to break through. It's funny. I went to a youth baseball tournament. Was it last summer? Jeez, my brain. Yeah, and it was out there at the East Lake Little League complex, and I was like, I think I'm on holy ground out here. This is where like all the great, because I think they've gone to Williamsport a couple of times, or at least once in the last 10 years, and they're always like in the West Regional. But yeah, so that's where they're playing ball, man. Down in the Chaparral Bluffs of San Diego, East San Diego, and Casey Schmidt's part of it. But anyway, the point of the story is that Blake Sable drew a walk, and then Mike Yastrzemski drew a walk, and then they called Schmidt back to the dugout. Gabe Kapler pressing all the right buttons. Sends up Brandon Crawford, who's hitting 188 with a 617 OPS. But it's against a righty, Pierce Johnson, forever Giant, and he's got a little 3 for 6 on Johnson. Falls down 0-2, still puts a great swing, drives a ball into the gap, ties the game. What a moment for the young man.
Come on.
I say the young man. The old man.
Well, a little
Brandon
bit
Crawford.
now, a little bit.
I was confusing Schmidt and Crawford. So, and it leads to Kai Correa calling Rob Manfred on the 2.5-hour drive to the airport from Coors Field to the airport. And Manfred said, you at the airport yet? He said, no, I'm not.
That's only going to be a fraction of the time it takes to get from the Vegas Strip to the airport once the A's move into their new digs, if they ever
Your
move
boy
in.
Stefan disputed that.
Stefan, you didn't see the same report I saw. Trust me, I saw all the politicians. They're not buying it.
You got to know it's about the money, baby. It's about the money the A's aren't getting. But we'll talk about that later. So Manfred said, you're not at the airport yet? He said, no, I'm not, suit. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 6, Colorado Rockies 4.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man. There it is. And we got to fit those home runs on the board because they went 2 games without one. And then Tyro Estrada, who's just I forget when I was with Sean Estes down in Scottsdale, and Estes said, who am I going to the park to see this year? And there was a moment. He said, that's the right question.
No, that's good. You know what? I'll accept that.
But he said, Tyro Estrada. He's a gritty, grindy player. Tyro Estrada is a gritty and grindy player. Gabe nailed that one. Tyro Estrada, ladies and gentlemen, number 7.
Bombs away.
It's a 4-1 ball game now. 6th inning. Michael Conforto with J.D. Davis on third after tripling. Mikey Conforto, number 12.
Well, see, Marcus was on the mic earlier today saying, guys, 12, with the amount of games left on the schedule, you can do some quick math here. 30 is actually
got 100 games left. They're at 62 right now, 32 and 30.
A Giant hitting 30 home runs is almost, I think my brain would short circuit. I haven't seen it in so long, I don't even know how I'd react.
That would be Barry Lamar Bonds, the last guy. See what was going around viral yesterday, Waterboy, on the interwebs was the anniversary of of Bonds taking, was it Clemens or was it somebody else? No, it was Bonds taking which Yankee pitcher into the third deck at Yankee Stadium.
You gotta like that. That's the old Yankee Stadium.
Yeah. It's funny. I was there that weekend. I went to the Friday night game and the Sunday game. I missed the Saturday game.
Were you
I was
with
watching
Cannizzaro?
Yeah.
Good.
It was, yeah.
Good.
He and I went to that game Friday night together, actually.
Good.
But the Saturday game I decided to take off because I knew I was going to be partying late into the night. And it was a day game. And so I kind of rolled out of bed around noon. I went down to a local tavern for an afternoon beer and watched him hit that on a kind of a bad TV, too. It was like one of those, probably almost like a 79, 80 Zenith. You know what I mean? It was not like
Zenith.
It wasn't like a high-def big screen. I was
Zenith.
Probably the kind of TV where Rocky watched Apollo Creed at the bar early on.
No question. It's a big line in the middle.
Yeah. So anyway, we got that in the books. We put the 2 homers in the books, and Mikey Conforto gets number 12. By the way, before we get into the big hit sound on Farhan coming on Tolbert and Copes, number 707 says, can you re-explain the spatula? And yes, we can.
Gladly.
This was in the off-season when Gabe was traversing British Columbia and Mexico and filming himself camping.
Right.
And he set up a camera and filmed himself.
As you do.
Filmed himself making his meal. And it was very intense on the sounds that he had grinded pepper and grinded salt.
Well, that's the other thing.
And then he had a spatula banging on his frying pan out on an open flame at camping. And that was it. So we put it in. He also walked across the bridge. So that's the salt.
Well, the salt and pepper, and I turned that into a musical endeavor, just as a quick sample. Here's the pepper grinder incorporated. We took it in a bunch of different directions, but he gives us a sound, and we'll take it from there. That's the one. I'm telling you, it's an OK Corral shootout, that sound, with the spurs. It's like he's wearing spurs. Is he wearing spurs, Marcus? Is that what's going on here? Without a horse? Give me that one more time so I can explore. It sounds like spurs to me now. Murph, is he spurred up? Without a horse? That would be a hell of a...
Jingle. 916 says, as you guys enter this big hit about Farhan talking the future, should we start calling him Farmhand?
I saw that. That's an amazing call. Can't believe no one's come up with that yet. Farmhand. Yeah, he likes it.
Pretty good. Anyway, Farhan Zaidi on Tolbert and Copes about this bubbling up. Bat Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, Kyle Harrison, Carson Wisnut, Keaton Wynn, Vaughn Brown, Grant McCrae. Farhan.
We're at a point now where we really want sort of the engine of this team to come from what we have in-house right now. I mean, when we look at guys like, Luis Matos is playing really well in AAA, we don't really have a spot for him right now. And I think, if he continues to produce, we may try to create one, but we've got a pretty deep team and deep roster.
Okay, man. We got these guys, Haniger and Conforto, clogging the pipes. Jock Peterson clogging the pipes. Get him out of the way. Bring up the kids, Waterboy.
How about that? He said if Luis Matos keeps playing like he is right now, we might have to create one.
Yeah.
Which, takes a look ahead of that trade deadline.
Yeah?
And a guy like Michael Conforto, we're talking about him hitting 30 home runs.
He's got the opt-out?
He's got the opt-out.
Waterboy, you're all over it. That's a great call. We may have to create some room. Yeah, but then again, if you're in the hunt to go to the postseason, don't you want Mikey Conforto?
You do. Exactly.
Well, this is why Farhan gets paid the big bucks.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the dilemma we're in, boys.
Yeah, Paulie Mack, I got a big one for you on 831.
Whatever you need.
He says, Paulie, I once heard you... 408 said, I once saw you make fun of Triple E's pale belly when he was wearing a Warriors sleeveless jersey.
Yeah.
He said, well, I saw your pale belly this morning.
Read my response. I just wrote to him.
Okay, I'm nothing to write home about. Trust me.
Yeah, no, believe me.
What does this mean? Did you stretch?
I have no idea. Was I
Paulie,
showing
stretch
off?
Right now. Show me. There it is. There's the belly.
I just gave you a flash. I'll flash if I have to.
You can see
Next thing you know, I'll go shirtless if that's what the audience needs or
Triple
wants.
E in the rectangle. You want to give some belly in there on the rectangle, Triple E? You want to do that?
No, we might lose some streamers.
Right,
don't do that.
Yeah. Farhan Zaidi on Luis Matos. Okay, I got to give you guys some numbers on Matos. They're kind of bonkers. He is blowing up. 21-year-old out of Venezuela now, joining the Pantheon set by Pablo Sandoval. Okay, ready for this? Against the Tacoma Rainiers last week, he went 16 for 30. Wait, what? 5 runs, 2 doubles, a homer, 8 ribbies, 4 3-hit games. He's got an 8-game hitting streak, hitting .474. He's 21 years old, the youngest player in all of AAA. He's the youngest player in all of AAA. So here's Farhan on this dude, Matos.
But, some of the guys we've had on this team, Bryce Johnson and David VR and Brett Wisely, those 3 guys all have, believe it or not, higher OPS numbers than Luis does in Sacramento. So, again, that's not to say that he couldn't come up and make a big impact, but We've got a pretty crowded outfield. We've got, Mitch and Michael Conforto and Yaz and Jock and Slater. So we've got a kind of group that mixes and matches pretty well. I think it would probably take losing somebody for some period of time.
Did you guys see Carlos Ramirez of NBC Sports Bay Area go up to Sacramento and interview Matos?
I did. Actually, I saw a little bit of that, yeah.
He sent the thing out. He goes, I got an interview coming up. And he says to him in Spanish, he says, when are you coming up? And Matos goes, no sé. I don't know. He says he doesn't know. He doesn't know. It's very funny. By the way, shout out to the Eagle Ears on 707 and 650.
What do they got?
707 and 650 who said, Murph, you're talking about that TV that you watched and by the way, preschool dad Peter and others say it was Ted Lilly who Bonds hit the triple-decker off of in Yankee Stadium.
Boy, they don't miss anything.
And I said it was this bad kind of Zenith TV with a bubble, not a flat screen, and it was kind of not that sharp of a picture, and it was at a bar. And they said, well, Murph, you know your $5 TVs, is what they were saying.
He knows that if anybody can price it. And by the way, the Paulie Mac belly controversy rages on. Now we got I got opposing sides of the thing. Some guys saying, Murph, or Paulie, show me the belly. Now I got other guys saying, no, it's a nice belly. I'm just calling you out for calling Triple E out.
It's a nice belly.
We're getting a lot of feedback now on the belly.
Paulie, shout out the 90s alt band Belly.
You know what? I can't take that any farther. It's just about perfect.
Farhan Zaidi on Now the Lefty. Kyle Harrison, another 21-year-old. Okay, we just talked to Mike Krukow. You have 2 open spots in your rotation. Alex Wood's on the IL, and you don't have a 5th starter. Where's Kyle Harrison?
Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, who's on the pitching staff right now, has done a nice job for us. We've got Sean Jelly and Keaton Wynn in Sacramento, too. So we have some other options if Alex Wood and Ross Stripling take a little bit more time to get back. But, we have the depth options. We'd certainly love for somebody like a Kyle Harrison to come up and grab one of those spots and, be pitching more at the front of the rotation than the middle or the back. But, we'll just see how he does start to start. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic, but we still think he's got a couple things to work on.
Okay, and Mike Krukow said the same thing to us. He says, it might not be till September. And there's precedent with calling up guys in September.
Lincecum, man. That's when he came up in September.
No, his debut was in July.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I remember it was a Sunday night baseball
I thought it was
game.
later.
Yeah, there's others, though.
You're positive. I believe you. Well, okay. Well, I thought it was later.
Triple E, give me that Tim Lincecum. I was going to say it's July. It was against the Phillies. Okay. And I think Shane Victorino took him deep, which bummed me out. But he also struck out a bunch of guys.
By the way, I'm sorry. I'm just you guys are really entertaining me today. For one final comment on the Paulie Mac belly, because here it comes. 415. This is my favorite of the day. I'm going to actually applaud this one. He goes, hey, Paulie, when you flash the belly, which I don't even know I did, by the way, but when you flash the belly, Murph looks a little bit less orange. Maybe that's the key. I got to show off the white belly to offset that orange tint.
And shout out 559 saying Ted DeLee was a Fresno City College Ram. Okay, and also the belly army's coming out. The 90s alt band Belly. Feed the tree, Paulie. Used to hear that one on Live 105.
You knowing some belly, dude. That's pretty solid.
It had a little hook. It had a little catchy hook to it. It had a little earworm to it.
Alt rock.
There you go. By the way, I'll change the subject on that. More Farhan on the trade deadline, guys. May 6, 2007. May 6, 2007. I said July. You said September. It was May.
May?
For Lincecum.
Tim Lincecum?
Yeah, May.
May.
We were close. May, September,
I'm
May.
stunned.
They're all in the same year. You know what I mean? They're all months.
I would have been way off on that one.
Okay. Will the Giants make a big move and by the way, we've already seen people pushing back on the big hit saying, you guys really think Farhan's feeling himself? This is a third-place team that's 2 games over 500. One guy said it bugs me that Farhan is feeling himself. That's what he says.
Well,
just letting you know they're still out there. So here's
they're only 2 games over. It's not like they won the World Series or anything. There's a lot of work to do.
Cubs are coming in 10 games under. You know what I mean?
That's why I want to win. That's why I'm looking for more wins.
Anyway, a couple more here. Farhan on the trade deadline. He went on Jim Bowden on ESPN radio or Sirius XM and said, "Yeah, we'll be open to a big move." And so Copes put him on the spot. Said, "Did you really say that here?" Yes.
If there are impact players available, I think we'll be in those discussions like every team that's intending to be in the playoff race. But in terms of kind of the 6th inning reliever, back end starter types that a lot of times wind up changing teams around the deadline, we have a lot of that depth in house, and we want to continue to give opportunities to young players. So I'm hoping that's where the kind of engine and the push to get to the playoffs comes from with this team.
Okay, one more Farhan from the big hit because he spoke yesterday to Tolbert and Copes, and right now the Giants playing better ball, and Schmidt and Bailey are a part of it. So is Ryan Walker, Matos, and Harrison on the on-deck circle. And don't sleep on Carson Wisenhunt and Keaton Wynn. There's other guys. Sometimes you focus on one or two prospects, and these other guys are over here like, we're just as good. You're just not talking about us.
Murph, to your point, it feels like the last couple years, the only guy people were talking about were Marco Luciano, and he's not even involved in those conversations anymore.
Can I offer you an Elliot Ramos?
Dude, yes, perfect.
We spent years on Elliot Ramos, dude. And right now, I mean, God bless him. We still hope he's going to be a guy. He's still young, but
if Paul Simon wrote Mrs. Robinson today, the lyric would say, Elio Ramos, where have you gone?
Yeah, well, the answer is
Sacramento.
Sacramento.
It wouldn't be DiMaggio.
That's the answer. Yeah. A farm system turns its lonely eyes to you.
Totally.
Here's Joey. Here's another name, Joe Bart. Dude.
Well, listen, this is now hushed tones. I know. I don't know what to say.
Tolbert and Copes asked him.
And you and I, Marcus, are right there on the front lines.
What's the deal?
Yeah.
What's the deal? Yes.
It's a crowded roster, and we could carry 3 catchers, but then somebody else is probably coming off the team, or you're going 1 pitcher short. So it's a tough call because I thought Blake did a great job today. Pat's obviously done a really nice job, and then Joey did a great job with the pitching staff earlier this season before he went down. So. No decision made yet, but again, I think we had a bunch of guys come back over the last few days. The roster got pretty crowded, so it's going to make for a tough decision for us.
Yeah. He just sort of punted that one, baby. He went full on. Who's why am I blanking? Oh, Mitch. Come on, Wishnowski.
Okay,
I blanked on the current Niner punter.
He has a huge leg.
Paulie, I almost just panicked and said Jim Miller out of nowhere.
I would have accepted that,
So,
though. I would have understood.
Yeah, he went Wishnowski on that one.
Yeah,
he's punting that thing down to the coffin corner.
Yeah, but I think I know. I think I can feel like who that third guy's going to be. Yeah. If you're not keeping 3, I think he kind of.
Yeah.
Because he goes. Well, Sable did great today.
That's why Papa brought up the idea of trading him for a starting pitcher. I don't know if you can get a starting pitcher for him.
By the way, shout out G Pop's look on the stream. I saw him yesterday. Was he rocking a Niner hat?
Yeah, he's got that Niner hat.
He's rocking like a Niner lid representing. I like that.
Yeah, the question is, which hat, though, Paul? He changes hats and shirts every single segment. So is this true?
I didn't know if that was urban legend. People have been telling me, because I'm all around. I was here pretty late yesterday working in the studio. I only saw a couple clips, and then the Giants started. But people have told me, Murph, that Papa does costume changes like Madonna or Mick Jagger between tunes. Like, here's a new shirt that suits the theme of the song. Here's a top hat. I'm singing Sympathy for the Devil, whatever. Papa, he goes through a variety of looks. Well, is that true?
Yeah. I mean, I'm
fascinated.
That's what makes the stream so compelling.
I didn't know he was like he's up at that Jagger level now.
The same way he's changing his look is the same way you're flashing belly.
Yeah,
right,
well, the same, whatever brings in the audience.
All right, well, there's your big hit, Farmhand, as we call him. Talk to Tolbert and Copes about the sizzling hot Giants farm system and the fact that they are rolling right now as 3 in a row, 32-30, and hoping to build on it with a team like the Cubs coming into town. E40 drone night tonight. Waterboy might be out there. He might be out there.
I'll be out there. It's going to be interesting.
Cooler Air content, and then I turn the keys over to you guys on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Chim Cherie.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes after the Giants swept the Colorado Rockies to talk about this weekend's homestand against the Chicago Cubs and how close we are to seeing Kyle Harrison and Luis Matos up on the big league roster. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content style. Paulie, who else to start with than your favorite manager, sound machine, Gabriel Kapler?
Well, that's the right selection.
Well, that's the first time I ever called him Gabriel, by the way. Gabriel.
I'm a big fan of that's the right question. I'm just a big fan of that whole...
Well, we just had him talking about his Sprinter van. Okay.
That's a great question.
This is the shell of my van. It was
so
his
he was
shell.
on Cap with Dave Fleming on the Giants pregame. I guess they got into a sleep specialist.
Nice.
Waterboy?
They were talking about Patrick Bailey and him getting a little crick in his neck from sleeping wrong the other night.
I hate the crick.
Yeah,
there it is.
I'm a big crick guy.
There it is, yeah.
Maybe time to bring his own pillow on the road.
Yeah. Well, we have a great sleep specialist who is willing to give us any pillows that we want, humidifiers, anything we need, anything we can do to avoid these situations, we'll do.
Look, he said, first of all, he sounds kind of upbeat and ebullient, doesn't he?
Yeah, he laughed right there, yeah.
What would you give for how much would you pay a sleep specialist? I'd pay a sleep specialist top dollar.
Well, I've got like this chronic thing in my neck. I'm not even kidding about this. My neck has been totally messed up for like a couple of years now, so I'd pay top dollar.
Yeah, wouldn't you? Humidifiers, pillows, advice.
Yeah.
I mean, man, oh man,
custom fit.
Hey, sleep specialist, come see us. We'll pay you. We'll pay you handsomely.
The only sleep specialist I know right now, I get when I'm at the dispensary.
Well, let me tell you something.
Yeah,
I love weed.
You know what I mean.
There's your specialist.
They have some aids now. Yeah.
Oh, Paul, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, it helps. It really helps get you in that state. Yeah.
Did you miss Dolphin coach Mike McDaniel and his quirkiness during the offseason? All the weirdness. So I guess he was up there doing his McDaniel thing yesterday. So they're trying to pin him down saying, are you going to pick up Dalvin Cook after the Vikings?
That's the word.
And McDaniel's answer was very McDaniel.
Okay.
Take a listen here.
March 3rd, 1983. That day I was born, right? Now we take a closer look at that date. And that, in fact, was not yesterday. Okay, so... people are rumored to be tall, short. People that are rumored to be, that's you're not going to get this guy. I'm year 2, okay?
What does that mean? What does that mean? No one knows what it means.
We should have cut that part. Yeah, cut that part out there. That was vintage McDaniel. That was awesome. March 3rd, 1983. Let's talk about that date. Day I was born.
That, in fact, was not yesterday.
There it is, Paulie.
I get the feeling he's very fond of his own material.
Do you not like it?
It's okay. It's just so odd.
Do you have that friend who's super dry all the time?
Not like this dude. Not to that extreme. But I will say, I don't. The weird thing about it is not his style, not his humor, but that it's in the NFL.
It's incredibly weird.
Don't really get that.
I've had friends through the years that are super dry, and you kind of have to be. They're on all the time.
Yeah.
And it's kind of weird.
But at a certain point, though, just pass the cheese. That's all I'm looking for.
And they're going, well,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Pass the grated cheese. I don't need riffs.
Hey, okay. I got a decision to make right here.
I know. You got to go.
Just for me,
here.
then let's do one last one.
I'm kicking Murph out.
One last one, because I got a family event to go to. And have a great Friday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Happy Reggae Friday. I'll listen to you on my way to my family event. So I want the Gretzky, just for Paulie.
Thank you, man.
We'll jump down to Gretzky.
Yeah.
Gretzky, talking Paulie and dads. Yeah.
Bobby Orr, and Bobby Orr only used one strand and sometimes no strands on his blade. Yeah. So one game I was playing and I had no tape on the stick. After that game, my dad said to me, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, Bobby Orr plays with no tape." And he said, "Well, you're not Bobby Orr." I started taping my stick from end to end. That was
you just ran your show, eh? Made you put the helmet on, made you tape your stick a certain way.
He ruined everything for me.
Anything else? Is there any other checklist he made you do, or what?
I did drink Diet Coke and not regular Coke.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
I'll listen to the great one all day. And don't forget, Bobby Orr kind of was Wayne Gretzky before Gretzky. Craziest thing about that, Murph, Bobby Orr was a defenseman, which is bonkers, and he was a goal-scoring defenseman, which is revolutionary at that time. But anyway, no, great sound. Any great one stuff, always welcome.
Great to see the hockey dad. I gotta go. I gotta go be a hockey dad.
Okay. No, very good, man.
Have a great week. I'll see you guys Monday, and I'll be listening on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now we take a closer look at that date, and that, in fact, was not yesterday.
The 0-2, Crawford swings, lines it into the gap in right center field. That's down for a hit. It's going to get by Grichuk and go to the wall. Here comes Sable. He'll score the tying run. Holding at third is Yastrzemski. Into second, Crawford, a pinch hit. RBI double, and the Giants have tied the game 4-4 in the ninth.
Well, that was a very, very exciting way to wrap up a three-game sweep in Coors Field. That's what we'd like to see. Longtime Giant fans looking for a few sweeps along the way, and they got one yesterday. First one since May, I want to say, against Philly.
Since the Philly
talked
series,
about that.
yes, Paul.
Marcus Boucher stepping in for Brian Murphy. We're going to take you right up until 10 o'clock today. Paulie Mack sitting right here. Want to remind everybody also, keep listening to KNBR later today. Austin Slater going to join Tolbert and Copes to preview the Giants' homestand against the Cubs. He'll be on the air with those boys at 2:15. In the meantime, we bring in one of our favorite Giant voices. She is Susan Slusser. You read her in the Chronicle. She's a great friend to the program, and she's on the air with Paulie Mack and Marcus Boucher today. Susan, good morning. How you doing?
Morning, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're good. We're feeling good about this the series we just watched, Susan. I feel like not only did they get the sweep, but it's the way that they won those final two games that makes Giant fans, I think, feel pretty good. And yesterday was just kind of one of those great baseball afternoons, right? I mean, I want to start with the Brandon Crawford pinch hit that essentially won the game. And, you know, what that means, just the whole moment, Susan, you know, Casey Schmidt represents the youth movement. They send him back to the dugout. Here comes the old man with the bat. I just have to think not only did it help the Giants get the win, Susan, but that had to carry a lot of meaning in other ways, right?
I absolutely agree. And you know what? I've been saying for a long time, and I really believe this. Nobody is better than Brandon Crawford when you give him a little extra challenge, when you question, what kind of player he is. He really, really responds to anything that might be kind of seen as basically, not really understanding his true worth. And that kind of came out yesterday. He gets down 0-2, and for a guy who's been really slumping a lot all year, you go oh man, this is, pinch hit, he's down 0-2, fouls off a pitch. This probably isn't going to end well. And, just calmly drives the ball into the gap. That looked like classic Brandon Crawford right there.
Yeah. And Susan, we know how much Gabe Kapler loves to do these late inning pinch hit situations. And it seems like last night was a good example, even though Casey Schmidt has had a great start in the major leagues, that anybody can get pitch hurt for on this roster. We've seen it before with Jock Peterson. We've seen it with Mike Yastrzemski when he's in the 3-hole. So how important is it for the Giants to finally be back at full strength, especially in the outfield, for Gabe Kapler to have those pieces off the bench to kind of mix and match with his pinch hit possibilities?
Yeah, I mean, for so many reasons, it's so important for them to be at full strength. I really, they have the right roster to do this with, too. We saw this 2 years ago. That's when they were at their best, was when they could bring Wilmer Flores off the bench, or they could, pinch hit with somebody else. It's really the way they like to do things. I think this is where Gabe Kapler is really his happiest, and probably, it's one of the areas he really excels at, is managing that bench in late innings. 2 years ago, they won all those late games, right?
Yeah.
This is a little bit reminiscent of that. Hey, look, I think we spent a lot of time last year, too much time, everyone. Fans, players, media going what about last year? What about last year? And comparing things last year to their 107-win season.
No.
This team is not that team, for sure. But the way they're playing, look, hey, they just swept the Rockies. They play really well against the Rockies as a team. They've dominated. The fact they swept that team this year, I do think that that's significant. They kind of almost had to in a weird way.
Susan, we talked earlier on the show today just about some of the Giants' strengths and how they're getting into this spot now where they're winning ball games. They're up over 500 again. And I think all of us kind of agreed that the bullpen seems to be the one area you have to circle and say, that might be the premier strength of this team. Is that how you see this pen? I mean, you look at yesterday, everybody who came in essentially held it down. The Rogers brothers, Alexander, Camilo Doval at the end getting a save. By the way, carving out a real nice season for himself in the process. But I don't know, do you view it the same way, Susan? Do you look at this bullpen, Kapler's bullpen, and say, you know what? Right now, I'm pretty comfortable with any one of these arms coming in any situation.
Can you believe we're even saying this?
I know.
April, I know. Oh my gosh, bullpens are so hard to call year to year, and 2 years ago they were great. Last year they weren't very good. April it looked like, oh man, they're not getting it together. Not only were they fantastic in May, now they've added Luke Jackson, who's really good and, kind of a fun personality too. Yet another one to add to that bullpen. The Rogers brothers, that was kind of as fun, a weird little subplot as I think I've ever seen, with them going back to back and warming up next to each other in their hometown. And oh man, they had so much fun with that. And Doval's just been magnificent. Scott Alexander's kind of like the quietest, best left-handed reliever in the game right now for me. I mean, it's really, really come together so well for them. And honestly, I'm not sure anybody saw this coming.
No, especially when you're playing up at Coors Field and you look at the fact that the Giants had 2 comeback wins when Logan Webb and Alex Cobb were both on the line for losses after they ended their starts in Colorado. And I did want to ask you about the rotation plans going forward. Of course, Anthony DeSclafani is scheduled for tonight, but the next 2 games after that, it kind of seems like it's up in the air. Susan, what do you think the Giants' plan is with this rotation?
Great question. Forward? Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. I think all of us are kind of always like, we've got a little Kyle Harrison in the back of our mind.
I know.
I think it's probably a little early for that. They've consistently said, we really feel like he needs more time. That's stuff that they weren't saying with guys like Schmidt and Bailey. They've really been pretty clear about that. But right now there's 2 openings. Wood will be back when he's scheduled to be on the 16th. So that's just a little bit of a blip. They have they've got 3 long guys, essentially 3 starters in the bullpen. They can just keep doing this bullpen game thing, or just give Manaea the start, or give Junis, or give Tristan Beck a start, or they call up Sean Jelly. That's probably the way that they'll go with these games, with 2 starters out. But Cobbin gets the hip thing last night. He said he's fine. He's not worried at all. He doesn't think that he's going to miss any time. But he said it was kind of like a searing pain in his hip in the middle of the delivery. That doesn't sound to me like nothing, right? That's got to be something that we're all keeping an eye on for sure. And if you're down 3, it might be Kyle Harrison time. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Susan, I think that's what we're all looking at right now. We've been talking a lot about guys like Kyle Harrison, who it made it sound like from Farhan yesterday when he came on with Tolbert and Copes might be a little bit away. We've been talking about Carson Wisenhunt, who might be even a little bit further than that. Do you think there's a possibility that someone like Keaton Wynn could maybe get the call-up before those guys?
Ooh.
You know what? I loved Keaton Wynn this spring. I really, he's a guy I thought wow, we keep hearing about Harrison. This guy might be just as good. Wow. He had a little bit of a rough start to the season. He looks recently like he's gotten it together. He's one I think we will see this year. I think maybe Harrison might be a little ahead of him, but you know what? They're neck and neck. But if you're going to bring somebody up and it's just for a spot start and not for kind of a permanent start, it might be better, if Keaton Wynn might be that kind of guy for now. But yeah, the stuff, man, he has got big league stuff. There's no doubt about it. We will see him for a lot of years.
This is really encouraging stuff to hear. Susan Slusser, our guest on the UMA Guest Line, talking Giant baseball. Read her in the Chronicle. Marcus mentioned DeSclafani, Susan, and I'm just kind of, I don't know, would like to take his temperature a little bit. What are you seeing from him? I mean, I hate to even bring this up, but it seems like since the piano incident, he hasn't quite been the same guy. I don't know if those 2 things are connected. Maybe they are. But what are you hearing and seeing with DeSclafani? Because he's not 100% right now, it seems.
He's not. Now, it's kind of hard sometimes with starting pitchers when they've missed a lot of time the previous year to really, it might just be a little bit of fatigue because he didn't have a full season. I talked to him a little bit the other day, kind of after everybody else had left, and he mentioned I didn't pitch a full season last year, and I think he's going to be fine. Obviously his April was tremendous, and it was kind of like that. The first 6 starts were great, the next 6 starts not so great. He's still excellent, even when he's not at his very best. He's one of the guys that's been calling his own game, and sometimes he struggles with that, right?
Yeah.
And he's kind of been second guessing himself, which is sort of funny. This is a whole new beast in the major leagues now. Pitchers going maybe I was calling the wrong pitches for myself. But a couple times now he said maybe I was a little too slider happy. So I wouldn't be surprised if next time we see him with Bailey, and Bailey is doing the bulk of the pitch calling.
Interesting. And it is an interesting thing to look at with the Giants starting rotation, having a couple holes in it right now. But one place that seems like it doesn't have any holes is this Giants outfield with the return of Michael Conforto. Of course, Mitch Haniger's healthy, Austin Slater, Mike Yastrzemski, which makes it hard for a guy like Luis Matos to crack the big league roster. We know he's tearing it up down in Sacramento right now with the AAA club. Do you think it's going to be a matter of time with an injury or maybe even a potential trade before a roster spot opens up for Luis Matos?
Yeah, I definitely think that. I also, nobody's going to like hearing this. I also do think that if they went after a big arm at midseason, he'd be somebody that potentially other teams are going to be asking about, right?
Yeah.
And the outfield is really an absolute strength of the system So he could be somebody that they consider, potential trade father. I don't think that they wouldn't like to do it, but if they want to get somebody big, he might be the first guy that they have to move. But I don't think he is somebody who would come up to fill in for a couple of games. I think we've seen that Bryce Johnson is that guy if they need an outfielder, and I think it would take a significant injury in the outfield, like one where they think we can just throw him in there and we will leave him there. He's not a yo-yo guy, at least for me.
Interesting stuff from Susan Slusser. Wrapping it up here the last couple minutes on the UMA guest line. And Susan, we're talking so much about the kids, the prospects. I wanted to ask you about the college kids and Stanford Cardinal playing in the Super Regional this weekend against Texas. I went out last weekend to watch them play against San Jose State. I know how much you love your Stanford baseball. What do you think about the journey, guys like Tommy Troy, and their chances of making it to Omaha this year?
I feel very good about them. I try to get. I mean, first of all, it's really hard to see many of the games when
I bet. Yeah, right. Of course.
But I've been trying to keep an eye on it. They're fun, right? Like all this. That Stanford softball was awful fun too. I mean, those programs are really. I wish I had more time this time of year to watch those programs, but I think everybody's feeling good about that. That'd be so fun. I mean, I miss the days where they were sort of an automatic in the College World Series every year, and it will be really neat to see them go all the way.
Definitely. Well, and I'm thinking about getting down there this weekend at Sunken Diamond to watch them take on Texas. Yeah. So, Susan, I'll send you a couple texts on how it's going.
Oh, nice. I like it. Thank you. On the man on the spot. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, he is. He's all about Stanford ball. He's been talking it up all year. Susan, you're the best. We love having you on. We love reading you. And have a great weekend. We'll talk next week.
Fantastic. Thanks, us.
Awesome. You got it. Susan Slusser, everybody. Read her in the Chronicle and enjoy her on KNBR airwaves. You are like the primo number one. I don't know that I can point to another guy and go, yeah, he's a bigger Stanford fan than Marcus. You're that guy.
Well, Paulie Mack, you know me.
And you're a San Jose guy, too.
I just love going watch some ball. I think it was last week. I went 5 days in a row watching baseball. San Francisco Giants, San Jose Giants, some Stanford ball, and then I got some more San Francisco Giants on the weekend.
Let me just do this real quick because I know we're going to talk some NBA on the other side, and I'm looking forward to this. We have Howard Beck coming on from he used to write for SI, now he's with GQ. We're going to break down the NBA Finals, had a couple of Warrior questions, free agent questions. A lot of big names floating around right now. Your Kyries, your Dame Lillards. You know how badly I want to see Dame Lillard go to the Knicks, by the way? That would be best thing that happened in New York in decades. But Dolan will probably blank that up.
Yeah.
But before we go there, final thing on baseball for you, it's a question/challenge. I'm going to get very controversial on the show right now.
I like it.
Yeah. We're going to really stoke the thing. So I always look back on the days when Copes was producing our show as like the number one. He was the number one guy that I could point to and go like, this kid will consume baseball anywhere, anytime, anyhow he can. Whether it was ending a Murphy Mac show, getting on Bart, going to catch A's baseball in the middle of a day, whether it's going to Giant games on a regular basis, which he does. But I see you coming up on the outside now. I don't know that you're not every bit the ball consumer he is. Maybe even a little more so. I know it's controversial. I'm throwing it out there.
See, that's my guy.
That's something to consider.
Me and Adam Copeland are together for pretty much every Giants day game, and sometimes we do hop on Bart together, go over to Oakland.
Have you done that this year?
I've gone once, and I'm planning on going out next week, actually, for the reverse boycott.
It's very impressive.
But also, me and Copes...
reverse boycott.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go to the game, but me and Copes are the same guys that tuned in live to watch Murph's Little League Championship on a live stream.
No, you guys are off the charts.
I'm watching it.
The only thing I can say is I wish you guys were in my life in a meaningful way when my kids are playing Little League.
I would have loved it.
And I would have had the support of a Copes and a Boucher coming at me. We could have used it. All right, listen, now, just curious, though, and I've been wondering about that. Because Copes fancies himself as that guy, but you're every bit that guy.
Me and Copes are neck and neck.
Okay.
That's my guy. I love talking some ball with Copes. No, of course not. There's enough baseball. There's enough sun for all of us to shine.
No, there really is. And by the way, speaking of ball, final note, did you guys see Zach Wheeler took a no-no into the 8th yesterday? Throwing that out there. Yeah. Forever Giant. Anyway, NBA talk, we transition. We're going to get into the NBA Finals. You got Game 4 happening tonight. I want to know where Marcus is coming from with this game. We haven't really talked about it a lot today after the great Giant sweep, but we will. Howard Beck, GQ, coming up next. Murphy Mac Show with Marcus Boucher right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Goes to Nikola Jovic, out to Yurtseven. The big man shoots a three, missed it, and there's the triple-double for Jamal Murray. Got the rebound with 5 seconds to go. First time in NBA history. Two players, same team with a triple-double, and the Nuggets get home court advantage right back. They beat the Heat 109-94 to go up 2-1 in the finals.
All right, well, some sounds from Game 3 there. Kind of a disappointment if you were expecting that first half as a template where it was really competitive. That whole thing got blown to pieces. Denver just put their foot down, ran away with the second half. They're up 2-1. Game 4 tonight down in Miami. Spolster's going to have to pull something out of his hat tonight. We've got Howard Beck ready to join us. Now, he writes about sports and the NBA. You can read him in GQ magazine. And a lot of different angles, too. I find this a very interesting series. I'm looking forward to Game 4. And Howard, I say welcome to the Murph and Mac Show in San Francisco on KNBR. You're talking to Paulie Mack and Marcus Boucher. Good morning, Howard.
Morning, Howard.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. So far, let me just ask you this. The first 3 games, has this series kind of played out as you expected, or did you expect more of a Denver kind of domination, a 3-0 type scenario, or is this kind of what you thought?
I don't know if I had a specific expectation. This has not been a normal postseason. The Miami Heat are not a normal finals team, and even the Nuggets, to an extent, are a team that I think we've all had a hard time assessing along the way and not sure, really what the full potential was. And I think the way this series opened, it gave people this, I think, a strong impression of the Nuggets, but it led to a false impression of what the series could be because they so dominated Game 1 that people rushed to the conclusion of, here it is, Miami's magic has run out. The Heat are outclassed. They don't have the same level of talent. They don't have the size, all of which was somewhat fair. But the on-paper version of this postseason has not been relevant, especially where it regards the Heat. Like, they shouldn't have, on paper, knocked off the Bucks in the first round or beaten the Celtics in the conference finals. So not surprised that they came back to win Game 2 and steal home court advantage. Not surprised that the Nuggets countered it in Game 3 and found a way to take home court advantage back. But, now we're back to people saying, well, there we go. Now it's over. The Nuggets are going to win the next couple and put this away. I don't know where it's going. That's the fun of it.
Well, and you're right. That's been the feel so far as the extremes have been, or the takes rather, have been extreme to one side or the other. And it is, this Heat team fascinates me, Howard, because like you said, they've been overmatched in virtually every series they've been involved with, but yet they find a way to come out the victor. Now, I expect a better performance tonight, but the question I have for you is, considering Miami got Game 2 based on their just stellar three-point shooting and timely forcing of turnovers, Denver had a hard time holding on to the ball. Can Miami compete in this series if they're not hitting threes like that, and if Jimmy Butler is the Jimmy Butler we saw in Game 3?
I mean, probably not, obviously. I mean, it's the Heat don't have, a lot of elite shot creation and scoring on that roster. And so their strength is, one, they defend at a really high level. They've got a high basketball IQ collectively, and they're going to make you work for your shots. And then on offense, Jimmy Butler at his best can do a lot with the ball in his hands, create for himself, create for teammates, find gaps in the defense, collapse things. But he's not at that level of shot creation that, a Luka Doncic or a Giannis or a Kevin Durant, like they have to really be incredibly disciplined on offense to score enough. They're not a great scoring team. They're not built that way, but they're a very low mistake team at their best. They don't turn the ball over. They don't give you a lot of runouts, and they're efficient with what they do, again, at their best. So, yes, we have seen this has been, in some respects, the epitome of the modern NBA, where if you're shooting the three well, you've got a chance to win, or you do win, and if you don't, then you're out of luck. And that's been the way this has gone, right? They shot terribly in Game 1, way below what you would expect from them, but then they shot like 50% from three in Game 2 and won it. So, yeah, I mean, they're at home. I'm a little surprised they shot as poorly as they did in Game 3. Teams generally shoot better at home. Role players generally play better at home. I expect a better shooting performance from the Heat tonight. And, I'm not about to predict who's winning the game, but if they shoot the three the way they're capable of, they've got a shot. And I do think this is, to the extent you can have a must-win in a Game 4 of a series, I think this kind of is it, because if they lose this and then you're going back to Denver, it's tough.
And Howard, I did want to ask you about this stylistic matchup, because we talk about it all the time in MMA, that styles make fights. And of course, here in the Bay Area, we know the style of the Golden State Warriors is to shoot threes, and how Steph Curry has changed the game. Now, to your point, Miami has been one of the best three-point shooting teams the entire postseason. Meanwhile, you look at the Denver Nuggets, they're getting the job done by going to the paint. I believe they had 60 points in the paint in Game 3. So what do you think that means for the future of the modern game in the NBA when you see a team like the Denver Nuggets playing some old school basketball versus the Miami Heat and their new three-point strategy?
This is just where the NBA is today and has been for some time. As you alluded to, the way the Warriors kind of and Steph revolutionized the game. And, we've seen this in various forms around the league for the last 10 years. You could even actually go all the way back to the Mike D'Antoni, Steve Nash, Phoenix Suns teams, and the way that they started to popularize this kind of approach with a heavy reliance on the three. The fact is, size still matters. Being able to score easy twos at the rim still matters. And in this age of analytics, as the stats guys have told us, and, they're just right. The math is indisputable. The most efficient shots outside of, dunks are, at the rim twos, three-pointers and free throws. Like, those are your most efficient end results. And so if you're the Denver Nuggets and you've got Jokic, who's big and hard to stop around the basket, and if you've got great slashers like Aaron Gordon, and then if you can spread a team out and create lanes to the basket, and also they can shoot the three really well. Like, they can do all of that. But in this particular series, they definitely have the size advantage, and we saw that in the way the rebounding margin looked in Game 3 in particular, in the points in the paint, as you just alluded to in Game 3. And that's part of the Heat's challenge in all this is, can you wall off the paint a little bit? Can you keep them from, getting to the basket as much? But that's going to open up their outside shooting, and that's going to lead back to Jokic being the elite playmaker, the generational playmaker, frankly, that he is. And that's, that's part of how they lost Game 1.
And I did want to follow up on that, on the Joker, Nikola Jokic, and this kind of narrative that's been popping up on social media. I probably shouldn't even be reading into it, but some people are complaining about how the style of play of Nikola Jokic is boring and not really fun to watch. I don't know. I guess I'll just throw that softball question up to you, Howard Beck. What have you seen from Nikola Jokic this postseason, recording 10 triple-doubles, and what he's doing in the NBA Finals?
I wasn't aware that anybody was complaining that was boring.
You believe that? I know. It's insane. Yeah.
Well, this is why nobody should be on social media.
I'm with you, buddy. Yeah. I'm with you, Howard. Yes. Yeah.
It's mostly nonsense. and you can find somebody who'll complain about literally anything. Jokic is an incredible player. Like I say, a generational talent, incredibly unique. You talk to anybody who's been around the league for a long time, they will tell you he's the best playmaking center they've ever seen, better than Bill Walton, better than Arvydas Sabonis, better than Vlade Divac. One of the best playmakers, period, at any position. And if you don't like watching just a really smart, clever player who can just pick apart a defense, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, listen, we all got conditioned to wanting everybody to, soar through the air like Michael Jordan and dunk on people. And then on some level, I guess in the modern era, you're conditioned to wanting to just see, Steph do wild things from 30 feet out and all this other stuff. I get it, but there's different ways of enjoying the game and different ways of dominating the game. And I don't know if people aren't enjoying Nikola Jokic. I don't know what to tell you.
Howard Beck is our guest, by the way, GQ writer, covers sports, covers the NBA. Why don't you just kind of look around the league outside the finals a little bit? I'm like gearing up for an incredibly eventful offseason once the Larry O'Brien Trophy is raised. All these free agent names are going to start becoming front page news, and there's Hall of Fame names littered all over the place. And the guy wanted to start with, Howard, just your overall kind of view and feel and vibe that comes off Kyrie Irving at this point. I just don't know what the future is. I've heard some voices say he's most likely going to wind up staying in Dallas. I've heard plenty of voices say the exact opposite. He's going to be someplace else. But my question is, has his value been diminished in any way in your eyes, given the fact that it's been problematic everywhere he goes? I mean, whether it's Dallas not making the postseason at all, whether it's what happened in Boston, in Brooklyn. I mean, we all know the resume. There's a trail of destruction behind him. And does that hurt his value at all? Or are people still going to line up and say, nope, I'm paying this dude?
I talked to people even last season while he was still with Brooklyn when things were getting, kind of off kilter there and before he had gotten traded. And there are a lot of teams around this league that want nothing to do with him. So, the exercise on things like this always to me is like this. You go through the standings. I'll be crossing out all the teams that Kyrie Irving's already been with because none of them are going to want him back.
Right.
Then you cross off all the teams that are already set at the position. Then you cross off all the teams that don't have the cap room to give him a max offer. Now, you can always do a sign and trade, but Dallas has to want to participate in it. The team that's doing it has to have the assets that Dallas wants in return, and Kyrie Irving has to want to go there. So those things are very, very complicated. The list of teams that would want Kyrie and would want to pay him the 4 to 5 year max, 5 if he stays in Dallas, 4 if he leaves, the number of teams who would be willing to do that is very, very short if it exists at all.
Wow.
Frankly.
Yeah.
Listen, everybody knows the league is not, in any way confused by Kyrie Irving's recent past. That you can see what's happened. Messi exit from Cleveland, Messi exit from Boston, Messi exit from Brooklyn, and he frankly torpedoed 2 potential championship contending seasons of Kevin Durant's career. One by refusing a vaccine and, not being available. And then, the second time by first getting suspended for posting anti-Semitic link on Twitter.
Right.
And then by forcing a trade in the middle of the season when they were, at that time, one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference and had at least a plausible shot at making the finals. So once you've seen all that unfold,
right,
and you're the GM of a team, why are you banking on him? And the Mavericks were desperate, and they made a play to get him. And now I think they're kind of stuck with him. I think they have to re-sign him. And no, I don't think there's any great demand for him around the league.
I actually totally agree with that take. A couple of more questions, and we'll let Howard get going with his day. Here's the exact opposite of that. A name I think pretty much every team in the NBA would love to take a shot at acquiring would be Dame Lillard. I mean, this is a guy, he's universally loved. He's universally respected. He has been in a situation in Portland, frankly, that's, it's keeping him from the national stage. I mean, that's just one of the aspects. And I like Portland. I got nothing against the Trailblazers. I wish they could have gone farther with him, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So you hear the New York Knicks are interested. That, in my mind, would be a great situation for the NBA. You'd finally have a marquee name back in New York that you could really build around and really give yourself a chance to do some damage in that Eastern Conference. But I don't know, Dame Lillard and his, potential destination, how do you look at that situation? And I mentioned the Knicks, and who might some of the other suitors be for Dame?
Well, this still comes down to a basic just reality here in Portland, which is the Trailblazers don't want to trade the best player in franchise history unless he wants out.
Right.
Which I think is the correct view. He has always been loyal to Portland. He has always said he wants to stay and see it through. So until and unless Damian Lillard goes to them and says it's time, I don't know that that's even really on the table. We can all sit here and speculate on it and create fake trades and go to the trade machine and do all this stuff and fill up our hours of our talk shows, but I don't know that there's a realistic conversation to be had until either the Trailblazers just decide, you know what, screw it, we don't care what you want to do. We think we need to move forward. We think it's time to rebuild, and I don't think they're doing that. Or unless he decides it's time to go. There will be some clarity in the next few weeks because they do have, the third overall pick in the draft. We'll see what comes on draft night and who is available to them, whether it's Scoot Henderson or Brandon Miller, and how that might affect things. Are they going to trade the pick? Are they going to continue to try to straddle, as we saw the Warriors do, straddling the present and the future in a little different fashion? But look, they could have traded the pick last year that became Shaedon Sharpe, but they kept Shaedon Sharpe because they're trying to also build their future. And I think that the problem that they have right now is that they have not picked a clear path. They have held on to Damian Lillard and held on to these high picks. And I think if you're going to try to win with Damian Lillard at this age, you have to be all in on the present, and you have to trade the pick and get some veterans to get around him because you're not getting anywhere with this roster. So, and that's why I say we'll get some clarity, because if they can't make or don't want to make the moves that will actually make this team viable and a high-level contender immediately, then Damian Lillard's going to look at where they are and say, well, I don't see a path here, guys.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time.
Right.
But we're not there yet.
Yeah, and we'll definitely be keeping an eye on Oakland's own Damian Lillard this offseason. But, Howard, just to wrap it up here, I did want to ask you one last question about a couple other Northern California kids that are playing in the NBA Finals. Of course, Gabe Vincent from Stockton, California, played up at St. Mary's, and Aaron Gordon with the Denver Nuggets played down at Midi High School in San Jose. I know a lot of the attention goes to the Joker and Jimmy Butler, but how big have these guys been to both of their teams in these NBA Finals?
I will start with my fellow San Jose native, Aaron Gordon. Gordon's career path is interesting because, high lottery pick in Orlando, and like a lot of guys, you get miscast as, well, he's a high lottery pick. He's going to be a number one option. We're building around him, and he's got all this crazy athleticism, and his dunk contests, were amazing. But this is just, it's a fascinating career evolution because he has landed in a place where he is in the ideal role, where you've got other guys who are your leading scorers and who are your go-to guys. And it's not that Aaron Gordon can't score, and it's not that he doesn't still have some great athleticism and can shoot a little, but he's a great defender, and he's a great slasher to the basket, and he's the perfect complementary player on a team like this. And kudos to the Nuggets for, plucking him loose, a couple seasons ago, because that's a key reason why they are where they are. Getting guys like him and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, you've got to have great role players around your stars. And, Gabe Vincent, part of this, wild cast that the Heat have put together of undrafted guys and cast-offs and diamonds in the rough. And, he's had to kind of work his way to this point. Like everybody does, but, some players get there with a little bit more of a head start due to their talent. He's just been an incredible worker, high basketball IQ. He fits the Heat's personality as a franchise, which is just, tough player, tough-minded, disciplined, and not afraid of big moments. And it's been a lot of fun to see both those guys.
There you go, man. Hey, Howard, real pleasure having you on the show today. Hopefully we'll talk again up the road. That's Howard Beck, everybody. Have a good one, Howard.
Thanks, Howard.
You too. Thanks, guys.
Okay, read them in GQ Magazine. GQ Online covers the NBA right now, looking at the finals. And, yeah, man. By the way, I forgot to ask you, Marcus. Let's reveal all the inner stuff on the air. Mm-hmm. You've been known to throw a wager down.
You're correct.
On any given sporting event. Mm-hmm. Game 4 tonight, I think, what did I hear? Denver 3.5-point favorites?
Denver's a 3.5-point favorite tonight.
That's
on
appropriate.
The road. Yeah. And here's the thing. Miami Heat, we talk a lot about the Heat culture. Yeah. They've lost 3 straight games at home going back to that Boston series.
I know.
So it's tough for me. And if they don't win tonight, I think Denver closes out in 5 up in Denver. I might have to lay those 3.5
Here's
points
an even more radical take, which you would expect to come from a guy like me. I think that the Miami Heat, for whatever the reasons are, they seemingly don't play their best ball until they absolutely are forced to, like in their backs are like in a 3-1 situation. So I could actually see them losing tonight, believe it or not, winning Game 5 and then coming back to Miami and maybe losing the series back there.
Okay.
But it wouldn't shock me if they were down 3-1 to watch them go steal a game, because they've been doing stuff like that in this postseason. And Game 3, that's the other thing that's frustrating about this Heat team is they are a little Jekyll and Hyde. Like, you don't know which night they're going to be at their best or which night they're not going to be. And Game 3 was, well, the second half, I should be specific. Second half of Game 3 was really disappointing if you were looking for a competitive game.
And they definitely have been one of those teams that have been living and dying by the long ball, like we were just talking about with Howard Beck there.
And Butler missed a lot of shots in Game 3, like mid-range. He was missing all kinds of stuff.
Because our kid from San Jose, Aaron Gordon, is the one on him one-on-one defense.
Nah, he's a
playing
beast.
Phenomenal basketball.
It would be nice to watch him get a ring. It really would. I mean, Denver's an incredibly likable team. I mean, there's nobody on that team where you're like, oh, I hate that guy. What a jerk that guy is. They're a bunch of pretty good dudes. Yeah. And Mike Malone is a really likable guy. And any city that's waited 47 years.
Yeah, dude, they don't have one, Paul.
I know.
Not a single one.
By the way, how long you guys been waiting with the Raiders now? I just want to bring that up real quick. It's been a pretty long wait.
Well, I'll be waiting until this season, until your boy Jimmy Garoppolo takes us to the promised land.
And by the way, I shouldn't be over here riffing. I'm on a hell of a wait myself. I'm going back to 94 now. I don't have all day. Triple E, I'm getting old over here. I need a parade on Market if I could.
Paulie Mack, I was 2 years old in 1994.
You see what I'm saying? I don't even want to get into this. It's too depressing.
It's been a while.
By the way, a lot of people don't know this, so grab a pen and jot this down, that this previous segment has been brought to you by Greg O'Donnell, O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investment, and retirement. Go ahead and call Greg O'Donnell, 866-496-2300. Marcus Boucher in for Murph. We're closing out this final hour of Murph and Mac Show right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Nuggets.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes after the Giants swept the Colorado Rockies to talk about this weekend's homestand against the Chicago Cubs and how close we are to seeing Kyle Harrison and Luis Matos up on the big league roster. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network World-Class Care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, well, here we go. Reggae Friday carries on now. In the absence of Brian Murphy, we're losing, I got to get a full report on this. I don't know the track. Marcus, where are we going?
This right here is J Boog. A little lifetime lover might be teasing some of the material we got in the cooler of content this morning.
Oh, I see. Well,
if you catch my drift.
I do catch your drift, and I look forward to a nice a cooler of content, a Friday installment. Murph had to take off for a family event. We got Marcus Boucher holding it down until 10 a.m. with the Murph and Max Show, and FP Santangelo swinging the bat on deck. He'll be in at 10 o'clock. Is he in for Jumpin' Johnny Lund today?
Or is he Johnny's still out for the rest of the week?
Is Johnny okay? I'm just asking, or is he like on vacation?
Care of some little personal business.
Understood.
I believe he'll be back on Monday.
Got to handle a few personal items. So cooler of content now. I haven't even looked in here. I generally don't. I'm going to stay consistent with that. I like to let Murph kind of guide us through that. That way I can just react spontaneously. I don't know what's coming. So with that in mind, Marcus, if you would, the keys are yours. Ooh. The cooler's in front of you. I have no idea what's coming. Take the floor.
Well, it's only right that the water boy has the keys to the cooler of content this morning. We had to cut it a little short with Murph getting out of town, had some family things to take care of. And it was nice, Murph hit the nice dad story about Wayne Gretzky. But now that the water boy is controlling the cooler, it's time to get a little wild on a Friday,
wild if we could.
Because there is a big story in the NBA right now, maybe bigger than the NBA Finals. And everybody's talking about Zion Williams.
Oh, no, here we go now.
And this girl, Mariah Mills.
Shout out Zion's, how can I say this delicately? I'll just say it like this. Shout out, I don't even know if this is true. I guess we're going to find out, but I feel like saying this. Zion's blank style is buck wild.
Oh,
you guys feeling me on that?
I got you.
Yeah. Is that accurate? We'll see.
Well, Paulie Mac, to set you up for another drop on your soundboard, apparently Zion's had him all over the world, Paulie Mac.
Are you serious?
Because it is in the news now that he is expecting a baby.
I've had him all over the world.
So congrats, Zion. But the problem is, there are some other ladies in his life.
Oh, boy.
One of them popping up goes by the name of Mariah Mills.
What a tangled web we weave.
Well, is a professional adult actress is a correct way to say it.
Who?
Mariah Mills.
Yes, See, that sounds like a singer to me. If you didn't tell me that, I would have thought she was on the Billboard pop charts.
No, not at all. She's kind of...
No, not at all.
No, what was the name of the girl that Jimmy Garoppolo was with?
Oh,
Kiera.
Yes, Kiera.
The one with the golden you-know-what.
Yeah,
exactly.
Everything Jimmy touches turns to gold.
You talking Italian?
Yeah. A little bit.
But now we're talking about it with Zion.
Yeah.
You know who else is talking about it? Stephen A. Smith.
Okay, I heard about this.
He is checking in on the Zion and Mariah Mills Twitter beef.
Apparently, a girl by the name of Mariah Mills is all over the internet.
All right.
Calling him out by name, attaching his name to stuff, and giving vivid details of their encounters with one another. She's a porn star. Now, y'all gonna sit up there and say, damn, where's Stephen A. going with this? Where am I going? Are you ready for this? I'm kind of pissed. I'm kind of pissed off. Because all I can think about is, man, you only played 29 games last year.
Yeah.
And you missed the season before that.
Yeah.
And I've been wondering what the hell is taking you so long to get healthy. Well, now I know. Forget all this stuff. That's his personal business. She put it out there.
Yeah.
It's a damn shame. My advice to you youngins out there, you can't always police what your partner's going to do.
Well,
what's going to be publicized and what's not going to be publicized. You got to cancel them immediately if they're willing to betray your trust like that. I know I would.
I understand.
So, well, first of all, I'm going to need a lot more of that because it sounds like he's just getting rolling.
And he's just starting.
So I looked up Mariah Mills.
You got to do your research, Paulie.
I'm doing it. I swear to God, I thought she was like a pop star. I heard that name. I thought it was like somebody who was like.
No, we're not talking about Meek Mill. Mariah
she's
Mills.
She's no contemporary of, I don't know, Taylor Swift, I'd say.
No.
But I got to say, like, okay, so I see what's happening here.
Yeah,
this is quite a curvy. A lot of curves involved here.
Yeah, and Paulie Mac, I might need a laugh track here. I got to point out 707 on the text line. He goes, boys, the proper term you're looking for is a mattress actress.
Oh, for goodness
That's
sakes.
a new one. I have not heard that one before.
For goodness sakes.
But
well,
there was Stephen A. straight up saying she's a porn star, Paulie.
Well, I got to tell you the truth, too. I'm not sure I disagree with Stephen A. so far. This is a kid who has not been able to find his way onto the court.
No, 29 games.
And he did that really ill-advised interview before the postseason started. It was like near the end of the regular season where he was referencing himself in the third person. He's like, hey, if Zion's not 100%, Zion can't play. Remember, he was saying we riffed on that.
Zion, exactly. If Zion feels like playing, Zion will be able to play.
If Zion's not all the way back, Zion's not going to be out there. I'm like, bro, and now we know why. Maybe he's not.
Well, yeah, if you ask Mariah Mills, Zion felt like doing something else. That way you know, Paulie, but wait, there's more.
I can't wait.
Stephen A.
Keep it coming.
Smith, part 2 on the Twitter beef between Zion and Mariah Mills.
Second order of business is that chances are if you mess with a porn star, it's going to be public. I don't call Jimmy Garoppolo porn star Jimmy for nothing. Okay. The man went to a damn restaurant in Melrose. And right there at Beverly Hills with the porn star. Clearly you wanted everybody to know you porn star Jimmy. Porn star Zion doesn't exactly ring the same way as porn star Jimmy.
Okay.
But that porn star didn't talk about Garoppolo the way this one is talking about Zion. And I'm not going to repeat what she said. Oh. It's not appropriate, even for YouTube. I'm not doing it. I'm just not. Because I don't care. You're young, you're not married, you can do what you want to do with whomever you choose. It's your business. It's a damn shame she putting your stuff out like that. Need to cancel her. But there's a bigger issue here. I mean, she's a porn star. One would surmise she's kind of an expert at whatever it is she does. And, I've been waiting for the leg injury to cure to heal, Zion. I've been waiting for a while. He's been waiting for a while. New Orleans has been waiting for a while. I mean, we've been waiting, man. I'm not going to get into all of this. I'm just going to say, yo, man, when you going to play?
Yeah.
I mean, damn, bro.
Yeah.
No wonder you ain't healthy.
Well, let me ask you a quick question. I'm not even kidding about this. If Zion Williamson had been playing like any other, normal young NBA talent and was putting up his numbers, doing his thing, maybe not superstar, but just holding his own, being a good NBA player, would this even be a story?
Not at all.
See?
I truly don't think so.
It would, but it would be like a Jimmy Garoppolo level thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be as big of a deal as it is right now, but you guys think he's the only player in the NBA sliding into the DMs of these mattress actresses?
Well, shout out Gabe Kapler. Slide into my DMs with some Pioneer stereo.
DMs,
he's looking for stereo tips. Anybody want to slide into his DMs? Marcus, this is fascinating me. By the way, the more I hear, the more fascinated I become. So I have now... As I'm hearing these clips, I'm also doing my research during the segment. Where
Careful,
I'm listening to
Paulie. You're on the SF Radio Wi-Fi.
Click the wrong link.
Careful, I don't want to report you to HR.
On the street.
Yeah, you got to be
I'm on the New York Post actually because they have a big story about it, and so this is nuts. If I'm not mistaken, so he's with. Is this girl? He has a girlfriend. It's not Mariah Mills.
I think he's got a couple girlfriends, Paulie.
One of his girlfriends, Akima, is that her name? Akima, I think her name is.
Sure.
They just had a gender reveal party, dude. They just had you can't be, wow.
I mean, damn, bro.
No, this is bad. So no wonder. And by the way, his real girlfriend or the girlfriend who had the gender reveal party, I'm not to laugh, but she's pregnant. She can't be too psyched about this, Marcus.
No, not at all. But I do think Stephen A. Smith brings up a good point. I think porn star Jimmy does have a better ring to it than porn star Zion.
And it's
I'll
based
give him that one.
It's just based on the phonetics. That's all that is. Porn star Jimmy rolls off the tongue.
Clearly, you wanted everybody to know you porn star Jimmy.
This story's blowing me. Do you have more? Is there more Stephen A?
I think that's it. I know he does his whole Stephen A. world on podcast now, and if you want more information on this,
I think I do. Actually, I'm like getting wrapped up in this.
I would recommend you go check out Mariah Mills' Twitter.
I'm almost afraid to.
She's showing all the receipts. She's taking shots at Zion.
I know.
Talking about some positions they couldn't do because of the leg injury.
You got to be kidding me,
swear,
dude.
yeah.
Oh my god,
yeah, dude.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, one time he couldn't throw the leg up like I need. Wow.
And I've been wondering what the hell is taking you so long to get healthy.
Well, she's pissed too.
Yeah.
Like this, last thing on this, and I promise we'll move on, but I have this kind of fascinated here. She says, the adult film star, she goes, I was with you last week in New Orleans, and you didn't tell me that you had gotten a random girl pregnant after all I've done for you. God only knows what that means. Yeah. Now she's saying, you better pray I'm not pregnant. Dude, that's what she's throwing out there now. Imagine Zion having I don't even want to. It's just getting crazy.
Yeah, so Paulie Mac, I was looking at her Twitter last night.
I think I smell a reality show.
And she was taking shots at Zion saying, you suck at basketball. You'll never be Steph. You'll never be LeBron. You'll never be Michael Jordan. Now she's got hot takes on basketball. Not just his skills in the bedroom, but on the court also.
You're no good in the paint. You know what I mean? You guys back you right down.
Oh, Zion, you can't drive the lane.
I got to tell you the truth, though. If I'm Zion, final thought here, I'd much rather take her basketball criticisms as long as she's not treading into you're no Tommy Lee. Has that come up at all? Like I'm up. It has.
Yeah.
Triple E's going to. And what's the? Is he a Tommy Lee esque?
It's not good out there.
Wow.
According to Mariah Mills, take it with a grain of salt.
So that means what you're saying? He's more of a Vince Neil. That's just the jets between you and Marcus and the us metal fans. All right, hey, Paulie Mac, Marcus Boucher, we're doing it on the Murph and Mac show. We're going to take a quick break in the action. FP Santangelo ready to slide on in here at 10 o'clock. He's going to be working with G Pop today, and we'll maybe do some phone calls, read some texts, have some fun on the way out on the other side. It's KNBR 680, the sports leader.
She's a porn star.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now the 2-2. Wade swings. It's a high fly ball, right center field. Moving over is Doyle, the center fielder. He's under it. He'll make the catch. Tagging from third, Yastrzemski. He's heading home, and Yaz will score. The throw cut off. Wade delivers. A sacrifice fly in the ninth, and the Giants take a 5-4 lead.
All right, kids, we are back. We are doing it the right way until 10 anyway. We got Paulie Mack, Marcus Boucher, Brian Murphy had to split early today. He's back on Monday, and what a satisfying sweep that was in Coors Field. Just felt really good, the way that the fashion in which the Giants won those two ball games. Marcus, real quick, before we dive into Giant preview of the weekend, I want to just tie up a couple of loose ends here and just ask, first of all, remind everybody, I'll be out at the game tonight, but I'll also be out at Seals Plaza starting at 5 p.m. We have a band called Fast Times coming in. It's all part of the Levi's Summer Concert Series. We've got free shows happening out at Seals Plaza. They're generally going to go from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. And then when the music stops, you just roll right into the Giant game. Should be a great time. So we'll be out there. Free music, happy hour, pre-Giants game. Should be a hell of a time. And one other quick music note here, only because one of my buddies is involved. I just got a text here from our good friend Papa G. He goes, hey, Paulie, there's a great festival happening this weekend. Check out Wave Your Gravy's Hog Farm lineup. Cheers, Papa G. Papa G, guess what? My buddy Aaron Redner and his Grateful Bluegrass Boys are playing at that festival. They're on stage at 4:45. So go enjoy that and have a great time if you're seeing live music. Or just come on out and do the thing with us at Seals Plaza, Marcus.
And I've came out a couple times before. I went out to go watch the Stone Foxes at the Levi's
that. I was out of town.
Series.
How was that?
It was fantastic. Yeah. The vibes were immaculate. And my favorite part was there was a whole bar out there. So if you're looking for somewhere to pregame tonight, maybe throw down a few beers, a couple shots of tequila, go get some free music before you go to the Giants.
I haven't cleared this in like my contract or anything like that, but is the MC allowed to go out there and have a pop or two? Like while Johnny Carson used to do it.
Yeah,
Maybe I can do it.
Maybe even more than a pop.
We'll see. Maybe a puff and a pop.
Yeah,
but no, I look forward to it. It'll be a lot of fun, Marcus. And your baseball agenda for the weekend is very busy. Give me your card again. I know you got Stanford requirements.
Stanford and Texas are in the Super Regionals all weekend long, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday if needed. I'm for sure going to try to get down there on Sunday to Sunken Diamond, but now I'm going back and forth about which Giants game I want to go to, either tomorrow night in the city with Walter and Copes, or just stay in the city tonight so I can go watch your show before the Giants game, and then to hang out post-game to watch the E40 drone show that's going on tonight.
Can you I still don't know that I can wrap my head around what exactly this is. What is I've never seen, I don't think, a drone fireworks show. Like what?
So
what are we talking about
I think
here?
There's like thousands of drones in the sky, and then they coordinate them and they fly them together. And I'm guessing they're going to put up like the SF Giants logo. Maybe they'll get like the face of E40 up there. Maybe they'll throw a big 40 in the sky.
It's nice. So it's more of a light show as opposed to like a fireworks
exactly,
show.
More of a light show. Okay. And it's supposed to be synced up today with a custom playlist from E40 celebrating Bay Area hip hop.
Sweet, dude.
Yeah,
Sweet. I'll be out there.
I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of E40, a lot of Too Short, maybe some Andre Nicotina. Who knows? A Rappin' Forte, MC Hammer. The list goes on and on.
Now, where is E40 located during the show?
That's a great question.
I would like to see him like standing on some stage or something.
I need him like on
pointing.
I need him like on top of the Coke bottle or something like that.
Nice,
hanging out in the big glove
with the remote control
exactly.
for the drones.
I want him controlling the drones.
Okay, well that's cool. I've never seen a drone show before, but I'll be looking forward to that. And you said tomorrow night. I didn't know this. His first pitch. Is it another night game Saturday?
Oh, it might be. I'm not even sure. That's too far ahead of me.
Let's confirm that.
We can go ahead and look at that. But yeah, I know I was talking to Copes and Walter about meeting up this weekend to go catch some Giants ball. The question is, who's pitching on Saturday? With this Giants starting rotation right now, with guys like Alex Wood on the IL, Ross Stripling on the IL, we saw Webb and Cobb both pitch earlier this week. We might be looking at another bullpen game, which would influence me to lean towards going to the game tonight. So at least go watch Anthony DeSclafani pitch.
How you feeling about DeSclafani, by the way?
I thought he's been good. I think when you look at the Giants rotation this year, you look at the three guys that have been locked in all season long, and hell, Logan Webb and Alex Cobb have had a few hiccups as well. So has Anthony DeSclafani.
Anybody's going to.
But those are the three guys that are locked into your starting rotation right now. 4 or 5 are up in the air. That's why we're rolling out John Brebbia almost every other day, Paulie.
Well, a couple quick things. So for starters, the game is first pitch tomorrow, 4:35. It's a Fox game.
Nice.
So a little bit later in the afternoon, but not a night game. And then back to the bullpen thing. I'm with you on this. Listen, it worked. When it works, it's great. But like Krukow always says, and it's always in the back of my mind, this is going to be a tax on the arms in those bullpen. 100%. Like, this is not what they're built to do. And I should ask you, being a former pitcher, I can't even imagine like how the mindset changes if you know like you're in the normal rhythm and flow of a game. I'm probably not going to get called in here until maybe the 6th, 7th, and beyond. But now you have to, like, how does that change preparation? How does that change your mindset knowing a guy like Brebbia, hey, you're starting this game or you're coming in the second? Like, what does that do to a preparation and a mindset?
It definitely does. And the guy that I've been focused on the most this year has been Sean Manaea. Obviously a guy that's been starting his entire career, but he's been bouncing back and forth in the bullpen between that piggyback role. It seems like they have a nice kind of role carved out for him, but you're looking for an extra starter. Maybe it is Sean Manaea, but it doesn't seem like they're letting him go more than 4 2/3 anyways. But then you look at maybe his approach to being a starting pitcher and needing more time to get ready for the game versus someone like John Brebbia, who this week in Colorado was warming up in the bottom of the first inning, the top of the first inning. Kind of just treating it like an actual bullpen game, like he's being called in the 7th or 8th inning. I think that's the mentality that most of these relievers have to take into a bullpen game.
Do you think that you can use this bullpen model or bullpen games, you want to call them that? Is that sustainable? Honestly, like if you need to get through a dicey week, we got guys hurt and we're making moves and we're trying to figure it out, you might have to go to it multiple times. But is that sustainable over how many more months of ball do we have? 100 games left or whatever it is?
I mean, I don't think so. I know the opener is kind of the new fancy, shiny tool in the MLB, but we've seen playoff teams try to use openers before, and it's gone red. And it's always just 1 inning. That's all it takes, Paulie. When you're setting 5, 6, 7 guys out there, not everybody's going to be on their A game every single day. So if there is that one crooked number in the middle of it, then it blows up your entire plans. Then it blows up your bullpen for the back end of the series, and it lingers on as well, Paulie.
Lingerer. By the way, I just saw that over the weekend. They were showing Pineapple Express. Nice. Marcus and I bonded on that James Franco with that guy. Man, the guy's always hanging around. Lingering,
Paulie, lingering.
Back to the rotation, though, for a second, Marcus. Looking at this, beyond this, just this weekend, but coming into that tough stretch where you got the Dodgers, you got the Cardinals, you're going to be seeing some good teams. Do you think, or have you thought like that? And again, Susan Slusser joined us today. If you missed it, you can check it out on the podcast. Mike Silver, too. He was great. Mike Krukow. Check all those guys out. But, you know, we're talking about Joey Bart and, like, when he's back and, like, how can they keep 3 catchers? Because if they do that, somebody else has to go. It's probably going to be an arm. I don't think they're keeping 3 catchers. I think one of those guys is going either down or someplace else. So that brings me to this. Do you see a possibility or potential of, and I like Joey Bart, man. I've been rooting for this guy day one, just like Marcus. We're probably A1 and 2 Bart guys. Want this kid to succeed. And I also like the kid. I mean, I've known him for many years at Scottsdale. I've always been rooting for him. So that's my first hope, is that it would work with him. But if it doesn't, do you think they package him? Maybe get a starter? Like what could you get? That's the other thing.
That's the thing. His trade value is not that high right now, obviously. So it's about the return on investment. But to your point about keeping 3 catchers, I think the Giants might be able to, because Blake Sable is more than a catcher. And if we're being honest with you, he's not an everyday catcher. He's a utility guy.
And he's a little dicey back there with the interferences and stuff.
He's a lot better out in left field if you have him as an emergency catcher. And to me, it's so important to have these catchers on your roster, because in my opinion, the catcher is the quarterback in baseball. And look at the 49ers. I don't want to bring up bad memories, but the NFC Championship game, you're going through 1 quarterback, 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, 4 quarterbacks, and you're left with anybody. I think it's a good problem to have.
I love
Patrick
what you're
Bailey
saying.
And Joey Bart both on your roster.
I love that, because you're right. I think Sable is better suited elsewhere out in the outfield. And having 2 good quality catchers, because there will be injuries.
Yeah, I mean, look at
guys go down.
Roberto Perez was your opening day catcher. He screwed up his shoulder. He's done for the year. How many catchers have we ran through since the end of the Buster Posey era?
Right.
Whether it's Austin Wynns or Kirk Casale, all these guys.
No, I
don't think it's a bad problem to have, Paul.
Do you think that's a path the Giants would take, though? Because I don't get, I don't know. I could easily be wrong, but I get the distinct feeling like it's one or the other with Bart and Bailey. Do you get that vibe or no?
That's the thing. We played the sound earlier from Farhan Zaidi, who came on yesterday with Tolbert.
Even he was a little standoffish.
And he was like, it's getting crowded, Paulie. It's getting crowded.
Yeah.
And the thing to remember is that Joey Bart is not a Farhan guy. He was not drafted by that front office.
I know.
Patrick Bailey was drafted by that front office.
Yeah.
And when you're looking forward, Farhan brought it up, somebody has to be sent down. I know they have a lot of long relievers in the bullpen. I'd like some more starters. But to me, I think it's more important to have Joey Bart than a fourth or fifth piggyback guy that you're going to throw out there, maybe a Ross Stripling or a Tristan Beck.
Hey, I love what you're saying, and I would love if it played out that way. I'm just going to kind of sit back and watch how this thing goes. And last thing on Bart real quick, because I still don't know that I know the answer to this. What is his ETA as far as getting back?
So he's in Sacramento right now. I know he caught Kyle Harrison last weekend, but the way that Farhan made it sound like is he's going to get some at-bats down there. And here's the thing. Since he's rehabbing, I think he's got to show something with the bat before they call him back up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. All right, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get ready for FP and Greg Papa, and that should be pretty entertaining. I was just talking to FP out there. He sounded real good in the booth, by the way.
He was great. Him and Joe Ritzel, that's my guy down calling games for the San Jose Giants. Yeah. They were great. They were great in spring training, and I was joking with FP, man. They went 3-0. I'm surprised they're taking them off the broadcast.
Well, I'm trying to cut out now because I would like to get a couple if he can come in. If we get FP for a face-off, I want to just pepper him with Giant questions, too. So Marcus Boucher in for Brian Murphy. We're setting you up. You got all the Giant games obviously coming your way starting tonight. The Cubs are in town. I'll be out there at 5 o'clock. Come see me at the Seals Plaza with Fast Times. The band is playing for free for 2 hours. Free music, don't cost nothing. You don't even need a game ticket to attend. You can just roll right over there. By the way, final thing on that, when you saw the Stone Foxes, did Shannon Kaler wind up, because at some point, he's going to wind up in the crowd.
100%.
At every gig.
And dude, he called me out by name. He goes, hey man, hey Boucher, come up front and start dancing.
You know what, dude?
And of course, I had to answer the call.
I got it. I saw the footage. That's right. That's right. That was killer.
I was front and center rocking out with the Stone Foxes.
Final word on this. I saw, I played with the Freestone Peaches last weekend, Union Street Fair. When I walked out on stage, first guy I saw was Marcus. I shouted him out from the stage. That's like the thing to do. Any local bands playing this weekend, if you see Marcus, make sure you give him some love on stage.
Yeah, make sure you shout out the water.
It's a guarantee that the gig will go well. Marcus Boucher, Paulie Mack, Murph and Mack Show carries on next on the other side. It's KNBR 680 and 104.5, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
All right, kids. Hey, we're going to wrap up a Reggae Friday right now. We got FP coming in studio. Marcus Boucher doing great out here, filling in for Brian Murphy. Just want to thank all you texters. You guys have been great all weekend. And I do one final shout out here, if I could. I just want to help this dude out. He was texting earlier today on a Reggae Friday, no less. I want to encourage everybody up in Marin, get out to Fairfax tomorrow. It's the Fairfax Festival. A lot of reggae happening. In fact, there's a band, one of our listeners has a band called Illumination. He'll be on stage from 3 to 4:15. Nice. That's the Echo Stage Fairfax Festival. Have a great time. FP, good morning, buddy. How you been, man? FP?
What's up, boys?
Yeah. Hold on. Get his mic on, Trips. Is his mic on?
Oh, we're up.
Take 2.
Testing.
What's up, fellas? Not working?
I'm not getting him. Are you getting him?
No, I can hear him in the room.
What's up, fellas?
There it is.
There's 18 microphones in front of me. Like, it's like an octopus here.
And only one of them works.
This is like when I used to play hungover, and there's 3 baseballs coming in. You pick the one in the middle. There's 3 mics in front of me.
You know what I mean?
Even though I'm not hungover, I pick the one in the middle.
You're like LeBron James. You're aiming at the basket in the middle, Paulie.
FP's talking about the days when athletes would go out there and play hungover and stuff like that. Shout out well, I don't want to shout anybody out, but I know there's plenty of guys doing that. Careful. And I always hear like Mike Krukow will talk about days like that, and he'll be like, yeah, no problem, because you walk into the clubhouse and there'd be a bowl of greenies sitting there. And I hear about that, and I'm like, that's what we need, dude. We need a bowl of greenies. We're doing the morning show. We stagger in here at 4 a.m. Where's the Murph and Mac courtesy bowl of greenies? 808 KNBR, any pharmacists want to contribute, we're here.
I may or may not miss those.
Yes, fair enough. Enough said.
I know we need our energy at 5 a.m. at 6 a.m., but you need plenty of that at 6 p.m. too. FP.
Well, they have dietitians now, and they have the sleep schedules and dietitians, and we used to drink whiskey and smoke cigarettes and play baseball. So, like,
Boach would just be like, well, try to,
I
don't know, get 6 hours if you can. Yeah.
Sleep when you're dead.
Grab a beer.
Hey, speaking of old Boach, we love Boach. We're always going to love Boach on this show and the whole town. And are you surprised at all what he's pulling off down there?
No. See? Baseball's better with Bruce Bochy in it. Period.
Agreed.
End of story.
Agreed.
Obviously he's beloved here, not just as a manager, but when you talk to people that were around him for a long time as a person, which I think is
guy.
In baseball, there's a handful of those people that are just special people, not just as managers or players, but away from the game too.
Yeah.
And I wasn't around them very much at all, but I know a lot of people that were, and they always speak so highly. I've never say a bad word about him. So, I've gotten to know him in the last couple of years since I've been back, and, we've hung out. We watched a couple of games together last season, which is, nothing compared to the people that were around him for the 10, 12, 14 years and the special years. But just getting a little glimpse into what kind of person he is.
Oh, yeah.
Man, you're just rooting for him. Man.
Yeah.
He's just a wonderful, authentic, just organic, true person.
Yeah.
Like, take all the resume aside.
Yeah.
You've never heard a player say a bad word about him.
No, I back that. No, I back that 100%. FP, real quick giant question for you. Marcus and I were just talking about the Giants, their rotation and, some of the holes that they may have as they go forward here. And this whole thing with the bullpen games that they're doing, it is working. They've had success doing that. But being a former player, do you see that as a sustainable model that they can really use throughout the season? Or is that, break glass when needed kind of thing?
Well, I can just go to being a hitter, and I wouldn't want to face 3 or 4 different pitchers in a game. Part of being a hitter is, well, he struck me out on this first time up. He's probably going to go to it again. I'm going to sit on it. Or first time up, I hit the fastball into the gap. That pitch is gone, so I can eliminate that pitch. They're going to go somewhere else next time up.
Right.
But if I'm facing 4 guys, I don't think that'd be too comfortable. You can think along with the catcher and maybe the scouting report on you. But part of having a good day in the big leagues is being successful on one pitch in one zone and then eliminating that pitch. So the next time you come up, maybe you're only looking for 1 or 2 other pitches in a different zone, and then you sit on that, and then you get another hit, or you barrel it. And then by the third time you come up against the same guy, you know exactly what he's going to throw you. And you just have a better game plan that way. But if I'm facing a righty, a lefty, a righty, and you know how this thing goes, there's pockets in the lineup based on how the opposition makes it, where this pitcher suits that pocket better, and here comes Gabe, and he's going to bring the pitcher out to face the two lefties and the three hitters you have to face. And just talking to Gabe and over the past month or so, I think he loves these games. I think he's like the mad scientist on the bench in the lab coat, and he just loves to manage the bullpen games. And like you said, Paulie, if they work, I used to be against them. I used to be against all the new rules. But now that I'm seeing how it works and the strategy of it, and you have the bench to combat this when they bring this in, it's fascinating.
The only thing I worry about you guys is just taxing the arms.
Yeah, and it's a lot. I mean, but here's the thing. With Gabe Kapler, with this strategy, we've seen it with Alex Wood, we've seen it with Sean Manaea, of not allowing his pitchers to face a lineup a third time in the order. So as a former batter, how much, I guess, influence does seeing those pitches versus the pregame kind of studying and breakdown film study of a pitcher versus seeing those pitches, and how much does it matter seeing a guy for a third time?
Well, it depends who the guy is.
Yeah.
If the guy has an arsenal of 4 or 5 plus pitches, like a Max Scherzer or a Justin Verlander that can get through a lineup 3 times, that's different than a guy maybe with one decent pitch and 2 okay pitches.
Yeah, especially if you don't see the curveball on the first time up.
It's a case-by-case basis. So, if you're like a 2 major pitch guy and maybe the changeup is your third pitch and I can cut it to 50-50 if I'm just guessing up there, third time up, and I got an idea, that's why it's hard to go through a lineup 3 times. So you maybe save your curveball if that's your 4th best pitch for the third time through and you haven't shown it to him. But you have to have a plus arsenal, like 3 or 4 plus pitches to be able to. And it's makeup too. It's not just pitches. It's just like, I'm going through this lineup third time. I want the ball. I'm going to hand it to the closer. I'm going a complete game. It's a mindset. And then it's resume too, that you've earned the right to go through a lineup 3 times, or you've earned the right to stand on the mound in the 9th inning to get that 27th out.
Is it crazy that you have to have all those elements like at play at the same time? Because a guy I always think about, who I was always rooting for really hard, like Tyler Beatty, is an example of a guy who we saw had incredible stuff the night he outpitched DeGrom. Was unbelievable. It's probably the best game he ever threw as a Giant. But it was not consistent. And every time we would talk to Mike, he would say it's here, it's in his head. It's not his stuff. It's not what he's doing on the mound. It's all between the ears and stuff like that. So you're right. That's a whole other element to being a pitcher, man.
Yeah, it's the mindset of wanting the ball. I want these guys. I want to attack them. I mean, it's the same thing with a guy like Brandon Crawford coming up to the plate last night in a big pinch hit situation.
How great. That was so great.
Open that double into the gap,
Well, let's hand it over because FP's going to get going with, we got Greg Papa now. You got G-Pops, you got FP. Boys, have a great show. Have a great weekend. And Marcus, rock and roll. I'll see you Monday.
Great job on the calls.
Oh, thank you, Triple E.
You and Joe Ritzer were great, man.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, man. Have a good show. FP Santangelo, Greg Papa coming up next right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Where in the world is Oakland A's owner John Fisher?
I love Murph's meatloaf.
Porn star Zion doesn't exactly ring the same way as porn star Jimmy.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5.
Very comfortable
and
75
680.
degrees here at the ballpark as Tyro
Sports
swings
Leader.
and blasts it deep left field. It is gone. Boy, that ball got out of here in a hurry. Tyro Estrada gets the Giants on the board. 2 batters into the game. It's 1-0. Next pitch, Conforto swings and belts it deep right field. Grichuk going back. He looks up. It's gone. Michael Conforto launches one out to deep right, a 2-run home run. It's his team-leading 12th of the year. The 0-2, Crawford swings, lines it into the gap in right center field. That's down for a hit. It's going to get by Grichuk and go to the wall. Here comes Sable. He'll score the tying run. Holding at third is Yastrzemski. Into second, Crawford, a pinch hit, RBI double, and the Giants have tied the game 4-4 in the 9th. ninth. Here comes Peterson, swings, ground ball, right side, diving Trejo. It's out of his reach. Into right field, a base hit. Trotting home from third, Brandon Crawford. Jock Peterson delivers a 2-out RBI single. The Giants get that insurance run. It's 6-4.
Thank God I wasn't on any of those calls. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund, Greg Papa alongside. Yeah, that was a fun weekend in Colorado. Joe Rizzo did a great job on all those calls. It was a pleasure to work with him. Pops, can I steal your line? I don't have a home run call. Can I go home run? Home run.
Adios, Paloma.
No, that's a drink.
That's John Lund's call.
How about
especially on a Friday?
Home run, San Francisco. Steal your line.
Mike Krukow said he was going to steal that one.
That
wouldn't quite work. You know what I say? Sweet.
Greg's got a broom that he's waving back and forth. We're simulcast.
Very dirty one. You see all the dirty bristles? They're sweeping in Colorado. I don't want to say on a regular basis, but that used to be a chamber of horrors for years to go to 20th and Blake, Nefi Perez, or Ryan Spilborgs with that extra inning grand slam, and on and on. And when, remember on Father's Day when Bochy's Giants gave up the walk-off to Nolan Arenado? But all of a sudden, since they won 107 games in 21, FP, September of 21, they go in there and they just roll. But the way they did it, and I listened to your entire broadcast. You did a great job. You and Joe. Joe's getting excited. He's getting a little Papa in him a little bit. Little John Miller on big calls. You could hear it in his voice a little bit.
I'm slipping greenies into his coffee.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure you got a handful that are left. So you're good there.
Those are expired.
There.
Those are expired.
How about the oxygen cans that Jack Peterson was using? Maybe you could use those. But the game on Tuesday, just the way they handled it with the 8 doubles, the 11 walks, you were all over that. But then the way they came back, I got the rally cap going, and the rally cap started on the show just to get them back to 500 after 6-13. They've been so streaky. They won 5 in a row, lost 4 in a row, won 4 in a row, lost 6 of 8, won 9 of 11. And then before this trip started, they lost 4 out of 5. And then to win the way they did on Tuesday, but to come from behind, nature of the victories, scoring late, the line change working, the Patrick Bailey safety squeeze, great read and a great slide by Mitch Haniger. And then yesterday, again, back your aces both have, for different reasons, uneven starts with Logan Webb and then Alex Cobb. And to come back and do it yesterday, 4-0 the day before, 4-1, yesterday after 1. And Conforto hits the homer to make it 4-3. And then a couple of walks and set it up, Sable and Yastrzemski. And then Brandon Crawford, of all people, is a pinch hitter. And this may be a role. Casey Schmidt's got to get out of his funk a little bit, and the Cubs are going to throw Marcus Stroman tonight and Kyle Hendricks tomorrow, 2 of their better righties. So we'll see what Casey does. He's got to get out of the funk against right-handed pitching, but just a great line change to have it end up. And then obviously later the sac fly from Lamont to bring in the extra run. But Brandon Crawford is a pinch hitter yesterday, FP. How about that?
Well, I mean, that's not an easy thing for anyone. And when you're used to being an everyday player your whole career, I've had everyday players come up to you as a bench guy and go, how do you do it? How do you pinch hit? It's so hard to wrap your head around one at-bat to dictate your day from a mental standpoint. And from the physical side of it, you just come off the bench cold and you're used to making adjustments in game. Well, he did this to me first at-bat. I'm going to do that second at-bat. So what he did yesterday was great for him, and it was awesome to see. It was great for the ball club. But for Brandon Crawford, a guy that's the best shortstop in Giants history, an everyday player, to be able to come off the bench and do that was really cool for him. And I bet you if you asked him today, I hate pinch hitting. There's nobody that ever liked pinch hitting. Some guys do it better than others. Some guys from the mental side of it can deal with it better than others, prepare better than others. I never loved it at all. I thought it was one of the hardest things in the world to come off the bench cold and see a guy throw a 98 in a high leverage situation late in the game and try to do something productive to help your team. And for him to do that yesterday was really, really cool. And to see the ball club, Greg, have a couple of character wins. Like you can go into it doesn't matter what kind of team the Rockies have. It's Coors Field. They had a 15-14 home record going into that series, so they had a winning record at home. And as we all know, anything can happen in that arena baseball atmosphere there. And to see those guys down 4-0, getting no hit through 5 innings. And we in the booth were feeling it because we're around these guys and we know how much fun they're having right now that, they were feeling they're not out of any game right now, especially at Coors Field. But when it was 4-0, you're thinking, well, it's Coors Field. These guys are playing well. They're having fun. this isn't over. And then yesterday, same thing. And Alex Cobb was fighting and scrapping and clawing. He made some adjustments, and he held them to 4, which with the exchange rate at Coors Field is like 2 runs. So I don't think there's some part of me that obviously loves the Alex Cobb going 7 2/3 shutout. But the other part of me digs it when you don't have your A stuff and you go out there and you make adjustments on the fly and you're battling and you're fighting and you're using all 12 years of your major league experience to figure out a way at altitude to keep it at 4-0 to give your team a chance because, yesterday they did the same thing. So those kind of outings get me fired up when you find out about the man in those outings, not the player.
Totally. And Alex Cobb, then later in the game, that hip began to bite on the left side, and he didn't know what the hell was the problem. Was it the pitch com? But he wears it on the other side, and he felt it initially, and then he kind of pitched through it. So you have to keep, monitor that as we proceed forward. So obviously it's the bullpen, and the every game the Colorado Rockies on this 3-game series scored exactly 4 runs, but it wasn't enough because the Giants got 10, 5, and yesterday came back for 6, and it was a pure bullpen game on Tuesday, which you're thinking, how are you going to pull off a bullpen game at altitude? They pulled it off. Sean Manaea, the bulk innings. John Brebbia was strong, and everybody falls in a line. And likewise with Logan on Wednesday. And then yesterday, Cobb gave up 4, but they were stuck on 4. And, the Rogers brothers are now locked in. Tyler's been all year. Taylor's starting to lock in. Scott Alexander pitched well. Camilo Doval is and there's a lot of good closers in baseball, and in particular the National League, as you know, Frank Paul, but he's got to make the All-Star team this year. But it's the bullpen, and I know on the wrap, I think you pick the bullpen every single day. I mean, and when you look at the team, when they get off to the 6-13 start, they just were not performing well. And obviously, it was Taylor Rogers struggling, and the outing against the Dodgers when he's walking the world, and Muncy, and that long at-bat with Freddie Freeman, he takes his hat and his glove, and he throws it in the trash can and got a new one, and he's been a whole new guy. But look at the arms you got. Obviously Taylor from the left side. Scott Alexander, we saw him last year. John Brebbia just loves this role. And then you got, guys that just are. Luke Jackson, the arm that he has is just exciting. Ryan Walker with the step to third. Crossfire, obviously the back end of the bullpen and Camilo Doval. And then you got bulk guys like Manaea and Tristan Beck. I mean, when the Giants win and won championships in 10, 12, and 14. Bochy managed that bullpen expertly. It wasn't just the core 4, but it was also, our guy George Kontos, the Greek. And then, when they won 107 games, it was the bullpen and different arms and reinventing themselves and learning about Tyler Rogers and, going through it all and, learning about Camilo Doval, how good he can be. But that's how you win games, win bullpen games. And they're going to have to throw a bullpen game again coming up at some point this weekend. They're doing it one time in every turn, which leads me, Jesse Rogers, going to join us from ESPN.com, covers baseball, but he also covers the Cubs. And just watching Marcus Stroman work, and he's going to pitch tonight. This guy could start the All-Star game for the National League. He's that good. He looks like your former teammate, Tim Hudson and Roy Oswalt, just all into one. Baseball does not value short right-handed pitchers. This guy's a short right-handed pitcher, but he's fiery. Cubs are 10 over. They just got 10 under. They just got swept in Anaheim. Is Jed Hoyer going to have to trade him? Would he trade him? Could you have to make a trade for his frontline starter at some point here with the bullpen? Because when you look at the team now, I think the only, and I'm not going to say it's a weakness. Let's see when Alex Wood comes back next week, maybe against the Dodgers on Friday, and Ross Stripling comes back. But to do it with a bullpen game, it's a pure bullpen game. Brebbia start, and bringing all the arms behind it, and then have the bullpen lock in the way they are, the bullpen is rock solid. I don't see a weakness on the baseball team anywhere now that they're getting healthy. But the one area, FP, are they like just one starter? Are they like 2 starters? How do they shore up the starting rotation?
Well, I mean, you could always trade for a starter, but you're going to have to give up some guys, and maybe we'll get into that a little bit later.
Any names you're thinking about?
Yeah. I like some guy named Corbin Burns in Milwaukee. That's the guy.
You like Milwaukee over Marcus Stroman?
Yeah, 100%. Corbin Burns, Cy Young Award winner. I mean,
you see Marcus Stroman this year,
but I never
lights out.
I never like to get into that because I'm not a GM. I'm just a dork that talks on the radio. But it would be cool if they got another starter. It'd be cool if they added another reliever. Actually, I always thought that, and I know you agree with me, Greg, because we've talked about this before. Is you make your strength stronger at the trade deadline, because if you're going for your weakness, like I remember in 2010 last time I was there, everyone was like, we need a bat, in the pitching, in the defense. And so I think if you need a bat, one bat's not going to make a difference. But if your strength is pitching and you add to that, then now your strength is even stronger, and that's how you win. So I don't know, just seeing how Gabe handles the bullpen too. And that's something I do want to get into today. Like I've been around Gabe a lot more this year, and I like what he's doing. Like he gets it. And talking to him in his office and actually building a personal relationship with him from a broadcaster to a manager standpoint, and hearing the reasons why he does what he does on these bullpen games and the matchups and the lineups and who's good for this. And he kind of goes over all that with us in these meetings we have. He's a good manager. And I know he gets a lot of crap from a lot of Giants fans, but being around this guy and watching him manipulate these bullpen games and get the matchups that he needs, and then all of a sudden he throws his righties in at the right time and pushes all his chips in the middle because it's a high leverage situation, and then watching the other manager counter it, man. The whole thing's been fascinating to me because this whole new bullpen thing and line change thing is a new part of baseball for me, and now getting to learn it and to know it through the manager's eyes and to see his reasoning for it, it's fascinating stuff.
And Farhan, it comes down from the front office. It's a philosophy. And when I watched him manage in 2021, 107 wins, it was all there. And he had Gosman, he had DeStefani was dealing, and he had some good pitchers there. But the way he used the bullpen and the line change was just extraordinary. And the way he did it with all the righties to come back on Wednesday, and then yesterday to have Yastrzemski and Crawford ready. I mean, he's just not Bochy. He's completely different than Bochy, and Bochy's winning his style again. But Gabe Kapler is incredibly smart. He's well thought out. The entire staff, to me, they prepare like a football team does. And a football team plays once a week. You don't play every single day in a day game after a night game. But that's how well they're prepared, and that's why they're able to go at 20th and Blake, FP, and sweep.
It's not easy to sweep there. All right, we got Jesse Rogers coming up today. He covers Major League Baseball for ESPN.com. Andrew Baggerly is going to join us in the 11 o'clock hour. Matt Mayoko, Eric Reid. We have a lot of great guests today. We're going to get into maybe a little Luis Matos and Joey Bart talk next. It's FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund, Greg Papa alongside, and this is the Papa and Lund Show. We'll be back right after this message on KNBR 680, 104.5, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
A fire drill is what's trending now. I couldn't find the trending nows. I went into a small panic. Giants secure a sweep with a second straight comeback win against the Rockies. That story and more trending now on the KNBR app.
And kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Very comfortable 75 degrees here at the ballpark as Tyro swings and blasts it deep left field. It is gone. Boy, that ball got out of here in a hurry. Tyro Estrada gets the Giants on the board. 2 batters into the game. It's 1-0.
FP Santangelo along with Greg Papa. John Lund off today. He's on assignment, as the boys would say.
Good assignment. We got thumbs up on John. He's doing well.
Can you give me?
Home today.
That's good. That's good. Can you give me a home run San Francisco call?
Well, is that the one you want?
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, it might be.
You cannot do that. I'm going to have to sell that to you, and I think I got that trademark. So you don't have a home run call?
I got cash. How much?
It is high. It is deep. It is out of here.
Oh, I thought you would give me the home run San Francisco.
Well, you can do that. I don't think it'll go over well.
No,
my own personal opinion. I think home runs are touchdowns. You only get 4 or 5 a game. Home runs you could get 4 or 5 a game, but typically you don't get that many. And you don't. There's other ways to score. Touchdowns are pretty much the only way to score. So he came in with Tyro's home run, and so opening day for the home opener against the KC Royals. John and I were on the field, and we asked. Every Friday we do a Danny's Big Poll, and that day it was who's going to lead the Giants in home runs. And I actually voted for Gary Sanchez. He may lead the San Diego Padres in home runs, but he's not going to lead the Giants. So yesterday, Michael Conforto hit a home run. His 12th of the year, leads the team. J.D. Davis, who a lot of people picked for leading the team in homers, is second with 9. Lamont Wade Jr. has 8 on the year. And you just heard Joe's great call. Didn't have a home run call per se, but he nailed it right after he gave the time and temperature. Because it was early in the game, second batter of the game. Tyro hits the first homer the Giants had in the series in Denver, his 7th of the year. Blake Sabol also has 7. But every time Tyro Estrada did anything, and I think, this series kind of symbolized them getting healthy, getting Jock back. Conforto was out against Baltimore except for one pinch hit appearance, getting him back. Yastrzemski missed the game on Sunday, getting him back. And, getting Tyro Estrada back. And when he was out, you forgot how... I didn't forget, but he's such a solid overall player. And with Casey Schmidt playing some second base, they were able to mitigate that. And then Wisely kind of wore down at the end. But he was out for 9 games, and the Giants went 4-5 without Tyro Estrada. So every time Tyro did anything yesterday and the day before and Tuesday in Denver, Frank Paul, you dropped the vote for Tyro line as far as making it for the All-Star team. Or the old vote for Pedro line. I love that.
Yeah.
So it got me to thinking, and we'll take the pitchers out of it because Camilo Doval is going to be an all-star this year, we think. I think Tyler Rogers makes a really good case to be an all-star. Alex Cobb has had a couple of uneven starts the last 3, but still, going into that stretch, he was number 1 in all of baseball in earned run average. He has time. And Logan Webb, after a slow start's pitching well, just not getting run support. So take the pitchers out of it and just go with position players. Which one of the 4? And we're going to not have Blake Sabol there. So we'll do it alphabetically. Conforto, Davis, Estrada, Wade Jr. Which one of the 4 position players is most deserving, regardless of who's going to make it in the league, and first base is stacked, and how's he going to make it with Freddie Freeman and Paul Goldschmidt and Matt Olson? I know Alonso's going on the IL now after getting drilled by Charlie Morton the other day. So take all that out of it. If you just call up, Rob Thompson calls Gabe and says, which one of your guys is most deserving of your position players to be an all-star? Which one? Conforto, Davis, Estrada, or full count Lamont?
Estrada and Wade. And as position players, and we get into the pitching thing maybe. I think it's just Doval at this point. Maybe Logan Webb, depending on how the starts go from here on out. And the pitching thing gets weird based on who pitched last, and then there'd be fill-ins there. Could be a couple relievers too, maybe Tyler Rogers even. But it's definitely Tyro Estrada. I said in spring training, this guy's an all-star type player. He was their best player last year. I think he's their best player right now. The way he's playing second base. The way he's played shortstop. His defense last year was super shaky when they first got him, and I've watched him work hard and his confidence grow on defense, and the way he's turning a double play from second base, I'll put him up there with anybody in the league. And his clutch hitting, with 2 outs in runners in scoring position. I don't know what the numbers are. Maybe you could look them up, but you just feel like, he has 14 stolen bases. He's only been caught 3 times. I'm looking at his average right now, right at 300. And, he's their best player. And then you have Lamont Wade Jr. as the second highest on-base percentage in all of baseball, behind Luis Arraez, who was hitting 400 the last time I looked. So, yeah, those 2 guys. And Lamont Wade Jr., by the way, has been playing a great first base. I remember there was all kinds of questions this spring and in the offseason about his defense. And we're just sticking a guy at first base. And all of a sudden, through hard work, I watched yesterday, the Giants didn't hit day game after night game. And Lamont Wade Jr. was out there early with the little red machine and shooting the ground balls at him. He had his little glove. He was doing picks with the backhand side. He was getting his work done day game after night game on defense. I'm sure they did some stuff underneath in the cage. Well, the cage is right in the clubhouse in Colorado. Really cool, by the way. You just take 3 steps down, the cage is in the locker room. It's great. But his defense, he made a great play backing up on a ball yesterday, feeding Camilo Doval coming over to cover first. He made some diving plays in foul territory. So you take that on-base percentage, what he's done offensively. What's he hitting now? Let me see. He's hitting 282. He's got 8 home runs. So
those on base is about 430. Now, wait a minute. You're picking both guys. So the question is, which one? Only can be one. Oh. Which is most deserving? Arraez, he plays second base now. He got traded from Minnesota to Miami. He's in the league. There's going to be a little bit of a log jam because it's going to be tough. Lamont, as we said, Freddie Freeman, Paul Goldschmidt, Matt Olson's going off. Alonso leads the league in homers and RBIs, but he's going on the IL.
Those guys
will he be? So but take that away, the competition. I would go Lamont just because Tyro missed 9 games on the IL, and that would be the only reason why. Lamont has been the most consistent. Conforto started slow, got hot. J.D. Davis wasn't even the starting third baseman to begin the year in New York. Wilmer Flores was, and then David Villar. But when J.D. Davis took over, he got hot. So the numbers are good for him. And, as far as defensive runs saved, J.D. does rank very high at third base. But Lamont Wade Jr., as far as defense, and I saw it when he was in Minnesota before the Giants got him in the Sean Alexander deal. He had sweet hands at first base. When he came up in 21, right around Memorial Day, and became late night, Lamont, he was in the outfield more, but he did play well at first base, and Belt missed a lot of time there. He could scoop the ball. The plays you're talking about behind the bag, he made one with Camilo, and he made one with Charlie Blackmon. Conforto's play the game before kind of overshadowed that. That was a huge play. And Lamont, just the way he works counts, but he's not just a leadoff hitter looking to walk his way on base. He's driving the ball. Homers and doubles are up, and he's been in the lineup every single day consistently. But I hear you with Tyro. I hope they both make it, but I would pick late night Lamont, full count Lamont now, just because he's been there. He's been the most consistent player all the way through. But, you could also make the point, FP, that the Giants have the best right side of an infield in all of baseball. The defensive numbers back it up, and the offensive numbers back it up.
I'm going to vote for Lamont Estrada Jr. to make the All-Star team. If I can only pick one.
Sorry.
Yeah, the right side's great. But how about this for when Schmidt's playing shortstop and Davis is playing third? There's not 2 better arms on the left side of the infield. Arms.
And Estrada's got a great arm. As far as infield arms, and Cross still got a pretty good arm as well. Yeah, the left side of the arm. But, J.D. Davis and Conforto, I don't know if the numbers are going to be there overall, but you're hoping both guys make the All-Star team. But probably if you just look at the competition arise, hopefully he gets the fan vote and he starts. A little bit easier for Tyro to make it at second base than Lamont, because there's just so many first basemen that are going off this year.
Yeah, it's great conversation, and Camilo Doval is going to make it. I know we're talking position players for the All-Star on Danny's humongous.
If you put Doval there, he's going to win. He'll get 95% of the vote. But among the position players of the 4, and it's Conforto, it's J.D. Davis, it's Tyro Estrada, and it's full count Lamont, you could have a good argument for the position players. If you bring the pitchers in, Camilo Doval's a lock. He's got to be an All-Star this year.
He might be the best closer in baseball. You think about the closers throughout Giants history. Maybe we should do this on Danny's ginormous poll.
Now we're switching polls. Can you make up your mind?
Danny's humongous poll.
It's just tall.
No, but you talk about the closers in Giants history. And Andrew Baggerly tweeted this out yesterday about whether it's Rod Beck or Rob Nen or Brian Wilson, and we think all the great closers in Giants history. that has anybody been this locked down?
Santiago Casillas, Sergio Romo, Madison Bumgarner was pretty good.
I'm talking about like locked down right now. There used to be a little bit of drama in Duvall's saves, and right now it's just like bip, 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 bip. I mean, the only drama is the clock thing and him coming out of the bullpen and figuring out if he's going to get a violation or not. But so, yeah, I think he's the best closer. Edwin Diaz is out this year, and that might have been a tough call. But with him out, I think Camilo Duvall is the best closer in baseball. I mean,
so he's a lock to be an all-star. Which of the 4 position players is most deserving? That's the poll.
All right, Jesse Rogers coming up here on the other side of the break. He covers Major League Baseball for ESPN.com. We'll catch up with him. Andrew Baggerly in the 11 o'clock hour. Matt Mayoko coming up. Eric Reid in the 1 o'clock hour. He's a play-by-play broadcaster for the Heat. And we'll talk some NBA Finals. But Jesse Rogers coming up next. It's FP Santangelo filling in for Greg Papa on The Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, joined today by FP Santangelo, Team Italia. And any choice in the Bay Area, take it from us on who has the best pizza in the entire Bay Area, the state, the country, the world. It is the one and only Tony's Pizza Napolitana by the great Tony Gemignani in the North Beach. Whether you're a fan of New York style, New Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, or St. Louis pizza, Tony G has every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He also makes all the traditional pies like Neapolitan, Grandman Sicilian pizzas, and he also has other restaurants in the North Beach. Capo's for Detroit-style, Chicago deep dish, and that cracker, thin, tavern-style pizza as well. You also like to drink a little bit while you're eating all this pizza. He has a full bar with artisan cocktails, a curated wine list, and they have the things besides pizza: Italian beef sandwiches, fresh house-made pasta, Italian sausages, and save room for dessert. Tony G has all the Italian specialty desserts like tiramisu, cannoli, and gelato. Tony Gemignani is a 13-time world pizza champion who's known for making the best pizza in the entire world. Look for his Slice House locations across the Bay Area.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
It's the Papa and Lund Show. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund, not Greg Papa, as I said, going to break. Our first guest, Jesse Rogers. He covers Major League Baseball for ESPN.com. Nice enough to join the show. Jesse, what's going on? How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Looking forward to this series. I'm based in Chicago, so this will be a good one. Cubs and Giants, both trying to get back to the promised land. The Giants a little bit closer than the Cubs.
Yeah, I want to get your intel on what's going on with the Cubbies, them rolling into town. So they got off to a good start. They were 14-10. The offense was good, adding Cody Bellinger and Dansby Swanson scoring about 5.5 runs a game. Cody is on the IL now. Mike Tauchman, interestingly, the former Giant, is playing some center, but they are struggling, and they're now 10 games over 500. So how do you categorize this up and now down Cubs season?
Yeah, well, I'll work backwards from Bellinger's injury. When you're kind of on the margins as is, right, you're not a fully formed team and things like that, and you have a guy playing as well as he did from the left side of the batter's box. When you lose him, it really can have an impact. He was their best hitter, and he's a lefty. That's huge. In my world, one good lefty is worth two good righties in the batter's box. It just makes such a difference. There's so many right-handed pitchers. So they're, I think, 27th in OPS since he left. On May 15th, he made a catch at the wall in Houston. Didn't look that bad when he went to the ground, and he hasn't been heard from since. Little knee problem. He's going to be a free agent again. So I think he and his people, meaning Scott Boras, want to see him completely healthy before he gets back. So that's been a huge loss. But you should be able to, sort of sustain or maintain even when one guy goes down, and they haven't done that. The story of the Cubs season, you mentioned some good numbers early. And overall, the underlying numbers are okay, right? They're not the Oakland A's, they're not the Royals. They have some underlying okay numbers, but if you dig deep, high leverage has been a disaster for them. When the game is on the line, when the game could turn either way, offensively or on the mound, they've come up short. It's quite amazing. Fangraphs keeps clutch stats, and everybody's kind of bunched in some of these categories. But when it comes to the Cubs at the plate, they are by far the worst clutch hitting team in baseball. The next 6 teams are all bunched together, and then the worst team, the Cubs, by far. And on the mound, they're second worst in clutch situations. So you wonder, is that personnel? Is that something else? It's so bad, I actually think it's more luck than anything. Like there's some positive regression to happen, yet it hasn't happened yet. Final thought, and you guys can relate to this, they have an okay lineup, but they don't have a star or two now, especially with Bellinger out. They're actually trying to mimic what the Giants did a couple years ago when you won 100 games and sort of just have that more complete team that grinds you out 1 through 9. They don't quite have that, and yet they don't also have a star. So they're caught in between, and the final thought is terrible bullpen problems, and a bullpen will make any manager look bad. Guys they counted on just have not come through, starting with the veteran Michael Fulmer. So that's kind of the Cubs in a nutshell, a little bit of everything, but really, they're 10 under because of their bullpen, to be honest.
Jesse, when you talk about Marcus Stroman, 6-4 with a 2.39, he's pitching tonight. Are the Cubs going to be sellers at the trade deadline? Is there any way the Giants trade for this guy?
Oh, I think there's certainly a way that they might trade for him. I think that they probably will be sellers, maybe not to the extent they have been in the past when they were moving Brian Baez and all those guys. I think each year Jed would prefer to buy or sell a little bit less. In other words, they've locked up Ian Happ in left. They've locked up the shortstop, the second base. There's only a few guys left. Now, Bellinger's on a 1-year deal, and left-handed bats are always in need. Obviously, Stroman can opt out. There's Drew Smyly, Kyle Hendricks on his last year, though there's a team option. I would imagine if they do sell, it's Bellinger, unless they re-sign him, which I doubt, or extend him, I should say, and a pitcher or two. So I think you have to listen. Now, as soon as you trade Stroman, you have to replace him, right? So you have to listen. But if you don't like what you hear, you can always get back to him before he opts out and try to extend him. So I think Jed, at least, Jed Hoyer, is in a mode where he's not desperate to bring prospects back. They have an okay farm system, but they don't have a star down there. They have more quantity than quality. So if the Giants, I haven't looked at your AAA roster, have some stud ready to go, and Stroman can fetch you that player, then yes, I think he'd be on the move.
Well, Joey Bart is a name we could throw out there. Contreras is now a St. Louis Cardinal. I know you got Yan Gomes catching. So, and I remember, a couple years ago in 2021, Farhan made the deal with Jed Hoyer to get Chris Bryant. And at one point, we thought Joey was going to the Cubs. They wound up not being able to do that. Do the Cubs, with Contreras gone and now in St. Louis, do they have a need behind the plate, Jesse?
Going into the season, they kind of did. They had a prospect who was their number one prospect a couple years ago, Miguel Amaya, behind the plate, but all sorts of injuries derailed his sort of run to the majors. All of a sudden, he's back, and he just got recalled last week, I believe. He's playing almost every day in some role, whether it be behind the plate or DHing, and he's now looking again like the catcher of the future. So I wouldn't put it past them to be in the market for a catcher, but certainly less now than they would have been in December when Contreras left.
Talking to Jesse Rogers, he covers Major League Baseball for ESPN.com. Jesse, I'm seeing all these De La Cruz highlights from the Reds this weekend. I mean, I had no idea about him, right? I'm fine focused on the Giants. We're here in San Francisco and just watching the power he has, the swagger he has, and then watching him on his triple. It's the fastest tracked home to third time in Major League Baseball this season. What doesn't this guy do? And can you talk about him for a little bit from the Cincinnati Reds, De La Cruz?
Yeah, I was talking to some of their people yesterday, and I think they're even just more impressed than they could have even imagined. So I saw all three of his bats live, three of his bats meaning his double, his homer, and triple. Basically, 3 out of his first 4 at-bats. And I'm not sure which one was more impressive. He turned around 90-whatever-mile fastball in his eyes and hit it 112 for a double. Then he hit the home run, second row from the top in the bleachers, and then the speed on the triple. He is that guy that can do it all. Boy, the Reds are loaded. The Reds are loaded. Now, it all has to come to fruition. Like we've seen many prospect rankings, name a team number one, and then they don't do anything at the major league level. But you've seen what they've done just this week. They had 2 ninth-inning walk-offs against the Dodgers of all teams. Cruz debuts. Matt McClain looks good. It's finally come to fruition. We're seeing this on a few teams, right? Arizona is coming to fruition, a team that you guys are familiar with. The Pirates. These long rebuilds finally happen. I applaud the Texas Rangers, but they lost for 6 straight seasons, and it wasn't like 80 and 82. They were terrible for 6 straight years. The Reds, the Pirates, so Arizona, I give the Giants credit and some other teams that aren't willing to completely bottom out, right? Because bottoming out is the easier way to go, but it also then takes 4 or 5 years to recover. But this is what happens when you sort of play it in between. You don't know exactly what you are, and the Diamondbacks may have just blown by the Giants for all we know, right? So, long story short, the Reds and some of these other teams are finally seeing the rebuilds come to fruition. But this is sort of the easy part. Now you have to top it off and win divisions and assign free agents to come finish off the rebuild and stuff like that. But, boy, the Reds are loaded right now.
And they walked off the Dodgers in back-to-back games. The Dodgers behind Kershaw did shut them out yesterday, but they're right there, 29 and 34. San Diego's only slightly ahead of them at 29 and 33. The Mets at 30 and 33, and Philadelphia at 30 and 32. Some big payroll teams. But I want to ask you about what's going on with the New York Mets and the losses in Atlanta. Ozzie Albies last night. I mean, they had 3-run leads, 3 straight games, lost all 3. And the Mets have by far the highest payroll in baseball. I mean, way more than the Yankees and Padres and Phillies and Dodgers, as you know, at over $330.6 million. They're 3 under. Steve Cohen, what is he going to do? Billy Epler, the GM that put this team together, is he in trouble? If they don't turn this around at some point, and it's a long year, is Buck Showalter in trouble, Jesse?
Steve Cohen is going to realize quickly that investing in 30-plus-year-olds is a risky business. Not to say it can't work out. In this case, 40-year-olds, right? Scherzer and Verlander. I believe they have the highest average age. I could be off by a game, a team or two, but they're right near the top in terms of position players. They're the highest age team, certainly among pitchers with those two. That's the problem. Like when you spend that kind of money, you're usually spending it on older players. Now, it doesn't help that Lindor's not having the best of years, right? So if all it takes is some guys to show their age and 1 or 2 guys to underachieve, and you end up like you do. If not for that payroll, if they were 30 and 33, you'd be like, okay, a little underachieving, but that payroll screams you better be great. So I think he's learning the hard way that the real way to compete is to develop and then add on. Develop through the farm and then add on, and maybe not at 40 years old. So I just think he's learning some hard lessons that most executives know in this game.
Yeah, well, one more before we let you go on Marcus Stroman, because he is going to pitch tonight. And just, I'd been a former Met. I remember him going back there and spiking the ball, and the Mets getting all angry at him. When he pitched Sunday at Petco, he punched out Juan Soto, and then he did the Soto shuffle right back at him. He's a little guy. He's fiery. He could start the All-Star game for the National League this year. So when are they going to trade him? Or they wait till after? But he's obviously got overpowering stuff for a smaller pitcher. But he is a little fiery. What kind of guy is Marcus Stroman?
Yeah, no, that's a good question, because when he came from New York, honestly, and if you're listening, Marcus, this is just what other people were saying. Like, it was like, watch out, he can be testy with the media. He can turn on people. I got to say, in Chicago, he's been great. He's been really good. And when he repeats his mechanics, because a small guy can't get off his mechanics, because you can't rely on throwing 100. When he repeats his mechanics, watch out. I mean, he is on. Once in a while in an inning, he'll lose it, and it's just really tough for him to get it back, especially with the pitch clock. But he's been a great citizen. He's been a great pitcher. He's been a great teammate. Can't say anything bad about Marcus Stroman. Really can't. I think he's been the most comfortable in his career in Chicago. Maybe it's the right media market, get out of the East Coast or whatever. He's fiery, though. I mean, he did the imitation with Juan Soto, right? But that's fun. Those are all fun things. I don't think you're going to see many people that played with him that are going to complain. But there will be a few. And there was at least one Met, I think, when he played the Mets that said something anonymously, of course. So I'm on the Marcus Stroman bandwagon, and I certainly had my ears and eyes open when he first came here. But I think he's been a really solid citizen and player for sure.
Jesse, we have a text line here at KNBR, and Marcus is listening. He just texted in. So he said, screw Jesse Rogers. It says it right here.
Wow. He wouldn't be the first.
Ask him if he wants to be a Giant, FP. Text him back.
Yeah, we're going to text back and forth. Jesse, man, thanks for your time today. Look forward to catching up with you soon.
Well, he did like a tweet about rejoining the Blue Jays. So, but my feeling is, if you ask a player, do you want to play, they're always going to say yes, because their agents will kill them if they say no. You never you don't cut off any team that's interested. So I think if you ask him, he'll say yes.
Yeah, he's one of those guys you want to have on your team, but when you're facing him, you want to hit a line drive off his kneecap every single time.
Yeah, that's kind of what he does to you. So, yeah, it'll be interesting in that ballpark. He's smart. He'll pitch to it tonight. Unless he's out of his mechanics, which no one can predict, I expect a really good game from him.
All right, Jesse, thanks for coming on today. Really appreciate it. Great stuff.
Sure thing. Be well.
Thank you, Jess.
Jesse Rogers, he covers Major League Baseball for ESPN.com. Greg, on the other side, I want to get into Luis Matos talk and maybe some Joey Bart and what's going on in AAA with the Giants. I was around Gabe Kapler's press conference the other day, their last home game before they took off, or maybe it was Saturday, but probably Friday. I'm getting all my days mixed up. But anyways, the point of this rant is every single question asked by the beat writers was about minor leaguers. And I can't remember a time when I've seen a major league manager on the bench before a game answer 5, 6, 7 questions about minor leaguers. I think everyone's excited about what Patrick Bailey is doing, what Ryan Walker is doing, and what Casey Schmidt is doing. So we'll talk some AAA baseball. We'll talk some Luis Matos. He's tearing up AAA. And what is Joey Bart up to? That coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I look at what Luis is doing in Sacramento right now, and you can't help but be really excited. But, you know, some of the guys we've had on this team, Bryce Johnson and David VR and Brett Wisely, those three guys all have, believe it or not, higher OPS numbers than Luis does in Sacramento. So, again, that's not to say that he couldn't come up and make a big impact. But, you know, we've got a pretty crowded outfield. We've got, you know, Mitch and Michael Conforto and Yaz and Jock and Slater. So we've got a kind of group that mixes and matches pretty well. I think it would probably take losing somebody for some period of time.
Wow. Nice edit there, boys. Nice edit.
Frank Paul Santangelo along with Greg Papa, John Lund off today. He'll be back on Monday. Happy Friday, everybody. Want to get into the whole minor league thing. Luis Matos is tearing up AAA. His OPS after 20 games in Sacramento is .999. His batting average is .380. His home run yesterday was all over Twitter. I don't know if you saw it, Greg, but
I saw it.
It was 430-something feet, and the swing reminded me of Ronald Acuna Jr. And when I watched the video of it, it's the same swing. Yeah. I would say a smaller version of Acuna Jr. if I had to describe Luis Matos for those of you that haven't seen him play. 380. He's got a .412 on base percentage. He has 6 doubles in Sacramento. He just got called up, obviously, 20 games. But overall this year, he's hitting, what is he hitting? I got to go back and check it. Bottom line is he's really good. And if you're talking about him, calling him up, I don't know that he fits anywhere right now. But when you play and you show that you're above the level you're at, you deserve a promotion. But a lot of times it's about opportunity and availability. So I guess, Greg, if you're talking about Luis Matos, is this legit? And if it is, you think it is, who are they going to, where would he fit in, I guess?
Well, they're healthy right now, and you heard what Farhan said. So I actually went to Sacramento Memorial Day weekend on Sunday at Sutter Health Park and sat right behind the plate. And my main reason to go there was to watch Kyle Harrison pitch, because Kyle pitched the Tuesday before against the Oklahoma City Dodgers. He was going to face the same lineup, and I thought this may be his last AAA game. That's the game he had 9 strikeouts and 1 walk and no hit, and then he was wild. I mean, with him, he's not ready, and I've explained it to the audience many times. There's just so many easy takes with Kyle Harrison. He just does not have arm side command as a left-handed pitcher. He just struggles going arm side. But Matos was also there, and he actually led off the game. I actually sent you some video of Luis Matos, and the one I sent you was a swing and a miss. He had a double earlier in the game, just an easy double. Acuna Jr. is a hell of a comp. This guy, tore his ACL when they won the World Series a couple of years ago, and he's now completely back, and he's top candidate for National League MVP. Luis Matos is not a big guy. He's 5'10". He weighs 198 pounds. He was not a drafted player. The Giants were able to get him as a non-drafted signee in July of 2018, and wherever he's been, he hits. And the one thing, the timing of it is great, because Andrew Baggerly is going to join us at 11:30. Bags has spent the week in Sacramento watching Luis Matos, and he detailed it in The Athletic, and he's just going off. And the guy is on a wave right now where the game looks easy for him. Defensively, I didn't see a lot of challenging plays, but the reports are, and this is a guy that has won Gold Gloves before the Arizona Fall League, and he's an all-star just about every level. Defensively, he's ready to play right now. I mean, the numbers offensively, as you stated, he had 133 plate appearances this year at AA Richmond, a tough league, and he did well. They brought him right up to Sacramento in mid-May, and 98 plate appearances, and he's hitting damn near 400 at 395, and he's driving the ball. The one thing, and Bags wrote about it, he's just so calm in the box. There's not a lot of pre-pitch movement with him. He hardly even waggles the bat. There's not a big leg lift, like you were talking about. Mitch Haniger's a leg lift guy, and if he doesn't get his front foot down, he's vulnerable to a lot of swing and miss, and he strikes out a lot, and he's got to get it down. But since this guy has been brought up to AAA, and it was May 17th he came up, his first 31 games were at AA. He's tearing up this level. So as you assess it, and one thing we want to get into with Bags is just, there's a guy like Matos, a guy like Schmidt, a guy like Harrison, those are in Bailey. Those are guys you want to bring up and build around. Those are your Crawfords, your Belts, your Panics, your Baumgartners, your Lincecums, they get Canes. Those are the guys that you build the next level, the next run. And then there are pieces here or there that you're going to make available. If you want to go out and trade for a starting pitcher, and you mentioned Corbin Burns, I'm close with Corbin's agents. I don't think they're going to trade him this year. I think they're going to wait and trade him next year, maybe at the deadline. He is a St. Mary's guy. Patrick Wisdom of these Cubs is a St. Mary's star as well, the third baseman. But if you'll go out and get Stroman, Dylan Cease, Chicago's north side and south side with the White Sox, a lot of people out there you could get to. And is the front line starting pitching there in the system as well as the position players are there? I mean, Joey Bart may be a name that you want to make available to go get a pitcher. And then you got to make a hard call. Would you ever trade Luis Matos? I mean, right now you would say, hell no. This guy's almost ready. And he, Acuna Jr., he could come up and be your leadoff hitter or somewhere in the lineup, not right away, and tear it up and play an easy center for a long time. But right now there's not an obvious need for him because they are getting healthy, getting Jack Peterson back. The way Blake Sable swinging the bat. Yaz and Conforto getting healthy. Austin Slater, and I know people don't value him as much. Austin Slater, as a right-handed hitter against left-handed pitching, is elite. That guy rakes, and he does it as a pinch hitter. As you were saying, that's a hard job to do. He just does it great. And then he comes in and can be an upgrade defensively. So we'll find out from Bags exactly how close he is, but just the eye test and the numbers off the page, there's no question. This guy, I would think he would be the next guy. I think Matos would come up before Kyle Harrison, even though there's a need in the starting rotation. Right now there's not a need for Matos, but the baseball gods have a way of creating need.
Do you have any more videos you can send me?
I'm going to send you one of the double.
No, I was.
I got to be careful because I don't want to send you.
Well,
I got to go through all my photos to make sure they're actually Matos.
Yeah.
And not other videos that could get me in trouble.
Well,
so I got to make sure.
I don't want baseball videos. That's what I'm asking.
No, you don't want that?
No,
Okay.
I mean, you sent me a.
Do you want any Trey Lance videos? I got a lot of Trey
You
Lance.
sent me a video of Luis Matos swinging and missing.
I
Thanks,
said that.
Greg.
But don't you like his easy swing? I've got like 50 videos of the guy, FP. Don't you like his easy setup, the way
Are you stalking?
he's just so calm in the box? He hardly even moves the bat. He's just so calm.
You're stalking Luis Matos? You just got to be.
It's Matos.
Matos, yes.
Luis Matos.
Matos. Okay.
Matos.
Are you
No, I'm not
stalking Matos?
No, I happened to be at a baseball game when he was playing, and I decided to roll some video on it.
No, but literally, if you go side by side with Acuna Jr.'s stance is set up, the way the bat's straight up and down.
I'm going to fire up
all the
film room
extracurricular
right now.
sweatbands and elbow guards and shin guard. I mean, close your eyes and it looks like Ronald Acuna Jr. I know that's a lofty comparison. I don't know. I don't think he runs anywhere near Acuna Jr., but I don't know. I'm judging off an internet home
he
run.
runs well. He runs well. He's had 220 stolen base years. One time he got thrown out twice. He's a great ad. I'll send you the one of the double. I mean, he just cuts the bases easy. And on the very next pitch, the next batter singled the other way, and he came around to score. I mean, he's not a big guy like De La Cruz with Cincinnati, who just gobbles up ground. But this guy's fast. There's no question. He's fast.
Do you have any UFO videos? Did you
I don't
see
believe
that?
in that.
That
would be the Las Vegas 51s. I don't believe in that.
Did you see in Las Vegas this weekend, this family was just sitting there, and they heard a crash in their backyard, and they went back there, and apparently they saw aliens walking in their backyard. They called 911. The 911 call is, you can hear it if you Google it. And the lady's like, seriously? He goes, I'm not kidding. He was a kid about 17, 18 years old. His whole family heard it. They went out, and he said they're 8 to 10 feet tall. They have really big eyes and a huge mouth, and they're walking in my backyard right now. You don't believe
It's
that?
John Fisher and David Cavill landing in Vegas. Yeah. We're going to go UFOs here, FP?
No, I'm just saying. I don't know if I believe in them,
Okay.
but if I am, why would you make something like that up? I guess
mushrooms.
To get some dork.
Psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah.
Peyote. A lot of
So,
different reasons you'd make that
The
up.
other side of the AAA thing right now is Joey Bart struggling big time. He's 2 for 20 with 11 Ks. I'm reading this on on Twitter. He struck out 3 times yesterday, and that was just in his first 3 at-bats. I don't know what he did after that. Patrick Bailey's playing really well. Things are cruising along here at the big league level. The big league level is about taking advantage of opportunity. Get your day in the sun, you got to shine. Patrick Bailey's done that immediately. And Joey Bart's still kind of a work in progress. So your thoughts on Joey Bart and his...
Well, I mean, we talked about, and I honestly thought they were going to trade Joey Bart a few years ago. We had heard a lot of rumblings that he wasn't happy, and I thought there was a trade to Seattle that he may go up there, and they didn't trade him, whether or not they didn't get returned back. And, Buster also sat out the pandemic year. They rushed him. It's funny. I was critical of them bringing Joey up to the major leagues and bypassing AAA. But Patrick Bailey caught 14 games in AAA his whole life. So not every prospect. Pudge Rodriguez came right up, from low A and double A. I mean, certain guys are just special. Joey needed more refinement, and then it looked like he figured it out. I mean, last year opening day, he hits a home run, start, and then he, we've seen enough of Joey to know. They like Blake Sable. Obviously, Bailey's the guy, but, he slept on a pillow wrong in Denver, and he's got a kink in his neck, and, you could go on the IL for all we know, and Joey's back here, and that's where needs come. But, I mean, that's what I'm saying, is you build a farm system, and you spend a lot of money. Baseball teams spend a lot of money. Other sports don't do this. The NBA is getting into it, obviously, in the G League, but you just don't have the outlay of money to develop these guys, and they don't own all these teams. Sacramento's independently owned, but the players you have, and you spend so much money to develop these players, and then they're multi-pronged. I mean, some come up and they become your future stars. Others you use as chips to go fill a need where you're lacking. And that's where Joey would fall into it. This organization did not draft Joey Bart. It was John Barr and, Bobby and the previous guys. And then right after that, they drafted Patrick Bailey, which was interesting, as their number 1 pick. So it is what it is. I mean, that's why you would possibly put Joey Bart in a trade. What's his value to get back? I mean, could you legitimately offer Joey Bart in a 1-for-1 with someone like Marcus Stroman? That seems unlikely. You'd have to throw in more to get him. But, just assessing how they feel about him, from management, and then the things that Gabe says about him. He's honest. They challenged Joey Bart to get better, and he has gotten better, but has he gotten better enough? And as you look at your catching position down the road, where does Sable really factor in? You're around the management and Gabe and the staff. They like Blake Sable. Now, he's not Patrick Bailey, but he's good enough as a backup catcher that can swing the bat the way he can, and he can also play in the outfield and DH. So, I mean, just looking at the organizational flow chart, and Austin Wynns is here, there, and everywhere and moving around. Now he's in Colorado. After he was a Dodger, he was a guy who kind of filled that role. But that's what we're saying, and we'll get into it with Bags because he was a AAA. I mean, if you want to make a trade to improve your team, a guy like Luis Matos, you'll talk to people about him, but I'm not going to say, it's just you're not trading him, but maybe they are. Maybe they're saying you're not touching him. We're not trading that guy. What do you think about Joey Bart? Would you take Joey Bart? And if you put Joey out there, and I think he's been out there for a couple of years, what could you reasonably get back in a trade? So that's where you assess all of it, especially this time of the year, Frank Paul. Now we're into early June. You're back over 500. You're in the race. The division race is up for grabs. Arizona looks good. Dodgers are sliding. They're having problems in the rotation. Urias is coming back this weekend. Syndergaard's on the IL, and he's just pitched terribly. So you can get in as a division winner, but more likely a wild card team. And once you're in, look at what Philadelphia did. So now, the trade deadline starts earlier these days. It's early July, and not, August 1 is the new deadline, not July 31. So at this point of the year, you start to assess your minor league system to come up and help you the way the young guys have. And then other pieces, maybe like Joey Bart, you use as a trade chip.
Do we have a pillow commercial sponsor here at KNBR?
Sleep Number, FP.
Are you a 24-year-old Giants catcher and you didn't sleep well the other night and missed a game because you had a kink in your neck? Well,
Patrick Bailey.
Don't you worry.
Where were you guys? At the Tabor Center? We at the Tabor Center?
We here at the Pillow Farm.
Pillow talk?
Yeah. So, hey.
Tell me that hasn't happened to you on the road where you get a bad pillow.
Yeah, it actually has. It happens to me at home every night. I can't sleep. I couldn't sleep at altitude the whole trip. I don't know why.
Sleeping at altitude's hard.
I couldn't. I was up all night staring at the sea.
Going to Tahoe, going to Denver, going to Mexico City. It's not easy.
So here's the thing with the catching. If the Joey Bart thing was going to happen, it would have happened already. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to be factual. When you're a first-round pick, the Giants drafted Joey Bart for his offense. That's why he was the first-round pick. They knew the defense was a work in progress and something that was going to have to develop. But with catching, that position, for me, takes the most time to develop of any position. So he was a first-round pick based on his offense. Patrick Bailey was a first-round pick based on his defense and his defensive skills, his framing ability, his throwing, his game handling, and the way he works the pitchers, and he just, everything about him oozes like a really good defensive catcher. The offense with Patrick Bailey, I think, has been a bonus so far. We'll see if that keeps up. But the Joey Bart thing, to me, from just a psychological standpoint, you've been given a lot of opportunities because you're a first-round pick. There's a lot of us that wish we had all the opportunities that Joey Bart has had. With Brock Purdy, he got his day in the sun. He shined. He wasn't a first-round pick. If he threw 3 interceptions his first game and 2 the second game, he would have been El Bencho, but he took advantage of opportunity. But a first-round pick's going to get more chances. And Joey Bart's had a long runway here, and it just hasn't happened yet. I like the guy. I like the person. I root for Joey Bart. But from a mental standpoint, Greg, if another kid comes up and he's playing well, and all of a sudden you see the writing on the wall that, oh my gosh, everybody wants to pitch to this guy. He's taking 50-50 balls and making them strikes all the time. He's throwing runners out, and he's hitting the sacrifice, whatever it was, the safety squeeze the other night with the game on the line. He's doing little things, and he's doing big things to help your team win. So in that regard, this is Patrick Bailey's job right now. The team is cruising along. The pitchers will all want to throw to him. It's not that they don't want to throw to Blake Sable. I thought Blake Sable had a great game yesterday, his best defensive game as a major leaguer against the Rockies on getaway day yesterday. But this is as well as anybody, Pops, it's baseball Darwinism. It's survival of the fittest. And when you get up here and you do anything to help a team win, because at the major league level, the only thing that matters is the W. At the minor league level, you got to put up your numbers. It's about you putting up your numbers and showing you're better than the level. At the big leagues, a good game could be 0 for 2 with a couple of walks, score a run, throw a guy out, call a great game. It's not all about you. It is, in a sense, to get paid and take care of your family. but it's about winning. So if you're a winning player on a winning team and you're contributing to those wins in any way, shape, or form, you're going to be part of that ball club. And right now, that's Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, the only thing, I agree with everything you're saying, but to just say that Joey Bart is going to be who he is, and that's it. He's not going to get better, because he has gotten better. He's gotten a lot better. You know, there was so much swing and miss in his game when he first got here. He had strong hands, but he did, adjusting to the one leg down, it was tough for him. And he was the number 2 overall pick in the draft, and a team that still had Buster Posey. And to me, it's a little like Trey Lance. We compare Trey and James Wiseman of the Warriors. And with Joey, he's gotten the most runway of anybody. The Warriors, for whatever reason, his own lack of development or just where they were at, they didn't play him enough. They did not really fully determine what he's going to be, and I think he's going to be a very good player. With Trey Lance, likewise. He just hasn't gotten over it yet. With Joey, I think they have given him a chance, but he has gotten better. It's just he's not as good defensively as Patrick Bailey. But I go to the game against the Mets where the whole season started. That Saturday afternoon game, and Logan Webb pitched. He threw out 2 base runners, one at second and one at third, and it was by far the best defensive game he's had, like you're saying about Blake. So there's still room to grow with Joey. The one thing at catcher, you need 2 and maybe 3. You can't play every single day behind the plate. You get worn down, day games after night games. You just can't. So, I mean, is Joey Bart worth keeping on the roster, bringing him up from AAA to be your backup catcher? Or would you want somebody else like Sable to do that? And then injuries are always a factor. So I think Joey's still getting better, but Bailey's already there. So I hear your point, which we'll ask Bags. He'll take an assessment because he's down there at AAA watching Matos. He's watching all the prospects down there. Where's Luciano at AA? And, Bags went down there and watched him as well with the back injury. And with Joey, I mean, to your point, have you seen enough of Bailey and Blake Sable where you would not only make Joey Bart available, you would actively try to move Joey Bart?
Well, what if it was year 5 or 6 and Buster Posey still hadn't figured it out? He figured it out right away. So, I don't know. We'll see how the whole Joey Bart thing works out. But right now, it's Patrick Bailey's job, 100%. Andrew Baggerly coming up, bottom of the hour. Then we have Matt Mayoko. We'll switch gears and talk a little 49ers. Then Eric Reid in the 1 o'clock hour to talk some Miami Heat and the NBA Finals and what's going on with that. Friday's big poll, which Giants position player is most deserving of an all-star nod? Go to Danny Dunn's Twitter. It's at DannyDunn24. I retweeted it too, at Fightin' Hydrant on Twitter. Michael Conforto, J.D. Davis, Tyro Estrada. Which Giants position player is most deserving?
Lamont Wade Jr. Don't forget about
all-star in Lamont Wade Jr. Yeah,
yes,
those. I'm looking right at it and missed it. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night or in Colorado. You listen to FP Santangelo. I'm filling in for John Lund today. Greg Papa will have a wardrobe change. Maybe, maybe not. We're streaming on the all-new KNBR app, YouTube, Twitch. You can catch us on TV, too. FP Santangelo, Greg Papa on The Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
My dear friend Susan Slusser joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the Giants sweep of the Rockies. Check out that podcast and more trending now on the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Rockies have the infield back with the exception of McMahon at third. Next pitch, Conforto swings and belts it deep right field. Grichuk going back. He looks up. It's gone! Michael Conforto launches one out to deep right, a 2-run home run. It's his team leading 12th of the year, and the Giants are back within a run. It's 4-3.
It's Team Italia today in the Papa and Lund Show. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. He'll be back on Monday. Greg Papa alongside. The Giants sweep the Rockies in Colorado. A couple of come-from-behind victories in that one. They go to 32-30 on the year. They're 5 games behind the Arizona Diamondbacks, who I picked in spring training to win the NL West, which was probably blasphemous. I think the Giants have enough right now, and with a tinker here, a tinker there, that they could win this division. I know it sounds crazy, and everybody's like, what are you saying? I've been around this team. I felt when they were down 4-0 the other night and they were being no-hit that they were going to find a way. You just have that vibe when you're around this club. And yesterday I felt the same thing. And I can't say I ever felt that last year. And I followed every single game. I was at the ballpark in the bunker. You just didn't have that same, I don't know. It's hard to put into words, Pop, but like you just feel it when you're around them. These guys believe in themselves. They're having fun. They like being around each other. They hang out together. And I think the young kids have injected a lot of energy into this ball club. And they've performed too. Maybe we could talk about Casey Schmidt a little bit before we get to Danny's big poll here on Friday and what he's done recently. And Pops, you've been around baseball a long time. You know that when rookies get called up and they have immediate success, that all of a sudden the pre-series meeting, there's going to be a little more time spent on Casey Schmidt. This guy can't beat us. He's on fire right now. His swing percentage is this. And then as a rookie, you have to adjust back to how the league adjusts to you. And it's a constant chess game, cat and mouse, however you want to say it. And Casey Schmidt has shown in the league that he's a lot like Javi Baez. He can hurt you. He's dangerous, but he likes to swing. And I think the Giants' biggest, I want to say like test, but the Giants' biggest thing they have to deal with right now is what I used to call as a hitting coach with the San Jose Giants is being patiently aggressive. And what does patiently aggressive mean? It means, well, I'm going up there with a specific game plan. And I always talk about Gene Kleins, that was my hitting coach in San Francisco, and he would not let me walk past him to the on-deck circle without telling him, articulating out loud, because when you say it out loud, it sinks into your brain a little bit better, that what's your game plan here? I'm like, Gino, just let me hit. Jesus, like, let me just go hit. He'd be like, no, I want to know your game plan. I'm looking for a fastball low and away. I'm going to try to drive it through the shortstop's chest. Okay, and he would let me go to the on-deck circle. But he would not let me go there until I said my game plan out loud. And I think for Casey Schmidt, patiently aggressive is the game plan. And there's two counts to hit in, Pops. 2 strikes and less than 2 strikes. And with less than 2 strikes, I'm sitting on a pitch in a zone. Because if you sit on a pitch, you get the pitch and it's not in your zone, you're going to chase it. So there's a fine line that the Giants are walking right now with Casey Schmidt to keep him aggressive. You like aggressive hitters, but aggressive with a specific game plan. I'm sitting on a first pitch curveball here. Okay, go sit on one. And then you just fight with 2 strikes. You throw the game plan out the window. So this kid has all the talent in the world. I love his energy. His defense is off the charts. But for him to stay above sea level here and around 300 or wherever and do damage like he did the other night, maybe sat on a pitch on his 2 RBI double, that on an at-bat to at-bat basis, he's going to have to be just a touch more disciplined while keeping his aggressive nature.
So it was 2 weeks ago. You guys were on the road in Milwaukee Memorial Day weekend. And Casey was riding the wave, and so was Patrick Bailey. And what happened was 3 straight starts against a right-handed pitcher. Brandon Crawford was not in the lineup. Giants won all 3 games, and Casey and Patrick contributed. That Sunday game, day game after a night game, Craw got in and Craw raked. And Memorial Day, Monday against Pittsburgh, Craw raked. They were both in the lineup together. And people were wondering, what's Brandon Crawford's role on this team? Well, exactly what it is, to fit in, where he can get in. And now it's kind of flipped a little bit, and I'm not saying they're going to take playing time away from Casey, but it's specifically right-handed pitching that he's struggling with. I don't know what his game plan to me. It's just grip it and rip it. He's swinging at all counts. He's just really aggressive. He has 1 walk in 20 strikeouts. And you were in Milwaukee when he finally drew the walk. What was it, like 69 plate appearances before he got there? And we're going to talk to Bags about the development of Matos and, where he's at and, Bailey's meteoric rise and what's going on with Joey Bart down there. And, it was pretty obvious that when Casey got called up, his defense, no matter if he had to play at second or short or third, he's just a Gold Glove caliber defender no matter where you put him at. But he was striking out far more than he was walking. The ratio's not good there. Kyle Harrison, same thing. Just too many walks, too many easy takes out of his hands. Strikeouts are there, but he's walking too many. So now that they're at the major league level, how do they develop him? And you were talking about, being a hitting coach at A-Ball and Gene Klein's. And, this staff they have right now, these guys are not only major league, coaching staff, they are developers. They develop guys at the major league level. You see the way they do things differently. You travel with them and what Kai Correa does and Andrew Baggerly, and it's just different. And JV and the hitting. So now we're going to see, can they develop him? Because he's not fully refined yet as a hitter. And to me, what he struggles with is right-handed spin away from him. And we had Hunter Pence on the other day, and Hunter, he just flailed at that slider from a right-hander away. He could not hit that pitch, just could not hit it. It plagued him. Very pitchable. And then he went to Texas and he worked with them on the machines that they work on. He spent an entire offseason working on trying to hit right-handed spin, sliders in particular. And I watched him in Texas that first half year. I think it was 2019, and he's an all-star. And I'm like, well, how did Hunter Pence learn? And what he did was he just spit on that pitch. He didn't swing at it anymore. And then, they weren't always great pitches, and they'd leave a fat one, a cement mixer, and he'd rake it. He fixed it. Can this staff at the major league level, fix what Casey's got? The middle-in fastball heat, I think he hits fastballs anywhere. Maybe a little bit too high in the strike zone sometimes, but to me, it's in particular right-handed spin is giving him a trouble away where if he's not seeing it or he's just, it's hard. You're thinking you're going to get a fastball. You got to gear up, and the thing's all of a sudden a slide piece, and you swing and miss. It happens. But, can this staff develop him here? Will they ride the funk? And he's in one right now. How long will it last? You never thought you'd have to say, does he have to go back down to AAA at some point, as good as he was to start? And he kind of, turned the whole year around before Bailey got here. But Matt Williams had the same problem. Matt swung and missed at everything. And it was basically sliders, breaking pitches away as a right-handed hitter. So we'll see what this staff, can they do it here? Can he do it? How often does he play now? For a while, when he was not in the lineup, like Tuesday's game 1 in Denver, FP, it's like, why is Casey Schmidt not in the lineup? Well, he's trying to work through some things, and maybe it's an off day as far as starting, but he comes in defensively later on, but they're going to work with him extra hard in the cage at early BP and all that. So, can he solve this issue at the major league level with this coaching staff, or will, it last too long where he has to go back down to solve it?
You know what helped me the most is pitchers talking to me, my teammates, and say, if I was facing you, I would do this. And then you go to another pitcher and they say, well, if I was facing you, I would do this. And when they start to line up and you're listening to what they're telling you, that's better than any hitting coach, any manager, any position player that's your buddy. JT Snow and I used to critique each other's at-bats, and he'd say, what do you see? And I'd say, hey, watch me here, really lock in. What are you looking at? And we would help each other out, and good teammates do that. And so when you have one of your teammates helping you, it's like, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. Jeff Kent pulled me aside one day. He said, hey, if you get your pitch and you foul it straight back, don't sit on another pitch because they thought you were on it. Stay on that pitch. I'm like, really? I always used to switch. Like if I fouled the fastball straight back, I'd sit on off-speed pitch. But where I think could really benefit Casey Schmidt is if one of, an Alex Cobb or a guy that's been around and you're on the plane and you're having a beer in the back of the plane or a glass of wine or whatever it is, and you're sitting there and he says, hey, dude, you're showing the league right now that you'll swing at anything. If you walked into the box against me, in my mind, it's an 0-2 count right away, meaning I'm going to throw you every single pitch like it's an 0-2 count because I know I don't have to throw you a strike. So in that regard, I think that would help Casey out a lot. I love the kid, and I think he's going to have a wonderful career. All right, coming up next, Andrew Baggerly is going to join us. He covers the Giants for The Athletic. I'm FP Santangelo, filling in for Greg Papa. You're listening to Papa and Lund Show on the Sports Leader.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's the 0-1, a swing, ground ball to third, couple of hops. Davis has it, straightens up, throws to first, in time, and that's the ball game. The Giants, for a second straight day, come from behind in the late innings. Today, with 3 in the top of the 9th, they beat the Rockies 6-4 and sweep this series.
That was Joe Rizzo on the call from yesterday. Did a great job. Our next guest does a great job all the time, and I'm excited to catch up with him. Andrew Baggerly joins the show. Bags, what's going on, man? How are you?
FP, what's going on? How are you?
I'm wonderful, man. It was nice to see the Giants go to Colorado, historically a place that they've had trouble until recent years, and I think it's historically any team's had trouble. No matter what the ball club's like, the Rockies, you go in there and anything can happen. Sometimes it's not baseball, but this weekend I thought the Giants played a clean brand of baseball as I've seen them play in a long time.
I mean, yeah, and the ability to come back, obviously. I mean, there are times that they're going to have to rescue a starting pitcher who doesn't have it. Alex Cobb wasn't his sharpest, and they were able to come back. And I think, good teams that win enough games to get to the postseason, they can, win a lot of different ways. And one of those is being able to come back. And we certainly saw that in 2021. A lot of comeback wins, a lot of late inning wins. And a lot of that's health, too, because, when you don't have some pieces, then you're not able to get those matchups late. You don't have the same bench because maybe some of your bench guys are in the lineup. And you saw what happens when you got a healthy Brandon Crawford who can step in there for Casey Schmidt, and you get a better matchup against a pitcher he's seen before. And it makes a difference in the game. And that's, I think, an offshoot of health for a team that is really built to kind of win 26 people deep. Is it's not just having starters healthy. It means you've got a full complement on your bench to get matchups and to come back, and that's that's a positive. We haven't seen a lot of that yet this year.
Yeah, and obviously getting Tyro Estrada back and Jack Peterson back, and Haniger's been back for a while, but the whole lineup just changes. Austin Slater from early in the year, it's a different look to start, and the line change, guys, which leads to taking inventory at AAA. And while the Giants were dominating at 20th and Blake, you went up to Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, as I did a couple of weekends ago, to look at Kyle Harrison and Luis Matos. And you wrote a fascinating, typical Andrew Baggerly, exhaustive, great detail in every regard piece on Matos, who is just going off right now. So tell me what you see from the young center fielder leadoff hitter, Bags.
Well, I saw him go hitless, so I was up there for one game. He's 16 for 30 in the series in Tacoma. Then I watched him go 0 for 5, and then after that, I think he's sort of popped off again. I think he had two hits yesterday and 2 hits the day before, a home run in both games, and nearly hit another homer. So he's hitting .412 in June. So he's doing all he can. This is a guy who he's just got great hands, and he's got a great hit tool. It's a legitimate hit tool. He can hit the pitch in, he can hit the pitch away, and really had done himself even maybe a little bit of a disservice by putting too many pitches into play. Last year as he struggled at Eugene, was popping a lot of stuff up. Obviously, you don't ever beat out a pop-up. So, I think that a lot of that was not having his legs under him, having that quad injury that bothered him most of last season. But they sent him to the fall league anyway, and he wasn't, doing wonders with the bat there either. But he did see a lot of advanced pitching, and I think it really did have the impact that the Giants wanted it to have. He went home to Venezuela, and he said, "You know what? I know what some of these pitch shapes look like now. I know what I have to be ready for." And, the fact that pitchers are more reliably around the plate is I think works to his advantage because he can barrel up almost anything. And the only trick now is to get him to tighten up that zone a little bit more so that, he's making sure that pitchers come into his happy zone instead of him expanding his zone and maybe not making the kind of premium contact that he'll be rewarded for.
So what I'm hearing here is when Matos gets called up, you can't come to the ballpark.
I guess so. Yeah, I'll cover from my home office. But yeah, it's he's from this little town in Venezuela. He's not from the typical areas of the country where a lot of players come from. He's from this little town called Bobures. It's on the southern shores of Lake Maracaibo, and really not a lot of baseball players come from there. But his father played professionally, was very briefly in the Cleveland Indians system, and then hurt his shoulder. But he streams every game. They talk every day. He's his primary sort of baseball, mentor is his dad. And it's going to be tricky for him to get here to see his son's major league debut whenever it comes, just because it's so difficult for someone from Venezuela to get a tourist visa, even just to come to this country right now. So hopefully they can sort that out and he can be here when that happens.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly, he's a Giants beat writer for The Athletic. Go ahead, Greg.
No, it's okay. Just your story. I mean, you just touched on everything. The human side, him talking to his dad after every game, and I went up and watched him. Kyle Harrison pitched that day as well, Bags, and you're right. He's so calm in the box. He's just perfectly still. There's very little bat movement. He doesn't have a leg lift. He just explodes. And I saw him take a big breaking ball, a curveball, and whack it. And obviously he's turning around fastballs. But FP and I were talking about Casey Schmidt. And when he got up, the controlling of the strike zone, they stress, wasn't quite there. And we're seeing it at the major league level. Yeah, he's barreling a lot of stuff, but now he's out of the strike zone. He has 1 walk versus 20 strikeouts. One thing you note about Matos, this year he's flipped it around a little bit, where the walk to strikeout ratio, in fact, right now, 22 walks, 20 strikeouts in both levels, where there was times where it was, 3-1 strikeouts to walk. So, does he control the strike zone enough? If something happens, and right now they got a loaded outfield, they got a couple of left-handed DHs, they don't have a need. But baseball has a way of changing where you have a need. If they have a need, does Matos control the strike zone enough where they could call him up at any moment?
I think so. He's seeing fewer pitches per plate appearance in Sacramento than he was at Richmond. It is a very small sample, but walk rates, strikeout rates, those things do stabilize fairly quickly compared to other stats. I will say there is one thing that we haven't talked about, and that is, he's on the 40-man roster, so he's easily called up anytime that they need an outfielder. And we know that, Bryce Johnson may be ahead of him. He's a guy who's gone up and down. But don't forget, you can only option a guy up and down 5 times in a season now. So maybe they use Bryce Johnson a couple of times. He's already been optioned a couple of times. He gets a little closer to that limit. Maybe they'll not want to use a 4th or 5th one on him, before, we get to like August or something. And so then, okay, let's sprinkle it around. Let's give Matos a turn when we need a little bit of coverage out there. That may be one of the considerations that gets him to the big leagues a little bit quicker too.
So when you talk about his plate discipline being better now, his selection better, how much does the automated strike zone, how small it is, come into that? How do you evaluate? Because when I talked to Brett Wisely when he got called up, he was saying that we would kind of go automatic take until we got a strike because the strike zone is so small. And he goes, I would find myself in 1-0, 2-0 counts all the time. So when you're evaluating Luis Matos and all of a sudden he's taken off, does the strike zone and how small it is in AAA have anything to do with that?
I think so. I think they're looking more at, just where the pitches are that he's taking as opposed to the actual calls. But yeah, you always want to, try to get yourself in account leverage, right? Regardless of how that happens. I did see him spin on a couple pitches that were pretty close. There was one plate appearance he had where he took I think a 3-1 pitch and he had already dropped his bat and was headed to first base and the umpire called it a strike. So, you're right. The pitches that are down in the zone, I think, are still pretty standard. It's the ones where you're not getting the calls are at the top of the zone, apparently, from what I gather, talking to some of the folks there in AAA. So the guys who throw 4-seam up, I think, are having a little more issue with the automatic zone than the pitchers who really work down and in, down and away. So and in Matos's case, he can handle the pitch up, I think, and he can handle the pitch in too. So I don't know if that's a huge part of their evaluation. I think they just look at the quality of the plate appearance in general and the quality of the swing decisions relative to just where the pitch is.
So Matos is on fuego, except for the one game you show up. You're the one guy that can get him out, I think, in North America. What did Joey Bart catch the game? You were there, Bags, and just what are you hearing about Joey down at AAA on this rehab assignment?
Yeah, he looked fine. They caught a number of pitchers. I saw Nick Swinney pitch in relief, and he really flashed a nice breaking ball. That Bart was, I would just say, I didn't really take a whole lot of notice, which is what you want from a catcher. You want a catcher to be pretty quiet back there, and it seemed like he caught a good game. He seemed healthy. I saw him run a little bit, and he looked okay. So, they're working him back into form, and I don't know what they're going to do. I really don't. They can always option him and have him remain at AAA. They can call him up, and they can have a tandem with Bailey, and then you mix Sable in there whenever you can. It's going to be tricky, how they make room for Joey Bart and what his path is going forward, because I think we've seen enough from Patrick Bailey to know that, he's probably going to catch, most of the games for the foreseeable future.
So Kyle Harrison got bumped yesterday. I think he's pitching this weekend. What do you think about his call-up? When's that going to happen? Is it going to be sooner? Is it going to be later? Your thoughts?
Yeah, so according to the River Cats game notes, they've got Harrison going today and Keaton Wynn pitching tomorrow, and then Sean Jelly on Sunday, and their TBD after that. So if they hold the form, then we wouldn't see Harrison make his major league debut, obviously, against the Cubs this weekend. But, I did check the probables as soon as they came out just because, and I'll check the box score as soon as the game starts and see if he's really pitching just to make sure we're that close. But, they feel like they've got a lot of options in terms of guys that they can use to take down multiple innings in a bullpen game. They feel like they got out of Coors Field okay without their staff getting really ravaged, as that place will do to you sometimes. And we'll see. I mean, it's a start-to-start evaluation, I think, for now for Kyle Harrison. But I'm just hoping, please, Farhan, if you're listening, don't have Kyle Harrison debut on Sunday, please, because all of us have to fly to St. Louis a day early for the Monday series opener there. So I don't want to be on a plane while Kyle Harrison's making his major league debut.
And they obviously have a need. Alex Wood is coming off the IL next week when you go from St. Louis to L.A., and but Stripling's on the IL. We'll see about Alex Cobb. That hip was barking, but he seemed to be okay after the game. But they're going through at least one bullpen game a turn, so you don't want to make it two. But going back to Joey, because some of these guys, you bring up, and they're your next wave. They're your, Brandon Brelt, Brandon Crawford, Joe Panik, Tim Lincecum, Madison Bumgarner, Matt Cain, and they're not going anywhere. And then some of these guys you use as chips to try to make a move. And you talked a little bit about it with Joey Bart. What have you heard about Joey being available? I thought a couple of years ago when they made the trade with the Cubs and Jed Hoyer to get Chris Bryant, his name was mentioned. They never had to make the trade, but I kind of got the feeling that he was available then. In light of where Bailey's at now, is he more available now? Just in the next few months as we approach that August 1 deadline, certainly Joey Bart could be a chip to go get a starting pitcher. So what are your thoughts on the future of Joey? Short-term bags, but more long-term.
Well, I mean, to be honest, we might be at the point where a change of scenery may be good for everybody. I mean, that's not to speak poorly of the organization or of Joey. I mean, he's done everything they've asked him to do. But you do reach times like that where, maybe a change of scenery is for the best for everybody. And that could be something we see down the road or not. I mean, it's very possible that, Bart finds gets a little bit of a crease to an opportunity to play. And he's still a guy that they speak highly of. And we know there's been a lot of swing and miss, but he was doing a lot better from a swing and miss standpoint, when he was healthy and on the roster and getting semi-regular playing time earlier this year. So, you never want to trade a sort of a distressed asset, I guess, to put it in impersonal terms. So I'm sure the Giants would love to see him have a run of success and maybe build up his value if they do, in fact, think about him as being a piece that they could use in a deal to get maybe what they might need at the trade deadline. Catching is always in short supply. And, I don't know if necessarily Joey Bart's going to bring back the world's greatest return, but he's somebody who I think could be attractive to some teams just because, he can catch and throw and he's durable. I mean, I know he's on an injury rehab assignment right now, but for the most part, he's a really durable guy. He runs well. I think that there's still a lot of upside with the bat. We know that he has power potential. It's hard to predict. It really is. I think that the best thing he can do is just go out and perform. And if you do that, you'll get your opportunity somewhere.
All right, Bags, you're heading to St. Louis Sunday. Meet me in St. Louis. I'll be there, too, and maybe I'll see you at the ballpark in St. Louis.
All right.
Busch Stadium.
We'll get some gooey butter cake and some toasted ravioli and the finest cuisine in America is St. Louis cuisine. Oh, I tell you.
What's the hill there with the Italian part of town, Pops? In St. Louis?
I've spent very little time in St. Louis, to be honest with you.
Yeah, toasted raviolis. Toasted raviolis might be the most overrated.
Delicious.
No, they're
You don't like toasted raviolis?
No, I like raviolis, but toasted raviolis.
Come on, the way Mama Papa made them, you would love them.
I mean, I like the Totino's pizza rolls, but not toasted raviolis.
Oh, come on. They just call them Ravs there. Just order some Ravs.
Yeah, they're
and by the way, it's just called The Hill. They just call it The Hill. That's all it is.
The Hill, that's right, yeah. And the last time I was in St. Louis, I think it was 2019, there was a severe thunderstorm warning, and a tornado was actually hitting downtown, and they were getting people off the concourse, and I stood out there for as long as they would let me, and then finally security. I'm a weather freak. I'd be a storm chaser if I wasn't doing this. So they had to pull me. They had to pull me off the concourse back into the booth for security reasons, and I was trying to see the tornado or the Tortinos come down the street. So I'll see you in St. Louis, Bags. Thanks for coming on today, man.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good one, guys.
I just thought I'd share that ADD.
You don't like ravs?
I don't like toasted raviolis.
You like Max? You like macaroni, don't you?
No.
Boil the water for the Max.
I don't like macaroni.
Toasted raviolis are incredible.
Do you like toasted raviolis?
Yes.
Greg Papa here.
I like all forms of. I wonder if Tony Gemignani has toasted ravioli. I think he does.
It's bland to me. It's just cheese inside of toasted raviolis, and then you put
Put a sauce on there.
Yeah,
the sauce is going to make it.
The sauce could make it, but toasted raviolis. No way. All right, you got to check out Tolbert and Copes today. Great job, Derek Papa, on booking today. John Boog Sciambi is joining the show. Jeremy Affelt on Tolbert and Copes. No Affelt, I'm being told. Austin Slater. It says right here, Affelt. Danny.
Boog Sciambi, the TV voice of the Cubbies.
Well, yeah, but Austin Slater and Dave Fleming. I mean, that's a big show. That's a big show. That's a very big show. So you're going to have to
Well, we had
listen
Andrew
to that.
Baggerly. We're going to have Matt Mayoko and talk football. And we got Eric Reid, the only television voice the Miami Heat have ever had. And they got a reasonably important basketball game tonight. They got to win tonight.
I'm just pumping up the better version of the Papa for the booking on the shows.
There's no doubt.
Around the shows today. All right, coming up next, Matt Mayoko at the top of the hour. Greg Papa and FP Santangelo. I'm filling in for John Lund today. Happy Friday, everybody. The weekend is here. You're listening to The Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, and the time of the year has arrived when people enjoy working outside, and Golden State can help you with your next home project. Are you in need of replacing the weather-beaten fencing or looking to build that deck you've been dreaming about? With assistance from your professional contractor or builder and Golden State, your gratification is just a short time away. For businesses looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Golden State realizes time is money. So with their large inventory and quick delivery, business can complete projects with little or no interruption. And Golden State works with a wide variety of vendors who can protect your home or business, fire-resistant and flame-reducing siding, trim, shingles, and decking from the very best. James Hardy, Timber Tech. I've heard FP do the ads for Timber Tech. Got to get Timber Tech and Fiberon as well as others. So I suggest you visit GoldenStateLumber.com to see how you can upgrade your home or business. Family owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How would you assess your season last year?
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. Yeah.
In what way?
Every aspect. Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Kyle had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us, and just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and like how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that. And I'll never put nothing like that back on tape again.
That was Debo talking about he was a little, I don't know, out of shape, for lack of a better term, last year, and he didn't like his season. I thought he did great. FP Santangelo alongside Greg Papa. Greg has made a wardrobe change. You can see it on the all-new KNBR app or YouTube or Twitch. We are streaming as well as on 104.5 and 680 AM. So, Pops, what do you think about Debo's comments right there?
They're brutally honest. Jerry McDonald, who's covered the Raiders for years and years and years for the Bay Area News Group, has made the seamless transition over to covering the Niners. And he could barely get the question out. And, Debo, I was awful. And then Jerry was like, whoa. How about every way? I sucked. I was awful, sluggish. Kyle got me in a wide receiver meeting room and reamed me, and it was harsh. I mean, but you know what? The best players in all the sports can self-analyze, and Debo was not Debo last year. And a year ago at this time, the 49ers are making headway, and they wind up signing him to the big contract before camp. But I did worry about his off season. He was not as focused. He was trying to figure out what to do contractually. He has to be traded. They reeled him back in. They gave him the contract. And he's just a thickly built athlete. And in South Carolina in college, Frank, Paul, he got hurt a lot. He had a lot of injuries. But the reason he's so difficult to tackle is he's so thick. His legs, his butt, he's just difficult to bring down. And he just Debo's you. But he's got to be in shape. And with Debo, you're always worried about soft tissue injuries and pulls and, hamstrings and calves. And even in practice, if he's not right, he's kind of like Ricky Henderson, a lot like Ricky. Ricky had thick legs, and if Ricky wasn't right, Ricky couldn't be Ricky. If Debo's not right, Debo ain't going to Debo. And he was not right. And then on top of that, he had that terrible injury with the knee. I thought he was done the year. After they bring a card out to take out Trey, and you see the card come out to take Debo off the field, and the way he was reacting, the way Trent Williams reacted, I thought, oh, my Lord. Hopefully it's just an ACL. Actually, I was thinking maybe MCL because it was on the side. In any event, you thought he tore a ligament, and he was going to miss the whole year, and he was fine. He wound up missing 3 games. He missed 4 in total. But it just wasn't the body of work. And, you were looking to borrow my touchdown call for your home run call, and I got the shirt on, touchdown San Francisco. He didn't score touchdowns last year the way he did the year before. I mean, and the way they used him as a running back in 2021, it was historic. There really hasn't been anybody. Frank Gifford, way back when, was half quarterback, half halfback, half wide receiver. Cordero Patterson has tried to do it. But Cordero is a kickoff returner playing running back. He just runs through people's chests. Debo will truck you. He'll Debo you. But he also sets you up and glides, and the inside run when they go Deadpool formation or, Tyson personnel and he lines up in the backfield. He's just, honestly, before McCaffrey got here, you can make the point he's the best running back on the team, even more than Elijah Mitchell. But he just wasn't that guy last year, and a lot of it was his body wasn't right. Obviously, the touchdown production as a runner was way down from 8 and 21 to 3 last year. But yards after catch, he led the NFL in yak yards, 21, 18.2 every time he touched the ball as a receiver. Last year, 11.3. So there's no question he's accurate in what he said. The coaches knew it. They called it out. He still was able to contribute in big spots. The Seattle playoff game on that shallow cross and the block from Kittle and Brandon Ayuk down the sideline for the 74-yard touchdown. And they were a great team. They won 10 games in a row to close the regular season and 2 in the playoffs at home over Seattle and Dallas without him, FP. But that was not the full Debo experience. So now, we'll ask Matt Mayoko when he joins us coming up in 12:15. Just what and he's still not practicing as much this offseason. There's a level to get to, but he's got 7 weeks now. They're done with OTAs, mini camps. What's he going to do in the next 49 days and nights to get his body in shape so when he can come in, he can Debo? Because Brandon Ayuk's about to take off, he said, and I believe that. George Kittle's in the best shape he's been. He's healthy right now. You got Kyle Juszczyk, you got Elijah Mitchell, and you got that guy Christian McCaffrey. No matter who plays quarterback, you got great personnel around this group. So what is Debo going to do in the next 7 weeks to make sure he's a little like the Giants of 10, 12, and 14, where it was every other year? He was great as a rookie, not as good as second year. The 21-year breakout, not as good last year. He's getting paid, every twice a month, every pay period. He's getting paid. He can't be an every other year player. So what is he going to do now in the 7 weeks to get ready for camp, FP, to ensure that last year's Debo does not show up again this year?
Well, when some of my friends, they ask me, am I out of shape? And I'm like, no, round is a shape. You're good. But when you talk about, it's all he has to do is like talk to Jerry Rice and run the hill, right? I mean, you have one of the greatest receivers, if not the greatest receiver of all times, that was a maniac with his off-season workouts. He's right there every Sunday. If you need to get in shape, and I know the game has changed and you have strength coaches and all kinds of different sports-specific moves you do, but just the old-fashioned running up the hill with Jerry Rice, don't you think that would be something he could possibly do?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell Debo how to work out.
And they actually do have a hill on the side of the practice. I don't think I've seen a single guy go up that hill. And it's not the hill that Jerry made famous and Roger Craig. That hill's legendary. But Jerry's work ethic, that's why Jerry, look at his years. I mean, even in a lockout year where they had a labor impasse, the greatest wide receiver year in the history of football was Jerry Rice's 87, not Calvin Johnson or any of Jerry's years. Jerry caught 23 touchdown passes in 12 games one year. Think about that. It's ridiculous. So, I mean, Jerry, even when he never got out of shape. He never stopped working. That's why he's the best of all time, and it's not debatable. And even when they were in a lockout situation, a labor impasse, he was still working his ass off. Debo knows how to work, and he does work hard, but he can't do it every other year. And the second year was the year of the pandemic, and they went to Nashville to work out, and they got hurt there, and it set him off. He was never right. And the way he plays different than Jerry Rice. He's not a perfect route runner like Jerry Rice. He's more like Tim Brown. He's more of a broken field runner, more of a running back than a wide receiver. But he's gotten better as a guy running pure routes. But he's just got to lock in, and he's going to get hurt. I hate to say that, but Jerry Rice didn't run through people. Jerry Rice ran around people and past people, and no one caught him. Deebo Samuel, if you're playing Madden, you're not hitting the juke button for Debo. You're hitting the truck button. He's going to Debo your ass. He's running over you. And there's going to be a lot of collision and a lot of natural. Now, a lot of times he causes the collision and he comes out of it. But he's going to have injuries because he plays so violently and he runs so violently. What he's got to avoid are the soft tissue injuries that come up because he's so tightly wound. He's got to get in rock hard shape. And then the guy he's looking at, and we'll talk to Mayoko about it, is his own teammate. Brandon Ayuk has taken off. And for a long time in that wide receiver room when Wes Welker was here, it was Ayuk that got the rat to Kyle and Wes Welker because he was not as disciplined. He didn't show up. His GPS rating was, you're not running hard, man. You got to run hard in practice or we're not going to play. You're not going to get the ball. So Brandon Ayuk has made that transformation. And now you're looking at, when they're right, and you got, Brandon's the quintessential X wide receiver. He's your Jerry Rice. He's your split end. And then Debo's your Z. He's your guy that's moving all the time. He's your flanker. And the guy on the move. They could, together, they're just perfect in Kyle's offense. But then you get into, and we'll ask Mayoko about the debate about can you pay Ayuk on top of paying Debo. But Debo already got paid. And he's considered that guy. Just think of how good they were offensively, especially when Brock took over at quarterback. When Jimmy was playing great, best of his career. And when Brock got rolling and McCaffrey got here, they didn't lose until Brock got hurt in Philadelphia. And they didn't, Debo wasn't firing like Debo. Well, what if Debo Samuel comes into camp like Debo, and you got Ayuk, and you got a healthy Kittle, and Juszczyk, and obviously Christian McCaffrey? Where could this offense go?
Well, maybe you should listen to KNBR. We have tons of commercials here that talk about getting in rock hard shape. What about Brock Purdy? I mean, all these things are great, Pops, but it looks like Brock Purdy might be on time for week 1. What's his progress like? He's throwing the light football now, and
he's throwing an actual Duke. He's throwing a football. He's back. He was throwing that before. So Memorial Day, Monday, he started the throw, took Tuesday off, came back Wednesday, took Thursday off, came back Friday, did the same thing this week. So he's throwing every other day. He's going to be fine. Now, what's the time? We'll ask Mayoko. I think Matt reported August 21st. I'm not exactly sure where he got that because the doctors don't really know in his rehab. But that would put him on pace to, maybe not take part fully in training camp, but in some form. And then they put him on the physically unable to perform list, the PUP list. But honestly, as good as this team is, and everywhere I go, it's all we get asked. And we did the state of the franchise last week with Jed York and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and all the coaches and players. And all we talked, we had a cocktail hour an hour and a half before, and every single question was a quarterback. I mean, it's just the nature of this franchise. And whether it's Joe versus Steve or Alex versus Colin or Frankie Albert against Y.A. Tittle and John Brody, it just never stops. But honestly, and this sounds ridiculous, this team is so good. They are so loaded. If they just stay healthy and their athletes perform up to their ability and not have a Debo slide back, I don't think it matters who plays quarterback. I mean, Brock would be the choice, obviously, and Sam Darnold's really skilled.
Wait, really?
Trey has made advancements, but this team can win the NFC. Now, Kansas City's a different deal, and we'll see what they do. But I know the quarterback's important. I'm not saying that. But if you just execute the game plan, throw the ball to the open guy, this team is so loaded around the quarterback position. I think they can win with any one of the three.
That's a bold statement. I'm not going to lie. I mean,
that's fact. That is fact.
Well, I mean, you're around the team more than I am, but you don't think they would be?
Look at their roster. Look at where are they weak? Where is this team weak?
Well, they would be weaker without Brock Purdy. No,
they can win with Sam Darnold. They can win with Sam Darnold. There is no doubt.
Well, I'm not.
Trey has improved. They can win with Trey Lance at quarterback. I said it last year in August, but nobody knew who the hell Brock Purdy was.
I know. That's what I was about to say.
If Brock Purdy's forced to play, we're going to win the Super Bowl. And it's just you didn't think it would ever happen. And then Trey got hurt. Jimmy comes back. Jimmy got hurt. And then Brock takes off. As long as you execute the game plan, and Darnold can do that, and Trey's gotten better. Brandon Allen's not a bad guy. If the 49ers have to cut that guy, he's going to go on somebody's roster and not only be on the 53, he could be a backup quarterback. I'm just telling you, I know we talk about the quarterback, and it's the most important position in the American sport, that and goalie in the NHL. But there's more mentally to playing quarterback, especially for Kyle. But this team is loaded. It is loaded. So we'll see where, who plays, whether it's 13, 14, or 5, or how it's all going to work. But this is the best team they've had. And they went to the NFC Championship game twice the last 2 years and 3 of the last 4, and went to the Super Bowl in 19. I mean, their D-line, getting Hargrave here on top of Nick and Eric Armstead and, Fred and Dre, Isaiah Oliver at nickel and the safety play. I'm just telling you, this team is loaded. The quarterback position may ultimately, if you get into a shootout against Kansas City or Buffalo or Cincinnati, in the Super Bowl, but and Jalen Hurts supposedly is better than he's ever been, but I don't think those teams are as strong. They may be a quarterback in some regard, but Brock just defies it all. But outside of the quarterback position, this is the best roster in the NFL.
Wow. So I can already see our Instagram right now on KNBR. That hot take from Greg Papa is on there. I mean, that's
not a hot take.
No,
to me, it's fact.
It's good.
Fact.
That was really good. Greg Papa saying
stating facts.
Anybody can play quarterback for the 49ers, and they're going to win. Anybody.
Well, the guys that are currently on
if you're on the Bay Bridge right now, you can drive down to Santa Clara and win the Super Bowl. If you played a little bit in high school and you could throw the ball.
With Sam or with Trey, this team can win.
I could throw the ball over that mountain.
And they believe it. Yes. They believe it.
No, that's good stuff. All right. Well, coming up next, Matt Mayoko. He covers the Niners, and he's going to tell you that anybody could play quarterback for the Niners, and they're going to win the Super Bowl. But that's a really good take by Greg Papa. I mean, confidence in all those guys. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. I want Brock Purdy. That's it. I want to see more Brock Purdy. I hope he's better. I hope he has another great year. He's my guy, and I'm a big fan. He was at the ballpark the other day. I didn't realize
he's been out there a couple times.
Yeah.
He was there with Casey Schmidt on Friday night.
He was hanging out outside the dugout. Maybe the most popular guy in San Francisco right now, and hopefully he plays quarterback for the 49ers. Matt Mayoko.
Steph Curry? Wow.
Well, yeah.
That's amazing.
Well, yeah. Right now, as we speak, yes. Really? Yeah. Anybody can play point.
Curry's old news. No one likes Curry.
Anybody can play point guard for the Warriors and they'll win. Matt Mayoko is coming up next. You're listening to FP Santangelo, filling in for John Lund and Greg Pop on the Pop on Lund Show. Matt Mayoko, we'll talk some more Niners coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
49ers workout star XFL receiver. Is it He Hate Me? Remember that guy? Was he in the XFL? He Hate Me on the back of his jersey? Check out that story more trending now on the KNBR app. It's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. One thing you are helping out people with today is what if you can't pay? Danny Dunn on the other side of the glass, Steve, he can't pay his taxes. He told me this today. He's in big trouble. What should he do?
Danny, just call us and we'll take care of it for you. It's such a common problem. And sometimes it leads to other problems that people make the mistake and don't file the returns. It becomes a lifestyle. They don't know what to do. But there's so many good options. Whether we ask the government to let us just pay it part and forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or forgive the penalties, or just leave you alone till you're back on your feet. The bottom line is, in almost all cases, we do everything for you. You don't talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with it. We do the whole job. And then you can have a normal life.
Thanks, Steve. You're going to keep Danny out of jail, it sounds like. Go to Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. For more information, you can call Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or visit him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Just me personally, like seeing Brandon from a rookie till now, like he's got better day in, day out. Every season he's got better, and just like I'm seeing flashes of like stuff that I ain't seen him do, like how fast he is now, how explosive he is, and you know the separation that he getting in and out of routes. You can tell he's really detailed this offseason, ready to go.
That's Deebo Samuel talking about Brandon Ayuk. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund alongside Greg Papa. Team Italia coming at you today on a Friday. We're all excited for the weekend. And our next guest, same thing. He covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt Mayoko joins the show. Matt, Greg was just saying that Jake Moody could play quarterback and the Niners could win the Super Bowl.
Wow. Well, yep. I mean, I've seen him kick. There was a kick he had. Greg, were you out there on the practice field?
63-yarder. 63-yarder.
Well, I heard about that one, yes. I wasn't out there, but he had this line drive kick that looked kind of like a pass. So maybe if he just teed it up and could, like, boot it deep down the sideline and have Brandon Ayuk run under it.
He's getting so pissed at me right now.
That was also a bad snap from Tabor Pepper. Honestly, there was a time when Jamarcus Russell was the Raiders' starting quarterback and Shane Lechler was the punter, where Shane could more accurately kick a football than Jamarcus could throw one. I'm not lying. But the point I was making is just we just heard Deebo talking about Ayuk, and I want to get your thoughts about what Deebo said. But if I had to pick a player as far as off-season MVP, it'd be Brandon Ayuk, I think, for a second straight year. The point I'm making, you there, Mayoko?
Can you hear me? You cut out there on me.
Whoa. What are you going through the cul-de-sac?
I thought you just crashed into something.
No, I'm standing outside.
Gotcha.
I don't know what happened there.
It sounded like a three-car pileup.
You got windy there. It was Papa windy. Right. Anyway, to me, this team is just loaded. It is loaded. And having Javon Hargrave show up this week next to Nick and next to Armstead, the eligibles, Deebo's, he's getting himself up for a bounce-back year. The point I was making is let's just take the quarterback position away, and obviously it's the most important position in American sport, but I think they can win with any of the three quarterbacks. Just looking at the roster of the 49ers against the rest of the NFC West, Seattle, and they've improved a lot, and Philadelphia has lost some and added some, and even take Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati. I mean, outside of the quarterback position, is this the most talented 49er team you've covered?
It very well might be. Yeah, I mean, I think there's still some question marks. There's still some areas where, but I guess in the salary cap era, no team is set, 1 to 22 as far as the starting guys, and then, you throw in the nickel back, you throw in the slot receiver, and then, of course, there's special teams. But, when I look at the 49ers, I think their offensive line is certainly good enough, and I think it's underrated, especially when you compare it to other offensive lines in the NFL. There's probably only like 2 or 3 teams that feel like their offensive line is just top-notch and no issues there. I think with the 49ers, you still got some question marks, I think, on the 3 interior guys, 2 really young guys and 1 guy who's an older guy, but Jake Brendel, who got his first opportunity and showed that he's very confident. I think that, right tackle, I think should be okay with Colton McKivitz. My question on defense, probably the only question I have on defense, would be the edge rusher opposite of Bosa. I think that guy should be able to get whatever, 8 to 10 sacks, just because so much attention is going to be on Bosa. But I mean, that's kind of nitpicking when you look at their roster. I think almost every other spot you're talking about above average to greatly above average players in every spot on their team. And you kind of mentioned it right now. If you have 3 starting quarterbacks, I don't know if you have any. If Brock Purdy's healthy, and all signs seem to be pointing toward him being healthy for that September 10th game, and maybe even 3 weeks before that, if he's healthy and ready to go, he's the starter. Pretty much no questions asked. So yeah, I mean, at this point, as we speak in June, 49ers have to feel as good about their chances of lifting the hardware as any team in the NFL.
So when you talk about the Niners receiving corps, I'm reading your article right now on Debo and Brandon Ayuk helping out the kids, Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell. But with Brandon Ayuk, I forget where it was, Matt. I watched some highlight reel of his routes, and it was just all of his routes condensed. And you just look at the moves, the little inside-out move along the goal line, the stop-and-go move where he flails his hands up in the air real quick, makes you think he's stopping, then takes off again. Just his route-running skills. Does this guy have a chance, if not already, to be one of the elite receivers in the NFL?
He does. The only issue working against him is that the 49ers won't be just force-feeding him the ball. There are some guys who put up huge numbers. And, I mean, this is trust me, this is no knock on Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp is great. Cooper Kupp is a phenomenal route runner as well. But when you think about the Rams, who else are they throwing the ball to but Cooper Kupp? And so they will force-feed him the ball. They probably go into a game with, at least 15 plays where the ball is going to Cooper Kupp regardless of the look they get. And I just don't know that they have that with Brandon Ayuk, because they also have Christian McCaffrey coming out of the backfield. You have Deebo Samuel on the other side. You have George Kittle. And so I think that the only thing working against Brandon Ayuk putting up monster numbers would be that the 49ers have so many other aspects of their game. And if a team really wanted to take Brandon Ayuk out of the game by doubling him or rolling coverage or whatever, then that team could probably do that. But the downside for that defense would be that it's going to leave somebody else or 2 or 3 other guys matched up in single coverage. So I've been very impressed with Brandon Ayuk since the midway point of the 2021 season, where the switch flipped, and you saw all the talent that he had, combined with the work ethic, combined with the understanding. I think he's a better wide receiver than Deebo Samuel, and then we can get into the argument of who's just a better football player, period. But Deebo Samuel has like 1,400 yards receiving, I think, that one year of 2021, I guess it was, that led to the big contract. But as far as the route running and I think maybe even the understanding of the position, I think Brandon Ayuk is right there, or maybe has exceeded him. And then Deebo Samuel adds all the other elements, the versatility, just the run after catch, the kind of the maniacal running after the catch. I don't think there's a defensive back in the league that wants to stick their nose in there and tackle Deebo Samuel. I mean, heck, we saw it from Jalen Ramsey a couple of years ago, maybe it was last year, where he didn't have any desire whatsoever to get in there and try to tackle Deebo Samuel down the field.
Yeah, but in that game against the Rams, he balled out. But, going back to the 21 year, he was 1,770 yards from scrimmage, Deebo Samuel. And he just was a monster when you factor in the Deadpool, the Tyson personnel, the running back stuff with the 1,400 yards receiving. And the numbers were down. I mean, his yards from scrimmage last year were about half. So when he walked in the room the other day, and, I was awful, sluggish. I mean, you guys are like, what? What's he saying? So, I mean, he was bad. He wasn't the player he was the year before. But where's his mindset at now? Because I didn't see him do a lot during OTAs or even the mandatory minicamp. He's still not in the shape he probably was going into the 21 year. He's got 7 weeks to join it here. And then, you got McCaffrey and Juszczyk and Kittle and Ayuk and Debo being Debo. So what do you think we're looking at for him in the next 7 weeks where he checks into training camp and can go back to Debo and people, Matt?
Yeah, well, first off, under no measure at all was Deebo Samuel awful last year. I mean, he wasn't awful. He wasn't as great as he was in 2021, but he wasn't awful. So by him saying that, he's basically saying, to his standard, he was awful. And when Kyle Shanahan and him sit down and they're watching the film and Kyle's pointing stuff out to Debo, maybe Debo knew all that stuff beforehand, but I think it also points to, an awareness and an understanding of what's expected of him. I think also the amount of respect that he has for Kyle Shanahan and maybe the relationship they have too, where, maybe some players, if Kyle Shanahan or any coach called him in and said, look at this, look at boy, what are you doing here? That guy might bristle, might get defensive. And so to Deebo Samuel's credit, he put it all out there. I mean, that stuff probably would not have ever been made public. It would have never been known publicly if Deebo Samuel didn't say anything. So in essence, what he was doing on Tuesday when he spoke to us was he was calling himself out. And he was basically telling the world, hey, keep tabs on me, keep me in line, make sure that I'm doing all the right things because, in his mind, he cut some corners last year and he talked about the distraction of the contract and everything else. And so this is a big year for him. And I think he realizes that. And he really kind of, ratcheted up the pressure on himself by pointing out the flaws that I think a lot of us anticipated or kind of thought that was the case, but he flat out and said it. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to tell. He's a thick guy as it is. The way he's built more like a running back. And so, yeah, I mean, when we saw him for the first time last off season, or I guess it might have been training camp, he looked big, but he always looks big. How much did he weigh? I don't know, but it was certainly more than he wanted to be. And that's been, that's kind of been something that's followed him throughout his career. Going back to South Carolina, us champ told Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, hey, if you draft him, you got to keep on top of him because sometimes he gets a little bit, wonky with his weight and out of shape in the off season. And then if you recall last off season, he wasn't around. So the 49ers weren't able to keep tabs on him. So I think it was nothing but a good sign for the 49ers and for Deebo Samuel, for the entire team, that, he recognized that he basically called himself out more than anybody else has called him out publicly. And he's willing to take that on and accept the responsibility and accountability. And so we'll see. I mean, I think there's no problem with Deebo Samuel being motivated from, September 10th through the end of the season. But if he's motivated this time of year and in these 40 days off, then the Deebo Samuel who's motivated once the season starts is going to be a hell of a lot more productive than the guy, who isn't physically fit enough to all the things to do all the things that he wants to do.
Good stuff. The voice you hear is Matt Mayoko. He covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. Nick Bosa, the contract, NFL Defensive Player of the Year, 18.5 sacks. Sounds like he's going to get it done before camp starts. And how much? I mean, how high is this? How much is he going to get paid?
A lot. And, yeah, he might be the most relaxed guy on the planet because, he knows that.
Matty, where'd you go?
Did we lose Matt? Sometimes it goes in and out. This happens on the night show all the time.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
You're back. You're back. He may be the most relaxed guy in the world, you said.
Take two.
Yeah, no, I mean, wouldn't you be relaxed if you knew that you were, closing in on the finish line on something that would pay you, tons of money? So what's he going to get paid? I think Aaron Donald's around 31.7 for average per year. I mean, I think that's what you're looking at for Nick Bosa. He's going to be a highly paid guy. He's going to be the highest paid player on the team, no question about it. It's just a matter of by how much, and then how does it stack up with everybody else. Is it going to be $30 million? Is it going to be $32 million? It's going to be somewhere in that neighborhood, somewhere right there between those two numbers, and then it's a matter of how it's structured and everything else. But I would anticipate that, it's something won't get done today or tomorrow for sure. But, as you get closer to training camp, late July, early August, I think something will get done.
Along that timeline, Brock Purdy. So you asked Kyle the great question about you want details. I want to know everything about him throwing. And Kyle did give up that he's throwing 3 days a week. He threw on Memorial Day, Monday, and Wednesday, Friday that week, came back this week, and everything is progressing well. Did you float a date out there of August 21st?
That was just me. That was just me. That wasn't that did not come from the team. What I basically did. So the reason I said that date was because, the initial time frame we heard was that it was going to be, 12 weeks or 3 months from the time he gets the surgery to when he starts throwing. So it actually came out to start throwing a football. And, he's been throwing all along. He's been using the towel, tennis ball, all that stuff. But we're talking an actual regulation NFL football, which ranges from 14 ounces to 16 ounces. He began throwing that on May 29th. Okay, so that was actually 5 days earlier than that initial 12-week time frame. So now if you take when he started throwing a regulation football and you take this out another 3 months or 12 weeks, then that puts him on pace to get, if they stay true to that schedule, that would put him 100% fully cleared on August 20th, which would be 3 weeks before the start of the regular season. And in my mind, that is more than enough time for him to get ready to play in that first game of the regular season, because he will have been doing stuff leading up to that. It's not like he's going from 0 to 100. He will be doing stuff on the field. He'll be making throws. He'll be doing all that. And then at that point, theoretically, 12 weeks from May 29th would be when he's full on ready to take hits, make all the throws, do everything that he needs to do to play in an NFL football game.
Is there any chance, and this is for both of you guys, that he comes, I know it wasn't Tommy John, but is there any chance that he comes back throwing harder than he did before because he's working out other muscles that maybe he hasn't used before?
That is totally possible. I was talking to one doctor who said that, right now he's working on all the mechanics that would tie into throwing, and this was before, he was throwing a football, but that all those other areas that he's been working on could make him actually a stronger thrower because of the lower body, all the mechanics of throwing. And then, you guys can, FD, you could probably talk about this. I think when pitchers come back and they're throwing stronger, it's a combination of that as well as just having a new ligament. The old ligament has been frayed through baseball. This one wasn't frayed. This one was just a clean tear, and that's why they didn't have to do the full-on Tommy John surgery. But I think with baseball pitchers, they can tend to come back stronger just because that ligament is a new ligament, doesn't have the wear and tear, and it's a little bit tighter and everything else. And so it enables a pitcher to throw maybe a couple miles an hour faster.
Well, we saw it from Billy Koch. Remember Billy Koch, FP? He came back after Tommy John. He was throwing harder. And what they do is they take a tendon from your, if you're a right-handed thrower or a quarterback or a pitcher, from your left wrist or forearm, and a lot of times they wrap it around a second time. But to your point, pitchers, and sometimes they just blow out one day, but usually they give out over time. So you've been dealing with a weakened UCL for a while. Jake Delhomme, who had it, he was the only quarterback to come back in the NFL from full-blown Tommy John. We have on a show a couple of times. He was dealing with the injury for a long time, so he just wasn't as productive. When he just checked it down to a fullback in the flat, and it broke, it tore. So he had to have it done. So he came back and threw the ball much better after, and had some big years, and he went to the Super Bowl before. The only guy, Clayton Thorson from Northwestern, had it done, this new internal brace procedure, augmentation. But he never played in the NFL. We're going to have Nick Mullins on the air. Nick's reached out. He's Viking backup, former 49er. If you remember, Matt, he had the same injury in Dallas at the end of the 2020 year. I could see the play. DeMarcus Lawrence got him on the side, a lot like Hassan Reddick got Brock, and it just, boom, it was done. He had the internal brace, and he was able to come back. He moved on to another team, so that would be the yardstick, would be Nick Mullins. And I think Nick has come back with a fresher arm, but we shall see. So if it's August 21st, does that mean he starts the year, Matt, on the physically unable to perform list, the PUP list, and he really doesn't do a lot in training camp? I mean, how would they handle him if it is the third week in August and you're almost done with preseason games? How do you think they handle him in training camp this year?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I that was going to be a follow-up question for Kyle, but he already made it clear that he wasn't thinking that far in advance. Whether he really has been or not, it remains to be seen. But that's a decision the 49ers would have to make. If he's not ready to do if they don't want him doing any on-field work, then he'll start training camp on the PUP list, active PUP, which means, they can take him off that list at any point. And as soon as they take him off that list, then active PUP or reserve PUP isn't an option to start the regular season. What I think they would do is just kind of gauge, do they want him out there doing checkdowns, just going through, the progressions, but on the field working and seeing things that his teammates are seeing, or do they want him just behind the scenes continuing to rehab, kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo did last season, where he didn't step on the field, but he was back there, doing his thing, doing his throwing program. So the team will have to determine whether they want him just working completely with physical therapists and working on a throwing program, or they want to incorporate his throwing program into actual on-field stuff. He can't be on PUP and do anything in practice with his teammates. So that's something that they would have to determine. But I don't know if you're talking about starting the season on PUP. I don't get the sense, unless there's a setback, that that's in the cards. I think he's going to start the season on the 53-man and be available to be the opener, being the starting pitcher, if you will, on September 10th against the Steelers.
No, I know. I'm saying put him on the PUP list to start training camp and then adjust from there.
Yeah, right, and I don't think that's a big deal. Because he could be on that list for one day, he could be on the PUP list for a week or two. They can bring him off at any time, and that would enable him to get on the field and actually go through practices, or in some form. Maybe not a full practice, but bits and pieces. It would enable him to stand or get behind center and work the run game, because that's a big part of the 49ers offense too. The quarterback has a lot of responsibilities in the run game, so it would enable him to get out there and do the stuff in practice that he needs to do that doesn't even require throwing a football.
About 7 weeks' time, almost 7 weeks to the day. They're going to check in to begin training camp in late July. So it's all over. The guys are gone. We had last mini camp this week. They had the barbecue yesterday. They're done. Do you get a little downtime? Are you going to take a little vacay here? You got 7 weeks off, right?
I got a couple trips planned. A little nothing on a plane. Just doing a little driving to Southern California and going up to Oregon in the next few weeks. So it'd be nice to get away a little bit.
Well, yeah. Didn't they name that field Jimmy G Field, where you just stand by yourself and throw into garbage cans ceremoniously? They did, right?
They're going to have the official dedication ceremony at some point here in the summer. But
he's still hurt. I can't wait to go to Henderson and scrimmage the Raiders. Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to take part of the joint practices against the 49ers, Matt?
I don't think so. That would kind of surprise me. But they've been trying to get a hold of Jimmy for the dedication, but he won't return their text messages.
Kind of like the old days. Yeah.
Yes.
Jimmy G, forever Niner. Matt, thanks for joining the show, man. It's good to catch up with you. Appreciate it.
All right, FP, great to hear your voice. Greg, I'll see you down the road.
All right, we'll see you, Mayoko. Thank you, man.
That's Matt Mayoko. He covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay. Love catching up with him. All right, coming up next, Foreplay at the top of the hour. Don't forget about that. And then we're going to update Danny's big poll. What position player for the Giants deserves to make the All-Star team? FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund alongside Greg Papa. You're listening to the Papa and Lund Show on KNBR 680, 104.5, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
MP Santangelo filled in for John Lund today. It's a fun Friday alongside Greg Papa. It's Team Italia coming at you. If you missed it at the top of the show, we kind of recapped the Giants' sweep in Colorado and kind of what it means moving forward for this ball club. I think when you're talking about being down runs on the second and third game and coming back and winning those games, I don't care who you're playing, where you're playing, anybody that knows anything about baseball, when you go to Coors Field, anything can happen. When you're playing the Rockies, I don't care if they're in first place, third place, or last place, they always have a winning record at home. And when you look at their player splits, you'll have a guy hitting 340 at home and 220 on the road. So they're a tough team to beat at home, and it's a tough place to play baseball and win games. Now, the Giants have won 11 straight against the Rockies. But when you have a game on Tuesday night where all of a sudden you're down by 4 runs, you're being no-hit by a guy named Connor Siebold, who you really haven't heard a whole lot about, and maybe that's why he was having his way with the Giants hitters for a while. I mean, that's a character win. And I know they won 10-4 on Monday. Great, 10 runs on 14 hits. Everybody had a great day. It was a bullpen game and they won. Great. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do. But when you start winning games that you're down by 4 runs late and you start coming from behind on the road, that's what playoff teams do. That's what really good baseball teams do, and it doesn't matter who it's against. And when you come into a clubhouse, and we used to call those snatch 'em wins, you snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat, and you come into that clubhouse versus the clubhouse on Tuesday, hey, 10-4, good job, everybody, shake hands. You come back late and win a game. Now, obviously, it can't be a walk-off on the road, but those are the kind of games that show what you're made of. Those are the kind of games that you celebrate a little bit more in the clubhouse. And those are the kind of games that can give you momentum going into a series at home against the Cubs. So what I saw from this team, Greg, this weekend, besides the obvious, was character. And you start to check boxes like that on teams that go to the playoffs and play in October.
The Giants were 1-25, as you well know, after the win on Tuesday going into Logan Webb's start on Wednesday. 1-25 this year in games they trailed in the 7th inning or later. And they came back from being down 4-0 in Logan Webb's game, got 3 in the 8th and then 2 in the 9th with a safety squeeze to win that game, and then 4-1. They were down yesterday late, and it was the line change, different ways, going from left to right to left, and they just found a way to win, and they found a way to win in the stadium. It's been just a pit for them over the years. I mean, going back to Nafi Perez in a wild card game, and remember the wild Ryan Spilborg's extra inning game that went forever. He gets a walk-off slam. Nolan Arenado on Father's Day several years ago, and Bochy was still managing with a walk-off. It was like, what's going on? No matter how bad Colorado was, they always beat the Giants at 20 at the Blake and lower downtown. And they did it, but they haven't done it, and they're not a very good team right now, and you feel for Bud. But ever since the Giants got there in September of 21, when they just didn't lose, because the Dodgers are winning every day, they just don't lose there. 16-3 over the last 19 games in Denver. But you were with the team in Milwaukee when they won the first 3 of that series, lost getaway day. And yesterday, Alex Cobb is struggling. You looked like you were going to lose it again, but Conforto hits a big home run. And you wind up Craw, big pinch hit, his first pinch hit of the year, and the Giants wind up winning. So Marty Lurie said a few weeks ago they're going to be in first place by Memorial Day. Well, that's not going to happen. But will they be at first place by the 4th of July, which is a better marker? It's Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day. You want to be in Labor Day. It's later in the calendar. But the Dodgers are having issues. They got one yesterday behind Kershaw, but their starting rotation is a mess right now. Urias is coming back this weekend, but Dustin May's out. How long is he going to be out? When's Walker Buehler coming back? And Noah Syndergaard's been awful. They had to hide him on the IL. So are we looking at now, in light of what you're saying, I think you're feeling this is a good team. After the 6-13 start, they're 32-30. They're starting to win on the road, which they did not do before Minnesota and Milwaukee and now Denver. I think they got to come home and sweep the Cubs and get 2 out of 3 because next week, and I know you're going to St. Louis, and they're down, but they're good, and they're a prideful team. Then you got the Dodgers and come home for the Padres and all that. But you just play them one at a time and you line them up. But now, in light of what they've been doing since the 6-13 start, can we start revisiting winning the National League West and not just making it as a wild card team?
Yeah. I think the Diamondbacks are the best team in the West, and I've said that since spring training. And I'm sticking to that because they're young. They have Zach Gallen, who's a Cy Young Award probably leader in the clubhouse right now. They have a lot of team speed. And it's a young man's game. And with the stolen base back in vogue now with the shorter distance and the 2 disengagements, they have a lot of team speed. And I just like what I saw from their team. But it's not out of the realm to say that the Giants, if they have this lineup they have right now, because as Gabe Kapler said this weekend, it's not just about the depth of this lineup, it's about the depth of the bench. And when he likes to mix and match, now all of a sudden he's got chess pieces to move out there now that are established baseball players like Slater, and J.D. Davis was on the bench. And you bring in a lefty, here we come off the bench. All good things. And I think it's okay for Giants fans to let their guard down a little bit and say this is a good baseball team. It is. I don't know where they're going to end up. I think they have potential if they stay healthy, if this lineup is in there for a good month and a half that they have right now, if Kyle Harrison comes up and does his thing and Luis Matos, who knows where this whole thing's going. But the vibe, Greg, I'm not an analytic guy. I'm trying to learn and wrap my head around the whole thing, and I understand it a lot better than I did before I came back to San Francisco. And I think it's cool, these bullpen games and the matchups and how you go through lineups and figure about who's going to face what. But I'm more of a vibe kind of guy, and I've been around winning teams, as you know, like with the A's. Yeah. We loved being around each other, man. We loved coming to the ballpark every day and seeing this character in the clubhouse and this guy and what was this guy going to do. And it was just like, even after the game on the road, we all went out 17, 18 deep, and we liked being around each other. And homestands were weird because we weren't around each other as much as we were on the road. And it'd be like, oh, the game's over. Not that we didn't love our families. It was just, it was a different thing. And in the little I've been around this team, I've seen a really good vibe, and you feel like they really enjoy being around each other. And I know it's cliche to say family, and I don't know, I'm not around them that much. But when you see the product on the field, I think Giants fans are excited because you're seeing that translate into come from behind wins. And I could hear people in their car right now eye rolling me saying, well, it was a last place team. It was the Rockies. And that doesn't matter. When you come from behind, it's the major leagues a couple of nights in a row. That gives you confidence. That gives you a positive vibe. On the plane yesterday, coming home in the Cubs series. And who knows what happens against Marcus Stroman tonight, 7:15 start at the ballpark, Orange Friday. But I don't know. I don't think it's crazy to say they could win the National League West right now. And when everybody was freaking out early in the season, people are probably sick of hearing this. I was around a team that was 19-31 in their first 50 games and won a World Series. So it's a long haul. And right now things are trending in the right direction in a lot of different areas.
The Washington Nationals, and then Atlanta the following year. They lost Acuna Jr. Their whole outfield was done. Anthopoulos, the Greek there, their GM, traded for a whole new team, essentially in the outfield, and they got hot. But they were sub 500 in July, and they wound up winning the World Series. So, as far as the West goes, they're 5 back of Arizona, and they're only 3.5 back of the Dodgers. And on this trip, they got the Cubs this weekend at home. They go to St. Louis, then they roll to 1,000 Vin Scully Way to take on the Dodgers, next weekend. And you're going to get Alex Wood back. And then as far as the wild card, the Giants are not there. Dodgers, because they're behind Arizona, Miami, and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, are they going to hold on? Miami? And then the teams with the big money payroll who have been playoff perennials the last few years, the Phillies, the Mets, the Padres, are they going to make a move here? Giants swept Philadelphia. It's not just sweeping Colorado. They've had 2 sweeps. When they turned their season around, it was the Saturday and Sunday games against the New York Mets. On Fox on Saturday, Sunday Night Baseball on Sunday, Conforto came alive. San Diego, you played them in Mexico City. That was weird. But, after you get back from L.A., FP, we're going to see the Padres. So I just like the fact that they're contributing. And now that they're healthy, the top of the lineup, when you go full count Lamont, followed by Tyro Estrada, into however you want to do it. It didn't have to be J.D., but Michael Conforto, and obviously J.D. Davis. And we got to update the poll on, who's the most worthy position player. You may have multiple. You're going to have a reliever make it, maybe a starter. But I, think if this team starts to play well into July, I think you could have multiple position players make the All-Star team this year.
Yeah, I think so too. And we'll update the poll on the other side, and then we have the Foreplay coming up next. I think that was that FP Jr.'s idea when he was working with you on the show? The Foreplay? The Foreplay. He tells me he takes
Was it his idea?
I think he takes
believe
credit for it. So
I think it was.
Yeah, he's working for some real estate company right now doing sales. So yeah, that's his. I just want to give him a shout out if he's listening.
Without doubt.
If he's listening,
and he
right
worked
now.
with me on TV. We had him on both mediums. He's a hard worker.
He is a hard worker. All right, coming up next, the Foreplay. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. It's a Papa and Lund show. The Foreplay coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
My dear friend Susan Slusser joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the Giants sweeping the Rockies. Check out that podcast and more trending now on the KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and whenever I had a pack to go on a road trip, I had to bring 2 sets of these. These are readers, as the eyesight was shot. I have them on the desk just as paperweights now. I don't need them. I don't have to wear readers. I don't have to wear bifocals. Don't have to wear glasses for distance. Those days are long gone because last summer I learned about the custom lens replacement procedure, the CLR, that my friend Dr. Craig Binding, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, performed so expertly. I found out I'm a candidate for it. Let's go. On June the 23rd, a year ago, I had it done in the chair, literally 20 minutes, and my eyesight went from 20/60 to 20/20 in 20 minutes. I went from a 60-year-old man who can't see to a guy of 30-year-old eyes. And they can do the same for you. John Lund heard me talking about it. My eyes are clear. I don't need glasses. John had the same CLR procedure performed in the fall. And now John, like I, are experiencing the miracle of modern vision correction. So if you're like us, you're sick and tired of needing glasses or contacts to get through your day, call and schedule a free consultation. Find out if you're a candidate with the team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They've taken care of patients for over 25 years, including over 100 NFL players, and they want to help you. So call now and schedule your free consultation, 877-GET-2020, or you could visit the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley online at bayarea2020.com.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
All right, it's time for the foreplay here on the Papa and Lund Show. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. Greg Papa has his Giants hat on right now. If you're checking that out, we're streaming on the all-new KNBR app, YouTube, and Twitch. So check out Greg Papa's wardrobe changes. They're legendary. All right, I don't know how to introduce this because I've never done this before. So let's go to Gabe Kapler. He's talking about Brandon Crawford's game-tying double yesterday.
Yeah, no, it was a great at-bat, obviously. My thinking is he has experience against Pierce Johnson. It's a big moment, big road trip for us. Casey's been struggling a little bit against right-handed pitching. Just felt pretty good about Craw there. There's not much more than that. I just felt like it was the right decision.
Yeah, every time there's sound with Gabe Kapler, I hate my voice even more. I mean, he's got the best voice on the planet. But yesterday that was cool, Pops. You're talking about Craw going up there, and when you're a veteran and you play every day, you're not used to pinch hitting, and that's something that I've talked to a lot of everyday guys that toward the end of their career have to do, and they just don't like it. They're never comfortable with it. They wonder how guys have done it their whole life, because when you play every day, you get 4 at-bats, you can make adjustments. So it was cool for Craw to go up there and do that yesterday, for the ball club, for him, and to see him have some success and have fun. But that's not easy, what he pulled off late in the game yesterday.
And it's his first pinch hit appearance all year, and he did it against a nasty pitcher, and that strike 2 pitch was really not a strike, but and then he just barreled it up and put it in the gap. I understand what you're saying, but I think it's easier for a veteran player to make that adjustment than a younger player. They're all used to playing every day. When you get up to the big leagues, you're not a part-time player. You wouldn't get here. So for a younger player, that's a tough adjustment. Craw, they're veteran guys that he can tap into. Some that are Darren Ruff, obviously, was great at it. Wilmer Flores has gotten good at it. There's some guys, but which is going to lead to a couple of weeks ago when you were going to Milwaukee Memorial Day weekend. We kind of thought, what's Craw's role on this team, really? Casey Schmidt is so good defensively, and he's in fuego offensively. And then the 3 straight games against right-handed starters, he was not in the lineup, Brandon Crawford. So I was like, what's going on here? And Cap had a sit-down with him, and he told him, the line was, I will give you a heads up when you're going to play, Now when you're not going to play, which means you ain't playing. You don't. When you come in and look at the lineup card, the norm is going to be you're not in. But now it's flipped a little bit. Craw, sat those 3 straight days. That final game Sunday in Milwaukee, he raked. Memorial Day Monday against Pittsburgh, he raked. He got hot. He was 6 for 12. And, he had injuries and had to come back, didn't have a rehab assignment. In any event, the question now is, what's the lineup tonight? Does Schmidt go back? Estrada's here. Estrada's going to play every day now, right? So you don't have the ability to play Casey over at second base anymore as much. So, who do you play? Does JD play every day at third? Do you move Schmidt to third, play Craw? Is it 3 over 2? You got Craw, Schmidt, and JD Davis for 2 spots. I mean, it's changed in a couple of weeks. Craw's hot right now, and Casey Schmidt is struggling a little bit. So how do you piece this together on the left side of your infield now that Tyro's back to play on the right side?
I'm writing down the lineup right now. Wade, Estrada,
okay.
Peterson DH, Davis at third, Conforto in right, Haniger in left.
Okay.
What
do you do? Patrick Bailey back to catching?
Bailey, if his neck's okay, because his pillow wasn't good in Colorado. Right. And then the last, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sable DHing?
No.
DHing?
Jock Peterson.
Oh, Jock Peterson, right.
And then, let me see.
So Craw or Schmidt, you're getting you're building the drama.
I am building the drama.
Who's playing shortstop?
Crawford tonight.
All right.
I think. Doesn't he deserve it after the big double yesterday?
Let me look at the numbers against Marcus Stroman.
Yeah, you look at that while I get to the next part of our foreplay. All right.
Yeah.
Farhan said the last 2 games are wins that playoff teams accomplish.
We talk a lot about our playoff aspirations, and the win today and yesterday, those are games that, playoff-bound teams win. The ability to script the flip on a game that really isn't going your way early and to just stick with it and scrap a few runs and keep putting up zeros on the board. Those wins are huge. And again, the bullpen, we don't get back in those games unless the bullpen comes in and shuts the opposition down, which, they deserve huge credit for our ability to come back the last 2 days.
Yeah, when you're around winning teams, Davey Johnson used to call it the A bullpen and the B bullpen. The A bullpen was for when you had a lead, and the B bullpen was for when you're behind. The Giants don't do that, but the point is, if you're going to come back and win games and come from behind, I think that the bullpen from behind is just as important as the one when you are guarding a lead, meaning we can't come back if the bullpen comes in and makes a 3-run deficit, a 6-run deficit. That game's over. So the fact that the bullpen for the Giants came in and threw all kinds of goose eggs up the whole series at Coors Field, where the Rockies had a winning record going into that, I think is maybe one of the most impressive. I gave this, Pops. I gave the bullpen on the wrap.
Yeah, you picked him every day.
I picked him every day. So I got here real quick. Wade first, Estrada at second, Peterson DH.
Your lineup tonight.
JD Davis hitting fourth, playing third. Conforto hitting fifth in right field. Mitch Haniger hitting sixth. So you're mixing your lefties and your righties up.
Right, you're going
left
right,
field.
left, right,
Yaz
left,
in
right,
center, and then Bailey catching and Crawford.
You're putting
shortstop.
Craw over Schmidt.
I am tonight.
All right. We'll see. That'll be interesting. Did Farhan, did he misspeak there? Do you want to script the flip or flip the script?
I always screw that up.
Well, he said script the flip, but mainly what he's saying is you're flipping the game, and then you flip the script. And what they do is it's the line change. It's when the other team changes arms, you bring in and they got guys that can do it off the bench. Whether it's Austin Slater coming in right on left or Yastrzemski and Craw coming left on right. But your point about the bullpen, and Bochy was the best at it. When we're ahead, that's why you want to have the lead by the 6th or 7th. So you go, Sergio, Affeldt, Javi, to whoever your closer is, Wilson or Casillas or Romo as the closer. With this team, and I think you have clear guys you'll turn to, but you got so many good arms in the bullpen. How good is Ryan Walker in the way he throws? How good is Luke Jackson all of a sudden? You got your bulk guys and your matchup guys. Beck and Junis and Manaea can go longer when you go an opener. But how good is Scott Alexander versus Taylor Rogers? They can both get lefties out. And, Duvall at the end. Any good bullpen needs the anchor at the back end. And this guy's as dominant as anybody. But I mean, you have some arms that But the point, he can bring in, as long as the other team don't score at the bullpen, whether you're going bullpen game or whoever these arms are. That's why you're coming back in these games. So whether you're scripting the flip or flipping the script, it don't matter. He's got a deep bullpen here, and that's why you're able to come back. The only question is, can you really go with a flat-out bullpen game one time through the rotation, once every 5? And sometimes they're doing it, twice. What are they going to do this weekend? They're going to pitch DeSclafani tonight. Do they bring Logan back on regular rest because he pitched Tuesday to pitch Saturday? And then, how do you work this? With days off, you can. But can you do 2 bullpen games, one time through a rotation? Right now, you're -2 starters. And what's up with Alex Cobb? Is he going to be all right, FP?
Yeah, it was just a hip thing. I don't think he's going to miss a start at all. And he's such a gamer. I mean, that start for me is just, I think I said it earlier in the show, it tells you more about the man than the player. That he gave up 4 runs early, had no command of his fastball whatsoever, and then used all 12 years of experience to figure out a way to just keep it right at 4 because he knows his team's playing well and he have a chance to win that thing. So, yeah, it was just kind of a crampy hip thing, glute thing. He had a tight glute, just like you do, Greg.
Yeah.
He's a very tight.
He's tight.
He has tight glutes.
He's a tight ass is what you're saying?
No, he's just tight glutes. I was paying a compliment on your...
You have the ability to script the flip.
Yeah, script the flip.
Did he mean to say script the flip?
I think he did.
The script?
I think he was, yeah.
I think it went both ways. I don't think he misspoke. He wants to script the flip. What you're scripting is the flip of the line change, right?
Switch the flip is what I always say instead of flip the switch. That's the one I mess up. I mess that one up. All right, well, Farhan went on to talk about Joey Bart, and he could make a return to the roster after he returns from the IL?
It's a crowded roster, and we could carry 3 catchers, but then somebody else is probably coming off the team, or you're going 1 pitcher short. So it's a tough call because I thought Blake did a great job today. Pat's obviously done a really nice job, and then Joey did a great job with the pitching staff earlier this season before he went down. So no decision made yet, but again, I think we had a bunch of guys come back over the last few days. The roster got pretty crowded, so it's going to make for a tough decision for us.
Yeah. Well, I think the obvious is Patrick Bailey's playing really well, and it's his job. What you might not be thinking about is the development of Blake Sabol behind the plate would be killing Joey Bart's chances more so than anything at this point. And Blake Sabol caught a really good game yesterday. That was probably his best defensive game as a major league catcher. Just guiding Alex Cobb through a rough start, catching Camilo Duvall at the end of it. We didn't see any balls go to the back, tributes to this ball club. It might not be the obvious about Patrick Bailey doing so well. It might be the development of Blake Sabol that hurts him the most.
He's not horrible. People are down on him because he's not Patrick Bailey and all the catcher's interferences. Patrick Bailey had a catcher's interference recently. It happens, and he is getting better. There's no doubt. So I don't know if we're scripting a flip or flipping a script, but the one thing I'm thinking about is flipping pillows. Any concern with Patrick Bailey and the neck thing, or is that just going to go away? Because he had the big game on Tuesday, and then he was out of the lineup on Wednesday, came in late to get the safety squeeze down, but he was not in yesterday, so 2 starts off. I mean, sometimes these things just the baseball gods organically solve your problems where guys get hurt. Are we worried at all about Patrick Bailey and flipping pillows in the neck, FP?
No.
He's fine?
No.
All right.
He's going to be
checking it.
Yeah. And we're definitely not doing a sponsor for My Pillows. All right.
So did he have that neck roll on when you were flying yesterday? I hate those on airplanes, but people do use them.
My old partner Bob Carpenter used to wear one on every single flight. He'd be like, "Oh my gosh, it's just a bad look. It's just a bad wearing the neck.
It doesn't work
roll.
Either. You do the head bob the whole time.
I did the head bob.
You got to go prone.
I did a bunch of head bobs on the flight home yesterday. Yeah, and then the neck roll on the plane is just a bad look. It screams I'm 87 years old.
It doesn't work. If it worked, I wouldn't care. But it doesn't work for me. But Patrick Bailey wasn't doing that. He didn't go.
I don't know.
He didn't go Matt Millen on us, did he?
Yeah, Matt Millen, most famous neck rolls.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the fullback for the Cowboys? 44 back in the old days. I can't remember his name.
Robert Newhouse.
Robert Newhouse is the neck roll guy.
The original Thunder Thighs.
Yes.
The original Bosa.
Crazy Thunder Thighs. All right,
yeah.
That's your foreplay for today, and I thought it was amazing. Coming up next, where's my guest sheet? Eric Reid. I haven't been watching a lot of the NBA Finals. I've been watching baseball games, so Greg Papa is going to carry this interview like he's carried the show all day long. He's a television play-by-play broadcaster for the Miami Heat. The Nuggets are up 2-1. I know that, and they took a game in Miami. And Jokic is the best player going right now. So we'll talk about the NBA Finals coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers workout star XFL receiver. Is it He Hate Me? Remember that guy? Was he in the XFL? He Hate Me on the back of his jersey? Check out that story more trending now on the KNBR app.
Only audible I know is Oscar, 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 kill, kill, kill. And at one point I will Oscar, and I'm going to flip a script or script a flip, and I'm going to retire at one point. I know you don't believe me, but I am. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired like me, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk? Of course you would. Or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you have always envisioned in retirement. That's my problem. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you and me plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. They're huge sports fans, love the Giants, season tickets, and there's no cost or obligation. So call them today at 866-496-2300 or visit it online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
They just pummeled us in the paint. They didn't really have to shoot threes. They had 60 in the paint. They probably shot over 65% at the paint at the rim. There wasn't a need to space the floor. We didn't offer much resistance, and a lot of those plays were relief points in transition that kind of gave them some separation, some cuts, some timely cuts, and then timely offensive rebounds that led to either buckets or free throw attempts.
That was Eric Spoelstra talking about the NBA Finals, the Heat and the Nuggets. The Nuggets are up 2-1 in the series. FP Santangelo alongside Greg Papa. It's a Papa and Lund show. Our next guest, Eric Reid. He's the play-by-play man for the Miami Heat, and he joins us right now. Eric, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, doing great. Nice to be on with both of you guys in beautiful San Francisco.
Yeah, and a few years ago, we're doing what South Beach did, hosting the NBA Finals one night and the Stanley Cup Final last night. Just give me an overall thought of what's going on down there. We see Mike McDaniel show up at games with Jalen Ramsey and Dan Marino's there, and Kachuk scored late to force the overtime, and once the Panthers get into OT, they don't lose. So just what's it like in South Florida to be in the championship round in both these sports, Eric?
You know what, Greg? It's surreal, and when you sort of back the tape up and think just a couple months ago, we had the University of Miami and FAU up in Boca Raton, which is about a minute from where I live, both in college basketball's Final Four at the same time. So it's been incredibly unique, very exciting, and Heat and Panthers every other night in both the conference finals and finals has been magnificent. And in my 35 years with the Heat guys, I don't ever remember the sports franchises being so aligned and pulling for each other as openly and as earnestly as all of these franchises are. The Dolphins, the Heat, the Panthers, they're all enjoying this together right now, and it's really a magical, special time. And guys, you know what's crazy about it? The regular season for Miami was as forgettable as they come by Heat standards. 44 wins, 7th seed in the regular season. They go into the playoffs through the play-in as the 8th seed. Really unpredictable, surprising, one of the great playoff runs. So a forgettable season and an unforgettable postseason for Miami.
Yeah, but you guys just have a way of bouncing back, and we heard Eric Spoelstra talking about rebounding, and Pat Riley years ago, Eric, as you well know, no rebounds, no rings. So we'll get into adjustments and everything, but I thought Denver just played harder than you guys the other night, Wednesday night in Game 3, to be out-rebounded 58-33, have the Joker pull 21 and Murray 10 at a triple-double, and Aaron Gordon get 10, and Bam had 17 rebounds, but nobody else rebounded. So before we get into adjustments and, tactics, do you guys just feel like you have to play harder tonight?
No. And listen, Jimmy Butler, as great as he has been, he had 2 rebounds in that game. So he is very accountable and took responsibility for that. Listen, Greg, you know this as well as anybody. In the playoffs, there's one rule of thumb that usually holds strong. Can the team that won the previous game match the energy and urgency of the team that coming off a loss? Denver was not able to do that in Game 2. Miami was not able to do that in Game 3. you can't get out rebounded by 25 and shoot 37% and score 94 points and think you have a shot, especially against a team as good as Denver. So, more important than any scheme or X's and O's, it's how hard you play in that scheme. And Miami's got to have to come out with overwhelming energy on the defensive end. That's where it starts. And, the ball's got to go in. You got to get good shots, and that's only half the battle. You got to make, 50% of them at least to beat Denver. So it's a little concerning. Miami's dropped 5 of their last 7 in the playoffs, and they've been under 100 points, Greg, I want to say, in like 5 of the last 6 losses. So it's twofold. The defense helps you get your offense going, but you got to be better on both ends to beat a team as good or as great as Denver is.
Eric Reid's been with the Miami Heat since the franchise was founded 35 years ago in 1988. You've seen it all. Obviously, the title in 2006, the back-to-back titles with LeBron and the Heatles in 12 and 13. To me, and the Warriors kind of adopted positionless basketball after that, the ability to switch legitimately 1 to 5. With Bosh and LeBron, you could switch and guard anybody. So you guys kind of brought that into the NBA. And now with Eric Spoelstra, you guys embrace the zone defense as much as any team in basketball. And hell, it wasn't even allowed in the NBA for years. And Pat Riley's known as Showtime with the Lakers, but they guarded people. When he went to the Knicks, they get you in a street fight, and it was man-to-man. Tell me about Miami embracing the zone and how much you guys play it and how good you guys are in that zone, Eric.
Yeah, good point, Greg. Pat Riley, in his days as a Hall of Fame coach, would break out in a rash even thinking about a zone. Although, listen, teams were playing some zone back in the day, with all the defensive 3-second violations and illegal defense calls that we saw in the league even before zones became prevalent. But, it's interesting. It's, we've seen Jim Boeheim at Syracuse for a million years, in that vaunted 2-3 zone. And I think a lot of it comes out of necessity when you're trying to cover up weaknesses in other areas. I think that's the original reason why Miami started to use zone a few years ago. And I think more important than the zone itself, and the Heat work on it all the time. It's not like they just say, what do you think? Let's play a zone. No, it's something they work on. Sometimes it's a 1-3-1. Sometimes it's a 2-2-1 full court press. The key is continuously changing your defensive look, and especially against great players. That always requires, multiple defenders and changing schemes and trying to keep people off balance. In regards to defending Jokic, listen, we're the last team that gets a chance to try to figure that out this season, and I don't think there's any figuring that out, Greg. He is becoming one of the all-time great players. I think it's arguable that he is the best player in the league right now. And on the offensive end, there's really no successful way to deal with him. He's going to score. He's going to rebound. And when he gets the double-figure assists, that's starting a forest fire with everybody else getting involved. And, he's the best player in the series. I think Jamal Murray is the most influential because the Heat already withstood a 41-point game from Jokic and won in Game 2. But when Jamal Murray is getting 30 and 10 and 10, it's almost too much to overcome, let alone if Aaron Gordon and KCP and others get going. It all starts with Jokic, but I think Murray's point total. To me, it's Jokic's assists and Murray's point total that are really things that I'm watching for.
Well, hell, the other night in Game 3, they both had 30-point triple-doubles. It's just
that's
insane.
Never happened before. Listen, here's the only thing. Rebound in all kinds of ways. We got to rebound the basketball. We got to rebound physically and emotionally. And it's something the Heat have been very good at doing. Listen, nobody has given Miami a chance. Nobody thought we'd be here. We've been an underdog in all but one playoff game in this postseason. But if you saw the way Miami lost Game 6 in the conference finals, remember, they had a 3-0 lead and then lost Game 6 in the most dramatic and heartbreaking way I've ever seen a team lose a conference finals game. It was devastating. Had the Heat lost that game, Greg, Game 7, that Derek White tip-in with a tenth of a second left in Game 6 would have been the most painful singular moment in the 35-year history of the Heat franchise. But Miami not only wins Game 7 in Boston, they dominated Game 7, and then they did the same thing in Game 2 at Denver. Not that they dominated, but bounced back from what looked like a convincing Game 1 defeat. So the Heat have made a habit out of it. They are extremely resilient, and tonight they're going to need that resiliency and then some. It's the game of the year for Miami tonight, right now, Game 4.
Yeah, obviously the Memorial Day night game, Jason Tatum rolling his ankle, 26 seconds into the game helped. But, Pat Riley, I remember the Memorial Day massacre with the Lakers and Kareem going to the Garden, and they came back and bounced back. I mean, Pat's teams have been doing this forever. My question is, I thought when you guys were able to go to Denver in Game 2 and win, your zone, it took Murray out of the game a little bit, where Jokic could get bottom of the circle and middle and score, but it wasn't both of them. So the other night, I mean, and I know you guys scored only 94, but, when they're scoring 109 and shooting 51%, it's hard because they're setting up their defense because they're scoring. To me, it starts with you guys on defense. So
no question.
Does the zone, Jokic and Murray figured out a way to score effectively out of the zone and not just Joker. If you play more man tonight, is Jimmy completely healthy? Eric, going back to the Knicks series, the ankle roll, he's had big moments, obviously, but I don't know if he's moving quite the way I thought he was early in the playoffs. Is Jimmy completely healthy, do you think?
Greg, your observations are keen, as always. That's a great question. First of all, in terms of zone and man, we're going to see both. And, if you were talking to Coach Spoelstra right now, you know what he would tell you about that? It's not the scheme. It's how hard you're playing in that scheme. So, he's going to be talking to his team about the same thing. Overwhelming effort on the defensive end. That's what it's got to be to beat a great team like Denver. As far as Jimmy and his ankle, listen, we're already without Tyler Hero, who was a 20-point-a-game scorer this year, and Victor Oladipo, who was his backup. Nobody's crying about it. That's just the cards Miami has had to deal with. And the Hero injury came in the very first playoff game, that stunning 130-117 Game 1 win at Milwaukee that started this whole thing. Listen, all you got to do is the eye test and look at the stats. I mean, Jimmy was a monster in the first round. He averaged 37 a game on 60% shooting. He was so explosive and so dynamic and so impactful. And after spraining his ankle in Game 1 against the Knicks, he missed Game 2 of that series. I don't think he's been the same guy since. He's had trouble finishing. I think he's missing some of his burst and some of his ability to finish. He's still been able to get to his spots, but there's something clearly different about him. Now, he mentioned the ankle just once in all of this time, and it was, I think, before this series started. He used the term bum ankle. But he's not on the injury report. He and nobody else on the Heat are talking about that. They will not use that as an excuse. But listen, how many guys are 100% right now? Not many. He's certainly not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, but he still rises up in big moments, and he just overcomes it. And
Greg, he's one of the most tough-minded individuals I've ever been around. And he's so unselfish, and all the guy wants to do is win games, and more than anything else, this guy wants to be an NBA champion.
16 times you guys have won your division in your 35th year. You've been there for all of them, broadcasting all of them with a great Dr. Jack and all the years. 7 conference titles. You won 3 championships, 06 and the Heatles in 12 and 13. But you said something that was struck me, and I know it was the nature of being the first team to possibly ever cough up a 3-0 lead, and that Derek White tip-in was legendary. But you thought, they had to win Game 7, otherwise it would have been the worst loss. So in light of all this, how big is tonight? And I think you could lose tonight and still win in 7, but you don't want to go that route. You've called every game in the history of the franchise, Eric. How big is this game tonight for the Miami Heat?
It's really, really big. I mean, the difference between 2-2 and 3-1 going to Denver for the next game. But, it's funny. You learn a lot of lessons as you observe these postseasons. And, Miami had how many chances to close out Boston in games 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I remember saying, well, it's our first chance to close out, not our best chance, but our first chance, And then when it got to Game 6, my line was, it's not our last chance, but it's our best chance. and the Heat lose that game, and who would ever figure they'd come back with a Game 7 win like that? But, Greg, it was the only game, I'm being honest with you when I tell you this, it was the only game of that conference final that I was relaxed and comfortable and confident in the sense everybody thought it was over. And if even 1% of that mentality seeped into the Celtics' minds, I knew it would give the Heat a chance. Now, you know, having said all that, it's not a must-win, but, boy, to enhance your chances of being a champion this year, this is a game you sort of feel like you have to win. But I want to just take a step back and tell you this, Greg. No matter what happens in this series, I feel like it's my job, responsibility, and sort of duty to stay balanced and keep this all in perspective. The fact that the Heat is the conference champion representing the East, this is something that Heat fans and all of us who are involved with the program will never forget this postseason. It's been unlike any playoff journey we've ever been on, and the Heat's been to the playoffs 24 times in the 35 years. Usually when you get this far, guys, you have been carrying around a trunkload of expectations when you're a team that thinks you can be a champion. There were zero expectations from the outside that this would be a championship season for Miami. You know, once you get to the final, of course you want to do everything possible to win it. But no matter how this championship series turns out, it's been a marvelous postseason for Miami, and I think it's, you know, those two words that make people cringe around the league, Heat culture. I think it's been more clearly illuminated in this playoff than maybe it ever has before.
What does that mean exactly? What is Heat culture?
Heat culture is the mentality and the mindset and just what it's like to be a Heat player. Like Spo always says, we are not for everybody. I don't know how many teams do weekly weigh-ins with their players. I would suggest more teams should. It's built upon guys being in the best physical condition to compete and guys leaving their ego at the door and putting it into winning that matters most. And can you enjoy your teammate's success? Guys that just want stat or a paycheck, the 305 is not the right place for you. Guys that want to do everything in their power to get the most out of their ability and win, come on down.
Oh, well said, Eric. I mean, it's not always about the destination. Sometimes it's about the journey, and you can have a magical, successful season without winning at all. And not that you guys are out of it yet, but like I've done that on my night show a lot where I ask the fans, it's a caller-driven show, what do you consider a successful season? I had so many fans with the Warriors this year, with the Niners the last season say it's a championship, a parade, or bust. And hell, I mean, only one team has that. And I feel like with the run you guys had, it's improbable with the play-in series. And now you're here playing in the NBA championship. I mean, if you're a Heat fan and you're pissed about this season and they don't pull it off, I don't think you get it.
I would agree with that. And I think one sort of misnomer and sort of misinterpretation on this is if you look at this series or the Heat, you know, as trying to be the first 44-win team to win a title since the 1978 Washington Bullets. So I think there's a tendency for some to say, heck, the regular season doesn't mean anything. I would say it means a lot. But, you know, I think that the basic thing that we judge regular seasons on is the regular season win total. And guess what those wins turn into the minute the playoffs start? They turn into poker chips that you're forced to move to the middle of the table because that's what you're putting on the line in the playoffs. So Milwaukee had the most wins in the league. We took that home court from them in Game 1. The Celtics had the second most victories in the NBA. Beat them too. So here's my point. Even though the Heat had a frustrating, inconsistent regular season, they dealt with more close games than any team in the league. And they did what Heat teams do every day of every season. They worked on building team and winning habits. And when you have your best players that care about defense and put winning first, and guys like Jimmy and Bam and Kyle Lowry and adding a Kevin Love, we got a roster and a locker room full of those kind of guys, plus the 7 undrafted guys with huge chips on their shoulder who have developed their skills to a point where they're really useful, good NBA players competing for a championship. So guys, we want to win this title, but it's been one of the coolest stories and one of the great playoff adventures of our lifetime. And I'm going to remember this team as fondly as any team. And I would not have said that after the regular season, but this playoff run is going to stay with us for a long, long time.
It's hard to find in professional sports when everybody checks in their ego at the door and you realize that if we all win, the contracts and everything takes care of itself. Eric, thanks for your time today, man. I really appreciate it.
Hey, always enjoy talking to Greg Papa and being on with you guys. And great to be with you. And it's great to have the whole country and the whole world watching our team play. And you realize there are 28 other teams out there that would do anything to be in the spot that Miami and Denver's in. So we never take it for granted. We always appreciate it, and we thank you for having us on.
Good luck tonight, brother.
The voice here is Eric Reid, television play-by-play man for the Miami Heat. Good stuff. Good luck the rest of the way. So coming up next, I want to ask Greg Papa this. This last segment of the show, I mean, we got a couple more. We go up to 2 o'clock. He was the broadcaster for the Oakland Athletics from 1991 to 2003. He knows the A's better than anybody. I've been kind of on the outside reading all these articles on what's going on. So if you don't mind, Greg, I kind of want to tap your brain and get your – I don't know if you have any A's gear you want to change.
You're a great A's.
Yeah, we both have. That's how I met you. We have ties with the Oakland A's, and we both love the Oakland A's. So I want to get your thoughts on what's going on with the A's coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thank you so much for that. But that didn't answer my question. So again, it's a yes or no. Will you willingly commit to pay the live entertainment tax in the near future to fix the equity issue that exists?
Like I said, we are committed to being a great community partner in Southern Nevada. And investing, over $1 billion to ensure
that still does not answer the question, sir. I'm asking you directly, yes or no. Will you commit to paying the equity issue that we see existence for the live entertainment tax?
The legislation as it's currently envisioned, does not contemplate that. The project is based on, what is currently proposed. And so we've been focusing on that as really the path forward for the team and for the community.
Thank you. I mean, I find that disingenuous. I asked you directly, you're going to be capturing this as part of your legislation, yet you can't even commit to doing it yourself. And so I think that's something that the taxpayers must know of this state, but I divert my questions for the next round. Thank you.
Wow, all right. That was A's president Dave Kaval being grilled by someone. And Killian in a great article in the Cron today about no maybes about it. A's Las Vegas ballpark plan doesn't have the votes. You give it a read right now. And this whole thing from the outside looking in, I haven't been paying real close attention to it. Now, I'm going to tell you why. My year in Oakland in 2001 was one of the greatest times I've ever had in baseball. We won 102 games. The 15 to 20 to 25,000 fans that came on a nightly basis were the loudest, most passionate fans I had ever been around in baseball. They love their A's. It was just a great time for me. So with my experience with Billy Beane, give me a second chance and getting to the playoffs against the Yankees after 9/11, how I met Greg Papa. It makes me sad, I guess, for lack of a better term, on what's going on right now. And I know the A's fans are doing a reverse boycott and everything's going on. I hate politics. Like, I don't get into politics, and being in D.C. for 11 years, I can't stand politics. So the way this whole thing is going is kind of really just been a buzzkill for me. And Greg and I met in 2001 when I was a member of the Oakland A's, and, we've been friends ever since. We've done all the pre- and post-game for the Giants. We've done a bunch of shows for the Giants. He's been a big mentor in my career in a very positive way. And I know he loves the Oakland A's the way I do. And this whole thing, Pops, what's going on, maybe you can sum it up better than I am right now, because mine is more from an emotional side, and I feel bad for A's fans, and I don't know all the politics that's going on, and quite frankly, I don't care. But tell me your thoughts on this whole thing.
Well, honestly, this is the lowest moment, and certainly in the Oakland A's history, and they had bad years in Kansas City. They had bad years with Connie Mack in Philadelphia, and it was all based on economics. Connie Mack would win a championship with Home Run Baker and strip it all down and sell everybody and come back with Jimmy Fox and win again and then do it again. And, the Kansas City years, they were just a feeder system to the Yankees. And so I'm wearing a Yankee hat. I do have an A's hat, but it's out in the garage, and I can't get to it right now. I'll bring one up for next week. But the reason I'm wearing the Yankee hat, I started doing the Oakland A's games in 1990. And it was the year after they won the World Series in '89, and they couldn't fully celebrate that championship because of the earthquake. They didn't have a parade. They didn't have a celebration. They won a candlestick, Tony Phillips over deck to get Brett Butler out, but they didn't really celebrate. And then the next year, that 1990 team was they were systematic. The Giants that won 107 did it differently, but that team was the best baseball team I ever saw. And the reason I'm wearing the Yankee hat is my dad loved the Yankees. My first year doing baseball with the A's in 1990, the A's played the Yankees 13 times that year. Beat them 13 times.
Wow.
Beat them every single time we played them. And that was at the height of the superpowers with the Bash brothers, and Ricky came back from the Yankees when Sandy made the trade to get him, and he had Carney and Hendu and Stu and Welch and Mike Moore and Honeycutt and Nelson leading the act. It was a galaxy of stars. Led all of baseball in attendance. The Raiders hadn't come back yet, and it was just, wow, how long is this going to last? And they won the American League West 4 to 5 years, from 88 to 92 every year, and then had their hearts broken in 90. 88 obviously with the Gibson homer, but 90 losing to the Reds, and 92, when that gave it up to Robbie Alomar. But, then you reinvented yourself after some lean years and came back with Mulder, Hudson, and Zito and the teams you were on. And, this team, the Moneyball team, by the way, this is still available to you if you want to get it on DVD.
Yeah, Greg's holding up the Brad Pitt Moneyball.
I get a quarterly, every 3 months I get about $35 from this movie. So I'll never starve. I'll always have it to be able to take you out to lunch once every 3 months. So, but the Moneyball movie, and then, last year we had the anniversary of that 2002 team, and the A's were good enough to invite me back, and we got this memento and a few other gifts, and that team was historic as far as consecutive wins, but the Twins broke their hearts, and A.J. Buzinski and that team, and they didn't win, and the Twins wound up getting beat by the Angels, and the Angels getting beat by the Giants that year of 2002. It was all wild. But how many heartbreaks do we have to the Pinstripes, where the A's won it and went to the playoffs in 2000 and 2001, and just couldn't get over the hump. Whether it was being up 2-0 and losing, or Sciambi not sliding and Jorge Posada hitting a home run off of Barry to lose 1-0. But they were there. But why did they get broken up? Like Connie Mack's teams of the early part of the 20th century, Charlie O's teams. How many would they have won in a row had they kept that team together? They won 3 in a row. They could have gotten to the Yankees and won 5, 6, 7 in a row. Finances broke it up. Finances broke up your team. With Hudson, Mulder, and Zito, and Xavi and Miguel, and, T. Long, and David Justice coming in, and Ramon. I mean, go round. Losing Jason Giambi. Your team in 01 having to come back. That's why Moneyball was made. They lost Giambi the year before. And what team did he go to? The New York friggin' Yankees. So now it's all because of money and a stadium. Honestly, what's happening now, and I read it, and we got some promising news with the Vegas lawmakers this week. The Vegas thing is not a slam dunk. There's a long way to go. But it's beyond sad to me. And we've seen them be up and down. At the post-Reggie, Catfish, Vida era, Mitchell Page was a great player for a while, but that 79 team was horrible. And then they came back with Ricky and, Billy Ball and all that and reinvented themselves, and then hired Tony and Sandy and Andy Dolich. And it's a great history, but it's a history of up and down. It's just who they are. From Connie Mack to Charlie Finley. Walter Haas was the one guy, one of the most underrated owners in the history of Bay Area sport, who brought them stability, financial support, and just a great ownership. And then Schott and Hoffman took it a different direction, and now these guys, I don't know where it's going with Baby Gap. It's sad. But and what's happening on the field, I mean, you get excited when they win 2 games in a row. They're so awful. So all I would say to A's fans, FP, just hang in there. It's kind of the nature of the franchise where they take you on these ridiculous roller coaster rides. But I don't think they're leaving. I don't think they're going to go to Vegas as easily, whether it's the Vegas lawmakers or, voters around. You think the Dodgers want the Giants to be the only team, the only single team in this big market? You think the Angels want that? You think the Padres want it? You think the Yankees want it? The Mets want it? The Cubs, the White Sox, all the big market teams, they don't want the Giants to have this market to themselves and not have to share the market. So we don't talk a lot about it on the show because the A's just don't rate. It's just they don't do ratings. It's terrible the state that they're in on radio and TV. But I just think that that they are survivors and they reinvent themselves over the decades and the centuries. And I don't think the Vegas thing, it may happen, it may, but it may not. And it would, the Raiders are already there. And a big reason why the Raiders were forced to go there is the A's would not accommodate them in a desire to build a stadium and tear down the existing one. So, well, it's just it is beyond sad. There's been some low moments in the history of the franchise. Hopefully, this is the bottom, and we'll see what they do with the boycott coming up this week. But this team is built on survivors, like the 2012 Giants, who were cockroaches. The A's, the Philadelphia A's, the KC A's, they're cockroaches, and it's tough to kill them.
Well, rate or not, I mean, you don't talk about it every day, and you have the former broadcaster for the A's for a number of years, and a guy that played for the A's for a year and had maybe one of the best times of my life playing for that team. And that Yankees game, Greg, I'm still not over that. That still sticks with me, the Giambi thing and the Jeter flip. And the side story to that I was released by the A's after that year, and I signed as a free agent non-roster invite with the Yankees. And so first day of spring training, I get there, and Jason Giambi's the prize sign in the offseason, and he's getting all the attention, and we're hanging out because we're former A's teammates. And the third or fourth day of spring training, we go over cutoffs and relays, and Joe Torre gets us all in a room. We don't do it on the field as the Yankees. He gets a whiteboard, and he starts drawing cutoffs and relays. Like, we don't have to go through this. You know, we're all veterans here. And it's Joe Torre, the skipper of the Yankees. And he's like, with a runner on first and a ball down the right field line, and he looks right at Jason and I and goes, you guys, I'm not kidding. The shortstop floats, and if the throw goes to third base, Derek cuts it and throws it to third. But if the throw goes to home, he floats in the middle, and he's the backup for the first baseman, who's the relay. And we all started kind of chuckling awkwardly when he said that. And that game, I was like, how the hell is Jeter there? I played shortstop the majority of my career. I was a utility player once I got to the big leagues. Not once on a ball down the right field line as a shortstop was I ever taught at any level to float in the middle of the infield. And if the throw's overthrown from first base, usually the tandem there is the second baseman, and the first baseman is the backup. And the shortstop's floating in the middle in case the throw goes to third. So you got all the relays covered. But he literally, serious as a heart attack, said Derek Jeter was in the right place for that, you guys. And
they worked on it the year before. They said that.
Yeah.
She never saw that play before. But all that being said, if Jeremy slides, is he safe?
Yes. I think if there was replay, Jeremy's safe.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I think there's.
Yeah,
I don't think Posada's tagged him to this day. All right, we're going to wrap up the show on the other side. A great show coming up with Tolbert and Copes. They got John Boog Sciambi, who's the broadcaster for the Cubs, one of the best in the business. Austin Slater is going to join those guys first around 2:15, and then Dave Fleming, one of the best in the business. He's going to be on their show too. So FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund along with Greg Papa. We're going to wrap up the show on the other side. You're listening to The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
My dear friend Susan Slusser joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the Giants sweeping the Rockies. Check out that podcast and more trending now on the KNBR app.
Wherever you roam throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, wrapping up the show right now. Frank Paul Santangelo filling in for John Lund. Had a fun time with Greg Papa today. Want to thank Jesse Rogers. He covers Major League Baseball for ESPN. He joined us in the 10 o'clock hour. Andrew Baggerly came on around 11:30. Then it was Matt Mayoko. And Eric Reid, the play-by-play man for the Miami Heat. It's been a fun show. Had a good time with you today, Pops. It was fun, just like old times.
We had a great time. John Lund, good news on John. He's on the mend. I think he'll be back on Monday. And you're off to St. Louis, and my friend Tom Goldman heard me and you and Bags talking about restaurants in St. Louis. I sent you the reco from Thomas Goldman. Tony's in Clayton, not Clayton, California, in Clayton, a suburb of St. Louis, for Italian food. And then you got to hit Ted Drew's frozen custard as well when you're in St. Louis.
Frozen custard?
Gelato. Yeah.
Is that good?
Italian. Yeah, you don't like frozen custard?
I don't know if I'm a custard guy.
All right. You like lemon ice?
Yeah.
That's very Italian.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got it all. I sent you the website. There,
What's your go-to spot in the city? You know, like
Tony Gemignani is where I'm going right now.
Are you really?
No, I don't know.
I mean, Gino and Carlos is my favorite watering
fantastic.
hole. Yeah,
fantastic. So you're going with the Giants on Monday after
Sunday night,
the Cubs game? Sunday night, I mean?
Sunday, yeah. Going to. I'll be doing the shows after the game at the ballpark again.
Wow. Well, you're not going to have time to dinner then.
Yeah, I probably won't.
You're going to be at Shannon's place, his bar, right in the stadium, right at Busch Stadium.
Yeah, I'll probably eat at the stadium and then just stay there till 1 or 2 in the morning, do the shows, and it's fun,
days.
man. It's been fun traveling again. I missed it.
And you got a day game on Wednesday as well. Are you going to Dodger Stadium or just St. Louis?
I'm flying home from St. Louis back to
Beautiful.
Not ready for the Dodgers series yet, but it's
you'll be ready.
No, definitely not ready. All right, we got to run. Coming up next, Tolbert and Copes. They got John Boog Sciambi coming up, Austin Slater, Dave Fleming. Pops, thanks, man. Have a great weekend.
Take care, Frank Paul. Have a great trip. Tony's in Clayton.
Tony's in Clayton, where the mob hangs out in St. Louis. Swing hard in case you hit it.
No such thing.
On the sports leader.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. You got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert. We are out at the public house getting ready for the Cubbies. The Cubbies are coming, tra-la-la-la. God, I miss Harry Carey. And the Giants. And we'll be out here until 6:15, so come on out and join us. Grab a brew, grab a bite before you head into the game. And if you're not going to the game, come on by.
Sun's coming out, too. It's like nicer out than it was about 45 minutes ago. So
Very, very nice. So come on out, say hi, buy us a beer. Austin Slater's going to come out and join us at 2:15 on the patio. Boog Sciambi, the play-by-play man for the Chicago Cubs, will join us at 2:50. Marcus Thompson, 3:50. And David Fleming will be on site. He'll come out here and grab a beverage with us at 4:50. Jeremy Appel was supposed to join us. Apparently he got stuck in his plunge tub and he's out.
Forgot about the plunge tub.
He got frostbite. So he is.
He's out 6 to 8. We'll be reevaluated.
He is out. So there you go. Giants feeling pretty good right now. Coming home, playing the Cubs, who've been scuffling a little bit.
32-30, 2 games over, which is good. Try to get away from that gravitational pull of 500. Create a little separation from that with a team that's subpar. Cubs come in at 26-36, and we'll talk more about Marcus Stroman, who's starting tonight. And you brought up Anthony DeSclafani yesterday to Farhan, who was like one of the best pitchers in the National League for the month of April, and then has really not been very good for his last 4 or 5 starts. He got nicked up at one point, and he was dealing with an ankle injury, right? Was the thing that kept him out all last year. And what's what he struggled with at the end of 2021. And then we found out about that. Was it a piano injury? Was that right? Remember he was like lifting a piano? The piano man injury.
Was it the thumb?
I thought it was a foot. I thought he dropped the piano on his foot.
I think you're right.
Remember he broke a nail or something. It was like the big nail. He broke it off his foot. So that's not like a structural damage thing. It doesn't seem to me like that's maybe a nagging injury, but something's off. And maybe pitching is such a finely tuned thing that if you're nursing something like that and you're pulling off a little bit, you're putting pressure on something else, it might throw off your mechanics a bit. Maybe it's a small tweak he's got to make, or maybe it's just it's the regression to the norm, Tom.
Could be.
He was so good, and now he's coming back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Could be just going through one of those stretches that, a lot of pitchers go through, and it just happens to be this time of the season. But this would be a good team to get right against. They're not a high-octane offense. I mean, they do have some guys that can hit a little bit. Swanson can hit. Wisdom can hit a little bit. Horner can hit a little bit. So, I mean, they got some guys in the middle of the order that aren't going to kill you.
They got Bellinger.
Well, he's out.
Is he out right now?
I think he's out. I think he's out with the knee. Those are the 2 big injuries for them. Bellinger and Steele. Their pitcher.
Justin Steele, right?
They're going to miss. I don't think he's coming back for another 8-9 days, something like that. Yeah, he was off to a really good start. But so is Bellinger. Bellinger was off to a nice start. I think had an 840 OPS, 7 home runs, and I want to say it was an arm, knee. It's something anyway. He's out. So that obviously is a big loss to their offense, and it'll be interesting to see what the Cubs do, because you mentioned Marcus Stroman and the Giants being interested in Stroman. Not that they are, just kind of maybe hoping that they will.
He'll be one of the names mentioned out there.
I'm sure they will be
at the deadline.
And then where they go in the next month, and do they try to get this thing back on track? Because that's the interesting thing about all the playoff bids now. Everybody feels like they're in it, and you don't feel like you're too far out of it. And at what point do you say? Like, I don't know if a team is 4 games out come All-Star or trade deadline of the last wild card. If you feel like you want to try to get the last wild card, a lot will depend on how many teams are between you and the last wild card. Like, if you're clear of everybody else and you're the only team between the last wild card and you, like it's just you
go
four
for
games, then you might go for it and say, you know what, let's just hang on to our guys and give it a run. Because baseball, to me, is a little like hockey. Once you get into the playoffs, things can happen, especially if you're not a great team but you have 2 good pitchers. Then you feel like, hey, anything could happen. We win a round, and let's not underestimate how much money these teams make home playoff games. Like, the Warriors make an absurd amount of money for home playoff games. So even if they're not going to win a championship, just to get like 2 rounds and get those home playoff games, I mean, it is massive.
The Hawks are moving Janet Jackson concerts so they can get this, so they can get that gate. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, we'll move her. We'll deal with that because that is nowhere near what we're going to net.
Yeah, you get
for hosting
big money. So you factor all that in, and who is going to be available? Will teams be willing to give up 2 weeks left and just say, you know what? Let's sell now because we can get more now. Because the way the trade deadline works, if you want somebody now, you're going to pay a lot more now than you are in a month. In 5 weeks. You just are. You're going to get more. You're going to get probably 5-6 more starts out of them. So that's gonna cost you. Do you want to wait? Like, if you're the Giants or any other team, would you be willing to do it early and try to beat somebody else to the punch, even though knowing you're going to give up a little bit more? So there's all this kind of give and take. Last year, the trade deadline was pretty good. It had fallen flat for about 5 straight years. It was just boring.
2021, getting Chris Bryant was a big move. Yep. And they traded Alexander Canario. Is he up right now? Has he been playing for them?
I don't think so. I did not notice him in the lineup these last couple days when I was watching the games. So I'm not sure if he is up, if he's been up. That I do not know. And so
I'll get you his numbers right now. I know at one point he had been up last year. The guy the Giants had traded for Chris Bryant. He was sort of the key to that draft. He actually has not come up. He was he had gone up to AAA. He had been with the Giants, had never gone higher than San Jose, and then he got to Chicago, and they brought him all the way up to AAA, where he played 20 games. He played 81 there last year, and had a decent year. So he's done okay since the Giants have traded him over. OPS over 800, but this year 687 in the Dominican Fall League, and doesn't look like he's played at least in 2023. So as of right now, it's not hurting you. But yeah, I wonder about that. And we'll talk more about the deadline stuff later, because we talked to Farhan yesterday, and he made an interesting comment. He said, I don't think, at least where the team is right now, that we would be in the mix for something like and I love the way he phrased this, a 6-inning reliever, like a 6th-inning guy, or a 4th or 5th starter, because he says, I feel like that's where we have plenty of depth on the roster. And I'm with you there. I mean, if you're talking Minaya and Stripling, those right now profile as 4th and 5th starters if you're using them there. You don't really need another bullpen arm. I think they've got enough depth there. Ryan Walker, who's come up, has been fantastic. They've got a sort of a nice stable of guys who you'd trust if you were losing, tied, or down a little bit in the 6th inning to eat a couple. So I feel pretty good about that, which then tells me if they're going to go in on somebody because of the core players they have now, they're going in on somebody who's going to make a difference in helping them secure a playoff series victory or make a championship run. And those types of players would be, in our eyes, I think, the frontline starters. We mentioned Eduardo Rodriguez. We mentioned Marcus Stroman. And Susan Slusser mentioned Shohei Ohtani. I still don't think he's getting moved. I still think
especially if they're
500, right? Right about there.
They're 4 games over.
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go. I know the Angels stink, but give them their due when they're good.
They beat up the Cubs, huh?
Or
did they sweep the Cubs?
Yes, sir.
There you go. So Cubs coming off a 4 straight.
After getting smacked by the Astros. If you want to win bets every year, just bet I said 2 things you can bet. Bet the Astros when they play the Angels, and then bet the Rays when they play the Red Sox. Those are givens. Like every year, they just get smacked around. They cannot beat the Astros. And the Astros aren't even the best team in the division.
No.
The Rangers never lose.
Rangers mashed.
Rangers are just absurd.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Well, let's go hit some more bombs.
Yeah, we don't even need DeGrom. We got him.
Who's DeGrom?
It'd be nice to have him, but, whatever.
We got Leclerc in the 9th.
We don't even need pitchers.
Where's Will Smith? Give me my lefty.
We got 9 a game. I'm good.
We're going to give him a day. And
this guy Young, the 3rd baseman they have, and he's spelled Jung.
Young.
Yeah. But he's been killing it. I'm look at these guys.
Is he Josh Young? Is that what he is?
No, I think it's Josh Young.
That's what I mean, Josh Young.
Yeah, I think it's Young, but it's Jung. Yeah. It's spelled. It's weird. You would never guess it was.
I wanted to leave myself an out, so I do the je.
Yeah,
I just go in. I'm like, you just say it differently every time.
Or just say it really fast. Josh Young.
Yeah.
You just say it like that, and you're good to go. But he's been really good. But no, they're playing. That's a good series. They're playing the Rays this weekend. Rangers Rays. That'll be a good.
That'll be a fun one.
Yeah, that'll be a really, really fun one. So, but yeah, you coming off 3 straight, and you got the Cubs, and the Cubs losing. Well, I know they've lost 3 straight. It might be more. I know they got swept by the Angels.
Losing. We lost 3 in a row.
Okay. So they're. We know. Have they lost 4?
No, they've lost. The Cubs have lost 4 in a row. I was quoting Mike Nolan. We're losing. We lost 3 in a row.
So now it's baseball. So I mean, you can get Stroman shoving a 9 up.
That's what he's there for.
Starting over tomorrow, but you can kind of head into a nice little because you got the Cardinals coming up. Cardinals have not been great. So and then you get the Dodgers. So this seems to me like a good stretch, and you've already put a little bit of it in the rearview mirror. When you got a little more left, the Cubs and the Cardinals, and you could make a little more hay the way they're playing right now. What are they, 2 games over 500? Who knows? Maybe after the next 2 series, they're 4 games over 500. Win both series, go 2-1 in both series, and be 4 games over 500, and then start feeling pretty good about yourself.
Marcus Stroman comes in tonight 6-4, a 2.39 ERA, an even whip of 1. And even though DeSclafani has struggled in his last handful of starts, 4-5 with a 3.97 ERA, he's still got a 1.12 whip. Don't forget, he was leading baseball in whip for like a better part of a month. So he is still he's coming back to the mean, I think, a little bit, but his numbers still aren't that bad considering how things haven't gone his way over the last few starts. You, by the way, mentioned Patrick Wisdom as a guy to watch out for. You know his batting average is?
Mary's.
Yeah, 14 homers. You know what he's hitting?
Probably like a $1.95.
$1.97. You nailed it. Yeah, one of the best hitters in the lineup for the.
Well, like I said, I've watched him the last 3 games.
That's baseball's the way it goes. That's good. We got a little scouting report on the Chicago Cubs, who are here tonight. We are live from the patio at the Public House at Oracle Park. If you're coming on by, grab a beer, come say what's up. We're getting the stream up and running. You can check that out on KNBR.com and the YouTube page, and of course the all-new KNBR app. And make sure you are listening all show long between now and 6 o'clock when we give you the cue to call. Jacob's back in the studio. Jacob, you have the cue to call when you hear this sounder. This sounder.
Corn dogs, Jackie. Corn dogs for all these people.
Nice, good
Jacob
work.
Off to a flying start.
Yeah, you're crushing it back at the station, Jacob. Furnished by the Alameda County Fair. Be caller number 10, 2415-896 KNBR, and you will win a family 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair, June 16th to July 9th. It's happening at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Horse racing returns, big stakes, the Pleasanton Mile, fair food, corn dogs, Jackie, and the nightly Big O concert series.
Big
O
fat
tire.
corn dogs.
Big
too.
fat corn dogs,
Those
Jackie.
things are girthy.
Just hogs, yeah.
Oh my
just
God.
big old crank dogs. Yeah, there you go. The nightly Big O tires concert series and so much more. Purchase tickets now at the Alameda-County. It's Alameda-County-Fair.com. Austin Slater, Giants outfielder, going to join us here on the patio at the Public House. It's Stolbert and Copes, Giants Cubs at 7:15 right here on the Sports Leader. Farhan Zaidi joined Tom and myself yesterday to discuss whether or not the Giants could make an impactful move at this year's trade deadline. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Conforto off second, Haniger off first, swinging a base hit on the ground to left field. Conforto is being waved home, and he's going to score.
The 1-1, Slater swings, line drive, left center field, a base hit. Here comes Peterson rounding third, heading home. He will score the tying run.
Back here live at the Public House. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Giants and the Cubs getting at it tonight, 7:15. We'll have pregame for you from the patio at the Public House at 6:15. And joining us here on the patio, Giants outfielder Austin Slater. You're like becoming a friend of the show, man. You come by, I don't know, a couple times a year. We talk to you at FanFest. Good to see you again, man. How are you?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm doing well.
Team's doing well. Fun trip out to Colorado, which is usually a combination of words that don't go together.
Well, usually fun for hitters, usually not so fun for pitchers. But good team wins, some come from behind wins, which I think was huge for us. I don't know if we've done that a whole lot this year, and that kind of gets everyone going when you see that.
Well, you guys are finding different ways to win, which is encouraging, and it's cool when you've corrected some of the problems I think that were going on early on in the season where it was very home run reliant. Then you guys go all the way into Game 3 in Colorado before you hit one. Was it yesterday? When's the last time you saw a right-handed pitcher before yesterday?
Ooh, I
did you know they still exist? It was extinct in your mind. I saw you out there. I was like, does Gabe know this guy's a righty? I was like, Austin's in there.
I'll usually sneak in a couple at bats. I pinch hit in the 6th and then, take down a righty later in the game. Right. Cap's mixed in a couple right-handed starts for me. Now we're down to 4 outfielders, and so I think just there's going to be more of a rotation in there. Probably not super often, but if we have a stretch of a lot of righties and the guys start to get worn out, I think I'll be in there.
I would hazard a guess that is the only road trip you guys have taken to Colorado where, if you don't count Minaya as a bullpen guy, which I kind of count him as a starter, but if you don't, bullpen didn't give up a run.
Yeah, they were amazing. Super impressive. Yeah, I mean, if you had told us that going in, we'd be like, okay, we easily win all 3 games.
Yep.
They've been pitching lights out, for probably the last month and a half. I know some of the numbers probably don't show that right away, but a lot of them are inflated from Mexico and some other early season hiccups, but they've been pitching unbelievably well.
And if I'd have told you you're going to go to Colorado and as a team hit 1 home run, how many games do you think you would have
won? Probably 0. But it was
that's
great.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was great to see that we were able to score runs other ways. I mean, we hit 8 doubles the first game, which that's pretty impressive, and kind of everyone contributed all the way down the line.
Talking to Austin Slater here on the patio of the Public House. You mentioned Gabe's been mixing in more righty at bats for you. You've been getting a couple of more. We talked to Farhan yesterday, and it was cool to talk to him about the squeeze bunt the other night for Patrick Bailey, because Tom said, I don't know how much analytics love the bunt, and he goes, well, you don't love it all the time, but there are situations where that's a tough play to field. And he talked a lot about the sort of roles that bullpen guys have now found themselves in that's a little bit different than when he and Gabe first got here. Have you seen an evolution with the way things are happening, with the way now that guys have sort of established themselves in more, I'd say, stable roles, and guys have sort of found their spots? You guys are finding success. We've got a little bit of a path towards the future. Has there been a growth or a development? Have you seen change with the way things are run day to day, and maybe the way the game is managed?
Well, I just think in general, players like to be in roles.
Yeah.
Whether or not they admit that or not, I'm not totally sure, but I think that's part of the early season is finding out who's in what role. What works best for the team and what situations are best for guys to succeed. And I think we're finally getting to that point in the season. We've also not been totally healthy this whole year, and we aren't necessarily on the pitching side, but The position player side, we're finally fully healthy, and guys are starting to click there. And when you're talking about the bunt, that's something that we've talked about a lot. And I forget who was telling me in the clubhouse, but one of their friends was a scout for the Twins, and he's like, "You guys are the weirdest offense. You bunt." You bunt for hits, and then you hit a bunch of homers.
That's how you get on.
Yeah, hey, you got to get guys on, and then you got to drive them in, right? And those are the two easiest ways, in my opinion.
Do you think baseball, maybe it's even more so important for guys to have an idea of what their roles are because games are every day?
I think so. You get lost in the monotony of, the daily grind, and when you're put into these uncomfortable situations, sometimes it can feel, a little... you can feel a little lost.
Yeah.
And the season is so long, and if you just keep feeling lost all the time, that 0 for 4 can turn into a 0 for 25 really quick, or a couple walks as a bullpen guy can turn into 5-6 runs, and now all of a sudden you're looking up at the scoreboard and your ERA is a 6, or you're batting 200 as a position player.
How much kind of young energy did Schmidt and Bailey bring to the ball club when they came up?
A ton. I think it was great. I think every good team, you need guys to come up and produce and kind of give a little spark or jolt to the clubhouse. And like I mentioned about the monotony of the season, you play 162 games and guys come up and you see that excitement and that energy, and it's contagious. And sometimes you forget about that if you've been in the league for a little bit, and it's good to see, and it I think helps everyone.
Austin Slater, the voice you hear, on the patio of the Public House at Oracle Park. Giants and the Cubs tonight at 6:15 pregame. You were mentioning, like, every once in a while you go through a rut and you look up and you see your number. I was wondering, what numbers do guys like seeing on the scoreboard? Like, because you're not far off from my age, and when we were kids, hitting 300 or like Ichiro hitting 350, like that was still a thing. We were talking Patrick Wisdom's one of the toughest hitters in the Cubs lineup, and he's got 14 homers. He's hitting right around 200. What's a number that's important to you? What do you look at? What do guys like to pay attention to? And is there stuff on the scoreboard that you're like, why the hell's that up there, man? Why are we looking at that?
Yeah, I think every guy's a little different. Depends on what type of player you are. A Wisdom, I'm sure he's just looking at the homers and
OPS.
And personally, I look at OPS as well. I think that's a pretty good indicator as a hitter. I think pitchers, it still comes down to ERA.
And whip, right?
ERA, probably strikeouts.
Yeah.
Strikeouts, I think, is a good indicator of a lot of the advanced analytics that you see now being thrown around. A lot of it is centered around how often you can punch guys out, aka not have your defense make plays or any luck involved. It's just pure ability to strike someone out, get outs. So those are probably the two.
What would you compare the 300 average to if you were to relate it to OPS? Would it 300 be 800 OPS? Would it be higher than 800? Because 300 used to be a thing. Mm-hmm. Now nobody even cares anymore. Although it's still kind of a thing. No one hits.
I kind of like it.
No one hits 300 anymore. Unless you lose the rise and you hit 400. So what's the equivalent, you think, to a 300 batting average?
Yeah, I think anything over an 850 OPS is probably equivalent to like a 300 batting average. Like how you used to view it. Mm-hmm. I do think there still is some value in a guy that can hit 300, because you're probably more like, the more hits you get, the more likely you're able to drive in runs. It's hard to drive in runs just walking or just hitting homers. You got to put the ball in play. So there still is some, I think, inherent value in a guy hitting 300. Now, if he's hitting 300 and getting on base at a 310 clip, is it really that valuable?
Yeah.
Your OPS is probably in the 7s then, at that point.
Probably, unless you're just...
Unless every one of your hits is a double or a homer.
Right, exactly. So, I think 850 plus, maybe 900. Like some of the great hitters are probably all over 900.
Well, it still drives me crazy. People don't say it maybe as much, but when they used to say walks as good as a hit, I go, but is it really? Really? Can you drive in a guy from second with a walk? No. I don't think you can. I've never seen it before. Anyway, and that's the one thing I think people like. A batting average isn't a huge deal, but I do point out to them that when you get a hit, that also helps your on-base percentage.
Right.
It's like you're moving both things up.
Yeah, if there's a runner on third and 2 outs, bottom of the ninth, I think you'd rather have the guy hitting 300 than the guy with the OPS over 800 that's hitting 220. So I think it's very situational. I think you like to look at these stats and they play out over the course of the year, but in big situations, I think the old school baseball still applies in a lot of ways.
It's been around for 150 years.
Right.
Something's working, right?
Yeah.
Something in the system works. Another minute here with Austin Slater on the patio at the Public House. Camilo Doval, I joke with Tom all the time that if you're a baseball fan, just like being frustrated and disliking your bullpen is just kind of, and every team has frustrations with their bullpen. It just comes with the territory. When you think about closers in Giants history where you've had levels of confidence, right now with what Camilo Doval's doing, I maybe have never been more confident in a guy in the ninth inning when he takes the ball. Is that felt with the team? And have you seen a guy in your time, now you've been here for a while, young guys come up and to get that sort of confidence, and he grabbed that role pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Even before they said he was the closer, he took that job pretty quick in 2021.
Yeah, and 2021, I think that August-September stretch that he had, that was probably the peak for me, and he's kind of replicating that right now in terms of like you see him come out of the bullpen, you're like, okay, this game's over.
He's so chill, dude. He doesn't even care about the pitch clock. That's what kills me. He's like, yeah, whatever, just give him a ball. That's fine.
Yeah, I think I get a little more worried about the pitch clock than
He doesn't give a damn.
does.
So
yeah. But he's once he ironed that out, honestly, there really haven't been a ton of hiccups in terms of like panic or anything like that felt from the clubhouse or any of the other guys. I played with Tyler Rogers for probably 8 or 9 years, and he's a guy that I've seen so much, and he's so consistent that I have a ton of confidence in him. Obviously, he's not closing games for us, but he has in the minors, and he's a guy that I'm like, okay, he's going to fill up the zone, he's going to get his ground balls, and the only way he gets beat is by those broken bat hits and a couple of lucky ground balls go through, things like that. But we've been very blessed recently with Doval at the end of the games, and I'm sure for fans it's a great sight to see when he comes out of the bullpen.
Can you tell the Rogers apart yet?
I can.
Okay.
I luckily had a little head start. I played with Taylor in the fall league.
Oh, nice.
I've known Tyler forever, and so like I can tell the differences just in their faces right away. And I think guys are finally starting to be able to tell.
I would say the only way I could tell them apart is the one guy has a new glove than what he started with.
Dude, since he got that new glove, he's been like unhittable. That's incredible.
That was amazing. He just chucked his glove.
Yeah, just threw it right in the trash.
Did anybody go get that, or did they just leave it there?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure he had another one in his locker. But, I think he didn't want to see that glove anymore, so if someone did grab it, they probably didn't show it to him.
I think we're all good. I mean, seriously, once he tossed the glove, he's been on fire. Austin Slater, the voice here. Great having you again, man. Really appreciate you coming by. You guys are playing good ball. It's been fun to see you have success. Glad you're healthy and back in there. Oh, real quick, were you in Sacramento for a rehab?
I was.
Did you get
twice.
a look at Luis Matos? Did anybody stand out? Is he as advertised?
I saw him one game. The last time I went, I just played one game there. And I saw 3 of his at-bats. He went 0 for 3, but saw him a lot this spring training. He was in our outfield group, and he's quiet. He works hard. He has all the attributes that you want to see from a young kid that's trying to make it up to the big leagues, and he's absolutely crushing it right now in AAA. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him here soon.
Real quick, who's the loudest guy in the clubhouse?
The loudest guy?
Who's the guy that keeps it loose?
Jock keeps it loose. Sean Manaea keeps it loose. We got a good crew in the clubhouse. Brebbia in his own way. Brebbia keeps it loose.
In his own way, I like that.
Yeah. He's always, you never know where he's going with a conversation, so that's always fun.
Austin Slater, good luck tonight, man. Have a good series and have a good road trip, man. Good to see you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Austin.
All right, more coming up here. Tolbert and Copes live from the patio at the Public House. Make sure if you're coming on by, you grab a pop and you come on by and say hello. Pre-game for the Giants and the Cubs coming up at 6:15. On the other side, there's a name we've been throwing out for a while that the Giants could be looking to pick up at the trade deadline, and we may see him tonight. We'll talk about it next, right here on The Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Here we go. Marcus Stroman, the Cubs leading 1-0. Swing struck him out, and he's 1 out away. Wow. I mean, JD, he has been sensational. And here's Franco. He's got the only hit in the game for the Rays. On the ground to first, and that's going to do it. Mervis steps on the bag. Marcus Stroman, what a job.
Tolbert and Copes with you on the patio at the Public House. Giants and the Cubs, game 1 of a 3-game series coming up at 7:15. We just had a great conversation with Austin Slater. That'll all be up on the all-new KNBR app. You can check out the podcast. That was Marcus Stroman, the sound you heard there from Memorial Day, through a complete game shutout for the Cubs. Nice day game for them. That was the early game that day. That was back on May 29th, and it was against the Rays. That's of note, that he threw a complete game shutout against the Rays. I remember because I bet the Rays that day. I woke up Memorial Day. I was like, nice morning game. I was like, got some good action. I was like, yeah, money looks like it's coming on the right side. I was like, why not? Bet the Rays. That's fun. I was like, yeah, Stroman's been tough, so I'm getting good action here. I'm getting a good number, and no, he shut him down. Score. But it was impressive. It was like a fun game to watch because he's sharp. He's very much in the style that he pitches like Logan Webb. He's not going to overpower you with big, huge velocity. He's a smaller guy. And when he came up, who did he come up with? Was he Toronto? Is that what he came up with?
I believe
or did he get
so.
Traded to Toronto? He's one of those guys who wore a real number. He wore like number 7 or something. And I was like, I always like when guys, like Mike Hampton did that, wore number 10 on the mound. Anyway, he's a guy who's kind of a bulldog out there. He's hard-nosed, he's chatty, he gets mouthy, he's fiery, but he's a sinker baller, and he's kind of found it this year. He signed a contract with the Cubs, a 3-year deal where he's got an opt-out, and there was some interest, I think, from the Giants a couple of years ago. He and Logan Webb had kind of been clamoring over each other, and he was praising Logan Webb for the second half of his 2021 year and what he was able to do in the postseason. But if you got him into this rotation, you'd have 3 big-time starters who are kind of the same type of guy in that Alex Cobb throws harder than Logan Webb and Marcus Stroman does, at least right now, harder than he used to. But they're all 3 sinker ballers. They're all 3 guys that are going to rely on defense. The Giants have proven that their defense is pretty damn good. When you can go to Crawford late in the game in Colorado as a defensive replacement after he drives in a run for you, that's a good asset to have. He seems to be like he would be a guy that could pitch well in this ballpark. He would be a good fit here. He has made comments about this team in this ballpark in the past. It'll be an interesting thing to watch. It'll be kind of fun to get a look at him in this yard tonight. Now, the question is, because he has an opt-out, and a lot of these big-time guys are going to have opt-outs or be free agents, it's why they become trade pieces at the trade deadline. The question is, with what Farhan told us yesterday, what would you be willing to give up, and when do you do it? Because every single team that's going to be in the hunt, Tom, is going to want another, whether you've got 3 horses, you want a 4th to make sure you're good, somebody gets hurt or isn't pitching well at the end of the year. Or if you're a team trying to get in and you need another one because you got 1 true one, you got to have 2. Like in baseball's playoffs, you got to have 2 guys you can start. And I think he would slot in as your number 2 or your number 3 right behind Cobb. So the question is how much do you value that and what do you give up for a guy you might lose? When you've seen this happen once, and Chris Bryant was good when he got here. I think it was a good move. I like the aggression. I would do it again, but he wasn't great in the playoffs. He hit 1 home run against the Dodgers, but that's not why you lost.
No, not at all. I didn't realize Stroman was 32. He's been around
like
9 years.
I was going to say 8
now.
or 9 was my guess.
And you're right. He did start with Toronto.
Okay.
Toronto,
then the Mets.
Yep, and then the Cubbies. No, I agree. Again, it's going to be how long do you think the Cubs are going to try to hang in there? They probably want to get healthy, right? Let me get Steele back. Let me get Bellinger back because the Central, even though the Brewers have been playing better as of late, it's not a division you look at and say it's going to take 90 to win this division. You might win that division with 88, 89.
Yeah.
So it gives you maybe a little bit of pause when it comes to the trade deadline because you feel like, hey, we still have a shot for a long time to win. I don't know that I see any team in that division because the Cardinals were supposed to be the team in that division and they are clearly not the team. For whatever reason, they're just not. So
I'm not out on them yet, by the way.
I'm not out on them either.
It's such a bad division,
yeah.
and they're aggressive. and some of their pieces haven't worked out. They're going to be aggressive. I think they'll be buyers. They went all in on Arenado and Goldschmidt. They've got a window with those guys. I'd expect them to still be in the hunt come late July, early August, because I think they're going to have to make moves. That's a city that thrives on Cardinal baseball.
Yes.
They don't throw seasons away in St. Louis.
No, they don't. I'm looking right now because I wanted to see how far they were out. They are 8 games out. 26 and 37, 8 games out. So, yeah, I mean, they're still right there.
Yeah.
And you don't look at the division and go, wow, who do we have to worry about? I mean, the Brewers maybe, but even the Brewers, I don't think the Brewers are going to run away with anything. The Pirates are still pretty young, and then you get the Reds and the Cubs. So, no, I agree with you that the Cardinals will be a factor in that division before the season is over. But, no, going back to Stroman, yeah, because I look at their team, and unless you're going to get a stud outfielder, they got plenty of outfielders. Unless you're going to get a stud infielder.
You're saying the Giants, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You feel like they got plenty there.
Where would you put an infielder? And that's the thing is, if everyone's healthy,
they don't even have enough room for everybody now.
They really do right now have like. How many guys can you have on a roster now? 26? They got like 30 guys for 26 spots almost, or 29 guys for 26 spots. And for pitchers, you'd probably say they have, and not all of them, of course, are frontline guys, but you'd probably say they have 15 or 16 guys for 13 spots.
Yeah.
So can you improve any one of those so drastically without mortgaging any sort of future, giving up too much, that you're improving the team? To me, the only spot is starting pitcher, and that's basically what Farhan said yesterday. And the other interesting part, and we'll talk more Luis Matos later, was what he had to say about him, about if he plays like this, he may force our hand. You know, that he could force his way into a lineup. And as Austin Slater just told us, they've only got 4 outfielders right now. So who are the 4? It's Slater, Yaz, Conforto, and Haniger?
Yep.
Those are 4?
Mm-hmm.
So you got 2 righty, 2 lefty there.
I mean, Sable in a pinch. He's played there.
Sable in a pinch.
Peterson in a pinch.
You'd be Randy Wynn at third base, Noah Lowry in right field.
That's a
pinch
thick
again,
pinch.
I think. That's like grabbing the arm. That's grabbing the bicep and feeling
that's probably it. That's it. The thing about Matos too is if you bring him up, you bring up another premium defender. Like that'd be 3 guys that if they brought up this year would all be premium
Not just
defenders.
Offense, you're advancing your defense.
Yeah, I mean their defense could be top notch. If the guys can hit, and they got some more fielders like this, they could have a top notch defense in a few years.
He can hit. I'm just trying to get you real quick a couple of numbers here for Marcus Stroman before we jump off this. We will get back to plenty of baseball. We got a lot to get to. Boog Sciambi is going to join us on the other side, talk about the Chicago Cubs and about maybe where they'll go at the trade deadline. And what's going on with Dansby Swanson? That was like the place he wanted to go this offseason, right?
Yeah.
And Giants were in on other shortstops, but Dansby was like, I'm going to go sign with the Cubs. It's where I want to be. He was I guess he wanted to be the guy there. I thought they would be a little bit better. I just want to get you Marcus Stroman's career numbers at Oracle Park. In case the Giants were to have interest in him. Here we go. Marcus Stroman, sinker baller at Oracle Park. Of course, a big pitcher's park here in his career. Jeez, I am struggling here trying to milk this segment, and now Derek is real pissed. He's made 3 starts at Oracle Park. Hitters are hitting 280 against him in 3 career starts at Oracle Park. So he's been okay. 21 hits in 22 innings and change. So we'll see what happens tonight. He's been one of the best pitchers in the National League and will likely be an all-star for the Cubs. He's 1-1 with a 2.37 is his total numbers here in San Francisco. On the other side, Boog Sciambi calls the games for the Chicago Cubs. Stroman, DeSclafani tonight. Pregame 6:15. We're live on the patio at the Public House on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and told Giants fans to cherish Brandon Crawford while he's still here. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Live on the patio at the Public House, Tolbert and Copes, Friday afternoon. Darren Chan hanging out here. Tim Webb hanging out here. We got DP with us today. Austin Slater stopped by. We are working to make the connection with Boog Sciambi. Calls the games for the Chicago Cubs, who the Giants see tonight. You mentioned Harry Carey at the top of the show. And
Jody Davis, catcher extraordinaire.
The incredible thing about him is, and I'm not making a comp of personalities or character or people here. Hear me out. This is my disclaimer. He was so ridiculous in his actual persona that even imitating him, sort of like Donald Trump, is not even like on the same level. Like, you can't. Basically, my point is, when they did Harry Carey on SNL, it was outrageously funny, right? If you were a hot dog and you were starving to death, would you eat yourself? But then, so I heard that as a kid. I mean, I knew who Harry Carey was and knew some of the calls, but I didn't know who he was until I got a little bit older, you know?
Yeah.
Then you hear some of the calls from him and you're like, dude, doing a satirical impression of him, it can't even reach the level of how ridiculous he was. Hi.
Hi, Cubs fans.
Hi, Cubs fans. Hi. He's all exacerbated and all. Like, it's super funny. Anyway, I'm trying to think of who, I don't want to say ridiculous, because he was sort of ridiculous, but he's a legend, right?
Yes.
And that's what's so beautiful about broadcasters and play-by-play guys, and we have such great personalities here that are funny and professional and engaging, and you feel like you let them into your home. Feels like you get to know them. Who do you think in sports today is the biggest character in play-by-play? Like, there's nobody that's going to match Harry Carey, and maybe that's even that's Mount Rushmore type stuff, you know? But, Kevin Harlan pulls some great ones.
He does.
But he's not he's doing that character as who he is. John Miller, for me, is up there. Like, when John Miller works the bit, basically he calls every game as though he's like, I'm doing a bit that I am your Giants broadcasters. Yeah. That one.
Well, it's pretty easy for me.
Who's yours?
Sterling.
Oh, dude, there you go. The automatic. John Sterling.
I mean, that's a given.
Hey, Jacob, back at the station, if you're not going to play any ska for us on Ska Friday, could you at least grab some of the John Sterling drops we have? And, I don't know.
We're going to get Jacob sweating at least a little bit. Do something.
Dude, Jacob's not sweating, dude. You see that guy? You see how chill that guy is?
Does he even know what ska is?
He wears
not even sure he knows what it is.
Crocheted pants. You know what I mean? Like, you see that with that guy? He's one of those guys who brings in raw root vegetables for lunch. Like he sits there with like a tomato on the desk and he just bites into it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
You've seen that guy. I mean, that guy's.
No, I know who he is. Of course I know Jacob. Yeah.
Sleeps in a van
Absolutely.
down by the river. Like down by the beach, maybe.
I've never seen his macrame underwear.
I'm going to be in the car. Look at that. He does know how to work the board.
Wow, look at that. Pretty amazing.
Nice work, Jacob. Yeah, John Sterling.
Yeah, Sterling.
Because he is a cartoon character. He
text message. Now I'm doing Harry Carey. John. Here's a text message from Mark Teixeira.
Like a good neighbor, Glaber is there. Like a good Torres. Yeah, John Sterling. And that's the thing is, I used to hate it when I was a kid. I'd be like, this is dumb. This is annoying. Then you realize, like that, I love him for being hokey. It's the same reason I like Stephen A. Smith. I don't take him seriously.
Yeah.
I'm not like going to him to get my news and my thoughts on the world.
Yeah.
But John Sterling, and he's really not a great, like his play-by-play is tough now because we've played sound of him when he can't see. And Aaron Judge, it is high, it is far. And then he goes, wait, what am I looking at? She goes, that's a replay, John. He's watching a replay on the monitor. Remember that?
That's amazing.
Or the one he thinks it's high and far, and then it's caught like 10 feet in front of the wall. It's not even at the track.
Oh, God.
It's getting tough for his vision. But
what was the one he played this year? Frankie, God.
Was there a new player?
Yeah, it was Frankie Cordero, I think is what it was. And, we played it.
Yeah, Jacob, we got some Sterling in there.
Because I listened to it. And I told Derek, I said, well, you better play this one tomorrow.
Sterling.
Let it be Frankie or Frankie. It was something Frankie. But when I heard it, I was like, are you serious? And I go, yeah, of course he's serious. Again, I've said this over and over and over again. If anybody could find this for me, I want I want the audio of all the names that Sterling tried but hit the cutting room floor.
The ones that didn't work out.
They weren't good enough to make it. I mean, those things would be amazing.
I hope we get those when he's like dead and gone for you. Like that's something that needs, like his family needs to donate to the Hall of Fame. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the cutting room floor, the ones that did, like who were the Yankees that maybe didn't last long enough? You know what I mean? Like who's the guy who stole Jeter's glove? The guy who was here, Ruben Rivera.
Ruben Rivera, the worst base running in the history of baseball.
And Rivera, he steals another homer. I don't know. Something that wouldn't have worked out. I just there's probably a bunch of really, really good ones that just because there's some really bad ones that you're like, that
G-Man is a He-Man.
Suck it to me, baby. Talkman. Another homer.
I always love it's an A-bomb.
It's making nuke references, dude. Like, I'm like, come on, man. What are we doing? An A-bomb. The text message from Teixeira, I was like, he thought of that one time. I was like, I'm done.
Yeah,
that was like a one-off. I'm done. See, I can do anyone I want.
The Giambino.
Gary is Scary was the Sanchino. He did that one. There's a whole bunch of real good ones out there. We probably got a bunch of the system. And there at one point, there was a site. I just need a site of all of them compiled together even. But who would rank second? Like, Hawk Harrelson to me was kind of that way.
He was definitely that way.
You can put it on the board, yes.
And then he was such a homer. Such an little duck snorter. Dude, that's going to score 2.
You'd be mad about the other team. Or who was
Get up.
Yes. Who was the one who was it a Padres guy?
Don't forget your pick to click.
Your pick to click.
Hawk and Wimpy. I'm going to pick Tim Raines. Tim Raines my pick to click tonight.
I'm taking Bonds. Yeah, dude. We're going to go out on a limb on your pick to click.
Oh, God. Hilarious. Well, that's the thing. It gets less and less homer the further west you go. Like the Midwest is like the ultimate. And that's what they want. That's what they want.
I always want my guys to be a little bit homerish. Like it's sort of funny to me when I see and I'm sure Giants fans are this way because of who our broadcasters are and who they have been. But like I'm protective of my guys. Like when I see that other broadcasters, like Jason Benetti got the White Sox job a couple of years ago. He's a great broadcaster.
Fantastic,
I like Benetti a lot. I listen to him a lot. I watch those games. But when he got that, I was like, if you're a White Sox fan, you're like, oh, this is cool. We got Benetti. But I can't help but wonder, like, hasn't Boog Sciambi bounced a little bit? Hasn't he been elsewhere?
Well, that's a good question. I know he was with ESPN for a long time.
He was with ESPN, but I want to say that, like, Benetti, like, you can get another gig and jump elsewhere. The Dodger guy who took over for Vince Scully, the real young guy.
Joe Davis?
I mean,
is that what it is?
If he's playing this right, he'll be there for the next, 70 years or something, which is what he could be doing. Hell, Dave Fleming wants to be here.
Yeah.
He can probably be here for as long as he wants.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that we have had such consistent guys here for so long. and that the ones who have come in have still been familiar, even if they haven't stayed. Like Joe Angel came back, and then he left. Greg Papa called games here for a little bit, and he and Dave were doing the fill-ins when John was still doing
Ted Robinson.
Ted Robinson early in the years of the ballpark. The one that got me that I'd forgotten about in 2002 was when Tim McCarver came and called games for a while.
Yes.
We forgot about that until he passed away.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. Like, I've always liked that my guys were a little homer. I want my guys to be a little homer because I don't want my broadcaster to feel like a mercenary. I don't want him to feel like he's just here to call the game and it's strictly business. I like that as even Dave has been here for longer and longer, obviously he's biased to the Giants. He's got affection to this is his team. This is who he's rooting for this team. He gets championship rings from this team. So, I do think it does get less homer. But I do like that we've still got our guys that are. But when Krukow said piss poor, Krukow this is not good, folks. You know what I mean? The Dwayne Kuiper line.
Well, here's how I look at it. I don't think by any stretch that when I call games, or Tim for that matter, I'm a homer. But here's how I define homer. In my instance, I look at it through the lens of Warrior fans and Warriors. So even if somebody else does something good, you mention that, but you're more likely to also mention what you did wrong in that situation. When your guys do something good, you're not going to go out of your way to mention what they did wrong because nobody cares what they did wrong. The people that are listening or watching the game don't care what they did wrong. So you look at it through the lens of Warrior fans and being somebody who follows the Warriors, works with the Warriors. That's how I look at it. Like, that's kind of the slant you're going to get. You don't have to go overly homer. Like the one thing I just can't do and I won't do. I've never done. No, not that. I won't do the ref thing. Like, we're getting screwed by the refs. I cannot. I will not do that.
You want Ed Malloy it?
Yeah, no, I do not.
Didn't have the guts to call it.
I do not. That was a great call, though. But I do not use the refs ever as an excuse. I might say that was a bad call. But I also try to make sure I point out bad calls that the Warriors benefited from. That road, because that's the loony bin.
Your job's to paint the picture.
That's where Twitter. That's where Twitter resides, in the loony bin of blaming refs for everything that goes wrong with their team. It's like, bro, you go down that road, okay? If you think the games are fixed, why are you watching? Why in the world would you even watch a sporting event if you think the games are fixed?
The NBA totally wanted Denver, Miami.
Yeah,
you're one of the ones.
Exactly. That's who they wanted.
If that's your argument, this is not the year to make it.
Yeah.
This is not the season to make that argument. That
now
this was
you
the
might
best.
get screwed. Your team may get screwed, but it's just it's happenstance. Like, there's a lot of officials that aren't very good. Sometimes they may screw your team. Sometimes it's a coin flip. Like, if they're going to make bad calls, they're not doing it on purpose against your team. They're just not very good at what they do, and they're going to make bad calls. You just happen to get the lion's share of those bad calls in this game. Sucks for you, but what are you going to do? Like, there is no conspiracy out there to try to screw players or screw teams or not get this guy to the free throw line.
Hernandez,
I just can't do it.
He sued Major League Baseball because he wasn't being selected for things like maybe All-Star Game is not one of them. I think it's a special honor to get
I think it was postseason, like being a crew chief.
Because you get bonuses and stuff like that, and it's a big thing. You get extra money. And it goes to umpires. It's like based on quality of your it's based on performance, I believe, because they evaluate. They still go back and, by the way, that's something else I'd love to see. I'd love to see the secret files of evaluations on umpires from Major League Baseball, where they, you know what I mean, like, what system are they using where they're like, dude, this, because somewhere in some office everybody's got that person where they're like, that guy in our office, that guy's not getting it done, man. Like this Major League Baseball's union of umpires sit around, they're like, dude, we gotta have this guy's back again, and we know he's terrible. He's suing the league. He sued the league, and he said it was like racism and discriminatory that he wasn't being selected to do postseason games. And then I think a bunch of stuff came out about his evaluations, and they're like, oh no, you're just not good at your job.
You stink.
But they can't just fire him or get rid of him because I think he's protected by a union. I don't think it's as simple as just they can get rid of him. And I don't know that they would. I think it creates a bad precedent.
Of course, if I was Angel Hernandez, I'd have said, well, CB Buckner's doing games.
And see,
that'd have been my rebuttal.
And then Rob Manfred goes, touche. I mean, I got nothing for you.
Okay, you're in.
Okay, let me ask you this, because you were talking NBA refs, and I do think, I've always felt like NBA officials, more than any other sport now, a pass interference call or something that's non-reviewable changes a lot, or a non-pass interference call changes a lot. But to me, basketball officials impact the game greater than any other sport because they can directly impact who's in the game and whether or not somebody is at the free throw line putting up points, taking away points, I could have a short fuse, and you say something to me, and I can tee you up. Again, I'm not saying that's intentional and that they're trying to screw you, but it's always been my feeling that they have a greater impact because I can pinch your pitcher and go. By the way, I believe is that Joey Barr walking by the public house room?
Yes, it is.
Just cruising on by, going to the yard.
Good eye.
There you go. We'll talk more of Joey Barr in a little bit. Lost my train of thought there. I got Joey Barr. I was like, is that Joey Barr walking for the longest
You're talking about officials and their ability to. You went baseball. You're going to squeeze in a pitcher.
Right, you could squeeze a pitcher like for 20 straight pitches, but if the guy swings the bat, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? If I just call a foul on you twice in the first 4 minutes of the game, you're probably sitting down. Especially if you're a superstar and they're going to need you later. I could do it again. I could call a cheap foul. I could put you at the free throw line. I could put them at the line. Put them in the bonus. They can impact it. Football, same thing. I could call pass interference. You still got to punch the ball in. I can't score the touchdown. I still have to, and it gets reviewed. And we would review, and I wouldn't be the one making the call. So a lot changes. Do you think basketball officials impact the game greater than anybody else? Because in my opinion, it's also the hardest sport to officiate.
I think home plate umpire impacts the game more than anybody else.
Really?
Just because
It changes the approach.
Well, just because that's the game. The game starts right there. And I'm not saying you can screw. I've always thought if you're going to fix a game, go to the guy behind home plate if you're going to bet an over and under. He can make the zone as wide. Now it's not as easy as it used to be with the box because you get the box there and everybody knows. Like, geez, this guy's called 10 straight outside the box strikes.
We see that.
What's going on here? Yeah,
we
know what the
sometimes.
hell's going on. So, but I do believe, you have the ability to put certain guys on the bench. It never happens. I mean, the stars get better treatment than the regular folk anyway. So, but if you wanted to. Yes, I would agree with that. That if you said, let's go ahead and try to get him on the bench early, you could do that, yes.
Yeah, and the thing that's tough is, and this is why I think people are so critical of NBA officials, and same thing with baseball, is it's just sort of subjective, right? With like, that's a strike, that's not a strike. We have the box, but the box, I hate the box. Because the box isn't, the strikes, let me ask you this. Do you think the strike zone is supposed to be the same for everybody?
No.
That was always my understanding, is that based on, like, why would Aaron Judge and Jose Altuve have the exact same strike zone? Yet when they step up to the plate, the box doesn't grow for Aaron Judge. And that's something I sort of wonder and don't really understand with the automatic strike zone. Have we normalized the strike zone now where it's just, 6 inches off, 8 inches off the ground, 10 inches off the ground is the bottom of it, and then it's the width of the plate, and then it's, a foot and a half above that? What is the height of the automatic strike zone, and does it evolve? Because it doesn't sound like that could be a thing.
It should. I've never really noticed it, but I'll check that out when Judge plays next time. I'll see if he gets smaller
I'm saying
moves.
it doesn't. They don't change the graphic of the box just stays on the screen the whole time. I'm saying that for an umpire, when Judge comes up to bat, just based on who Aaron Judge is.
Are you sure? The box stays the same?
808 KNBR.
Because then the box would be like over Altuve's head.
I thought the box was just standard on the screen. I thought it was just a graphic they threw up there over the pit, like the little strike zone square that we see on a baseball game.
You know what? I haven't paid enough attention to that, but I've never noticed a box where the guy's smaller and it's up near his eyes, because that would be the case if a guy batting before him was 6'7". I think it's adjusted.
But would it be to his eyes? Or, that's what I'm saying. Or if it's just in the same spot all the time, it would just look low to Judge and maybe a little bit belt high to Altuve.
Judgment Day.
Look at that. Just like that,
wow.
Jacob's back in the game, dude.
Well done.
You know what Jacob is? Jacob's like,
just woke up.
He's like Alex Cobb yesterday.
Yeah.
Like first 7 guys reached, they came around to score, and then he straightened it out for us.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate the box. Nicely done. We'll see if you play some ska coming up. By the way, we will make the connection with Boog Sciambi at 3:30, Derek. We'll talk to him. So we'll check in on what's going on with the Cubs. Giants and Cubs tonight at 7:15, 6:15 pregame from here at the patio. It's Olbert and Copes with you on the patio at the Public House. If you're coming out, grab a beer, come by, and make sure you say hello. See if the Giants can make it 4 in a row today with a win over Chicago. On the other side, we'll look into what's going on with the NBA Finals. Game 3. That's tonight, right? 5:30 going down. See if the Nugs can make it a 3-1 lead. Excuse me, I said game 3. Game 4 tonight. See if they can make it a 3-1 lead before heading on back to Denver. We'll get into that a bit on the other side. And then Boog Sciambi joins us at 3:30. Marcus Thompson, 3:50. Dave Fleming, 4:50. Giants Cubs at 7:15 on the Sports Leader. Mike Silver joined Murph and Mac this morning and said the 49ers may have to choose between Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
They just pummeled us in the paint. They didn't really have to shoot threes. They had 60 in the paint. They probably shot over 65% at the paint at the rim. There wasn't a need to space the floor. We didn't offer much resistance, and a lot of those plays were relief points in transition that kind of gave them some separation, some cuts, some timely cuts, and then timely offensive rebounds that led to either buckets or free throw attempts.
That's the voice of Miami Heat coach Eric Spoelstra talking about the Game 3 woes for the Miami Heat, who played their worst game of the series to this point. Shot real poorly. Got outshot the Nuggets considerably in attempts from the three-point line and got dominated in the paint. Nuggets shot like 50% and took 12 fewer shots in the game, dominated the rebounding battle. It's going to come down to whether or not Miami can knock down three-pointers the way they have throughout the postseason. And sort of surprisingly, they've now lost 3 straight home games. The must-win thing is funny, but you go on back to Denver for a Game 5 down 3-1. Things are looking funky. And this is kind of what we talked about with Marcus Thompson, I think it was last week. And we'll catch up with him at 3:50. Talking about where this series could go and how competitive it could be. And Marcus said it has the feeling of a series that could go 5 games, but it felt like maybe it was capable of going 7, where maybe a couple of games were close and Miami didn't close out. Well, we saw that in Game 2, where Denver let one get away, but Miami held on to win that game, and it could have gone either way. So we'll see what happens tonight. It's as close to a must-win as you can come, because if you lose this one, you're facing elimination going back to Denver, and then you got to win 3 straight, 2 of which would be in Denver, including Game 7. When you look at this one tonight, Tom, what's the biggest key here for Denver to repeat? You're not going to repeat 2 triple-doubles, because I don't think so.
Just do what they do and make sure you fire out. I still think the three-point shooting is going to be the key for the Heat. They got to make they got to make threes, and Denver's got to do what they did last game and close out and make it uncomfortable on them. They got to make them put the ball in the deck, get the ball to the, and then Miami can't be stubborn either. They got to get the ball to the paint. I always think every offense works better getting the ball to the paint. Find a way to get the ball to the paint, and your offense is going to work.
Even if the end goal is an outside shot,
exactly.
Work it inside out.
Yeah, because you want to collapse the defense.
It's like inside pitching.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're trying to collapse the defense, get the defense moving. It's so much easier guarding when you don't have to switch sides, or you don't have to help off your man and then try to fire back out to a three-point shooter. So that to me, that is the key. I think Denver's offense still has not hit a stride yet. I don't think. Even with 2 guys getting triple doubles, the rest of the team was okay. Maybe even though they shot a decent percentage, they've been much better offensively. So I still think they have that gear. Give Miami credit the way they play. They slow it down a little bit, and they're really good defensively. They get after you. So you're probably not going to get the 120, 125s, but I still think they have the ability to get up in the 1-teens, 117, 118, somewhere around there. Miami's just they got to hit threes, and you can't be stubborn about shooting them though. You got to be willing to drive, get to the paint, and then move it on to the next guy.
I don't think they drove enough last game, and we talked about. I think I sort of comped it to that Warrior game, and I can't remember. I want to say it was against the Kings. It was a game where the Warriors took. Was it the game they shot like 53s or something like that, and didn't get inside almost at all, and they lost. And we kept saying, even if you're not going to score in the paint, you've got to drive. And they kept saying that we've got to attack more. Jimmy Butler said that after game 1.
Yep.
We've got to attack more so that you can set up that outside shot and give yourself an opportunity at maybe some high percentage threes or some better looks at threes. The thing that's weird about this series, I think, too, is we always talk about the styles make fights. There's not really a head-to-head even matchup, it feels like, in this series, right? Like we were watching Draymond and LeBron, or Wiggins and LeBron, and who's going to guard Steph and how do they handle Steph, the matchups in the Sacramento series. With this, it's like Jokic and Murray, I think, are far better than any of the matchups they're going to face, while Bam Adebayo's great. That's not an even matchup. Those are 2 different style players, and it's not a fair fight head-to-head. Jamal Murray, not a fair fight there. Jimmy Butler, I think he's winning his matchup on the outside. It's an interesting serious to try to peg game to game because there's not any one matchup that seems like that's going to be the focal point.
No, I don't think there is. And now the big one for the Heat is the Butler and Murray.
Right.
Can you? Now Murray's really good, and we've seen him have games like he did last game where he's just been really hard to stop, and then the rebounds and the assists kind of take it to another level. But you have to expect Jokic is going to be Jokic. To me, if you're Miami, you try to figure out a way to take Murray out of his game. Try to make him as uncomfortable as possible because there's only so much you can do with Jokic, and even if you do it, he's going to put up numbers. He just is. That's how good he is. Like, those are your elite superstars, the guys that it's hard to focus on them because eventually they're just going to get it. Like Steph. I've always said playing against the Warriors, the guy to take away is Klay because you can take him away. It's easier to take him away because he's a catch-and-shoot guy, he's a one-dribble guy, and it's easier to take him away than it is to take Steph away because Steph's just so good, so crafty. Eventually, he's going to get his. Like, you're going to look up at the end of the night, and he's going to have, even if you did a good job stopping him, we'll probably have 23, 24, 25, somewhere around there.
Even if he should 18 or 19 shots, he still was eventually going to get his.
He's going to get his, unless, he just has one of those off nights, which occasionally happens.
He made a 3 every game for like 9 years.
That's. I told Tim, I go, stop saying it. I go, just wait. Tell me when he doesn't make one. He's going to make one in give him 5 more years. Give him like 150 more, because that's who he is. But Klay doesn't have that creativity. He doesn't have that handle. He doesn't have that wiggle to his game. Right? Yeah, he needs someone to create for him. Okay, now occasionally he will create. I'm not saying he's just a catch-and-shoot guy. If he was just a catch-and-shoot guy, he wouldn't be a Hall of Famer. But he doesn't have that type. Look, it's not a slam to say you're not Steph Curry. Nobody is, and very few can do what he does. So you're like, okay, who can we take away? Like, I think Murray's a really good player.
Of the two, those are the two. That's the one you target to take away. Because
it's not about we can take you away because you're easy to take away. It's about we can take you away because you're easier to take away than this guy.
Because even if we take away his scoring, he's going to distribute, and it's maybe going to make the team better.
Because Jokic is.
What are we taking away from Jokic?
Jokic is. He might be the best player in the NBA. He very well could be like the best player in the NBA. And I know some people might say Embiid, Giannis. Some people might even say Steph.
There's no wrong with those five.
Yeah, this guy is incredible. So you're like, okay, he's going to get his. He's had games where he scored 50 and they've lost. We just got to make sure this guy doesn't do what he did. I mean, I won't say impossible to beat, but when Murray and Jokic are doing their thing like that, then good luck.
Yeah.
And then then you're in and you're out, and the thing that makes Jokic so dangerous is that he'll pass and he'll find the open guys. So that to me is take away Murray as best you can. Make life as difficult on him as you can. Make KCP get going. Make Michael Porter Jr. get going. Make the Brown brothers get going. Different spelling, different hue. But make those guys get going. Don't let him get going, because once he gets going, then it's a whole different set of problems that you're dealing with. Now, again, you may try to take him away and he may go for 28, 30. He's that good, but that would be, to me, the easiest thing to look at and say, okay, where do we focus our attention on? And then again, you got to get their defense working, you got to get them moving, and you got to hit threes. You just do. I don't know that they can shoot well enough from 2. Unless they have an out-of-body experience game.
I think they're going to get enough high percentage shots from 2. Or unless they,
You can't be afraid to take them.
Yeah.
Right? You can't be afraid. You can't be stubborn. But with making those 2s, then that opens up the 3s. But it can't be we're going to just shoot 3s, shoot 3s, shoot 3s. You got to be willing to get in, collapse the defense, kick it out, move it along, and let the next guy shoot it. I mean, they can. They've done it before. It's not like Denver doesn't know what they're trying to do. In Game 2, they hit 17 threes. I don't expect them to get that hot, but my thing would be 13. Minimum 13 threes if you're going to win the game. Probably more like 15. And they kill 15 for 40. You don't got to shoot 30 or 50%, but 37, 38. If you get to 40, that's great. But that to me is the key for the game. Is if they don't hit their threes, they're going to be they're going to be in trouble.
And the number was 13 for you. And again,
13.
And they shot, I think, down near like 33 or 34% in the last game. On the postseason, they're closer to 38 or 39%. In the regular season, they were 34%. They were the best three-point shooting team throughout the NBA playoffs entering yesterday, which is funny when the team that is still in the postseason continues to be at the top because they are continuing to play games and add to that average. Yep. And it's weighted, each one is weighted differently, and yet they have stayed up at the top of the three-point shooting. I'm trying to see what their, you said 13. I was just trying to see if I could find how many games this postseason they'd made 13 threes. We'll try to get those numbers to you, and we'll check in with Marcus Thompson and talk about a lot of this with him. We are going to catch up with Boog Sciambi, who calls games for the Chicago Cubs. They're in town to take on the Giants, and we're live at the patio at the Public House. Public House getting ready to open up, so come by, grab a beer, say hello. We got pregame coming up at 6:15, and Dave Fleming is going to stop by the patio at 4:50. Boog Sciambi will join us on the other side, but before we get out and do that, just a thought on Jimmy Butler tonight. Do they, like, does he continue, let me say this. You're talking about the three-pointers after he made. Does Jimmy Butler need to continue to have those performances that he was having in the early rounds for them to win the finals? Or can he play good and not play the 45, 50-point Jimmy Butler games and win? Or do they need a takeover from him?
I think he's going to come out with that mindset that I'm going to be aggressive from the get-go.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and impose my will on the game. Mostly you want to let the game come to you, but sometimes you just got to go out and take it when you're as talented as he is. So when you get to a game like this, you lean on your stars. You lean on your guys. Now, Miami's been a team that has leaned on everybody, and he's come up huge for him, but everyone's pitched in, and that's kind of been the secret sauce for them, is that we've talked about it. I don't know how many times we have talked about it, a lot, is that the four guys I always mention, right? Vincent, Strus, Martin, Robinson. Those guys have played well, and three out of four of them have usually played really well, minimum two, especially in games they've won. So that they're going to need that. I mean, they have to count on those guys because they've been a massive part of who they've been throughout the course of the playoffs. But yeah, Butler's got to be aggressive from the get-go. Like, look, I'm going to look to take it to the rack, see if I can get to the free throw line, my mid-range jump shots, and then maybe I can pass it out and we can get some of these guys going. So it can't just be him. But yeah, would it help if him and Bam Adebayo had a game similar to Murray and Jokic, where they had dominant games, both of them, and then you don't rely as much on the other guys? Yeah, it would be. But that's kind of been the secret to their success, is those other guys have hit shots for them, and they've all come up big in the biggest moments. So they're going to need him again tonight. I don't know, which two or three out of those four will do it.
Yeah.
But I would say a minimum of two of those guys got to have really nice games.
If I had to bank on a guy in the NBA who says, I'm going to come out and be aggressive to do just that and have it impact his team positively, there's not many guys I would choose, I think, over Jimmy Butler with the way he's been going this postseason. That game tips off in a couple hours at 5:30, Game 4 of the NBA Finals. No real reason I think the Heat should win tonight, which is why I think I'm going to bet the Heat tonight, because that's kind of just how things have gone for Miami. We'll get back into some baseball. On the other side, Boog Sciambi is in town with the Cubs. He's going to join us, formerly of ESPN, and he calls games for the Chicago Cubs. We'll talk to him about these Cubs. Marcus Stroman takes the ball tonight. Patrick Wisdom, the local kid, we'll see what they got cooking as the Giants, 2 games over 500, look to extend the 3-game winning streak. Tolbert and Cope from the patio of the Public House on the Sports Leader.
Jackie. Corn dogs for all these people.
Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on the patio at the Public House. Friday afternoon, getting ready for a weekend and a Giants home series against another longtime National League foe, the Chicago Cubs. Here to talk about it, Boog Sciambi calls games for the Chicago Cubs. What's going on, Boog? How are you, man? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here on the patio of the ballpark, man. Good to talk to you.
I love it. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, man. Tell us about the season Marcus Stroman's having, man, because we've been talking about him only because we want him from you guys. We're hoping that happens, but I sort of comp him too, and it's sort of funny that they struck up a bit of a relationship over the last couple of years. I comp his style a little bit to Logan Webb, in that he's not a big guy, sinker baller, not going to overpower you, but things have started to click for him this year.
100. That's the comp for sure in terms of the guys on the Giants staff. Look, Stroh's been about as good as it gets. I mean, the last 3 starts, his ground ball rate's about 70%. The Cubs, the one thing they've done pretty well is turn ground balls into outs. Infield defense has been good with Swanson and Horner. Marcus has really been consistent. The issue for us has been getting, 8-9 outs after he goes 6 or 6 1/3 or even 7. I mean, he could throw a shutout. But he's back to being sinker slider guy, and his command's been great, and the ball should be on the ground a lot tonight.
How much has the loss of Cody Bellinger hurt, and how much has it hurt just the way you put the lineup together?
It's definitely hurt. I mean, I think he was feeling confident. I think that, overall the lineup that the Cubs put together against lefties is probably a little bit better. So when they face a righty, they miss his left-handed bat. I'm still not sure when he's back healthy what the offensive season entirely looks like, but I'm pretty sure that it looks better than, what we've seen the last 2 years, because he's gotten off to a good start and the defense is elite. So they miss him. There's no doubt.
I'm going to Boog Sciambi on the UMA guest line. I'm wondering, now that you're into the season here, over a third of the way through, and Tom and I have been talking about this in terms of how baseball is looking to, the rule changes have, I think, created different styles of offenses, and we talked about how much variance there used to be. We talked to Jeff Van Gundy the other day about that in the NBA, about how now it's all just sort of the same style of three-point shooting, and baseball had the same issue. I sort of feel like when I look at the Giants relative to some of the other teams that are finding success or rebuilding, that the Giants are even a little bit different in how they've gone about their offense and even their rotation. Have you seen more variance across the league or across all of Major League Baseball, or does it still feel like everybody's kind of a cut from the same cloth?
I think we're moving in that direction. I'm still, somebody that in baseball, you've really got to wait for the sample size to play out a little bit longer before you're saying, okay, this is what is happening. And I don't think that 2 months is quite enough. But if so I like data to back up my point. But if you want me to just talk off the cuff, yeah, I think that it feels as though you're seeing teams run more in close spots. I think there's variance. I wouldn't get too carried away with it, though, because I would tell you this. At the end of the day, the thing that it has not changed is that it's still harder to hit than ever. Last year in the league, Major League Baseball players hit 243. That was the lowest average since 1968. In the postseason, they hit 211. So whatever you want to say, this year it's 248. This game's not about singles. It's still thinking about trying to string together singles when the average player hits 248. That's not how you score. You score by getting on base and slugging. And yes, in big spots, you need a run. I think we're seeing more stolen bases. I love that. But I still would maintain to you that it's harder to hit than ever. And the value in slug, in homers, is still as great as it's ever been.
Yeah, fair enough.
I watched a few Cub games. I watched the last 3 because I'm an Angel fan, so I watched those. And I heard you and Doug Glanville talking about the bullpen, and then you referenced it a little bit earlier. I mean, what's been the struggles? Has it been the walks? Has it been everything? Is it because that's nothing more deflating to a team than having leads, being in games, and not being able to close it out at the end? Well, what's been the issue?
I think it's sort of a combo of things. I look at it more as, consistency of at least 2 to 3 guys the whole year that okay, I have outs in my pocket. A couple years ago, even when things weren't great for the Cubs, they had a bullpen that pitched really well, and the trio of Tepera, Chafin, and Kimbrel were really good. So David Ross could sit there and say, okay, I have 9 outs in my pocket. He's just, right now there are a couple of guys in some good stretches. Fulmer's pitched better, but they signed him to be their closer, and he hasn't been great. Their 2 best relievers are Mark Leiter Jr. and Adbert Alzolay, and that's been sort of as the season has gone on. So my point is, I'm not saying it's going to work this way all the time, but you want to be able to sit there. I mean, like Doval, I guess, even just as a basic level, it's like Gabe Kapler is sitting there when he's rested knowing, okay, I have 3 outs, so this is an 8-inning game. You know what I mean? Even just working that way, and they literally just haven't had that consistency. So it makes it really hard. I mean, the starting pitching's been pretty darn good, and so there have been times when the offense is struggling that you're sitting there saying, I feel pretty confident that Marcus Stroman is going to shut the other team down. He's going to get you 19 outs, and the offense will score enough. And how are we going to get the final 8 outs?
Well, Leiter Jr., I mean, that split is ridiculous. I don't know if he threw one for a strike. But he got
all over it. You know what? If you're breaking down Mark Leiter Jr.'s split,
well, I said,
I bow at the altar.
I watched.
No, it's true. He gets lefties out. He gets lefties out with that. He's a neat story. I'm sorry, but I'm a nerd. You guys like that. Tom and I have certainly sparred over time about some of that stuff, but I also like bringing out the humanity in these players. Mark Leiter Jr. was a kid that was drafted and got $1,000 to sign. When he pitched for us last year, he hadn't pitched in the majors since 2018. I mean, he's had to grind. He was taken off our 40-man roster in the offseason and then put back on our 40-man roster to make the year. I think it's really cool to see a guy like that. And now when he comes in, he's basically, before Hughes got healthy, he was our lefty in the bullpen. And I would still say he's as consistent as any guy we've had.
Reverse splits guys are fun.
Yeah.
That's definitely a baseball nerd thing. I'm in on that too. I love it. He's got reverse splits. Look at that. We're talking to Boog Sciambi on the UMA guest line. Trade deadline this year, I'm intrigued by this because, like you talked about sample size for how the rules have changed and haven't seen enough yet. Same sort of thing for me with how last year's trade deadline played out and how it may play out this year. I mean, we've talked about how the Giants went 81 and 81, and while they didn't feel like a 500 team last year, the Phillies only won 6 more games and won the pennant.
Yes.
More teams are getting in. We've got a handful of starters like Stroman. I think Eduardo Rodriguez has got an opt-out for the Tigers. Obviously, there's the Shohei Ohtani situation that everybody will be watching. But I'm wondering if we'll see trades start happening earlier, teams being more aggressive, and also how you think this is going to go down in the NL Central, because I don't think it's going to be like 06, 83-win Cardinals, but the Cubs aren't totally out of this thing. It's not like if you've got starting pitching,
that's right.
The division's up for grabs,
100%. That's the thing, is that it's just, division isn't very good. I don't think the league is that good, to be perfectly honest with you. I think, you get, so you look around and I don't see, any, I mean, it's funny because I've watched the Rays a decent amount, and then they came into Wrigley and the Cubs took 2 out of 3 from them, but I certainly up close was still like, all right, I get it. As far as the trade deadline, there's certainly ample opportunity and pathways to get to the playoffs. The Central is not a good division. Neither Central is a good division. So, you ask me, are we going to see? It would certainly be more fun if we saw more trades. That's for sure. I would advocate that, but I don't know that we necessarily will. I'm not particularly good at predicting stuff like that.
I just think it could go either way. I think that's what I'm wondering, and it's kind of what I'm excited to see play out. And if maybe we'll see a bounce back to the other side of it. Like forever, we saw the rental player for a big time prospect, right? And then really after Gleyber Torres and Aroldis Chapman, we haven't seen that type of blue chip go for a rental for a one-off in some time. I just wonder, like, maybe we could see more aggression from GMs, or because of what we saw last year, they go, I'm holding on to my guys. We don't need to get that much better. I'll add somebody on the non-waiver, or I'll bring up prospects and see what happens, because they don't want to mortgage the future. I could see both sides of it.
No question. You're 100% right. I mean, I do think you have to remember that prospects are just that. I mean, I understand that when they hit, they're so valuable because they're cost effective and allow you to do other things in other spots. But, the amount of guys that you've sat at a time and projected them to be X and they turn out to be Y, like, most of them aren't going to make it. You know what I mean? So, like, if you basically could, let's do it this way. If you could just go to Vegas and just bet against prospects, you'd be rich.
So let me ask you this, because this is what I thought that it would help the trade deadline. Because I used to love baseball's trade deadline. Last year was actually pretty good, but it waned there for a few years. Why can't you include draft picks? Why does baseball? Why does baseball say you can't trade? Why, if it's my draft pick, Boog, why can't I trade it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're eventually going to get there, but again, like, that's above my pay grade. I would also say you have to remember that it's not just the league, right? You need to deconstruct and look at what effect it has in terms of the Players Association. My guess is that the Players Association doesn't want it. But I would say you got to remember that they have to participate in it as well. I do think it will come, though, Tom. I do.
Yeah. Hey, just curious, Dansby Swanson is off to a decent start. Do you have to, I don't know what his personality is, but do you have to kind of be a de facto leader somewhat when you come in and you're the new guy making the money that he's making? I guess you could just be who you are, and that's fine. But I'm wondering if there's more expectations for guys that come in, get the big free agent contracts.
I think that the expectation is to perform. Yeah. I think he naturally is someone that will use his voice. So I get you. I mean, I think that, but guys have track records. I think the expectation is more based on track record or how you participate in the clubhouse. That's more the way I would say it. But he just naturally has that. He's got presence and a process every day. He's impressive.
When's Justin Steele coming back?
I think the 17th is when he will make his next start.
Because he was really good. I mean, you put him and Stroman at the top of the order. If you get both those guys in a best of three series, you're looking pretty good there.
No question. Yeah, Justin's really good at limiting hard contact. He's pretty unique. That's the feature of the Cubs, is like when they're right, they have a staff that doesn't strike out a ton of guys. They limit hard contact, and the defense turns balls and play into outs.
You hear this, Boog? He's like flexing now. He was like, the split for Leiter Jr. and Justin Steele on the IL. He's like, he's talking like third starter.
Wow, yeah. Give me a star. I know a player.
Gold star.
I follow players.
I follow baseball, yeah.
Give me a star.
I talk sports.
I appreciate it. I got to say this, because you do games there all the time at Wrigley, and I went there for the first time.
Same. Last year we both went for the first time.
Yeah. I went there for the Giants series and then watched the Bears and the Niners opening weekend. That was if people told me how good Wrigley was, it was like even better than they. And I knew it was going to be great. But you walk in there, we stayed right behind left field. Like, that's where we stayed. It took us 45 seconds to get to the ballpark. Walked in, and you feel like you've been transported into a different
You're in the
era.
past, right?
You're like a different era, and it was just to be able to do.
You're on the
games
set
there,
of The Natural.
It's amazing. It really was, sitting there watching the game, Boog. I must feel. I mean. Do you ever get used to it? Like, why? I mean, you must get used to it. But
I still take pictures, Tom. I mean, this is year 3 for me. And, like, in the first, 3 innings this time of year, like, we can get some, pink and orange and all sorts of cool clouds, and it's bouncing off the brick and all of that. It's, like, the different colors. Like, I'll sit there calling play-by-play, and I will be taking random – like, if you go through my phone, there are just random Wrigley Field pictures of me that I've just taken. I'll also say this. I mean, I'm sitting in a ballpark right now that probably is my favorite outside of Wrigley. So it's, you don't take for granted Oracle. It's pretty special.
Yeah, it's incredible. I sat there for 20 minutes before the game started listening to dying Cubs fans' last request, on loop. I was like, I'm listening to this over and over and over, dude. Boog Sciambi, the voice you hear. Really appreciate the time, Boog. Awesome catching up with you, man. And we'll have to do it again later this season, man.
See you, boys.
Thanks so much. Boog Sciambi calls games for the Chicago Cubs. He'll be on the call tonight. Giants and Cubs 6:15 pregame from Oracle Park. Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on the patio of the Public House. Still to come, Marcus Thompson is going to join us on the other side. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on with the NBA Finals Game 4 tonight. What's the matchup you're focusing on? And Chris Paul, how about that? He's going to get released. Damian Lillard's talking about being traded. Talk about all that with Marcus Thompson. And then Dave Fleming is going to join us on the patio here at 4:50. Pregame, 6:15. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Howard Beck joined Murph and Matt to preview Game 4 of the NBA Finals between the Nuggets and the Miami Heat. Nuggets leading 2-1. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app. This hour of Tolbert & Coates is sponsored by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career at cocosheriff.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah, he came back before with some ska. Tom catching his ska for the first time on a ska Friday.
Way to go.
I don't know why he said screw the ska before Boog Sciambi, but we'll talk about that off the air, Jacob. We do this conversation every week, Friday afternoon. Marcus Thompson joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We got a game 3 and 4 to talk about. I think we have a game 1 and 2 to talk about, too. Marcus on the UMA guest line. What's up, Marcus? How are you, man?
Oh, man, I'm enjoying this very nice pregame stroll on Biscayne Boulevard. You know, checking out the sights and sounds on my way to, how you say it? Cassia? I don't know. American Airlines Arena.
Yeah, American Airlines Arena. That's exactly right. You nailed it.
While you were night off, did you enjoy the Golden Knights and the Panthers? A little hockey?
That's a little far. I enjoyed it on television, but I don't know. I wasn't going to Fort Lauderdale.
How far is that away?
Like going to Walnut Creek. I think it's like 30 minutes.
Oh, that's too far for you. What are you talking about?
But it's too far. Like, why would I leave Miami? Like, who comes to Oakland and be like, yo, I'm going to Walnut Creek? Like, it ain't happening. Like, if you in Walnut Creek, all right, you go to San Francisco.
Yeah,
but if you're in San Francisco, you're not going to Walnut Creek.
Yeah, but that'd be sweet. NBA Finals, Stanley Cup, NBA Finals in 3 days? That'd be sick.
It'd be also exhausting. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about?
I had a day off at the beach. I'm sorry, hockey fans, but that's the beach. South Beach.
I'm sorry, hockey fans.
On your off day. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta know,
it was a great game, though. I watched it. It was great. I thought
it was a fantastic game.
I got to know, do you rock a beanie to the beach, too, Marcus?
Do I rock a beanie at the beach?
You're always rocking a beanie, I feel like, every time I see you. I know we're in the city, but...
No, just a regular baseball or nothing. At the beach, though? No, I'm nothing. I'm raw out here.
You got to stop raw.
You know what I'm
saying? you got a style. I thought you were sticking to it. Marcus Thompson on the Uber guest line.
A beanie with socks on, baby, and sandals. There you go.
That's it.
Socks on.
Oh, not the socks and sandals.
Get your socks, sandals, and a beanie. It's 100 degrees out here, but I'm
terrible look.
Got to throw that tall tee on, jump in the pool. We'll be set. Yeah, that's it.
Got my pea coat.
Did you get out to Game 3? Were you there for history on Game 3?
Yes, I was. I was there for the Jokic Jamal show, and I was there for the Heat fans to show up late in the third quarter and leave early because they weren't going to Fort Lauderdale. It became very clear what was happening. They weren't going to stop Jokic, and then Murray was going. And you should have seen them jokers filing out. Oh, it is real. And the energy, third quarter was way different. It was lit at first. Start the game was lit. Third quarter was like, yo, what happened to the Heat fans? Where'd they go? And by the time they came back, it was pretty much over. They stayed a little bit. They was out. Like, that was it. It's one of the most least intimidating arenas I've ever been in.
Wow.
Because everybody's got on white linen.
Yeah, that's true. They should have all been rocking that fit that Dwayne Wade was rocking. It looked like macrame, and then he had the fishnet, the tank top underneath. That was something.
It's confidence to rock a mesh shirt.
Yeah.
I got to shout out Dwayne Wade because you know how I roll. I was a little bit late to the game, which left me in Miami's awful traffic. But there was a police car escort for some SUV, so you know what I do because I'm from Oakland. I hop behind it.
Yes.
And I rode it to the arena. Turns out it was Dwayne Wade.
There you go.
I saw him wave me on and be like, "Come on, Marcus, let's go." So I followed him. At least that's what I was going to tell the police.
Yeah.
But so I rode with Dwayne Wade to the game. That's basically the story. Is I rode with Dwayne Wade to the game. That's the story.
I like it.
He just had his SUV. You just had your rental.
I'll vouch for you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I was behind him. I was part of the entourage. How about that?
Well, so Tom's big thing after that game, and the funny thing is Miami took way more 3-point attempts. They also took more shots. They missed more shots. They shot a far lower percentage than Denver did. Denver didn't even shoot great from 3, but they didn't take that many threes. I think they only made 5 on the night, but you didn't need more. They dominated in the paint, and they dominated the rebounding game. Tom says he doesn't think, and I think this has been true throughout, Miami can't win this series without shooting a pretty exceptional number of threes and making a good number of threes. Tom's number was like a ballpark of 13 threes at least is what they're going to need. Percentage, of course, has to be there, but where do you come down on that take, that they've got to make threes at a high percentage?
Yeah, I'll put the number at 15, actually. Like, they got to make 15 threes. And maybe it's because we've seen this before, haven't we, Tom? The undersized team needs to make a lot of threes. Like, we know the story goes. And the magic number with the Warriors was 15, so I just put that on them. But it can't be 7. They have no chance.
No chance.
If it's 7. Like the Nuggets are just so much bigger at every position. They know exactly what they want to do once they get in the paint. They have all these actions. Michael Malone's done a great job of setting up these counters, and they just have size. And oddly enough, it's so weird to watch, but Miami in the paint just isn't that good. Like, Jimmy's missing bunnies. They're not attacking Jokic at all. It's almost like he is, Anthony Davis, and they're either pulling up short. They're like, oh, we ain't going in there. Where they doing the thing the Warriors do, drive, get all the way in, and then kick out for the three. When it's like, yo, you need to get Jokic off the court. Get him in foul trouble. Attack him. Like, make him block some shots. They're just not doing it. One team is super proficient in the paint. The other, can be, but not consistently. Bottom line is, we know what the game will be earlier, right? Because Max Strus is their Klay Thompson, right? He's the guy who gets the first few shots just to see if he's rolling. And if he is, then Miami's rolling. If not, then they got to figure out another way, and it's tough at that point. But they cannot do this without making threes. The problem is, Denver can also hit threes, but they're missing a ton of threes. Like, Aaron Gordon's missing. Michael Porter Jr. looked like he was going to cry in the car after the game. Like, he's playing terribly. They haven't even played their best ball. So, to me, if they make – it's going down. Let's go. It's Miami. If they make threes, they are in the game, right? And they need Denver to not make threes as well. But if both teams make threes, that's ball game. In other words, Denver has multiple ways to win this. Miami has one, make threes.
Yeah, pretty much. And all the basketball that you've watched, have you ever seen a player who has a softer touch than Jokic?
It's unbelievable.
It's really silly.
You know what's crazy is, I grew up anyway watching Shaq, your eye level at the rim basically. It's a line drive shot for you, and he's just throwing it at the front rim, it's like a tennis ball. He's just throwing it. And you would think, and you remember Rick Barry's trying to get him to do the underhand shot?
Oh, yeah.
It feels like Jokic is the evolution of understanding that. Even though I'm 7 feet tall, arc is still good. It looks like he practices it in the same way Steph practices it, because no matter where he is on the court, he's incredible at gauging, how soft to shoot it. And that's not the same. It's hard to explain because it's so... feel, touch is one of the things that we use to describe something that we can't describe. Right. You're like, oh, yeah, soft touch. We don't even really know what that means, but it's really this geometry that happens in your head. Where I am on the court, I need to shoot it this hard and at this angle. And no matter where he is, from 3 or from 2 feet, it feels like there's a pillow carrying the ball.
Yeah,
to the
it's
rim
like he's shooting a water balloon. It just hits and
unbelievable
drips into the bucket. I don't know how many people he's frustrated over the course of his life.
Is it the most unguardable shot in the league?
How many times he heard this? He takes a shot and everybody goes, hell no. And he goes, bloop, bloop, and just falls right through the bucket. And then after a while, people are like, what the hell is this dude doing?
It's not lucky because he's doing it every single time.
How does he get those? I don't know if Marcus feels this way. Look, I know they're all going in. I expect them all going in. But every once in a while, I'll catch myself going, hell no. And then I'll be like, what was I thinking? What do you mean, hell no? Of course,
I'm with you 1,000%. And then you're chiding yourself for stupid Jokic.
Exactly.
Of course it was going in.
Yeah, of course he's going to make it.
No way. No way that's going in.
This is kind of where we are. It's where we are with them in the finals against the Heat, where it's we're talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line, where it's they're just I'm sort of resigned to Miami's fate in that stop trying to even stop Jokic. We were talking about matchups in this series, and what makes it interesting is it's not like any of the series we saw from the Warriors with the Kings or the Lakers, where you're focused on Draymond and Wiggins and how do they handle LeBron and how do they guard Steph and what's this matchup. There's not really a head-to-head even matchup in the series. They throw Jimmy Butler on Murray and tell him to go to work, but Jokic is going to dominate Bam just, I think, night in and night out. And so we were saying Miami's best shot is to focus on trying to stop Jamal Murray And it's kind of what they were saying after Game 2, where, well, if Jokic goes off, nobody else can go off. It's not that simple, but I think you just sort of resign to your fate with Jokic that he can beat you too many ways that it's going to happen no matter what you do.
Yeah, I do think the answer is, and my eyes are unframed, so don't come at me, Eric Spoelstra. I do think the answer is to stay home, right? Like, it's so tempting because he's so big and once he puts that shoulder in you, you're going backward, and Bam looks so helpless sometimes, or he'll get a switch on a guard. And it's like you're better off just making him to you to death, because on the kickouts for three or the backdoor cuts where you're not paying attention and it's Christian Braun, right? Like, it just kills you. You're better off letting Jokic do his thing, let him get 60, and keeping everybody else contained. But to me, I just don't think, like, I'm with you, like, you got to just write 40 down for him. And the question is, how many can you get back? Like, or you got to get him off the court. They're doing that thing where the Anthony Davis thing where Jokic just stands in the middle and whoever comes by, he taps them. So he's like telling the ref, all right, that's my man now. Okay, now that's my man. So whoever's near the paint, he's basically saying he's guard, so he gets to camp in the lane. They got to do that thing like the Warriors should have done, put Kuminga in and say, all right, you go dunk on him every time. He's going to get a foul 2 times. And if you do it early enough, now he's got to think about it. They just have to go back at him. The game they won, Bam went at him. Bam had a great game. You can't just – you're not stopping him from getting 40, but now you need it to be like a minus 15 based on what you took from him. And I think they're playing him like he's Anthony Davis. Like, he's been solid, but, like, he's not really challenging much because they aren't trying him. So give him 40, keep Jamal to 20, make sure Aaron Gordon don't beat you, and try to cook that dude, at least, for half and see what he got.
What did you make of Stephen Dre's, the podcast? Steve was on with Dre, and I know a lot of people said that Steve was pointing out Kuminga and Poole, and I said I don't think he did it intentionally. I think it was more being effusive in his love for that type of player. Now, as he was saying it, I'm sure he knew what he was saying and who he was saying it kind of to. I don't think there was a message going into it, but I think he knew once he said it. What did you make of it? Because I know how Steve feels about role players, and I know how he loves guys that are all team and all that. And there are a couple guys that, or at least one that maybe wasn't, was concerned more about themselves than the team during the playoffs. What did you make about that whole back and forth?
Yeah, I think Steve was being, like, doing his high praise thing and talking about how great what Miami has is.
Yeah.
I think it was also like a little bit of backdoor praise for like the Otto Porters and then when you be at least a little bit of like nostalgia for what they had.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think that Steve was like intentionally saying, "Yo, I'm talking to you," right? On people on his bench, but he's underlining, "Hey, there's a reason we didn't win."
Yeah.
Right. There's part of it, and like we need to get like that again. Like. You could Steve's smart enough to know, like, hey, if I say this, there's going to be a reaction. So I don't put it past him to know that reaction and be fine with it, where he wasn't, like, actually calling out the specific players, but he's praising for what he wants. And I'm sure they had their exit interviews and he talked about it. And knowing him, he's probably showed some clips of how that bench looked a few times. Like, I do think he was just saying, like, that's how you win a championship because it's how they won in 2022. Yeah. So it's essentially like a way of saying we know this way, we love this way, this is our way too, we did it, and we need to get back to that. And then you guys can conclude who we're talking about out of that. Like,
I told Tom he was saving
you wrong when you come up with who you think it is.
I told Tom he was saving the specifics for his own podcast. I'm sure Steve is going to watch one. Yeah, Steve's going home after games.
Like, come on, that was.
Come on, yeah, right. He would call out Jordan Poole on Draymond's pod. Can you imagine? We'd be doing a whole show with you, Marcus. Is what we'd be doing. Marcus Thompson.
I appreciate Steve, man. He's always giving us something to talk about.
Steve is great, man. Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. How soon after free agency opens is Chris Paul a Laker?
Nah, somebody sent a meme of The Undertaker rising out of the casket and was like, this is David Stern when the Chris Paul tries to fight the Lakers. I was in literal tears.
Good.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I understand. I think a lot of that banana boat and Brett Perez stuff is, I think it sounds good. I think LeBron I think he knows what he needs, and it's not a 37 whatever year old point guard. I think one of the issues is reliability and availability. So I just don't see that being the answer. I think LeBron probably wants something a little bit more. Well, it's funny, right? Because then the other option is Kyrie. It's like there's another availability. I think he ends up not with LA, somewhere else. It's a little too easy. I'd be surprised, but I could be wrong.
Who would you rather have of those two if you're LeBron, Kyrie or Chris Paul?
Kyrie.
I would take
Kyrie,
Kyrie, but I don't. But it's not. It's like it. Yes, I would take Kyrie as the easier player to take, but I don't know that answer is that easy.
I just think there's a history with Kyrie and LeBron. They would know how to play with each other.
Sure.
They would know, like, I think LeBron is just desperate for somebody to, when he's tired, like, hey, man, I'm going to give you the ball and just let me chill for a while. Let me not have to carry the team and we not lose. And I think Kyrie is one of those players who can do that. I don't know if Chris Paul is one of those players anymore, which was the whole impetus for Westbrook. Let me get somebody who can like carry the team so I don't have to. And we thought it was Anthony Davis, but it ain't Anthony Davis. So Chris Paul, I don't think that's a good bet that he could do that. So to me, I'd say Kyrie, but probably neither. You know what really needs to happen is the D'Lo resurrection. That's what they need. D'Angelo Russell gonna have a great offseason, and he's gonna be the answer for $20 million. Watch.
Third team all defense.
I'm joking, man. Come on. Like,
I didn't really react because I didn't
I knew.
have a real thought about it. I was like, really? Okay. It's like when Maz got
let me get that taken off and not even criticize it.
I was
Come on, coach. I was thinking you'd be like, D'Lo, no way.
I was just like, you're so smart. I'm just like, I guess he's better than I thought he was. I was like, damn. I guess Marcus. I just assumed I was wrong. You know, I assumed you were teaching me something about D'Angelo Russell.
I appreciate that, but I think you know enough.
I was like, oh damn, man. I was like, that's tough. We saw that. We've seen that story. And there's players like that though in sports that just keep getting that opportunity. Teams keep thinking they're going to get something out of them, but every once in a while you end up with a situation where a different role or opportunity or change of scenery does that. Andrew Wiggins is a prime example of that.
You know where I think the change of scenery I think I want to see for Chris Paul?
Who's that?
Put him in Boston. I think they could win the title with him.
Ooh. Yeah,
Do they need him?
He needs to be a compliment player.
They definitely need a point guard for sure.
But don't they have two point guards?
I don't think they're doing well with him.
I mean Brogdon was hurt
at the end of games.
Brogdon was hurt this year too toward the end of the playoffs, so he'd make a big difference. I don't know.
The problem is Brogdon good enough to take the ball out of other people's hands? If it's Chris Paul, he getting the ball out there. Like, hey, give me the ball, sir. Jalen, stop it. I'm going to take your left hand from you. Like Chris Paul, do that. I don't know if Brogdon's depot the ball off Marcus Smart. I think they need somebody to say, I got the ball. This is what we're doing, and we're going to run it. And they don't have that. They have, it's my turn to go one-on-one. So I feel like Chris Paul would do that, but I take your Brogdon point. He has the ability to do it, but he's got to be able to tell Marcus Smart, like, nah, we're not doing the grip right now. We're not drawing fouls right now. We're just going to play smart basketball. I don't know if he's got the ability to do that. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown should have somebody shoot up his right arm and make it numb the entire offseason so he can only use his left hand. That's it. I mean, him dribbling left.
I really thought he did that this year.
I mean, him dribbling left sometimes, I'm like, bro, what are we doing here?
Can you get that? Is that something you can get? Or is it like,
well,
Marcus, I don't know. Handles are questionable, man. Like, some of that stuff is just like innate. I don't know. I can't dribble. Like, I can't do what Kyrie did. I don't care how much. And I grew up with a ball. Like, some of that stuff is just, I wonder about that.
You don't have to be Kyrie or Steph, but you can't dribble it left, stumble, and then kick it to the other team.
I mean, the other answer is just to get such a deadly first step that you never need your left. That's how Monte Ellis did it.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going right no matter what.
I was going to say, there's a guy in the Warriors who kind of does that sometimes and just dribbles either direction and kicks it out of bounds.
Or you could be
just happens anyway.
Just be as good as Sharunas was going left. Just like say, you know what? I don't care. I'm not taking no for an answer. I will go left, and I will beat you. I'm going left. Like Ginobili did it too.
Yeah.
Now Ginobili would go right and then come back to his left all the time.
The right was just a setup. The right was just a setup to go left.
I got you. You bought that.
It was embarrassing.
You thought I was going to go right.
He's got the old man hair out there. He's balding. He's got the receding. He's dominating you. That was rough. He's embarrassing dudes.
If you go to Sharuna's route, you got to wear like denim shorts and tie-dye T-shirts all summer, because that's just about toughness, right? Like you got to have that like that inner thigh grind of like wearing denim all year. And I'm angry. Like he played like he was mad.
Yeah, he was angry.
So, yeah, that dude was scary, man. Like when he touched the ball, like you weren't getting it. Like he would put his hands on the ball, and that's his ball now. Like that's another level. I don't know if Jaylen Brown can get that in an off season. You kind of got to like be from, Mr. Wayne here or something.
Yeah, one of his favorite moves, and he pulled it off occasionally, was amazing. Guy would go for, let's say he's at the three-point line, drives right to get to the rim, and he goes up for the layup. When he goes up for the layup, he goes up. He still thinks he has the ball, and he goes to lay it up, and the ball's gone. It's just gone. And you're like looking, where the hell did the ball go? Sharunas was guarding him, got beat by half a step, dropped down to one knee, and then just snatched the ball from him with two hands.
Well, he was dribbling, you just took it away from him?
Just took it away from him. And all of a sudden, you're looking at the ball, and you're like, why does Sharunas have the ball going the other way? Wait, what happened there? You had to see it on film. He had the strongest pair of hands I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, just like they're like sausages. He had 5 sausages on his hands. They were just, I've always said, Marcus, he was one guy that in the NBA that I'd take in a foxhole with me and feel very, very comfortable that I have that guy with me.
Like, I'd never play that dude in dodgeball.
Dude, I wouldn't play that guy anything.
Sounds like a high five would be dangerous based on the strength of the hands. Like you do some real damage. Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. Dude, one more we got to ask you about before we let you go. Damian Lillard's comments earlier this week about if I was sure about one guy in the NBA, maybe even probably he and Steph Curry 1A and 1B as far as guys who I thought would finish their careers with teams that they started with. I thought Lillard was right up there, and I don't know how much merit there is to these comments. I am intrigued by the idea of Damian Lillard in Miami. That would be sweet with Jimmy Butler. I'd love to see that. But what'd you make of those comments, and what do you think about Dame finishing his career in Portland?
I'm against it fully. I've been wanting Dame out of there for a while. You can only do that whole stay in one place forever when you win a championship.
Yep.
Or you get really, really close. Like you make a couple finals, right? And it's always let's finish the job. They got to the West Finals. That's where they maxed out. So I feel like it's really difficult with the CBA restrictions and all that to give him all that money and then build around him. It's really tough to do it essentially starting at the point guard or working your way around. And the Warriors did it when Steph was making $12 million, right?
Yeah.
So it's difficult to do, especially now with the new stuff. I feel like it's best for him to go to a team that's already way over the cap and that can eat him, and he can go win with pieces that are in place and be the finishing touch. I just want Dame to win a title, and I just don't think he can do it in Portland. So I say get up out of there, Dame, because in Oakland we win championships. If you're a guard from Oakland, you got to win a title. That's just what it is. It's what we do. You know what I'm saying? That's how we roll. He's got to go get a championship, and Portland ain't gonna deliver.
You giving Gary Payton credit?
Dame.
You giving Gary Payton credit for stealing one with Miami on the way out?
Absolutely, 1,000%.
You'll forget he was on that team. It was like an afterthought for Pat Riley.
Yes, he was.
At least he went to the finals, and if George Karl would have let him guard Jordan from the beginning, they would have won that series.
Yeah, let me tell you what Jordan said.
I'm going by what Gary
The glove.
The glove.
Jordan.
The glove.
The glove.
Jordan's dismissive, wholehearted laugh at that. Is
Dude,
hysterical.
not only was he dismissive,
I watched the game.
dismissive of the Hall
they
of
were
Famer.
3-0.
I mean, when you're that great, then you can be that dismissive of a Hall of
He was
Famer.
laughing his ass off. It was 30 years ago.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
I mean, he's in his own Hall of Fame. Like this period, like he's a legitimate Hall of Famer, one of the best defenders ever. The glove, like just whatever.
He acted like he was in the poor wing of the Hall of Fame, like the Section 8 wing. Like,
dude, he used his own nickname. He has one of the sickest nicknames ever. He said it like the glove. He said it all day, like talking down to him. It was pretty good, man.
Oh God,
as he's smoking cigars and drinking his whiskey, man, drinking his scotch.
Hey. It was all revisionist history. I watched that series. The Bulls were up 3-0. Gary Payton went on them, and Seattle won 2 straight and put a little scare in them.
Yep.
All I know is if that dude from Oakland would have been on them from the beginning, Michael Jordan would have 5 titles and not 6.
What?
Yeah, I said it, and Scottie Pippen would back me up on that.
Oh, man. All right. Well, that take.
God,
and,
I hope Marcus, I hope Jordan didn't find out about your comment.
Hey, if you want to call me and talk about it, hey, my number is gettable.
Marcus is in Miami.
Talk about it. I'm recording the whole conversation.
Marcus in Miami, and Jordan hasn't sniffed the finals in some time, so I think you're okay, dude. Marcus, have a great trip, man. Be safe out there. Enjoy the time and the flight back. We'll talk to you next week.
Can I get one of these $250,000 cars everybody got out here? The car game is crazy. How can people afford this stuff?
Dude, it's Miami. How do you think? It's Miami. How do you think people are affording that stuff?
What, like rentals? I don't know. I don't know the game. I don't know about the illegal stuff.
It's a lease, man. Yeah, just lease one.
You seen Scarface?
You don't lease a value. Scarface.
You see Scarface.
Exactly. That's what we're talking, man. That's what I was talking about. Illegal narcotics. That's what I was talking about. I thought you were with me.
Have a good one, Marcus.
We're on the same page.
All
right, man. See you, Marcus Thompson, one of our best hits. Each and every week, he's out in Miami for Game 4 of the NBA Finals. We are still going to catch up from the patio at the Public House. A lot of people have come out now, hanging out. Come out, have a beer, say what's up. We're with you here till 6:15 when we get to Giants pregame for the Giants and the Cubs at 7:15. Dave Fleming is going to join us out here on the patio at 4:50. On the other side, we'll get into a little bit more of what Farhan spoke about with us yesterday. We've got Kyle Harrison, who's inching his way closer and closer to the big leagues. Luis Matos, who we actually spoke to Austin Slater about earlier today. And Farhan talked about him yesterday about when we could see him at the big league level. We'll get all that coming your way. It's Tolbert and Copes from the patio at the Public House, only here on the Sports Leader.
I haven't seen this bad a glove exhibition since Christopher Darden and the O.J. Simpson trial.
Farhan Zaidi joined Tom and myself yesterday to discuss whether or not the Giants could make an impactful move at this year's trade deadline. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
You know, Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, who's on the pitching staff right now, has done a nice job for us. We've got Sean Jelly and Keaton Lynn in Sacramento, too. So we have some other options if Alex Wood and Ross Stripling take a little bit more time to get back. But, you know, we have the depth options. We certainly love for somebody like a Kyle Harrison to come up and grab one of those spots and, you know, be pitching more at the front of the rotation than the middle or the back. But, you know, we'll just see how he does start to start. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic, but we still think he's got a couple things to work on.
That was Farhan Zaidi, Giants President of Baseball Operations, on with us yesterday. Tolbert and Copes with you live from the patio of the Public House at Oracle Park. Nice crowd out here at the patio. Sun's popped out a little bit. Yeah. Nice June evening on a Friday here. Giants and the Cubs. I like when old National League teams come to town. I don't like one of the biggest things that pisses me off ever is how crappy the teams are in the Giants division outside of the Dodgers. Like, as much as we hate the Dodgers, there's like a level of respect for them being a legendary National League franchise. You know, like the Diamondback, they wore purple and they won a World Series and changed their colors. There were two teams in the division wearing purple at one time.
Yes, there were.
That's lame. That's lame. That's just
not a fan of purple.
That's just sorry.
You don't like Barney?
How many rings do the Vikings have?
0.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When purple starts winning titles, then I'll get behind it. Alabama's not rocking purple. You know what I mean? Rocking crimson.
It's a great question. When's the last time a team wearing purple won a title?
TCU went to the college football playoff this year.
Didn't win.
Got rolled.
Oh, they got big rolled.
They got rolled. 808 KNBR, has any team wearing purple ever won a national championship or world title? Who was it? Oh, yeah, I said D-backs, but then they changed their color, so I was like,
were they purple? I guess they were purple that year,
dude,
yeah.
Get this, purple.
Were they the last one?
And pinstripes.
Yeah, that was bad. Well, and the sleeves. Remember they had the sleeves, too, where they had the vest.
Rockies and D-backs both at one time had vested unis that were pinstripes.
Sick.
And purple.
Just sick.
Just disgusting.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
sick.
Shout out the Cubs, a classic National League franchise.
Yes.
The doormat of the National League for like 110 years.
Yes, they were.
But they finally got it done, and they're in town tonight for a 3-game series. Farhan yesterday with us, we were talking a little bit about, it's sort of fun when you're talking about the prospects now coming up, and we're not talking about them because the product on the field at the big league level is such a drag. Right? Like, we're talking about them now because they have started to produce talent. And while nobody has said it out loud, the two players so far that Farhan has produced in Patrick Bailey and in Casey Schmidt, who, by the way, were not drafted all that long ago, It's just that when things go bad in baseball, it seems like forever because you play every single day for 6 months. It just drags and drags. It beats you down when things are going bad in baseball. So it seemed like it was like longer than 5 years. He's going to get his extension. 2 of the guys that were part of his future plan are now here making an immediate impact. And now we're starting to look at some of the other guys like Luis Matos, who's killing it at AAA, and Kyle Harrison as pieces that not only are exciting, but could legitimately help this team this year. I like the fact that they have the luxury right now of kind of holding off is not something I anticipated at this point this season. Even just 2 games over, they really do. They really can say, you know what, we don't need this right now. Let's see what happens. This is a luxury.
How's Luciano playing this year?
I'll get you his numbers in just a minute. I haven't looked at Luciano's numbers. Is he still in? We did see that guy Wisenhut, the other left-handed pitcher who's killing it for the Eugene Emeralds, and they're saying he might have the best stuff in the system. Like he might be the best pitcher in the system. Yeah, this lefty, he was dominant for the Emeralds. They promoted him to Double-A last week, and there was already talk that hey, it's not out of the question that he is seen at some point later this year, which is incredible for a guy who's in Single-A right now. Patrick Bailey was in Single-A last year and wasn't all that great at the beginning of the season. Don't forget, the Giants went to the Washington Nationals and said, what do you want for Juan Soto? Take a look. And they said, I don't think there's anything that we're really excited about. And
they're like the guy in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles when he showed him the Casio. He goes, "Yep, I'm going to have to say no."
Yeah,
that's what they said.
Or
he looked at their farm system. And goes, I'm going to have to say no.
You know the worst? You offer somebody something, they go, "Do you have anything else?" They kind of look past you as though you're hiding something. Is there something else? This was the deal. This is what I have. And there was a big setback. And I think that's part of our negative thinking about hope for this team going into this year is we wanted the free agents because we didn't think the prospects were coming. Now the prospects are coming, and they seem like they can come and they can help. So here's what he said about Luis Matos. This is interesting because I said there's 2 types of guys that get to the bigs. There's guys who you need their help. Casey Schmidt, they needed help. Patrick Bailey, they needed help. They proved they could do it at the minor league level, so they brought him up. Other guys like Tim Lincecum, I remember he started the season in 2007 in AAA. I was at his big league debut. It was in the first week of May. He had made like 6 starts or something at AAA, and he had a .32 ERA. And he was striking out more than like a guy and a half an inning. And it's like, why is he there?
Yeah.
He's toying with guys. He's a cartoon character. Just bring him up and let him see what he can do. And ultimately, he pitched 1 season and then won back-to-back Cy Youngs and then won 3 titles in 5 years. So not saying that's what this guy is, but when you have this type of talent and you don't need it immediately, you can see if it dominates at this level and see if it'll force its way onto the roster. Here's Farhan on Luis Matos.
I look at what Luis is doing in Sacramento right now, and you can't help but be really excited. But some of the guys we've had on this team, Bryce Johnson and David VR and Brett Wisely, those 3 guys all have, believe it or not, higher OPS numbers than Luis does in Sacramento. So, again, that's not to say that he couldn't come up and make a big impact. But, we've got a pretty crowded outfield. We've got, Mitch and Michael Conforto and Yaz and Jock and Slater. So we've got a kind of group that mixes and matches pretty well. I think it would probably take losing somebody for some period of time.
Okay, so he did say, I think he goes on a little bit on that cut too, because I think he said it might take losing somebody for some bit of time, but then the big quote from him was he went on, and Tom, I think you probably remember Farhan saying this, but if he continues to play like this, he may force us to make a decision at some point. And that to me is Farhan knowing that that's what this kid is capable of now, and that he's doing this now. It's a small sample size, but if in a month and a half he's still doing this, are we going to let him hit 350 or 340 with a 900 OPS at AAA when he's been doing that for a few months, and we projected that this is what he would be? It's not. David VR was kind of a surprise. It took a long time to get him called up last year. We saw it and we're like, okay, maybe that was an anomaly, or that's just he had a great season. But for a guy like this, where you project this and he's 21, this is pretty exciting.
And he's a leadoff hitter too, right?
And an elite defender in center field.
Yeah, speed.
We going to get an all-star outfielder? Produced?
No.
He'll never make an all-star team. As much hope as we have, I'm pretty confident he'll never make an all-star.
Well, I guess a lot is going to depend in the next month where they are in the standings, how they're playing, and generally, baseball has a way of working itself out. Someone will get hurt. someone will get hit with a pitch and have to go on the IL for like 10 days. Something usually happens. Now, if it doesn't and the team's rolling, playing well, then I think you just gotta wait. Even though, because I asked myself this last night, and because we were talking about Luis Matos, and I'm like, okay, here's what you have to ask yourself if you're Farhan. Does he give us a better chance to win than what we have out there? How much of a better chance to win than what we have out there? Do we know he gives us a better chance? Even though I think he's better, he hasn't been up here before. He hasn't handled all the pressures that come with playing in the big leagues like these guys have. And then, what do? Do we go pitcher light? Do we want to go pitcher light in the bullpen possibly? So, because I don't know, there's nobody in the outfield right now you look at and go, okay, they're not getting rid of any of these guys unless you were to trade somebody, but then you're committed. Then you're pot committed to this young guy. You're like, okay, we're bringing you up and you're up. Period.
I don't think you do that until you've seen him here. I don't think you can. Usually that stuff happens after you've gotten to look at him and you go, wow, okay, we're going to unload whoever now because we are going to commit to this guy.
True, but it's not like they have a lot of options.
No.
I mean,
Slater was here with us on the patio a couple hours ago, so we got 4 outfielders right now.
He's batting .375. I mean, Slater's been fantastic.
He played against a righty yesterday.
And forget Haniger and Conforto. Those guys aren't going anywhere.
Conforto's got 12
Conforto because he's hitting, and Haniger because you're paying him.
3-year deal.
Exactly. So he's going nowhere. And then Yaz isn't going anywhere. So, in fact, Yaz would be a compliment to him because he's a righty. So really what you're looking at is Slater. And Slater's been playing really well. It's a tough decision unless you know this guy gives us a significant better chance. Like, he's going to be better. He gives us more speed. He gives us more defense. He gives us more versatility on the base pass. This is a guy that can steal a base at the end of the game if we need him. He can steal a base whenever if we need him. So it's a tough decision because it's not just as simple as, do I think he's better than so-and-so? He might be a little bit better, but how does that all play in? Like, we're now how do we fit him in? Because we still like the other guys. It's not like you're bringing him up and saying, we don't like this guy anymore, let's give him a chance. They like these guys, and they're playing really good baseball. And they have the same problem with the infield. I talked about it yesterday. When Bart comes up, what do? I mean, you can't send Sable down because he's a Rule 5 guy. Schmidt, I don't know how in the hell you could send him down. Now, he did mention Bailey had a little issue with the neck, so maybe that's something that, you nurse a little bit. You alleviate a little bit of pressure there on the roster. But you can't tell me. You can't tell me this team's better with Schmidt off of it, with Schmidt down in the minors, with Schmidt not in the infield. He's always been great defensively, but where do you put him? Do you put him Estrada? Now Estrada's been fantastic.
He's an all-star.
Davis been fantastic.
He may be an all-star. 291.
Maybe a shortstop. Maybe, but that's the
part nobody wants to say. You
exactly. Nobody wants to say that one out loud.
Everybody says put him at shortstop. Nobody says, but who's at shortstop now and what happens to him? Because nobody wants to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody wants to say it's Crawford.
It's not an easy decision. I mean, the Wade's going nowhere. He's been fantastic at first.
It's in 280 in the leadoff spot.
It's interesting because you get all these guys we've talked about, right?
Yeah.
And how many guys we got? Oh, but they've been fantastic infield. They've been fantastic in the outfield. This part of the order is good. This part, boy, they've been. Wow, look at this. Look at this.
Team's perfect. Yeah.
32 and 30. They're 2 games over 500.
But they have not been healthy.
I agree.
And healthy with this group with Patrick Bailey, who makes you better defensively behind the plate. I mean, the fact that and they keep saying small sample size, we knew he was an elite pitch framer, won a minor league Gold Glove as the best catcher in all the minor leagues last year. He's already framing and stealing strikes at an elite level at this level. So when they were saying it for the first couple of weeks, I'm like, okay, who cares? But now that it's been a while and he's playing every day and he's holding his own at the plate, dude, the squeeze bunt to win a ball game is incredible.
No, absolutely.
I mean, that's obviously a call from the dugout.
That's a no-brainer.
You're calling a rookie catcher to do that.
Yep.
You have that faith in that guy to do that. It says something about the way that they believe in these guys. Something else about Luis Matos, and Farhan said this yesterday, he's got to play. This isn't let's see what he can do and bring him up and they need another outfielder. This isn't a fifth. This isn't Gorkys Hernandez.
Yeah.
Remember that guy, by the way? Gorkys. He's like starting games in left field for like a world championship team. Gorkys. We got Gork out in the left. You think Bruce Bochy, when he started playing pro baseball, ever thought he was going to manage a guy named Gorkys? Anyway.
Weekend at Gorky's Park?
Thank you. Yeah, Gorky's. It's like a knockoff Porky's movie. Yeah. Gorky's Revenge.
I've Look at the. You know, back when that used to be acceptable.
I don't know
that kind of good fun was acceptable.
I don't know that it was ever acceptable.
Oh, okay, my bad.
We got Kim Cattrall in there talking to Gorky's. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah,
I didn't think we were going a Porky's route with Gorky's.
I thought it was okay.
Oh, we got Porky's Hernandez out in left.
He can really go get him, can he?
This is right up an alley I didn't know I had. This is good. This is really funny. Oh, man. All right. But he's got to play. You're not bringing him up, Luis Matos, to beat Gorky's Hernandez. You're not bringing him up to split time, which also, by the way, people should feel good about. That yesterday Farhan said to us, he said, it's sort of funny. Relievers like roles. Yeah. He's like, we tried to go with sort of the bullpen by committee. He didn't say we. He said the baseball world had kind of like gone that route. And I'm like, but usually you go that route when you don't have a closer. You notice the teams who have closers go to their closer. They wouldn't establish one for a while, and now they're off of that. He said he was into the bunt at times. My point is, I think anybody who's really into analytics and you're into winning, if you're an analytic person, I would like to think that you think somewhat logically, that you're thinking in a way that is not totally emotionally, and it wouldn't allow hopefully not your pride or your ego to get in the way. Like somebody on the text line yesterday goes, Farhan said he likes the bunt now, but he said in the past it was a useless, whatever it was in the past. And he goes, but I don't know that he's telling the truth. And I go, you really think Farhan's telling us that he didn't like winning that game the other day because it happened with a bunt? Yeah. He wants to win, and they want to win whatever way they can do it. If they've got other elements and tricky plays and ways to do it, they'll do it. The analytics are a big picture thing. So I think that they've adapted. Two, we're going to see what they look like when they have players. They told us when we have guys that are capable of playing every day, they'll play every day. And now it's happening. We're seeing that.
Well, you know what else is a small sample size? An entire season when you look at the history of baseball. I can make anything a small sample size. Yeah. I mean, eventually...
You want to give the month of July in 1981 for one team? Like
eventually it's going to become a small sample size, right? Or I can make it a large sample size.
It's 150 years of baseball.
You say 7 games, small sample size. But what if I say the sample is a week? Well, then that's a large sample size.
It's the World Series.
As they get. Exactly.
Right?
So,
different...
I mean, look, you can manipulate all that stuff, but I think your point, and I agree with it, is... it's got to be flexible. Like you got to be able to look at it logically. You got to be able to look at it from a different angle, and then also use the numbers to support what you think is the best the best way to go about that situation. So, like I've always thought that. Like I think you have to use both of them. It can't just be I'm stridently going to stick with this, or I'm going to dismiss that. I think if you do that, you're missing the big picture. But if you can incorporate both of them, then I think you're the best version of
it's
of
application.
Yourself. Yeah,
and that's what analytics are: is figuring out how to apply what it is that you know about any given situation based on whatever sample size you deem to be the useful.
I can make my own sample size. Man, somebody eating fish? My goodness, it smells like we're down at Pier 39.
Anybody else smell fish?
I got nothing. Got sardines?
You're the only one.
No, we're good. Okay.
No.
Am I the only one smelling it? Maybe
it's Tim smells. Maybe it's Tim.
No.
I think it's Tim. It's Tim.
Did you shower, Tim? Jeez.
On the other side, we got a Giants lineup for you. We will get you that for this Friday night tilt against the Cubs. We'll get you the Giants lineup, and then we'll get you Dave Fleming. He's going to come out and hang with us on the patio here. We are live from the patio at Oracle Park. Giants and the Cubs coming your way at 7:15. Pregame 6:15. Marcus Stroman against Anthony DeSclafani. It's Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know whether you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk, or if you're going to be able to live that lifestyle that you've always envisioned when you get to retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to all their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. Greg is an awesome dude. Their team is great and a breeze to talk to, and there's no cost or no obligation. Give them a call today, 866-496-2300, or visit o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Coates now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, it's such a beautiful number, 69.
Okay, I'll do that. What's my code, 69?
Hey, you know the 69 with the head near that bit? We came up with it.
What number you want to wear?
69! Take the number 69! It's hilarious!
Is that number taken?
What number are we thinking of? 69, dudes!
Nicely done. Tolbert and Coates with you from the patio of the public house. It is 6-9 day. That's the date. 6-9.
I guess it is.
It is, right? Yeah, Derek sent us that this morning. He goes, happy 69 day, boys. Yeah.
69.
Thank you, Jacob, doing a nice job back at the studio. It's a Ska Friday, and it's a Giants and Cubs Friday from Oracle Park. Pre-game coming your way at 6:15. Dave Fleming's going to join us here on the patio at Oracle Park in about 5 minutes or so. We do have a Giants lineup. I'll get that to you in just a minute. We were joking last segment, though, about, well, a couple of things. One, the movie Porky's as it related to Gorky's Hernandez. How's a riff I wasn't ready. Still funny. Wasn't anticipating that. And the other one was I was joking about the crappy teams that the Giants have in the division with Arizona. Not that they're bad quality, but I just thought organizationally, like, to have the Padres and the Dodgers and then the D-backs and the Rockies was lame. Championship teams to wear purple, LSU.
Oh, good, very nice.
That would be the last.
Very
And then
nice.
somebody else checked in and said the Lakers, but it was in the bubble.
Okay, that still counts.
I give the Lakers credit in the bubble.
You're
They played
right.
a lot of that season before the bubble.
Yeah.
The bubble was crazy.
Look, it's almost a national pastime, especially for Bay Area fans. You got to rib the Dodgers for winning their phony title and the Lakers for winning their phony title. Like, that's just part of being a fan of the NorCal teams. I get it. But those are real titles. I hate to tell everybody. They're real banners. They go up in your buildings. They go up in your arenas.
Yeah, they hang there. I mean, yeah, they're there. The Laker one, again, I feel pretty good about the Laker
See, you
one.
still don't like the Dodger one.
Well, the Dodger one, it's not that I don't give it, because here's what the Dodger fans will tell you. Well, we played by the same rules everybody else did. You're right. But do your fans feel the same way that Giants fans felt when they won the World Series in 2010?
I wouldn't imagine so.
They won in Texas.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine.
They won in a stadium in Texas that the Rangers hadn't even played in front of fans yet.
I mean, don't get me wrong. They're both different. I think they're both different.
They're totally.
I think you feel like if you were going to win a championship, and I won't call it legitimate, but you truly felt like, okay, this was a championship. You got to play on the road. Right, you got to play.
You played in a neutral site.
It's not neutral site games.
And for every round they did.
But hey, that's what it is. They're championships that the Dodgers won. But it'd be interesting if the Lakers were to win in the next couple of years, or the Dodgers were to win in the next couple of years. Then you can ask the guys on the team how it felt compared to the one that was in the bubble.
LeBron already told us. He said that was the hardest title to win ever.
Yeah.
I'll have to tell you, it's probably the most difficult title in the history of the world to ever win for anybody ever. I was like, well, he said it, then it must be true. I meaning for them, because of what they went through. Remember, they're in hotel rooms and they still had to travel. Like, remember the Giants only played teams in California.
Yeah, it probably sucked though, being away from your family for
and
6 weeks.
But you're also like quarantined in your room in your hotel.
Yeah.
Remember there was all these crazy rules that ball players had to abide by, the contact tracing stuff. Like, because of the exhaustion of that, the season for them probably did feel longer than the 60 games it was. It was bizarre. And then the playoffs were played in like these, like sort of hubs, like they do like the WBC, like host site cities is what they were. I just feel that if you're my age, like when the Giants won the World Series in 2010, I was, 22 years old or whatever. It was incredible, right? The Dodgers, if you were born in '89 like I was, and you're a Dodger fan, they haven't won a World Series in a full campaign since before you were born. And what makes it more disappointing, what's different about the Laker title, is the Dodgers have been to the World Series like a lot of times recently and not gotten it done.
No.
So when they did get it done, it was like, oh, so you can get that one done. That's, I think, because again, I'm even tired of that's not a real title. We all play by the same rules. And people say, well, what if the Giants had won? You asked me that. What would you have said? I would have said, throw that S on the pile, dude. We got 3 of them.
Damn right you would have.
And if the Dodgers had won like 3 before, I'd have been like, same thing. They just tally it up. The Lakers have 17 or whatever, right?
Yeah.
What are you going to say that the Dodgers haven't won in like 30 years?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's just the way it is.
It's just the way it's seen. It's the way it's viewed. What? Come on. See, now everybody sees you telling me to shut up. It's better when I can just tell you to shut up when nobody else sees you. But now they see like the legitimacy of it. All right, now I got to get to work. Okay, Giants and Cubs tonight. We got a lineup for you. Dave Fleming is going to join us here on the patio as soon as I stop talking and giving you the lineup. He'll come on out for a little chat on these Giants. You swept the Rockies. Had a great series in Colorado. You said 1 homer. I think they hit 2. Didn't Conforto hit 1?
Yes, my bad.
Yeah, Tyro Estrada got 1, and then Conforto got 1. Nice sweep of the Rockies. Giants won 11 straight over the Rockies. Marcus Stroman on the hill tonight against DeSclafani. Here's the Giants lineup. Lamont Wade leads off at first base. Estrada batting second at second. Jock Peterson bats third at DH. Conforto hits 4th in right field. J.D. Davis hits 5th at third base. Yastrzemski hits 6th in center field. Blake Sable hits 7th in left. There you go. He's in the outfield there as a left-handed bat. Patrick Bailey is in there doing the catching, hitting .309 at the catcher spot, and he hits 8th. Brandon Crawford will be at short, batting 9th. Dave Fleming is on the patio with us. We'll chat to him next, only here on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and told Giants fans to cherish Brandon Crawford while he's still here. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.